You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
of the podcast.
Available now. Yes!
The longest day in the South American League Stage 2 is upon us because we have 3 best of 3s on the schedule for today. So I hope that, depending on where you are, you're ready for an afternoon or an evening full of Siege. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today. And joining me on the desk today, we have Ace and Lexing. Now, Ace, I think you enjoyed that little jumping shift that you did about 2 weeks ago so much that you decided to come back to us.
Oh, I can't get enough of it, Anne. Straight back in. It's always a pleasure to sit and chat Siege with you and Lexing. How could I say no?
Well, I'm glad to have you. I mean, you know, we don't get to do this too often. Usually I'm hearing you say we're going to overtime, and now I can sit in Discord with you. I can actually talk to you when that's all going on. So pretty excited to have you here.
It should be a very good day as well. I mean, you're joining us for the perfect timing. 3 best of 3s that we have on the schedule. We can take a look at the bracket to see whereabouts we're finding ourselves right now, because we're in the middle of the playoffs of the SIL. We're the latest region, or the last region rather, to finish our playoffs. We have already qualified and sent our teams to the major in Munich, but there's so much more that we need to do today. We have our upper final on the schedule for today, and then that lower semifinal and the lower final as well. 3 really important games, because what can you really get from these games? You can get more SI points. You've already got the major spot locked in, but the SI points will be oh so important as well, especially if you end up dropping out early from the Munich major. Getting those points consistently across the 2 stages and potentially even the regional finals will help you so much in making it to that big event later on in February. But looking at the playoffs bracket in general so far, and the games Lexing being so close yesterday, is there anything that has really surprised you with the playoffs so far?
I don't know if things have necessarily surprised me. I will say I'm a little disappointed that Liquid didn't end up qualifying. Same with Los. I mean, both those games very close, especially that Los game. I mean, they had that game on Lair. Unfortunately, it just came down to that last round that pushed it into the next map where NIP closed it out. So I would have liked to see a little bit of an underdog story from some of these teams to be able to make it here. But it's funny enough that this bracket is literally shaping out to be the exact same bracket that we saw from stage 1.
Yeah, it's NIP that I'm looking at particularly. What a resurgence it's been for them. You know, we haven't seen them at a major event since SR24. did just seem to have really turned it around this year in general, but particularly this stage. I think now getting themselves through, looking to go and compete in Munich and see them back on those big stages where, those names definitely belong.
Yeah, that's something we're looking to see from them, though. But as we look at our schedule for today, we already mentioned that 3 best of 3s is going to be a very long day, especially if it plays out similar to what it was yesterday, because even though the bracket shows a few 2-0s, or quite a few 2-0s, many of these 2-0 games were 7-8s or 8-6s, definitely into overtime. So the games in general have been really close, despite maybe the results not showing the exact same thing. But when we're looking at the schedule, we'll be starting with our upper bracket final today, FaZe going up against Furia, and then the second game of the day will be NIP and W7M. The third game will be versus the loser of the first game and the winner of the second game. The grand final will be tomorrow. It's the only game we have on the schedule for then, but this is what we're looking at for today. And we'll dive into that first game immediately, because the upper bracket final, we already mentioned it, these two teams were the ones to qualify to the Munich Major as the quickest inside of SAL, and we mentioned what is there to play for, these SI points. Winning this game here today will triple your SI points, because the lowest you can then finish is second, meaning you go from 50 to 150 SI points. It is absolutely huge. In the group stage, these two teams went against each other in a best of 1. Furia won that out. It was an 8-6 in bank. But in general, these teams have faced off 8 times against each other this year. They've gone even 4-4 in them, so I hope it's going to be a very good one here today. And when we start looking at FaZe, they played an extremely close game against NIP last week. It was a full overtime, both maps, but I think their individual prowess was what really pulled them through. A strong showing, but I think my main question that I have for this team, Ace, is have they actually fully unlocked their potential yet?
I don't think they have, in all honesty. We know how good FaZe are, and I think the problem is I'm going to say, no, they haven't unlocked the potential, they haven't done as well as they could have done, and they've still done well enough to probably beat most of the teams in the world, but it's not their level. Their bar is so much higher. We look at the last 4 play days, they lost 2 of those games, which was 2 of the 3 losses throughout the stage. So far in playoffs, it's been overtime every single map. They're not getting things done in that kind of dominant fashion that we might expect from FaZe, and that's something that they can improve upon. They have impressed me in areas. Planting has been one of them. They've been playing a beautiful objective game, and they are right up there in terms of, planting teams inside of SAL. Vitakin getting 12 so far. Love to see that. Watch out for that. Cyber as well, as we always expect, kind of top of the pops in terms of his performances. But yeah, I just feel like, maybe compared to Boston 25, there's just that little bit of something missing from this FaZe team over the last month or so.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a little something missing or it's still kind of going. Obviously, we've talked about this time and time again, and it is an important thing. They swapped Cyber to a more flex support role, and he still manages to pop off. You can't really slot him in anywhere, and he won't not perform. He continues to perform. But I think the biggest thing for me is, in some of these opening engagements where they just aren't finding that success, where I think, honestly, Cyber did lead a lot of that in the beginning to allow them to create that success and find those gaps. But again, when you look at this roster, they're still doing everything they need to. I just think it's a matter of, they wanted to try new things this stage. It's obviously still working out. It's still not as concrete or as you were saying back in Boston 2025. But I think, with a little more time, getting this underneath their belt, especially this match going into this to kind of get this rematch, to say the least, after losing it in the finals to Furia, I think if they can get this win similar to what we saw with Furia getting the win over FaZe, I think it just propels them into a new ceiling.
It definitely does, and it's not uncommon for a team to have a bit of a slump after winning a major event, because you get this big target on your back. Everybody then wants to beat you, but FaZe seem to really come back from that one now, where they show so strong inside of this region, in particular that game that they played last week, because we spoke to Furia before that game, and they said, well, NIP is currently the best team in this region right now. We see that in scrims, and FaZe actually went ahead and beat them. But when we look at Furia, they had, well, relatively speaking, an easier game last week. Both those maps were close in regulation, the second one being a 7-1. The main point for me was that they capitalized off the mistakes that W7M were making. And in general, I guess for this team as well, Lex, we could say they're unstoppable. They might be back on their reload form.
Yeah, I think they're definitely on their reload form, their SI form, whatever form you want to call it. Furia is clearly breaking through every single ceiling. And what I just recently said is them beating FaZe in that grand final, I think really is where everyone was questioning, can Furia get over that hurdle? And they absolutely did. And since coming into this stage, coming into playoffs, they have been absolutely dominant. In that game versus W7M, one of the biggest things that is different from the side of FaZe is their opening engagements. One, they aren't scared to take gunfights. We all know that. They can, on any single one of these players, they can pop off at any given moment, and it's their opening engagements and converting those into rounds one is really what skyrockets this team. And then not just that, you also have to look that they're adopting more of the style of being able to play with each other. Where we saw back in the day, they could frag out, they could do it on their own. Now they rely on each other. They play crossfires very well. They play trades extremely well. They have that team synergy that we didn't really see as much. And I think since beating FaZe, like I said, in that last stage, in that grand final, has only propelled that even higher. But a player that we also have to highlight that has really popped off this stage has been JV92. He's been doing such a good job in his role, being that flex support player, finding his stride, whether he's on attack, whether he's on defense, and just everyone on this team just having very, very good performances in comparison to their last stage. And even in that last game, sure, it was a 7-5. I mean, the first game was 7-5, but you have to remember that last round that they won, Fellypox in that 3K in that kitchen dining was insane. I mean, we talk about individual prowess on FaZe. There is more than enough individual prowess here on this Furia roster.
I think playing into what you've said there as well about that team synergy and the improvement that we've seen, Lex, I think that really shows itself when you look at the attacking stats of Furia. You spoke about their entry as well and the way they create that space. Furia are the top-rated attacking team in Brazil at the minute, 64.7% win rate, almost at 65%. And let me tell you, it's not even close. Second is 53%. They are head and shoulders above the rest of the Brazilian teams. And that team synergy, that trust in each other is really going to show itself on attack, because that's when you've got to be adaptive. It doesn't matter who's left alive. You've got to be able to play together. You've got to be able to create those opportunities for each other. And it's something they're doing brilliantly at the minute. Like you say, JV92 absolutely thriving in that environment as well. And it just makes Furia look, quite frankly, as dangerous as they ever have done.
Exactly. And I think the way we can echo this is when we had Fellypox on the interview with us a few weeks ago, and he was talking about their form, and he said that his dad had told them that it looks like you guys are playing more serious now. And I just thought that was very funny, but it really fits the way that Furia have been playing so far, because they do take it serious. They don't want to let these best of ones slip away. They want to close them out, but we are in the best of 3 territory right now. And as we said, they faced off against each other 4 times so far inside of 2025, so I expect this to be a really close matchup. I'd imagine we might need all 3 maps as well, but I'd be really curious to see what 3 maps we'll be needing for this series as well. As we said, the first time they played each other inside of this stage, it was a bank game. I'm curious to see if bank will be part of the equation today. Anything in particular maybe that we're hoping to see, Lexing, for these 2 teams in regards to maps?
I'm definitely expecting for Furia to get rid of, when they lost, get rid of a Chalet, get rid of a Lair, not having to play it. Yeah, and they get rid of both. Well, actually, Decider's Chalet. So not bad by any means. It doesn't surprise me that they get rid of Lair. Skyscraper coming out. That should be an interesting one. This is where I really saw Furia start to really develop and change as a team early on this stage, and kind of adopt that just being able to play with one another, having that synergy, having that coordination. But going back to Bank, I think FaZe really want to capitalize on their loss and what they recently experienced versus them. But all in all, I think this map pool really favors Furia more than I'd say FaZe comparatively when you look at last stage when they play each other. Like I said, going into that Chalet, going into that Lair, they have 2 very good maps to be able to go against FaZe here, where I could see this going, honestly, in a 2-0.
Skyscraper's the interesting one there, of course. It's a permaban for Furia normally. We really don't generally see them play it. That's why FaZe have picked into it. But the interesting point there is that we haven't really seen a lot of FaZe on it recently either. So it's kind of, I'm not too sure about it. I'm a little bit worried for FaZe on that second map. It kind of feels like, this could lean itself towards a Furia 2-0, because we know how good they are on bank. Don't get me wrong, FaZe are no slouches on bank either. 3-1 recently. recently. But yeah, that skyscraper's a ninja. Look, it can work both ways, can't it? Furia don't have any footage. They don't have any tape to work off to know what FaZe are going to bring there. It's more often that it's kind of banned against FaZe rather than them being the ones banning it. So I'm sure they're comfortable there, but I can't wait to see that second map.
See, that's the thing, Ace, and that's kind of why, like I say, I can see Furia taking this into 201.
Yeah.
Both teams are comfortable on Bank. I would obviously say Furia has that lead, having a 10-0 streak currently on it, so, and especially being able to start on attack here. They're already going to be having that fluidity, having those comms going into defense. So Furia has to win on this defensive half and then close it out clearly on their attacks. But then it's going to Skyscraper. You're going to be starting on attack. Furia, no doubt, is going to be picking defense there, and they're already going to be warmed up after going into Bank, and it's going to be very, I mean, it doesn't really matter what team you are. Trying to attack Skyscraper is always going to be rough. And then you're versing a team like Furia that is going to meet you head on, that we've seen time and time again. And you're going to have to be able to adapt, like you were saying. Furia has been doing extremely well, where FaZe, at least in comparison, hasn't. So this is why I'm saying it can easily be a 2-0 because there's not a lot of VOD. There's not a lot of history here with both these teams. And if you're going to start on defense, that's really all the comfortability you need just to find your stride and to keep that mental fortitude strong, especially if Furia gets this win over FaZe and then pushes it onto that defensive side.
I feel like those team synergies that we've been talking about will really be tested, in particular on a map like Skyscraper, if there isn't a lot of information on how these teams operate on it, and you'll just have to adapt on the fly. Also, talking about this, just the decider Shelly, I feel like it's happened before where teams see this, I guess, kind of weakness in the side of Furia because they did lose that map. It was the only time they brought it out, and they lost it to Liquid at the end of the stage. And then W7M thought, like, okay, I guess we can bring it out against them then in that best of 3 matchup. And it was a 7-1, or 7-5, sorry, for Furia. So it's showing that Furia can show that quick improvement on this as well, and especially if you say that, hey, they might already clear this one in a 2-0. Seems like a bit of a scary one. I'd love to get our casters in as well because the game is almost ready to start, so we can chat with them as well ahead of our game. We're joined by Fluke and Demo today. And Demo, I'd like to start with you. I know you're a big enjoyer of casting a G2 game. They're not here, unfortunately, today, but surely a FaZe versus Furia game is going to get you excited as well.
I think it's quite a sad affair. You're seeing brother versus brother, which I'm never a fan of whenever it comes to competitive games. So that's the only issue I would have with the matchup. But yeah, I mean, FaZe Furia, look, we don't have to talk about this matchup. Everyone knows what it is. Everyone knows that this is always going to be, almost every time they play, it's just a repeat of the SI final, and that's what it feels like to me. It's just, you just know they're going to go at it head first once again. So yeah, it should be another good series.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I mean, entirely. First, sorry, I was throwing about the brother versus brother. It's like he's an old man. I'm very excited to get into this game. I think that both of them love the first map. They obviously played it not too long ago, and it went into OT. Could this be the sort of 10-1, 10-2 record for Furia? Could it be all in 3? Either way, it's going to be a great series, so... It
would really help us to get started a little bit earlier. Like yesterday was very long. I mean, MEU were chilling with us for a little bit, but it was a very, very long day. And I guess in a way we hope it's going to be as competitive today. But in another way, we also hope that it won't drag on that long. We won't need a little tech pause or anything. I'm just getting it out the way right here. I'm also glad you mentioned the brother versus brother thing, Demo. I guess luckily for them, at least there's no hammer on the line this time, which really makes a difference in regards of the emotions with this matchup. It's likely just some SI points and prize money on the line. But after you two heard the desk say that it might be a 2-0 for Furia, do you two agree? Do you think there's a chance that FaZe actually have a saying in this matchup?
I'll let him go first.
I mean, yeah, because it's FaZe. I think recency bias always comes into a little bit. I think, obviously, Furia, yes, on reload. FaZe didn't do that well at reload, but again, FaZe, you look at the 5 players. This roster has not changed. Same with the Furia team. I mean, these are two of the long-standing rosters that we've had in the R6 scene for such a long time, and I think you have to give that respect. You know, it's one thing about these two teams. When was the last time we ever came in and said, oh, FaZe and Furia, you know, they've got a new player, give them time? No. Trust me, these guys know what they're doing. FaZe will go in here, same as Furia. They'll go at it. I'm expecting all 3 maps. I'm expecting a close game, because it usually is whenever it comes to the best of 3. So, yeah, I think FaZe are going to be fired up for it. Equally so are Furia. It should just be a clash of titans.
Yeah, I think Skyscraper, will go to FaZe. It's... Sure, their only recent record on it is a 7-0 win against NIP a few months back. Furia, in the same period of time, lost it to ENX. It's sort of like it's more banned against FaZe than anything. I don't think they hate it as much as Furia do. I think Chalet's going to be a brawl. I think if we get to 3, FaZe win it.
Ooh, okay. I'd love to hear that. I'd love to see it as well. I mean, in a way, sometimes we just love being proven wrong on the disc here because it shows that there is a great matchup or underdog potential going on in this year. But I really hope we get 3 maps, and I hope it's going to be a good game. We'll have it started, though, on Bank. You to take it away.
Thank you very much. We will. Hello, Demo. How you doing? How's the life?
Good. Hasn't changed since last we spoke.
Yeah, well, last we spoke, it wasn't a few days ago. Just, doing this new, check-in thing system. Checking in with you and checking in with our game in just a moment. Mainly because I saw how quickly Parker and Jesse's mental health deteriorated yesterday. I think we have to be on top of it, I think we got to look out for each other in these potential long days, Demo.
Parker wasn't too impressed just with how long the games went. Obviously, yes, I said it's a best of 3, and I think it's going to go all 3 maps. I really hope this is such a quick game, just so I can just rub it in his face. And then whenever he comes on later on, he has to do a full another 30-round cast. Oh, I would love for that.
I think that, how the cards will be played, that will happen. But mainly because he was in such emotional distress.
Yeah.
And such a sort of downward spiral.
He actually added us as well in the chat. He actually put
he did.
Lucky. And I just replied with Mbappe shrugging his shoulders. That's what I'm all about, cold.
Yeah. It's, you are, if I think of anybody to relate you to, it's Mbappe. It's usually the sort of one-to-one basis. But yeah, we gotta look out for each other. Not for want of anything, but obviously we've not immediately launched into the game. I don't want to say that sounds a bad heralding, but I kind of blame Anne here because Anne immediately was like, hey, this is gonna be a great day with no tech problems. Folks.
No, I think Anne knew it wasn't ready. Anne just thought, you know what, I can't be bothered speaking to them anymore. I'm gonna go. Yeah.
I think it was Tim and Lax. Obviously, it was sort of like a favorite children moment, right? It's having a great conversation, Anna's with Ace and Lax. We come in, ignores them entirely, brushes them off to the side, which, I don't want to say it's cold out there, but this is why I'm doing my check-ins now, right? This is why I'm doing my check-ins. Can't check in with the Observer because they aren't in our call. Chat, how you doing? I hope you're all doing well. Hope
how are you?
Cold, horrible. No, I'm all right. I'm good. Oh. This is our last cast for a bit. This last cast of Stage 2.
Yep.
And then what?
Just chilling
back outside.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen the sun for about 2 months, so it might be nice. Basically, people don't know. Whenever I work, I get locked in. I'm not allowed to leave. I'm really allowed to cast.
Yeah, locked in, but locked into the game. These players are locked in. The all-time record is 17-7, but I think FaZe as an existence have existed longer. I think.
Well, there was a different Furia roster.
Yeah, exactly.
Roster, so there is that to consider.
That's the sort of split there. I mean, it's 2 Titans, right? They met twice last time in the sort of upper bracket final of the Stage 1 playoffs, and it was a 2-0 to FaZe. That was on, Chalet and Lair. 7-2 on a Chalet. We might get that again. And then it came round to a Clubhouse and Lair, which Furia won. 7-3, 7-3. I think that's the thing about these 2 teams. They're really good at responding to each other.
Yeah, it's... Obviously, we've had, we can have rivalries. In my opinion, you think about FaZe and Liquid. Pretty one-sided as of recent, hasn't it? FaZe has, won the past 9 and 10 matchups against those 2 teams. Whereas this one, it's a lot more contested, isn't it? It is a proper competitive rivalry rather than an organization rivalry, I guess.
I think the thing about these 2 teams is they will see the other as the other best team in the world.
Yeah.
And that's sort of, obviously there was the historic final, and how that all played out between the players, but then you've also got that sort of split of you know, how they don't often get to the final each time, but they'll probably still be eyeing each other as sort of like, no, you're the one that I want to beat. You're the one that's, you know, I don't want to throw around El Clasico. I don't want to just throw that term out there, because everybody does. Especially you.
Whoa. Only whenever it comes to Liquid FaZe.
Okay.
That is the one. And
That is
I'll not
the El
hear-
Clasico?
I will not entertain any other argument for that.
Okay.
That is the one for me.
You're telling me the period of time, I guess it used to be EG versus G2 for a period of time. That was a classic.
Oh yeah, whenever, you know, EG got to final and lost every time. That was great rivalry, that.
Okay, but like they tried. They tried a lot. They were there a lot, you know. It wasn't no spring chickens.
It's FaZe and Liquid it's the El Clasico. It is.
Okay. What is the opposite of an El Clasico? The El Forgetto. What's that?
I don't know. Wild versus Gen G. I don't know.
That's like a very specific. Yeah.
Yeah.
Falcons versus Korean teams. I think they often lose against Korean teams. Well, they have lost against Korean teams. I'm trying to rack my brain. Sorry about this, everybody.
I
We'll be
also
in a
currently like
second.
I like the Shopify DZ rivalry at the moment.
It's a good rivalry.
It's
a good
very
rivalry.
good. Also with the Canadian thing in there, I think it's quite a nice one.
I like the you and Parker rivalry.
Don't have a rival.
I don't know. I've seen some challenges backstage. Have you played each other at chess?
No. Does he
I've
dabble?
seen you playing, I believe, at least a Pokemon game. Not.
Oh well, we
that-
played. We played on our Switch that one time.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that.
Wow. I do
Yeah.
remember that. I remember that fondly.
Yeah, that was actually.
Do you
quite
know
nice.
what video I came across the other day? Sorry, again, we're just waiting on a player to get back in. We've been cursed by an immediate rehost, but we'll be in just a second before this absolutely bang up game. We're trying to ruin the mood before we can build the mood back up. I found the videos from the backstage of the Sweden SI where you were not only challenging everybody's chess and also electrocuted James Devmarter.
Nice.
I found
That's-
those videos.
That's a classic.
I might post it online. I'm going to get the permission of all involved.
That's it.
It was safe. It was safe electrocution. It was a TENS machine, I think they're called.
Weird time though back then as well. Getting COVID tests and
Memories.
stuff, eh? Remember that?
The
Long time ago.
COVID, yeah, the COVID SI. There's also the upcoming SI, which is the second SI in Paris from the first one, which was a COVID.
First one was
SI.
lockdown SIs. I like
the
or prison
memories-
SI as well because we were locked in the rooms.
We were
couldn't get
all.
out.
I mean, understandably, there was a pandemic on, and we were very lucky that we got to go there and work, and that we could put on the show. But the return to Paris SI, if you haven't got your ticket, hey, maybe start thinking about it, because let me tell you, that city, it's pretty bon.
I'm not with you.
What? No. I thought you would be the Pontiac Bandit to my Andy Samberg.
Oh, Doug Judy. I get that. Yeah.
Good, I'm glad you did, actually. Otherwise, this would end. You'd hear like the sound
We've
of...
lost the camera. Who's gone?
Oh, no.
That's what we hate to see.
Or they've just played a practical joke, and one player, because they've been naughty, has to play in the dark in a cupboard. Hey, they're back.
Welcome back, Faking.
Everybody please say welcome back, Vidiking. I'm just assuming people are saying this, by the way. I don't want to get distracted, so I tend not to have Twitch chat open when I'm casting. But even the people in the background, the Furia cam, look a little bit like they're chilling. They're in no rush. So what else have you been up to? Do you have any Siege podcasts? Should we do our podcast 7 on 7?
Is that a podcast?
Yeah, we're gonna do that now.
7-on-7?
Yeah, there's a lot of people involved.
You want to rival the 6-on-6?
Well, no, we're one better, so we're already.
But is 6-on? Is it not like a dual front podcast?
I potentially. Maybe they saved Private Dockerby. Yeah, I mean, what kind of topics do they talk about? They talk about like serious stuff, right? Like siege. They
talk
about cool siege things. What's your favorite cool siege thing? Why is it Tim's Garden?
Siege thing.
Yeah. Do you have a siege fun fact?
No.
I can give one first.
Okay.
So I was very lucky. I got to go to the Montreal studios, and see things around. And they have some very cool memories. Okay. Esports comedy, is that me? Right, yeah, okay. I got to go walk around the Montreal studios.
If you're throwing around stuff like that, there's somebody sitting in the other channel who has a coral t-shirt. That's something we don't have.
He's
so
in coral
before you start pulling that, he'll come in
nobody
here.
else can get anymore.
Yeah,
that's how limited edition star player Ace of Pyrite is, and XR Trico.
Yep.
Yeah, so they have some very, very cool stuff. They have loads of cool stuff. And loads of memorabilia. And one of the things that they have is a signed jersey from Jinxie where he's misspelled the word Montreal.
Nice.
Yeah. So there's a fun fact. Is to Ubisoft Montreal, love Jinxie. Along those lines, I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember what was written on a jersey other than the fact that he misspelled the word Montreal. Shout out Jinxie.
That's a classic.
It looks like the players are doing the Parker thing from yesterday, which kind of worries me. The head and hands breakdown.
This is good.
Someone needs to check in on them.
The longer we take in this game, the longer night Parker has to have. This is good.
That is so true.
He's
going to wake up and see that we have gotten one round in and be devastated.
Yeah.
It looks like even the cameraman is trying to help Bitter King with his setup now.
I mean, if we have to sacrifice a 4-hour series, I'll take the hit as long as he has to start really late into the night. I'm happy with that.
Yeah. See, the problem there is I volunteered to help step in as an analyst.
Oh.
For the first time in a very long time, but only for one game. I'm stepping in for game 2 as an analyst.
I should be saying this. Anne will sound like a hitman to my house if I keep saying this, because she has to do all of it.
And setting us up.
European base. Oh dear.
I like how the camera operator is also there, sort of trying to get them to fix the game. Appreciate him. Shout out, everybody! Shout out, FaZe cameraman. But wait.
Oh,
wait. Let me think.
He's moved on to the best team in the world.
Let me shout out the cameraman of FaZe. Wait.
To be fair, it was. Don't know if you've seen at that one event where they literally put cameraman on the camera.
On the camera, brilliant.
Yeah, that's quite
it's
good.
legitimately brilliant. That's what the people want to see, Demo.
Exactly.
That's the content people want. Do you know what content I would love?
What content would you love?
This game. Yeah. So, I think we might be taking a break. Demo, it's been a wonderful cast so far. No, please, we're going to just go to a break. Everybody, go get yourself sorted. We can't ramble anymore. We're using all of our brain, and that's limited supply. So, we'll be back in when the game is active as soon as possible. See you in a mo.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now. Yes!
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now. Yes!
Whoa, we're breaking in. We're breaking in. We were allowed in from that bouncer sketch. Hey, it's us. We're back. Hey, Demo, say hey.
Hey.
Hey, all right. We're back in. Thank you for bearing with us. Thank you for bearing with us with the tech pause that we started the day with. And now we get Casey, you cannot be yawning already. This is the start of a best of 3. You might need to play a long showdown, buddy. Let's get locked in, huh? Let's sort of get ourselves thrown in now. Again, thank you everyone for bearing with us as we start here. A best of 3 opening on bank demo.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yep. It's a favored map by both teams. We know that both teams are more than happy to play here, and they're also extremely good at this map. I mean, Furia has one heck of a record on it as well. Was it 9 wins in a row, 10 wins in a row, something like that?
I think they're technically 10-1. I think it's 9 wins in a row, but total over the past half a year.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Obviously, for this game, don't forget everyone, they're playing for the SI points. This is what it's all about now. Both these teams are at the major. That job is done, but as we know, with both of these two teams, SI winners in the previous 2 years, they're going to want to be there again.
Well, let's get into this. We've got a double hard breach ban. Makes sense. Look at what they've removed. It's long distance and ranged hard breach. Things like Canto Wall is going to be a very sturdy position on the top floor hold. Then, in response, mirror windows and the coverage of the smoke. No extensions, pressure on towards both that top floor hold and also down in towards the basement site. Gives you a decent stretch and turns it into a little bit more of a close quarters get in to get the work done, and a Deimos isn't messing around. They're already trying to hunt people, and well, they're down in the basement trying to just sort of reassess where everybody is at this point. All the hard breach, 2 pockets in herds and nade, and then the fuse to try and get themselves over the top. The Glaz could be that power player, but what you're looking at is the denial of time. You've got obviously the Echo drone to cover the last 30 seconds, minute of the round if they're very good, alongside the Goya canisters and the smoke. Furia are going to have to get their clear done pretty fast, Demo.
Well, here they go. See how Furia want to gear up again for this kind of basement site that we usually see play out pretty slow at the start, and then it will start to ramp up as the util dump will proceed. In terms of bans for Furia, no Ace or the Habana, so there's still plenty of execution operators available for Furia that they can take, and you can see, Capitao in there, Glaz as well, which is, again, always something you have to be careful of. And I mean, it's quite a wide swing as well from Furia, considering that they went for the Warden ban, so it makes a lot of sense. However, I mean, this could be quite tricky, though. FaZe have got 2 players cut off inside a server. With that hatch being opened up, they can't really get back in, so they're going to have to try and fight their way through server.
Ooh, well, Souls isn't. Gets caught out. Fleetbox is the cover, and out of the way. There you go. Okay, now, and they find their way down on towards blue stairs. As I said, they've got to be quite sharp with the control of the rest of the map, and they sure have been. And now they've limited the smoke as well, as seemingly all the Goyas have been destroyed from the top hatch. There's a lot of work on a single C4 and maybe 2 Echo drones to try and pick up the rest of this round. The breach comes out, another pop to just remove all that utility. Very, very well played and put together here from the fuse. The long-range cover and the soft sprays through, as KDS wanted to go for a little bit of a retake here, led by an Echo drone. It's a nice little 1-2, but they couldn't quite win it out. And KZ and JV92 are more than happy to watch the back end, as it's proven there. With Handy going down, this should be par for the course for the rest of his execute here for Furia. In getting the breach done, no. Baiting out the C4, yes. And playing with that, now they have nothing really to stop this plant. Can get themselves in with the shield on their back, as they probably will with nade, and just get this cemented. There's a send though. JV92 just wins it out.
Oh, never mind. I thought he won it.
I thought he won as
I
well.
thought the Echo won it. Never mind. False alarm. False alarm.
I was about to be...
Oh.
I was about to lose my mind, Demo.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that would have been one heck of a way to start the round, but...
I know.
Still, they win it, which is the main thing. I mean, look, that's pretty standard, isn't it? I mean,
yeah,
that was done perfection, but that's standard for Furia. I don't think people realize that the quality of both of these teams, where things that look really difficult for a lot of teams that we would see around the world, it's just second nature to these guys. It's like breathing, isn't it, the way they play Siege?
Oh, entirely. I mean, they are both one step ahead of everybody else ahead of them. And, you know, it's like that scene from... It's either the Flash movie, I think it's that one, where he's running in super speed, and then Superman turns his head to look at him. That's these two teams versus everybody else.
Justice League.
Justice League. Thank you, comic book movie aficionado.
Just say nerd and get over with.
No, you know your stuff, and I'm a nerd. Buddy, I fight in armor. If I'm not happy with the nerd tagline, what am I happy with?
Yeah, you're like elite of the. You're like nerd president.
To be honest, there is something so fun about putting on a load of armor and then just smacking each other. No, people might know it as
stress
Hemo.
relief. No.
Oh, it's
wonder you're never angry.
amazing. People know it as Hemo. I do the step above that where it's not just like you hit and then that's a point. It's you hit and then you keep hitting and then eventually one of the two of you gives up in full sets of armor with swords. Anyway, enough about me and you being a nerd. As you were saying, they live and breathe it. They manipulate the game.
So, I mentioned before with the bans that the Furia have had to deal with, a ban and Ace being banned away. It means that this top floor should be pretty defendable here for FaZe. You don't have to worry about Canto wall being opened up. The janitor wall also, it will remain shut. But Furia, very smartly done. You pick what's open to you. And the Monty for this top floor, I've talked about this in depth. I got a book on how good this guy is on this top floor. You can just walk up Spiral, clear that entire elevator corridor, into the front office, into sight. Makes it so easy. So I like the way that Furia think, okay, we're gonna ban them, we'll take what's up. And again, you have the shields available, so why not abuse that?
They'll see if they can try and get some of the start of the control here. As you said, you could write a book. I guess it depends if they've read it, because sometimes it'll hit a bit differently if you know you're up against a specific opponent. The Clash, Soul's position. Kanto is going to be a solid lock-in, and so is Cyber. KZ gets the opener here, and now the pressure starts to circle and starts to surmount. KZ, 2 on the window. That is... Okay, I was confused what was kind of happening there, and then it made sense as we cleared it. This is a bit of a brutal round demo.
Yep, 2 flawless in a row. Standard. Simple stuff. Yeah, Monty just takes the way up in through Spiral. What is always the big issue with that top floor? It's the windows. Just FaZe obviously in a position where they're getting exposed. So for FaZe, the alarm bell should be ringing. You know, what are we doing? Really, there wasn't a lot happening, I think, for Furia. They were just kind of running, you know, just a standard playbook, trying to get the Monty up. There should have been a little mini-game in the midst of that as well. I mean, don't forget, there's a Clash holding on to Spiral, correct thing that FaZe have done. But we didn't even see that Clash get into the fight. Furia didn't even need to remove the Clash, because everyone else had died around them. You know, so for FaZe, it's obviously a case of they're probably over-peeking onto windows, they're probably a little bit desperate trying to get some kills back, and they're just snowballing into Furia with their deaths. And Furia... We know what they're like. I've said this so many times. This team is one of the best teams in the world, one of the best teams this game has ever seen. They will punish for the slightest mistake. You will lose a round because of that. We've always said it. Against these top teams, Emmy, you have to play perfectly.
Can't get more perfect than 2 flawlesses in a row to open a game. And... I mean, as you sort of said, FaZe needs to do something to stop it. They've kept themselves rotating, keep the game alive, gone on to open and stuff. But seeing if they can try and slow down the roll. Also, I'll just quickly point out before it changes, Furia have a really nice 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 kill spread. I like patterns, you know? And we'll see if they can keep that. KZ. 4 over 2 rounds, and now on towards the Nook to see if they can try and cause a backstabby problem. Pull themselves away, but seemingly the idea of the soft being the opener means that any route that they take is going to be one that's a little bit noisy, if not covered by anybody else, but they say, screw the cover, I'm going to go in anyway. KDS, in the meantime, on the roll of the Scopos, could get themselves a swap round. They're trying to bait out the chance at the fight of the Monty here. As soon as they hit those Banshees, the cries start to come out. They need some pressure to be on the back. They can't just force this from a single angle with a single shield, so instead they cut the cross. They go into the bottom of the staircase and trying to force them out. Cyber's holding onto the position, gets caught by the Nook! There's the sneak round. There's one. There's the pre-fire, but the player's behind him. Oh, he misread the bullets, and there's handily picking up a couple. They have at least one trapped player here that's pre-firing for one. There's the Monty trying to get the cover on the other side. He's dropped the shield a second too late and re-shielded. Philippox, almost let them into the waiting gun nade. But a 2 versus 2. This is the best possibility that they've had. However, think about sort of what's been taken out and what's been lost at this point. There's a C4 that could be massively defining here, and they only have a single smoke to otherwise drive it. So they have to see if they can try and bait out maybe one more kill, maybe one more position before they can try and go for the execute itself, Demo.
I think really for Fury, they have to make a decision. Do they want to try and push in towards the office or try and go around and go for a plant in through kitchen? Well,
that changes
they've made the wrong decision. Handy's been able to kill the Monty. Must have just walked by the quad wall and he just shot him in the head, plain and simple. And yeah, nade now. In such a difficult predicament now, because we know that FaZe, they can play this crossfire oh so well. As long as they can trade each other, should be no problem. See Handy also just thinking that he maybe could come from that same angle that the Monty was at, and that's exactly where Nade is going to go. But Handy has to slip his way back ever so slightly, and really for Nade, he just knows the guns are going to be aimed at you. 10 seconds to go. They've got a BP as well, it looks like. They've got constant information. Gets the one, but Handy is there with the ace. I mean, not only just the ace, but holding his cool to get that clutch. Very, very important for FaZe. That's what you needed.
2 flawlesses into an ace response round. Well, this sure is a pace of game that I don't think we really expected. There was, obviously a decent chance there. It felt back and forth. Furia were positioned in a way to keep trying to strike at the opportunities. The Nook misreading where the spray came from, thinking they could get the swing onto the player on sort of the beeper's door. Yeah, that led them into a bit of a trap, and maybe that was the change around, but fair enough. FaZe getting themselves the time out there because, well, an ace is a great stopper for pace, but it's not a round you can bank on.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly is one of those rounds that you look at and think, yes, we won the round, but really the whole fundamental of our defense kind of got picked apart because of that Nook coming in for the crouch walk.
Yeah.
And it's strange as well. They obviously started the Scopos down in towards the basement, because the whole reason why you play something in the basement is to stop that Nook doing what that Nook does. Coming in through the main stairs, you then have that line of sight onto players who could be playing aggro inside of elevator, into tellers and archives. Obviously, you have the cutoff if they try and retreat back into the bomb site. And you play the Scopos down there to stop that kind of that deterrent. But the thing is, the Scopos obviously left, which is, good to play the Scopos. We've seen plenty of times a defender can get trapped down there and can't really escape that basement because the staircases are going to be cut off by said person inside a garage. But it felt as though that Scopos TP'd. And did they not tell anyone that, hey, of less basement, there could be a crouch walker coming up the main stairs? That's what kind of surprised me with all that.
It almost felt maybe like FaZe got a little bit locked in, a bit blinkered on towards the approach of Furia. I think they were trying to sort of go with how pacey and how direct rounds 1 and round 2 were. Because if you think about it, round 1 was obviously they sort of got the map clear fine, but then they watched the hatches and fully sent servers. They did do a bit of a drop towards the final throws, but it wasn't like an early flank. It wasn't an early sort of surprise strike. Everything was very forward on the cards. Same with round 2. Up spiral, windows pressure, bish bash bosh, we've killed everybody. This was the first time it felt that they tried to have a loose back piece towards it. It's obviously the first time they ran with a Nook. And, maybe they just trusted that Furia were going to do the same sort of approach and not have this extra element. Obviously didn't come to pass. Either way, they've had their timeout and they can get themselves looking towards another basement hold. They didn't really test the map last time. They didn't try to keep the fight alive. They had 2 players get stuck in server at one point and they lost the smoke on the retreat round. So instead of the smoke, we get to Chanker. We get a bit of a different approach, as well as the Echo not being on the board, but with the smoke ban, with the limitations of a Ying, you wonder if the Ying ban is a little too late. Obviously wasn't even really played by Furia on their approach, but without the Warden. Maybe it's just safer to get rid of her.
There's still plenty of different operators that, Furia can go for whenever it comes to the kind of util dump. Cause FaZe have hard locked themselves into that double hard breacher ban. Oh, Handy. It's taken down by KZ. I mean, I'm surprised Handy challenged onto that. Typically for that kind of hold, where it's kind of soft pressure in towards open area, in towards elevator, the defenders will leave. They'll drop down the hatches. They don't really want the contest, so I'm quite surprised that Handy has went for that fight, and well, he's paid the price for it. So, a 4v5. Again, perfect pacing again from Furia. They've got themselves into open area. Hatches have already been open for them. Some of them, they've had the Maverick off that main one because it was electrified with a Cade. It's just really take server, and then Furia are going to set themselves up for that same take as what they went for last time. So yeah, again, for Furia, I see no issues with what they have right now. Everything's going to plan.
Well, they didn't really try and go for the plant until the very end of it last time. They'll try and get rid of the utility a bit earlier, but you have the Shumiker launcher. That's the sort of difference and distance maker. There has to be more of an earlier bit of pressure. And I think maybe that's what they've read into here. JV92, last time he did this, he was able to actually win the engagement from the drop. He's going to hope that somebody can draw some attention elsewhere first, but as Souls takes a lot of damage from somewhere he didn't even really seem sure of. There's going to be a bit of the play of the smoke. They drive themselves through. Nade has found himself in a pocket of space, and he's going to try and get the plant. Vidiking does get one. Souls gets the cover, but the plant is being secured as Felipox with the Glaz has that long range and extra bit of distance. Hertz has one more. And then suddenly a 3 versus 2. But there is a Roma, a defender that's got themselves above. KDS gets the cover of the verticality. Now a 2 versus 2, and they have the vertical terrain. So instead, going to get themselves on towards the hatch. Vidiking has to time this well. If he takes this fight too early, it's going to go against him. KDS is about to get in an engagement against the shield. He's trying to cut the distance, and, well, as Felipox gets one, it's now a 1 versus 1. The Glaz waiting around on the side. He'll expect the swing in the position, but he's got to bait it perfectly, Felipox. That shows how much that rifle can do.
Another round at Furia. Just take their time. Prioritize getting that plant. Look, a little bit closer for round, of course. FaZe attempting that retake, but we just know that basement on that retake, it is so difficult. Because even if you're able to clear above, which already open area, you have to check 1,000,001 angles before you can get over towards the hatch. If you are able to win that fight in open area, then you have to try and get into server. And again, how many angles do you have to check too? So it's just so much you have to work through for that retake. But again, good decision making from Furia. You send the fuse deep, means that the Tachanka is going to be nullified. And also whenever the Tachanka, was obviously using his flames, you also then had players from Furia pushing in, deep in towards site, you doing util dump, putting that Tachanka under pressure so he wasn't going to be in a position where he could change his angles. He was only set up to deny the default plant, not for behind the bomb chassis, because Furia added that extra little bit of spice into their attack. So, yeah, Furia can't complain. They win the rounds. 3-1 up.
5 seconds left before insertion.
At this point, with the timeout going away from them, but with in some way the closest fight that they've had outside of a player getting an ace, they might be able to build some ground behind it. The entry statistic is still something that is entirely got out of their grasp. All 4 rounds going in towards the side of Furia. And since then, I mean, almost an 100% statistic to back it up. It shows the importance of that trade game on Bank, but also between these two teams, right? As soon as you start to get a little bit more ground against the other and can set up 2 versus 1s, at that point it just becomes the dominoes game of, well, we knocked the first one, so we'll get to get all the others down first. Felipox and KZ, obviously 12 and 3 between the pair of them. Getting so much work out of that Glaz, and, it just shows the power of the Warden ban more than anything. Yeah, they limited the play on towards the Ying against that chance because it's an execute op, but as you said, Furia are so good with so many different execute ops. They're so happy to bring on towards the Grim or on towards the Rower in this case, and as the smokes come out, maybe you're thinking the Glaz could have been a better removal. As they watch once again, you're just sort of hoping they don't give them an engagement, but they got to do something because the plant is going down. There's some damage being put across. There's a C4, and it's perfectly played and placed. And they're able to at least pick up the trade kill, but now they've lost the shield. And there's still at least one more C4 that's potentially on the board itself. There's another smoke going through, but they now have to try and run the gauntlet. Get in, get the kit, and... Oh, are they going to go for the stick? They are. And it's just locked out, swung round. They're trying to make it work here like fetch, but it's just not going to catch on, Demo.
Yeah, you go for your util dump, and if it doesn't work, trying to replant is so difficult. Because they kind of jigs up. They know what you're going for. It's just a very simple smoke out the bomb site and hope the glass is going to pick them off, but they're all out of smokes. Still a 3v3 though. I mean, there's still potential here for Furia just to try and win it on gunfights alone, but they need to eliminate this player inside of Janitor Cyber. Try and hold on for dear life. Hold on to this very pivotal room. He's going to be Flores out. And BP is now going to be removed, so he's going to be blind from his teammates, and Cyber, the EMP in hand, doesn't know if he wants to go for the swing or not, and there we go, the down JV exposed himself. This should be the lockout here for FaZe. I don't see Furia pull this one back as long as FaZe can just play their trades. They should be fine.
That's it. They've got this backline, they've got this position, and, well, they've now got the glass down as well. There's one more in a swing round, and said the last time was the closest. This is the calmest. Furia tried to do something a bit short and snappy, but instead, it's given FaZe their second defense and also a bit of control, which they were kind of lacking, even with the previous round that they won before, which was on the back of an ace. That felt like the most that they were ready for what Furia wanted to bring towards the boards. And that gets them at least 2 on their defense, but they probably want that third if they want to have the chance of getting this one all the way towards OT. If not a win.
Yeah, I mean, look, you think about that round, the way it played out for Furia, it was, like, I mean, I would say ranked level strat, was it not? Like, fairly straightforward, just smoke the bomb site and then just hope you can plant. Like, that's as simple as what... Anyone can do that. You guys at home, by all means, have a go. It might work, we don't know. Obviously for FaZe, all take is 1C4 to completely upset that take. That is kind of the deterrent. Yes, it's very simple, very straightforward. But it's also very simple, very straightforward for the defenders to also stop that attack. And then, yeah, like I said, the bomb is in the bomb site. To get to that, you have to swing in through the windows. It's going to be so tricky for them, and yeah, just did not pay off in the long run. So FaZe, at least the top floor, has been won by them. And now they get to go to the other bomb site, which they were successful in. Towards open area now.
So, last time these two teams met, it was 3-3 halves, and then it got all the way to OT, where Furia put it to bed. The thing is, though, when it got on towards FaZe having to attack, they actually lost the first 3 in a row before pulling it back. So it's with their timeout already used, not sure how late in the game it came last time, but you know that there is this resting of control that is likely to become a bit of a back and forth. The Scopos is on more of a fight back this time. Maybe they realized with the problem of the Nook that it's going to be a bit of a cost here, but do they know about this? No. Handy, the man who pulled off huge bits last time round, this time is able to get an easy pickup on a first body and blow. Waited, baited, and pulls himself back in towards Archive, where they have support. Furia prodded and poked, not far enough. There's almost a scrappy engagement back. The blind will come out, but there's nobody to immediately follow the pressure through. You can see the Grim is trying to enter on towards above them, and they can just do this, pull back. The pressure isn't quite coming wide enough here. Philippox does find one. There's a trade out, and there's KDS being able to pick up revenge, but Philippox doesn't care. Drives on through with that sniper rifle, and just an unbelievable half for a Glaz. As they get themselves more and more pressure, a minute 20, 3 versus 2. And at this point, they're going to see if they can try and cement the plant itself. They're looking for, oh, now a fight. They pull off. KZ gets the lock in. It's KDS locked out next. And with another one, Philippox. Maybe the best half a Glaz main and a Glaz has ever had, because they played Glaz every single round apart from one Monty round.
Oh, yeah, no warning. Just abuse it. You've gotten rid of the one counter to that operator, but you still have to hit the shots. I think that's the main thing. He's hitting the shots. He's doing well in the Glaz. He's on a heater, you know? And one thing I've learned, you never walk away if you're on a heater. And certainly, if you play in the Glaz well, keep it going. Can't do it now though. He's on the defense, and we don't have a Glaz on defense. Well, we kind of do. We have Warden who can see through the smoke, but
I was gonna.
we don't have a big
you
old
need to
sniper
combine
rifle.
like Warden and Tub.
Give Warden a DMR. Sorted. Actually,
Give
let's
Warden
not
a
do that.
DMR.
No.
Hey,
let's not do that.
Balancing team. I have the worst suggestion. give Warden a DMR.
Make it the good one as well. Make it the M4.
Wow. That could be
sorry,
maybe
M4.
the worst change they could ever possibly make.
I'll just give him the 417. Everyone has one anyway.
Give everybody the ACOG again. Bring it back.
I mean, some operators definitely should have kept their ACOGs. Castle being my #1 suspect.
Oh, yeah. Because the gun is...
I used to love playing Castle. I love my Castle strategies. Speak to my teammates in ranked. They hate the Castle strategies, especially the one in Villa. But I'm telling you, it made it possible because I could hold these really long angles with the ACOG.
Yeah. 12 and 2 for lead boxes as well. After the sort of way. That's got a 4K in that round. Got at least a 3K in one other round. And the rest was just standard sort of build up across that, right? You've still got himself averaging a huge amount across the other rounds. We'll see if there can be a turn of face. Different style of bans. You and I often talk about it, about your sort of attacker front foot bans, and there, a Ying and a Grim demo.
Yeah, again, it's kind of pick your poison. Do you want to weaken that basement, or would you rather weaken the top floor? Now, obviously, in the case of FaZe, you could see how easy it was for Furia to win that bottom floor because they had these kind of operators still available. I mean, they brought the Grim, obviously, in for, I think, their last attack on the basement, and again, it worked wonders. It pressured a lot of those players as they were trying to stop that plant going down. Again, I think in terms of the top floor, yes, top floor should be pretty, cut and dry here for FaZe. Whenever they get to it, you have the Habana, you have the Ace, you can open up the long angles, which helps it a lot, but it's just this basement. And really, if Furia can consistently win the basement and then win the open areas just once, they win the game. Simple as that.
Now, as the shield tries to just shepherd the way through, right, the core of the undergrowth of the site itself, and, well, there's the coverage, there's the first, goes into the side of Herds. The C4 almost gets a bite out of Vidaking, but now he's in a 1 versus 1. There's support coming round, but it's a blitz, and at that range, easy enough to pick it back up. There goes the coverage, and there goes the response, and there goes a lot of time wasted, and time was a precious resource when we came down to the executes. On the other side round, FaZe almost clutched it out from before from an echo drone, and a few steps the distance was made, and now they're going to see if they can try and scream their way down in towards the server itself. Make up the lost moments, and well, no reveal, no catch, and no kit for now. Pull themselves back up, remove the utility, and go back to the hunting game. I'm not sure where they think the Furia players are, but for now they're just going to try and set themselves up. You've still got that echo, you've still got the chance at playing against, obviously, well, no C4s, but the fire that can come in from the Shumika launcher, so they're going to have to be a bit mobile on their plant here, and they've got the chance of putting the shield on the back. But the fact that Vidaking has put that kid over makes me think they're going to try and use him as a battering ram elsewhere on the drive itself. The Echo and the Kibas just taking time out. The fact that KZ has retaken a position in servers to make this play bad, and they know where the kid is, so instead they're just going to have to try and drive it. As I said, there's the catch. There's a player behind him, I think. I don't know, he really knows, but there's a spray round. Souls gets that engagement, goes for the cover, and it's traded back and forth, but 8 seconds, and KZ on the server position might have just dictated the round. A Blitz doing his best, but against these odds, well, jury's out.
Oh, I actually thought that was a genius play from Souls. Yeah, again, the guy in server as Nazami, right? Not an uncommon position. Yes, Nazami's really, really good in that position. And obviously with the Kibas, everything, just block of door, waste time. Sensing off the player, getting the diffuser, and then trying to run deep, I thought was a stroke of genius. It just didn't pay off. Very, again, wise from the Azami to react to that. But other than that, a really good attempt there from FaZe, at least salvage that. But look, the main issue there, it's your timing for FaZe. It really is the timing for you. Look at the way that Furia moved through that. I wouldn't say Furia were ever really pressured on any of their attacks in towards the basement. They were able to get, you know, the diffuser down. Well, they would have got it down twice. They just killed everyone really fast in the first round. But other than that, Furia were really good at getting that diffuser prioritized, getting it done in good time. FaZe, a little bit more reckless almost with the kind of way that they wanted to approach that. No, I kind of look at FaZe and I think, is it a case where their heads just aren't in this? Because obviously, as you go for that side switch, you need to start off on the right foot.
Yeah.
And they've lost that attack. They're 5-2 down. This is not a promising scoreline. And it's almost the case for FaZe where they're low energy. You know, do they just want to go next? Because honestly, I just don't see Furia losing this bank with the way that they're playing. I think that the speed and how they're reacting to FaZe is second to none. And that goes for both their attacks and their defenses.
Yeah, it's the sort of weird balance. I mean, I said FaZe could get it in 3. And I think on the sort of second map, they have the preference based on, yeah, we don't have a lot of data of the two teams. But if Furia are playing with this energy, that sort of turns that prediction on its head. You hope that FaZe are, in a way, just looking at, we could do this in 3 maps rather than 2. And this first one is theirs because it's bank and they're so good at it. But you need that to be almost answered when we get into map 2 and when we get into a play space. You want it to have a bit of a fight, but if this is their warm-up, and fine. But don't make the crowds get false hope, right? Don't let me be the one to be like, they're better than this. Don't worry about it. They'll be back. They'll be in. The bounce to the grenade round. Doesn't quite catch the claw. So that will be Vidaking actually having to move off FaZe. Not quite getting the start they wanted on the breach. They went for the grenade trick rather than the pocket EMPs, and that has gone the way it has. So instead, quick change of pace, but quick has to be the underlined and emboldened word here. They only have 1:20 left, and they're starting to now put the pressure on towards stock and top square.
Well, no casualties have been sustained by either side, which is probably a good thing here for Furia. I mean, really, what have FaZe been able to take? They're still more or less outside. All they've really gotten is square, which is a given anyway. How good is their util dump, though, into this position that KZ's in right now? He is on the Wamai, of course, can try and fortify his position with those discs. Waiting for the nades to come in. There we go, there's one, but very poorly played, and KZ gets the down, jumps up, finishes off the down player. Excellent play from KZ, and honestly, he just pull out of here. He has the clash in front. Use that as his kind of mirror window almost, but no, Cyber denies that opportunity, but still, it's his clash, Emmy. How do they get through this?
Well, they need to have a bit more of a direct drive here. No pocket EMPs, but they might have a chance at an air jab if they've placed one somewhere they can bait the clash too, but the bait is the main word. Nothing else in pocket, and no chance at the drive on it. So instead, they're going to send a Flores drone, which seems like the MO. Force the player back, but look how problematic the clash is being. Oh. There's the cover, there's the cross. There's at least a great trade back from Vidaking, but JV92 is there to add punctuation, as is either side. 4 seconds, 2 players including a clash, and at this point they can just close the door and the round. Vidaking's in, and Vidaking is out. Furia, they sit on map point, and at a current 6-2 energy, you can't imagine this lasting much longer.
Yeah, again, Furia just on it, reacting really, really well. Like I mentioned, that was such a bland attack by FaZe. Like, that is just plain chicken, as far as I'm concerned, with what they've just went for. All they had was square. I do. I mean, I'm a... Look,
you love playing chicken.
Steady on. Steady on. All they went from was just square. That was it. That's all they had. Very little window presence. No pressure towards lobby, for example. Nothing. And really, if you look at the lineup there for Furia, there wasn't like a kind of traditional plant denier, you know, like Smoke, Tachanka, things like that. But I think this is where sometimes she gets overlooked, is that clash. People forget that, yes, she is this kind of, you know, walks around, gets the information, all that kind of stuff. She's also a really good stopper of time. She just slows the round down so much, because a lot of attackers, if you see the clash, everyone I'm sure agrees with this, it's almost like your own little side quest that you have to go and try and get. It's okay, we have to go and kill this clash. that takes up time and resources to do so.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
You can't ignore. That's one thing about Clash. Never try and ignore the Clash unless you are bringing your own shields and you're hitting like another backstab on the other bomb site where Clash just doesn't have enough time to kind of, you know, recalibrate and rotate over there. You have to play with pace if you're against the Clash, because you cannot let her eat up any time. You need to get everything. Okay, Clash. Okay, burn, burn, burn. Nades, nomads, whatever it is. Kill her. They didn't do that. They were terrified to push that Clash, and you could see how it came in the later stages of that round to bite them in the backside.
Sam Cam's getting that full spread of intel. Ready for any of the approach, but with Souls taking the first scrape of damage, you're wondering at which point this might just start to fall away from them. Vidiking on the Monty, on the sort of drive here of FaZe's approach. One chance at a lockdown as KZ's locking down on the side of stock and above the site itself. They get your drone. With the Denari network, they have some denial on the immediate hop in and the drive behind. Just make things problematic. Slow FaZe down even more and give them more problems, which maybe that leads towards these bland approaches if they just don't have the answers to the questions being fully posed here on a bank where they are very uncomfortable. The C4 rolls its way out, as does KZS. JV92 gets one. Souls does get one back. They're almost getting the second nade. Wins it out whilst the Monty's on the back, but JV92 for 3. I mean, production start loading up those changes of the cards and prepare for map 2. Because FaZe rightfully and truthfully dismantled on bank by Furia.
Did you see that swing from JV? It was like the flap. How quickly he just came around that corner. I mean, yeah, Furia, no problem. 7-2. I kind of seen after that first attack from FaZe, the heads weren't in it. You know, the hearts weren't in it. Just, yeah, Furia, say, all right, we'll take it. 7-2. Next map, here we go.
Well, 7-2. Next map, here we go. Do a quick break.
Woo! One thing I love about you is you always, whenever I do a little thing, you always just you somehow twist it. I don't know how you do it. It's like,
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Well, a dream start for Furia on this map here. In this series, it was their mid pick, and they made it worth it as well. I feel like we always talk so much about JV92, but inside this game, Lexing, Felipox and KZ, they were popping off.
Yeah, I mean, Felipox was an absolute animal on that glass. I mean, he was just sniping left and right, being able to get it done. But it really just, again, this really speaks into the team's cohesion and how well they're playing together. They do such a good job now with their operator pools, being able to play whether it's going to be a utility base, whether it's going to be an aggressive pace. I mean, I also mentioned earlier into this, you know, the opening engagements were going to be a big factor here. And clearly, once again, just Furia walking away with almost every single engagement outside of 2 of them in that 9-round map game. I mean, I don't really know what to say. FaZe just didn't really look like they were really too into it. I mean, the one redeeming round came from Handy having a huge ace that he realistically shouldn't have had. I'm kind of surprised he got away with the ace that he did when KZ came up from behind him, but just misread where he relocated. But for the side of Furia, I mean, this is the dominance that you want to be able to carry going into Skyscraper, keeping this momentum going, having a strong attacking half, finishing on a very solid defense, then to go on the most defender-sided with going into Skyscraper. Like I said, I could easily see this becoming a 2-0 very quickly.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. I mean, Furia, it's as simple as they win in every part of the game, realistically. You know, they've come in and they've absolutely smashed the entry. KZ was 4-0. We've mentioned KZ as well. You know, big performance from him. Just taking control of those early rounds, taking space in the map when they were on the attack, not even allowing a death in the first 2 rounds. Yeah. And then, you know, coming through onto the defense and just looking super solid, even against those shields. Is just unable to create any space for themselves whatsoever. Yes, it's Furia on bank. Yes, they had a 10-win streak that becomes 11, so it was never going to be an easy start for them. But like you said, like, moving on to Skyscraper on defense, they've just got that momentum now, and they're the best attacking team in the league. If anybody can overcome Skyscraper attack, surely it's got to be them. You know, we'll look at the numbers coming through there, and we can just see the vast difference. There's only Handy in the entire game for FaZe who has gone and got more than 5 kills, and Handy's usually the one, you know, kind of supporting the other players, you know, let alone coming through and being, you know, top of the pops like that. So yeah, big problems for FaZe.
I mean, just really quick. I mean, when you look at the discrepancy in the KDs, the costs, look at Nade, 2 and 5. But 78% cost. I mean, we were just talking about this at the end of the game. I mean, even if Nade's not popping, even if one player isn't popping off on this game, clearly they're still contributing where they need to be contributing, whether that's droning, whether that's feeding information, whether that's communicating, relying on that. I mean, to still have a 78% cost going 2 and 5, that's pretty impressive, and still putting up the effort to help his team have success. Yeah, it's definitely good to see here. I mean, for example, like when you're mentioning Handy, it's great to see that from him. But for Cyber, we're kind of expecting more on that one. And what you said, Ace, about the win streak from Furia so far. I mean, it's not difficult to put up such a big streak if Bank and Lair are practically the only maps that you've played so far during the group stage. So it was very well-known territory for them on this map. But when we move that conversation to the next map, that's the complete opposite. When we started talking about Skyscraper, you two brought that up during the map veto. There's not a lot of information on both these maps, really. FaZe have played it, Furia haven't really. For FaZe not to necessarily be in the game, and something you've also mentioned, like so you're watching the game, is that FaZe just seem to be lacking this kind of information. What can they do on that second map to tie the series back up in 1-1? I think one of the biggest things for me, obviously, one, just being a former player, is just keeping that mental composure. Obviously, FaZe can do it. I'm not going to count them out. I was expecting the game to be even closer on Bank than what it was. But fact of the matter is, you're in a best of 3. You just hit the reset. You work on what the problems were. You have to be better here on attack. And where that's going to start, that's going to start with any single individual player here being able to lead that charge, being able to have a very good round and gaining that momentum that everyone can build off of that. And not just being one player as well. Like, I also believe Cyber is really going to need to find his stride here. I mean, being the worst performer from that last game certainly isn't helping them on their attacks. So if he can have a good round, or any one of these players having a very good, convincing round that, again, can just instill that momentum for everyone to get behind and keep them in the fight, to keep them going, that's really where it's going to start. But not only there, if I have to say it, Ann, they also need a banana in their lives. I got one in my hand right right here. I think they definitely need a little bit of potassium, you know, lubricate those muscles, get them going, get all the joints all situated here to be able to find that stride. And honestly, potassium helps with nerves here. So, you know, if we're going to talk about mental fortitude and anything like that, a little banana goes a long way during these breaks.
Max knows that the comeback begins at the stomach. He knows where it's at.
I'm glad we're being taught about all like things biology related as well. Besides Siege as well, what we're having here, there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of FaZe though. As we talked about the stakes on this game, you can triple up your SI points. I think it's time for you, Lexin, to go and enjoy that banana further so we can go have a look at what the game is looking like, because can FaZe tie this back? Can they make it to the final? We'll have to go and see. The series is continuing on Skyscraper.
Do you have a banana? Have you ever eaten a vegetable or a fruit?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I like how we got a little glimpse, because obviously we're all in a little call together before the analyst muted. As I asked you if you'd ever had a vegetable or a fruit, Tim burst out laughing. And he was moved into the other space, which I think sort of shows how worried about you we are. And how worried we might be.
I'm healthy. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'm good.
Yeah. Top percentile, you like an Olympian. We are going to see if they can survive the marathon themselves, FaZe, because at this point they've got to get themselves to all 3 maps if they want a chance at continuing this role. Otherwise, if Furia keep up the pace that they had, it could be a very quick 2-0.
Yeah. And Ace obviously kind of pretty much convinced that it's going to be a 2-0. I think with just how things played out for FaZe, just the heart isn't there. You know, the energy's very, very low. Furia, I think, hit the ground running, which was the main thing in a series of such magnitudes, is making sure you're going in there and starting things off so strong. They done that. You know, 2 back-to-back flawless rounds. I mean, that's some going. Also, just by the way, I've actually got sore knees at the moment, so maybe I'm not fully fit as what I made it out to be. I will say that much.
Listen, I'm glad you told us.
Yeah.
I like how it was such a worry where you're like, I've got to bring this up. I can't let the people think I'm 100 out of 100, 10
I do
out
have
of 10.
bad knees. Yeah.
I gotta bring it up. Anyway, we find ourselves looking at this bracket, and these pro players once again. I was looking towards my notes and changing my notes tab. I heard us loaded to the game demo. Was I lied to?
We did, and then we came back out again. What a classic.
It's like an old motor. So sometimes you gotta give it a couple of goes around to get it to kick into gear, right?
Look at Herds. What's he thinking about? He is very deep in thought.
Thinking about bananas. It's actually weird the sort of history bananas have had in Rainbow Six Siege. Let's take a moment to talk about it.
Pojo Man?
Pojo Man, yeah, probably.
Handed it off to Bolo.
Obviously Bolo.
Yeah.
The Mayor McCheese himself.
Yeah. We seen Freck last week on EML.
Freck last week.
Yeah. Or this week. Take your pick.
I can't remember how many days are in a week.
It was Tuesday, wasn't it? Was it Tuesday?
Wait, they're sponsored by Hellman's?
Yeah. You know that?
I don't think I've ever... No. I've
seen whenever I seen the sponsor, I was like, they get a lifetime supply of mayo.
Like, free mayo is quite a good thing. I don't know, the source game for Hellman's is top tier. That's like the sort of thing that Tim would vie for as a sponsor. If you could have any...
Condiments.
If you could have one sponsor from all of any team sponsor that exists in Tier 1 Rainbow Six, I think Tim would jump at Hellman's first.
I'm surprised there isn't more food, like, product sponsors as well.
Well, obviously you've got Red Bull there. Other sponsors are available.
That's a drink. Like,
I don't know if there are other major mayonnaises available. I think that just might be one, and then the rest is like store brand. What's your favorite sauce?
God, we're out of material if this is already where we are. We're really struggling here today.
Welcome back to 7 on 7. Yeah, what's your favorite sauce? We like to get to the heart.
Do you know what is actually top tier, right? Well, again, Americans and other people that's maybe lost in you. Nando's, okay?
Okay, I'm with you.
The chili jam that comes with the halloumi sticks.
Right.
Have you ever had that? Top.
Yeah.
Top.
It's up there. I like spice. I like Tabasco. You know, I'm not the kind of Tabasco person that travels with little bottles of Tabasco that some Tabasco people do.
Yeah, so you're in the army.
Like, legitimately, there are people out there that go to a restaurant with their own pocket Tabasco, just in case, which is a level of preparedness, A, that I don't have in any aspect of my whole adult life, but B, that's not my first thought when I'm going out. It's like keys, phone, purse, everything, you know, cards, done. They have Tabasco pretty high on that list, just in case. And yeah, that's all my Tabasco material. I'm really sorry, gang. If you were hoping for a type 5 about Tabasco, we've hit the bottom of the barrel quite fast. The bottom of the bottle! Ah, it was right there, Demo.
Yeah, you're the one who does the puns, not me.
I know.
That's on you.
Another slight pause. If you haven't picked up, we're not holding you here like a sort of ransom. This isn't a cruel trick, cruel Halloween prank. Happy Halloween, happy spooky month. I know it's not Halloween yet, but we're not doing a show on Halloween. So just, if you're really that frustrated about me saying it right now, save the recording and listen to it in about 15 days, however many days there are in this month. I don't know months. I know I've already asked you what you're dressing up as Halloween, so I can't even reuse that material. Hang on, let me just flip quickly through my material. Demo. What does it say?
You need the thing out of Men in Black that like erases people's memories so you can reuse old content. Yeah.
Can you hear me flipping through my notes here?
Yeah, I know.
Here's the one that it says, let's go to commercials, because we don't know how long it's going to be. So we're going to go to quick commercials.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Welcome back. That was a quick one. I hope you're now hungry for cookies, because we've got a delicious one to nibble on, which is this showdown. FaZe versus Furia. If you missed map 1, Furia won it pretty handily, would you say, Demo?
Yeah, pretty simple, I think, for Furia. It was just second nature to them, how they played that bank. And yeah, for FaZe, you now look at them and you think, is that it? You know, is this just a sign of what's to come, coming into Skyscraper? you know, FaZe Clan need to really turn the ship around because they're headed for an iceberg. You know, that's the way I look at it. It's guaranteed that they're going to lose this game unless they change things on how they did it back, because it was not a pretty sight.
I like how the little bits that we now have after the first desk and before the map starts have almost turned into like fever dreams. Did they really happen? No one knows. We're in the game now. Don't think about it. Don't scan the VODs. You'll never find your way back.
Deploying welcome mat.
Do you want to talk about these bans here, Demo?
Yeah, well, we have Skyscraper.
Before insertion.
Notoriously a very defender-sided map. So for FaZe, on the attack, not going to be too healthy for them. Furia, look at their attacker bans. You've removed, obviously, a hard breacher, which, you know, Ace, I think, as the kind of one hard breacher that you typically see. Because, yes, there's not as many walls you have to worry about compared to maps like your banks, your labs, your clubhouses, for example. But there is still an element of hard breacher, and you can probably just take one, and that will suffice. So you remove the Ace, probably the easier of the hard breachers to bring. Just good gun. You can open up 3 walls as compared to just the 2 that Thermite can go for, and you can do it at range as well. Always handy. And you've also removed the Grim, which, as we know, fantastic for a util dump, which is really the key for the attackers. Your util game needs to be on point. On this map, there are so many difficult positions to clear defenders out of, where they're going to be locked in behind a lot of cover, a lot of util, some really strong crossfires. You need to find a way to clear those players out in a safe manner. And by doing that with your util is usually the way forward. That's why you see FaZe, they have the Capital on board, because they know that's a great operator for this map. You can clear out different strong positions without actually have to take in a gunfight.
So at this point, Philippox holding onto the position. Now he was the man of the previous moment, 13-3, but as JV92 gets the first bit of cover, he's actually able to escape for what was sort of building into an unsurmountable and unshakable kill. Here now, tucked on a different corner and under no other stress. There's at least a play of track stingers, but it's not going to do much other than just mildly irritate him and take a couple of bullets out of his clip. Now, they have to pull off, and Nade does find another. So at this point, FaZe, bit of a false landing here. The rough bit of the rumble is that they're opening on their attack from the map that we are at, where they sort of closed out on a rougher half, to leading in here immediately on a bit of a back foot. Souls have slipped through. There's the pick back up. There's another trade out, and suddenly 2. Okay, great explosion has got them a couple of kills each, but Nade has the long watch onto Cyber. That kill is maybe what is defined the round now at this point. Nade still standing, but barely, with a single smoke and 40 seconds, Demo.
Don't know why he's swinging for no reason. His teammate isn't with him. I thought FaZe has done really well to get themselves back in. They've traded kills back and forth to obviously make it an even man count. Don't forget, KDS doesn't have the kit, so he has to just play for kills. The kit is almost in another universe with how far away he is from it, and just not enough time to really afford to go and get that. So yeah, has to try and find the 2 kills. He knows that one is going to be pinched, but KZ thinks, I'll swing him before he swings me. The Furia block it out with the first round. I mean, Furia just playing the design of the map, you know, trading their kills back and forth, making it difficult for FaZe to really have a foothold in that map, which, again, like we mentioned on the defender side of the map, that's what's going to happen. If you are willing to allow Skyscraper up, you have to be good at this map. This is one of the most punishing maps, I feel, if you do not know what you're doing.
So, including the 3 from the end of the previous map, that now puts Furia up to 4 defenses in a row. And yeah, it's over 2 different maps, 2 different bits of momentum. But remember how downtrodden FaZe felt in the previous map. And coming into this with sort of fresh ideas, fresh energy, and what started to be a bit of a blow before becoming a blowback, getting themselves that well-connected sort of, you know, 3 kills, pulling themselves back together, to this, to where we go next. I mean, if this round goes away from them, it might just be too much wind out of their sails at that point to have to try and dig themselves back in. There's always the potential, but we'll see if they can try and get that's just a little bit more synergy on the final landing. The good split is the fact that they were at least in some part immediately in. Remember how the previous map opened? It was 2 flawless rounds for Furia. It's a monumental improvement from opening round energy. And as they get themselves to approach the, I was going to say the other side, but the underside first. Catch the cams, a bit of a spray back from KZ, and he's going to cause some problems here on Black Stairs. Sort of say, chase me, chase me. We'll see if they decide to. Oh, no, this doesn't look like they will. Is Handy just going to send it in?
Well, this is what you get whenever you have to deal with the electrifications on board. You have to go for the Maverick play, and that is always very difficult. JV with the C4. Able to pick off that Maverick, and there is no way that FaZe are going to be able to get that breach open now unless they can somehow get themselves into position to destroy that Cade Claw, but I just don't see that happening. So FaZe, oh, I dare say, Emmy, the round's done already.
You kind of hope not, but it's been a tough day at the office for Cyber so far in general. He was the lowest rated player on the previous map, and before he was the highest rated between these two teams in the last showdown, which didn't even go into FaZe's favor. It sort of shows the importance of him getting involved. They do get 1 kill back, get KZ, get themselves into the 4 versus 4, but as I said quite a while ago, this was him trying to draw attention over towards this site. This sort of pull of saying, look, come get me, I'm here, go for the full clear, and now they have to, in a way. Crossing the divide, ready to swing on towards Shrine. There's 1 player tucked in a corner, and they're going to go for the pinch itself. They've actually got themselves quite deep as Vidaking crouches their way round, drives right on towards the box player, and yeah, there's the finish. There's JV92 getting 1 on the split, though. They get Felipox down. In the meantime, they've been able to pick up other kills elsewhere, and all on a default cam. It's been read and put to bed. 2 versus 2, though. Get some stability. They have the site. They're going to go for the plant itself. Where are Herds and Nade, and how are they trying to get themselves back in? They're not far away. There's a spray through. Nade almost goes down. The C4 doesn't catch. Herds almost goes down as well. Great work here from Vidaking and Souls to be able to just find a pocket to plant. There's a 3rd for the round for Vidaking. Herds, no HP. And now, not quite blind, but they wanted it just to get the crossfire. Don't even need it. Souls finalizes the round.
Wow. I think that's a very poorly played round by Furia. Really. You've removed the hard breacher. You can't get through those walls. The only way that FaZe can get into that bomb site is through the 2 doorways, and that is it. The mistake that Furia made was they overextended themselves massively when they did not need to. What they should have done, Emmy, was they then should have played that layered defense that we like to talk about. Where yes, you will hold in towards Dragon, in towards Strom, then you slowly pull yourself out of there. Then you get back into sight and you fortify that. I didn't see any of that. Furia were just firing bodies at FaZe and gave them the opportunity to get themselves back into that round.
At this point, maybe not all is lost. Even with the early loss, as you said, of the Maverick and the risk that the round was pulled away from them, that they had to suddenly be so different in their approach, right? They'd set themselves up towards that top house and VIP take. They'd gone for the pressure they could apply there, and it just did not work. Didn't quite have the netted success. So instead, on towards the other side, got the first pick on towards the Azami, and then from then, had a bit of a pinch and a fight over Jerome Cyber. Well, I said we wanted to sort of see a bit more from him, and there's the perfect way to open the round.
Good start. Down goes Herds. And I mean, it's something that I've seen a few times as well, where on Skyscraper, some defenders will try and just make it some more difficult with attempting the spawn peek. But again, spawn peeks, it's a risk, isn't it? It's either you get the kill or you die. And if you get the kill, yeah, brilliant. Great job, good stuff. If you die, though, you do look, quite the fool. And I think that's kind of the situation here for Herds. So, Furia, already a man down. I mean, it's not that an operator that you're worried about based on util, because Goyo would already placed down his canister, so not really an issue. For FaZe, you can see that it's a double shield approach coming in for that room clear. So they're interested in trying to take in towards VIP, in towards Dragon, and just try and steady the approach. Biggest issue, though, I think that FaZe may run into is potentially the sheer amount of util that Furia have on board, yeah? You've got the Goyos, you've got the Aruni, you've got the Azami as well, which we know is always going to be a big issue whenever it comes to Skyscraper. It's just, do they have enough in the tank? They still got 2 nades. So they really have to think, do we want to use the nades to remove Goyo canisters or use the nades to remove the Azami barrier? So it is certainly a decision that they have to try and think about here.
Well, there's too many options, and a great push through there. Lost for choice, but JV chooses Handy to get a bit of revenge. Ready for the slow-moving Blackbeard to approach. The second shield takes a bit of damage, and they're forced further and further back. But with the man advantage, the 2 shields just driving and driving across the top floor. An air jab to try and lock out this position. And just look, they're not going too fast. It's a slow-moving train, but it's still as terrifying. A C4 ready to put some pressure on towards, and there it is. Perfectly baited, waited, and caught. And KZ actually tucks themselves in just on the other side of the approach wall. Another air jab, a swing round. Didn't really need to go, but I guess read the warning signs that they were surrounded. Put their hands up, and KZ, you're being watched as well. They seem to have a good awareness on when Furia want to test the boundaries. And there's another boundary pushed. Just KZ left alive, trying to find a single place to spot, but I mean, there was really nowhere to go against the Blackbeard. FaZe pulled themselves ahead.
Yeah, slow and steady for FaZe. Never once did they think, okay, let's try and rush things up, speed things up. They were always controlled in what they wanted to do. Yes, they lost the Blitz, who, by the way, if you're curious how that Blitz died, considering he was more or less full health looking straight at C4, he went up the stairs, so he elevated himself, which meant that his feet were kind of exposed to the C4. A lot of angles, a lot of trigonometry. I'm not well coursed in that, but trust me, as a shield player, it kills you. So that's why he elevated himself. C4 able to get the just the catch onto his legs, blew him up. But yeah, just slow and steady wins the race. I think they used the shields really well to not necessarily get the kills, but gain the information for the other players. I think they worked really well together as a team, clear room by room. Shields goes in first, gets the information, somebody follows behind, with that information, gets the easy picks. I mean, we've seen a great display of that on the player inside a drum.
At this point, FaZe, what a reimagining they've been able to get themselves on. I like that we're getting a bit more control from them. Obviously, the criticism that you sort of had on the first round is why are you swinging that, and it's a very fair criticism to have because of how they pulled that round back. They could have done a bit more. That round was so steady-handed. They didn't throw themselves in immediately. They got that opening kill, and they were like, we can build behind this. We can sort of slow build, slow boil, push what we need to, and then go from there. The fact that it's pulled out a single shield ban, I think, sort of shows the fear from a regard there. You look at the sort of 3 bans that Furia have put together, and it's almost 3 entirely different elements, right? They're not trying to remove a single aspect of a game, and I think that's because the Blitz ban has come as a bit of a switch round, but then also combined with an Ela ban, that's a team going, oh yeah, we could use shields against these guys. We could put pressure on towards these swing lock-ins, and we might get a bit more of a showing. Not on this round, as the spray through does get the down onto Herds. KZ's watching and waiting in case somebody tries to finish the kill. They're going to ensure they can get a trade out, but as soon as the man is clear, get him up and get out of there.
Obviously the bans for Furia with that Blitz gone. This means that FaZe can have that same fast approach as what the Blitz can bring to it. FaZe, it's figuring out how they want to go about this, and just based on their operator lineup, I mean, it kind of feels as though it could be a quick kind of take in through Black, in through Karaoke as well. I mean, you've got the sense here to try and cover off as the plant goes in towards Karaoke, so I think that is going to be the option, but it's all about how well you can take control of Black, though, if you go for this, and I think that's going to be the tricky thing. Cyber certainly find it very tricky to work his way in through that bottom floor. He is being held by Vert Angles. These souls also be held off by that smoke. That's who they're trying to hunt. That's who they want to try and kill. And here comes the Candelas to try and pump in, try and blind them out. And oh, there we go, Souls. Straight through the smoke, picks up his kill. JV, none the wiser.
Yeah, you could see they went for a second to try and get some support on towards it, but there was nothing Nate could really do. KZ does get souls, though, and at that point, it's sort of been a good pick back, but it's a lot of the utility traded. There's a bit of a fight that might come to pass on the hop-out window here. Think about where the kid is, and now think about what they have and where they're trying to get themselves back to. They're worried that Furia is going to try and loop and rotate behind them. They've got to rebuild a little bit more structure now because they threw themselves in, and that's a man on an island hoping that somebody comes in to offer some support. And, well, as some support has come, they've been able to loop themselves a way out, and the Deimos can start trying to track from underneath, put some pressure on the verticality, which is obviously so terrifying to have any sort of corner and a spot on. Felipox is going to probably be Deimos' prime target, but they can't quite get that read on them, and with 30 seconds left, they almost need to have another do-or-die debonair moment to drive themselves through in the 4 versus 4. It's tough. But you also still have a C4 on the board. They can play one more game of long-range keep away, but as JV92 gets the lockdown on one, KZ gets the other, and here with Felipox just swinging the window. Unfortunately, too little, too late. Drops on towards 1, 10 seconds to find 3 more in a crossfire, which they cannot.
Yeah, I think there was a period where FaZe, they kind of stalled out almost. And I think if you stall out against Furia, you're not getting back on the road again. You know, the attempt was obviously targeting that karaoke. Using the sense on the karaoke window, it blocks that line of sight that players would have from Geisha. You have the Ying forcing their way in through top black. But as soon as they lost that Ying, they didn't really know what they wanted to do. They looked a little bit stunned. Now, I think what they probably missed out on was, you know, the idea was to try and still force your way in through karaoke, which they're able to do. But there is a player to sat in T, hold an angle onto the player as he runs into karaoke. Was there no sense wall that they could have sent through the long corridor to block that angle off? I mean, that's a bit of a rookie mistake as far as I'm concerned. You know, you've got the Sense, who has, what, 4? Is it 4 Sense walls free? Something like that. You have one for the karaoke, and then you use the other one for the long angle. Why did that not come in?
5 seconds remaining.
I guess at this point, we'll see if they can try and maybe get a bit more of a semblance of a push. It was that site as well where you were sort of talking about how their ability to collapse together wasn't quite there, how their ability to be assertive in some manner as a team with their utility wasn't quite there. So maybe it's just a that site thing, why they couldn't quite get their gadgetry at the same. Maybe they struggle to get to grips with the shape of it. Here was a bit more of a weird round, because they were off on the back foot and they had to come up with an entirely new reimagined plan. And, well, with Cyber back on the Maverick, they're almost falling back to their old ways, but we'll see if they can get a catch on somebody a bit earlier this time. And I'm wondering if the dedication of supporting and adding structure towards the other side of the map is something that Furia instead invest a little bit more on, because they actually did some decent pressure on the retake, right? They had themselves flanking around the approaching attackers, offered some support, and just missed the engagements on the fight. A couple of lines being burnt and a big wall, and Cyber survives. But a life full of bullet holes isn't going to be the happiest to lead from this point onwards. Oh, as KDS gets gifted the head of JV92, tried to dabble out. I mean, I say gifted, look at the health of KDS. He almost pulled away from that as the shield is beaten on. You know, Felipox knows his time is limited, right? Because the pressure with that engagement being lost elsewhere, he can't just sit and wait for this to follow through. A sort of plucky C4 and a bit of a help from Drum does get some support as now the shield is the man that's a little bit more isolated. Nade gets himself a second, though, and suddenly the tides have turned. They can put the pressure on towards this Monty. Monty had all this support, and it's just fallen away, and now Handy is alone in Geisha. And what huge work from the support structure there of Furia.
Oh, Andy. I feel his pain. It's the worst thing as a Monty whenever you're giving out clear information. There's a guy right in front of me. Kill him. And then you're seeing your teammates just drop one by one around you, and it's just you. There is nothing worse as a Monty than having to deal with that. And yeah, I mean,
like
he may try. He may try, but it's just nothing's going to come for Handy. There's no way that he's going to be gifted a kill. Get themselves back in, and Cyber, he's terrified. Look at his HP. He knows just anything. A strong breeze can kill him at this stage. Andy knows the guy beside him, and runs straight into Herds, who's ready. Shoot his legs. Cyber, yeah, down he goes. Furia. What a weird round. Weird round. All of the action away from the bomb site.
Yeah, it's sort of what I called a bit, where I was wondering, okay, are Furia going to dedicate more towards watching above? Yes. Are FaZe going to try and take it first? Yes. It's a weird way that it played out. It was almost, actually, if you think about this win con of the last time round, the fact that FaZe did so much work in attempting more of a direct push, and they could just actually end up doing a bit of a direct push after they lost out on the other side. Either way, that's now 2 defenses in a row. They get themselves the lead since the very first round. Can FaZe try and get themselves tied up here, get an even half before they head onto their defenses?
Still think, though, 2 attacks is good, for FaZe. It's not a horrific half where you're sitting staring in the barrel of like a 6-0. 2 attacks is fine from all accords from FaZe. I mean, if they get another one, then yeah, Furia. Pressure is on them. Typically for me, I think 5-1 splits are almost common. As crazy as that may sound, that 5-1 splits are common, but no, it is. It's a really difficult map to attack, and I have said that Furia, especially that second round on their defense, I think that's what they'll kick themselves about. They killed the Maverick, and then if they just played the round just awful with the decision making. Didn't play to the advantage of an early pick that they were able to knock out such a big operator in terms of what he was able to bring, being that Maverick. So yeah, Furia, see if they can make it a 4-2 half as they go in towards the kitchen. Now, last time here for FaZe, with the shields, slow and steady won the race for them. That's what they were really concerned about, was just taking their time. They didn't want to overexpose themselves at any moment. They worked together as a team, played off the shields. Now, you look at the lineup here and the way that they're gearing up, I think it's going to be a quick take. They're going to try and get themselves straight into barbecue and try and go for a plant.
Yeah, it's the... missed thrown first grenade, doesn't quite catch the castle. The second will get rid of it, and it gives the Monty an option. But the Monty's going to sit and wait for now, as I think they're going to try and just read and ensure they're not throwing themselves entirely into a bit of a cook's plan. At this point, I'm not going to say you can see Furia getting angsty. It's more that they like to find the first engagement, right? They love swinging out into an approach and making things uncomfortable, and they're talented at doing it enough. And you can see that they're trying to fish for that in some positions outside of this one, which would probably be very detrimental. And Nade does find the Monty. Oh no! That was the one person that you really didn't want to lose as your first lead in. That's the kit dropped wherever it was, and that is now plan B immediately pulled up towards the docket. Look how deep the Monty had got.
Yeah, they just wanted to try and push in the site. That was as simple as that. They wanted to move in and try and go for that blind spot planet where you put the shield in your back and nobody can really touch you. If you lose the Monty, the plan's cooked. You just have to try and play for kills, which, FaZe, for them, it is doable, but hey, it's going to be tough.
Obviously also lost Cyber as well, but KZ has been removed on the opposite side. Souls is the next to get into a scrap, and it's a fight around the side of the sushi bar. Gets the head of JV92, and there's a second follow through. Now the limits the verticality. Leapbox and Nade can get themselves a bit of a long watch. Are FaZe going to try and push against this directly, find the fights? The blinds come out, and they're going to swing in on towards it. It's an engagement. They've got to win, and they do. They pre-fire on towards the second follow through. A 2 versus 1 for Leapbox. Tried to offer cover, but KDS through the wall. Gets the end of them, and FaZe, they get us an even half.
Oh, they have pulled that out of nowhere. The shots that the glass had hit. Top tier. Yeah, moments like that in these big games. FaZe have not played great in those attacks, but they had individuals there who stepped up and won them rounds that they shouldn't have. And now they're sat in such a favorable position. And even splitting Skyscraper, that is unheard of. FaZe done oh so well to set them up nicely for, it should be a pretty comfy defense half. Furia, the pressure now is on their shoulders.
So, Furia, a map that they haven't had the best record on, but they haven't really had a massive record on it anyway. And FaZe, who, similar sort of story, but just a little bit more positive in their history. It's usually banned against them. They're happier to come here, and I guess we might get a taste of why. Great bits of momentum to steal things back. Swinging a glass rifle round has seemingly been the best operator today across both these two teams. Furia. Limited partially on their approach. No Monty, none of that drive anymore. You obviously have it being a very powerful operator for getting control of big swathes of space of this map. And we know Nade does like to play a Monty game. Philippox has been on that operator as well. Sort of pulls that element, as well as playing against the soft, the Deimos. As I said before, it's great limitation in terms of controlling those pocket spots, the sort of corners where you're hanging around between Geisha and the side itself. Those little angles aren't quite as feasible. Let's see how they can get themselves the approach here. Furia, obviously only a few rounds separating themselves away from, you know, better prize pool, SI points, all of the jazz, but also beating sort of perennial rivals FaZe.
Always the matchup that both these teams want to win. You mentioned it earlier as well in the day. Both of these teams see each other as, you know, their number one competitors. You know, that's the way they view each other. And right now, for Furia, on their first attack, you can see straight away the util dump has been brought in abundance. You've got the Capitao and you've got the Grim. So I'm expecting Furia to play that kind of 3-2-1 style, where they go very aggressive all at the same time, using that util to shift players out of position. In FaZe themselves, they've also went in pretty heavy with the traps. You've got the Ela and the Fenrir probably fearing that 3-2-1 execute from Furia. You're going to need to try and disrupt them in some way, and they're going to do that via the traps. Again, for Furia, it's just this information gathering. They're just trying to find out where players are going to be situated. They've also got the buck below. I think they're using the buck as a way of util, almost. They're going to try and move people out of position, and here comes a little bit of a crab walk using that Dokumi. Easy kill. Maybe a second? No. Andy is onto that one.
Traded out, and they're able to at least get the Dokkaebi, and that's probably a happier take than Souls from the position of Fenrir. You can see the shrapnel coming up below them.
Look at that.
Just turned away at the worst possible second. Still another trade out elsewhere, though. FaZe are making sure that they stay even with this trade out, and there's a drop round swing, but now it's Furia in the terms of just finding a different engagement, and, well, they have still a sort of grasp on the site itself. A moment to breathe, but they're not a million miles away, and all these engagements have been quite isolated. It's picked back up, it's pressures back and forth, doubled up on the side of Drum. They're about to find a very narrow 5-5. King took a risk, and Herds gets one more on towards KDS. The shotgun can't quite get the full pot. Oh, that's unlucky, but unlucky doesn't define rounds.
Oh,
Furia.
King has to get that, Emmy. He has to.
Yep.
I mean, considering that is like the one operator that he really plays for this team as well. Like, he's obviously on that kind of support role, isn't he? Playing that smoke, playing that shotgun just in general. He should be used to that. And to see him miss that pump, it's unlike him. It's very uncharacteristic. And I think that's maybe the word to use for FaZe today. I think it has been an uncharacteristic performance from them. I mean, Bank was a write-off from all accords. It's a map which I think FaZe, they're very good on. We know they're very good on. It's a map that they like to play. You wouldn't have fought that considering how they went into that Bank. And, you know, you come in the skyscraper and certainly I think there has been rounds on Furia that they should have won. And I think a lot of the rounds that FaZe were able to win was because they came back from a position that they had no right to because individuals stepped up and got some crazy kills. It is a worry for FaZe, I think, today with kind of what we've seen. And certainly losing the first defense in the manner that they did. I mean, all credit to Furia. Phenomenal attack. The way that they were able to use that puck below, shift players out of position, use the Dokkaebi, get that opening pick, util dump the guy instead of Geisha, get yourself that map control, and then just play your trade games from there. I mean, they've done it really, really well. So, yeah, for Furia, they've started off really hot. For FaZe, they need to do a lot better. They need to.
At this point, if this round goes away from them, you can imagine a FaZe timeout to keep themselves off of that map and series point. In such a fashion, just as he said, doesn't really feel like the FaZe we've had throughout this, and as Handy goes down, it's a series that you might be one keen to forget. Lines come up. They're going to see if they can keep the roll going. Cyber does get one, but KZ just absolutely bodies one. And there's Cyber fighting right back. Might be about to lean into his third fight as well. You can see that they're itching for the engagement, and there's a bit of a spray back and forth. They can't quite get it locked in. A misthrow, and it kind of shows the shakiness of the approach here. They're desperately clawing at these approaching attackers, just trying to get something out of them. The sense gadget, look at the pace. Cyber is able to just swing and drift his way around and decimate this approach. Either side, risk-taking and getting opportunities. And as I said, the importance of this player when he shows up in the showdowns that FaZe have always had, let alone against this roster. Again, another moment to breathe. The 2 versus 2 with a Blackbeard who can sort of fish for answers and stack up some preparation.
This Blackbeard's the issue. You know, it's that shield where he can take these rooms without having to expose himself in a hole. That really should have been a kill from JV. And Cyber, is he on for the ace? Another individual for FaZe, stepping up when they need to. JV will make it a 1v1 with that kill on the KDS, and Cyber, the ace clutch. Oh, he gets it. Cyber, that's more like him. You mentioned he went missing, Emmy. Well, who's laughing now?
Yeah, he's found himself and found that energy. And, you know, there was almost a moment as well at the start of that round, obviously, wasn't looking fantastic even then. He was 3-6 compared to how he usually is. He was 5 for 14 for the whole day before that round. And it's just him finding a form is a necessary sort of antidote towards the poison that's otherwise hitting them. 4-4, tie themselves back up on rounds. But as I said it a long time ago for, you know, a very different round on towards their open office when it was a different player who got an ace. You can't always rely on that. You can't always have that in the bank. This has been a much more competitive game. And this time it's more about the player sort of finding themselves and finding that energy. At the same time, what you're sort of getting as the split is some of those players from the first map, like Philippox and KZ, who were, you know, +10, +5 between the four of them, and KZ 4-0 on entry. Them unable to get themselves into that rhythm here on this, and them sort of dropping off gives FaZe opportunity. And talk about opportunity, the way Cyber was just swinging everything. There's a fight, he's taking it, buddy. Don't need to ask twice.
Look, I will say again, it just highlights the issues again that FaZe, I mean, once again, they've won around down to an individual. You know, that's the issue. And you mentioned as well, how consistently can they do that? We've seen an ace on the bank game in the third round. And did we see any more aces after that? No. It's not a consistent way that you can win the game. And I think that's the worry that FaZe has. I mean, Furia in that attack, look, it was fast, it was aggressive, they just wanted, I mean, it's almost as though they kind of seemed like a wounded gazelle and they wanted to go in for the kill, but they didn't realize that the gazelle actually, you know, it can shake it off very quickly.
The gazelle's got guns. Well, they've also got the sight now. Furia's in, and the C4 doesn't quite get them off, but, well, Furia does find KDS. So they've at least been able to get one out of the engagement. Nade just sort of being a bit back and forth. Cyber continues his reign of terror from the previous round. Gets KZ and gets the pressure on. Nade is doing his best to survive, and JV92 does get Cyber. Finally ends him after 6 kills in a row. But now, with a little moment of silence and 1 body less, can the remaining FaZe players still hold on as JV92 gets 1, gets no! Can't quite get the second right move, couldn't quite land it, and now Vidaking is alone. Nade's going for the plant, a shield on his back, so he'll be as safe as houses. But Herds knocks down the skyscraper defense. Furia keep themselves ahead, keep themselves trading rounds, and at this rate, they'll still be hurtling towards that sort of eventual win. But what bans do we get through?
Yeah, the bans is something that Skyscraper will look at and think, okay, what has kind of hindered both of these sides quite a bit? I mean, do we dare see an Ela ban? I mean, it could be a possibility for Furia, just to target ban that one player. Oh, no, it's going to be the Defender. I would have loved to see the Ela, though, just to assert dominance against Cyber. Yeah, again, it's one of those rounds where I think FaZe just have not reacted well to what Furia were going for. It was Souls, obviously, on the mirror, who was dealing with a lot of that pressure. But nobody was really helping him. I mean, his wall was getting aced. There was a blitz in the bomb site with him. And just nobody really seemed to be bothered from FaZe. I mean, is it a case where FaZe were worried, you know, if we go and help our player in sight, we're then leaving other areas open for the rest of Furia to take those strong positions? Maybe that's the case. Maybe it's, they kind of said to him, look, mate, you're on your own. We can't help you here.
They want to keep themselves, obviously, off of that eventual series point. JV, I mean, they sort of highlighted him before on the desk as well and talked about him. How many times you can talk about him? 11-8. Just has this habitual method of being great, right? And that's what always separates good from great. It isn't showing up and having the best game. It isn't showing up and setting a sort of kill record or whatever. It's being able to just consistently be at that level. And he's bloody consistent. He's pretty good at the game. Moral of the story, I think he gets himself, as I have a very quick look at the stats, is the top rated across everybody. And to be fair, in the top 5, 3 of them are Furia players from this stage. So for the SAL ranking, not overall rankings. Everybody, don't come for me. Don't come for me. I'll cut you.
You can send all threats come to my inbox, please.
Yeah, please threat and demo.
Yeah.
If I don't read my inbox. Well, Cyber's off the Ela.
Cyber, what are you doing? He was trying to prep the window. I don't know what he was doing with the shotgun, and he just blew it open. I don't know. It's full pick anyway. Same thing, but doesn't look as though anyone actually spawned towards that side. And the Solus, we haven't mentioned this as well. Our first time casting with the Solus update.
Oh, he's going to go for it.
Obviously, you get the impacts, and you can do stuff like this with the impacts. That was always going to be a 1-for-1. But look at what he's been able to take out, though, that blitz. And that is a strong operator. Get up the board. We know what the shields can bring in that blitz Skyscraper. But you are pushing out of single doorways. You can check rooms of ease. Not a bad trade overall, but still a 1-for-1.
I think it's like, you know, the fact that he had to hop to get the kill shows a big takeaway, and obviously seeing it from the Solace and seeing what fight he was getting into, it is a risk, and it's a risk that he hoped wasn't as covered. Maybe he could have got the kill and then heads up and at least challenge the second guy. Ooh. Narrow margins, gets 1, the C4 gets nothing, but FaZe do get themselves that man advantage after the timeout.
I mean, they can walk into Geisha here pretty freely, but they need to try and win this engagement against Handy, but King swings on the nade to allow that kill to happen. So we will not be seeing the twins go at it. Instead, Furia look as though they're just going to stall out. 2v4. I mean, maybe now you kind of look at the bigger picture. That blitz pick was really good. I mean, you've kind of slowed the fast approach that Furia we know that they can bring. So in the long run, yes, Cyber, you go for the run-outs, mate. You get the trades as long as it's the blitz that you're killing.
I think that's it, right? If you were to pluck anybody away, just the power of the shield that it's had over the approaches here, the power of taking opportunities and how it limits what has otherwise been... Think about all the crossfires that Furia have just had to walk into now, that if they had a blitz and they could offer at least some support one way or the other, well, there's one way and the other. Casey, gone. JV92 alone. Doesn't matter if you're the number 1 player. It's tough to win an engagement like that. We are tied up. Yet again, 5 apiece. Can FaZe break a deadlock that they've otherwise been stuck in, try and get 2 rounds in a row and get themselves back on towards that leading point? Or can Furia, as I said, keep round trading? They're back over towards Exhibition Office. They have this as another option. It's a very sturdy defense to have. but sometimes Furia enjoy knocking down sturdy.
Locate and defuse bombs.
This is always, I think, the 10th round, isn't it? Round 11, 5-5. Whoever wins this gets on the match point. Then whoever doesn't win the round and is down the round, they know that they can't mess up. They have to then play a perfect round into round 12. So I always think a very pivotal round just in terms of mentality for both teams and see who gets the shorter end of the straw. Obviously for FaZe, looking at their lineup, they're going to want to extend. Extend. Use the Azami, use the Mira, set up those kind of layered defenses that we like to talk about. Furia, on the other hand, look at the lineup. It is as fast and as furious as any of the movies go. This one, I think, will top it.
Dun, 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 dun. I know that's from Tokyo Drift, but it's always the song that I associate with the whole series. We'll see if it's the one that they're singing as they get themselves ready to rock and roll. Blackbeard wants to hop in on towards Samurai Window. The LR actually runs out on the far side to sort of say, no, you're not going to get yourself an early quick play here. They're ready for this first engagement. There's some fire that's fired over the shoulder of KZ. It's not that they're being quiet about it, so it's at this point down to FaZe to be ready to react. There's some of the damage done. The first play of the grenade is to make sure it gets stopped, and there, the Rara wall going up. The C4 will slip its way through, get the first, but it's a big utility trade out. There needs to be some other support coming in. There's going to be another Rara door that's just going to link itself up there. They've still got an impact. They've still got a couple of bits of destruction, and there's the next, and the swing round Cyber! Perfect 1-2, jab. And now, what did they do without the Rara and without JV92?
Oh, they've reacted so well, FaZe. You see how quickly a lot of them came back to the bomb site as soon as Soul said, guys, they're kind of at my window, and I think there's more than just one. So I get the feeling there may be a rush in FaZe. They've set themselves up beautifully to stop this from happening. They brought the explosives in to deal with that Aurora. Oh, almost. Urge gets taken out, but just jumps over the top rope before that happens. And goes Vitiking. Leapox needs to be very careful because we know that Cyber at the moment is a man on a mission.
There's a bit more damage done. Back and forth, KDS keeps on killing him. Leapox takes a lot of damage, a 2 versus 3. They've got themselves partially inside the building, but as Souls gets one more, they're knocked right back out. Nade, all alone, outside a big breach, watching, waiting. Ooh, does get the shoulder of Souls, swings onto the second, but can't quite land anything. FaZe, they put themselves on towards map point and eye up a third map.
Well, I mean, we've seen that before from Furia, where they've just went for the kind of util dump. But as soon as a team knows what you're going to go for, it is very easy to stop. And again, FaZe, they knew it was coming, and they just put more men in the bomb site, and that's what really done it for them. I mean, Furia, you could see that the pivotal thing that they needed to happen was they block off that double door to allow them to jump in through that window. And FaZe were not entertaining that idea at all. C4 used, Impact used, with the swing to kill the Aurora. As soon as they lost that Aurora, they couldn't really kind of set out to what they wanted to do, which is also flood in, not just from the breach, but also flood in through the single window. So, yeah, overall, again, I have to give praise to FaZe. They've reacted really well, which is something that they didn't do at all, I felt, whenever it came to Bank. You know, they were very sluggish at reacting to how Furia were setting up with some of their attacks. So, yeah, much better improvement from FaZe.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
So, now with another timeout called and Furia wanting to make sure that they at least send this one as a brawl in towards OT, will Skyscraper be that de facto divider? Will we find ourselves with a 2-0, or will Parker and Jesse's day get delayed at least an hour? There's always the possibility, as I sort of said, if FaZe can pull this off, if we start looking in towards Chalet as a decider, FaZe is 4-0 on Chalet, which includes a 7-2 win against Furia over sort of recent memory, and also, a 7-4 win against Furia in recent memory. It's a decent battleground for them. In the meantime, you know, Furia lost it 2-7 against Team Liquid about 2 weeks ago. They beat W7M on it a week ago, but there's always that opportunity here for FaZe to, as I said, if they can get themselves some energy here and get themselves onto the third map, a map that does play in towards their strength on Chalet. I mean, maybe them sort of holding their cards to the chest on the first map is something that's pulled themselves in. They have that energy. Timed the rotate there based on the sound of the drone going up, knew that they were under pressure and just didn't want to have the long range fight for a pinch.
See, Furia, they've really slowed the pace down, haven't they? Compared to how they've usually attacked this map in previous rounds. And we are dealing with the fourth choice bomb site, you know, the one that we never really see. It's this living room. I think the main issues with the living room is just you've got hatches, which, yes, there is a hatch that goes into kitchen from Geisha, but Geisha is a lot more of an easier place to hold compared to Office, because Office has that massive double breach. You have the exterior window as well. It's just, there's a lot more that you have to worry about for the defense rather than just a big window and a single wall whenever you're dealing with Geisha. So that's why I think this isn't the preferred bomb site choice for a lot of teams. Andy has been able to get the opening pick on the Herds. And also looking to get a little bit aggressive too. KDS takes down KZ, and FaZe look as though they're set up to take us into Chalet.
Holding on, waiting for the next swing that comes out. JV92 does win against Handy. There's another patient, quiet, falls across. Ooh, just misses. A following engagement, less than a minute. And they've been able to creep their way in. They have control of Terrace. Oh, no, they don't. The swing round for the double, Cyber. Talked about his importance. He was here as the man of the moment, and now it's JV92 versus the world. The world wins this one, buddy. FaZe, they get themselves map 2, and we get ourselves 3 for this showdown to be confirmed.
Hey, it's what is deserved. FaZe, they've woke up so much better compared to Bank. Better energy, reacting, I think, is the main thing to get across there for FaZe. They were ready, they were geared up, they kind of seen those attacks coming in from Furia, and they're like, okay, let's just do X, Y, and Z, and that should stop it. And usually that's kind of what happens. So yeah, still individuals showing up. Do not let that, you know, distract you from the FaZe performance. Still think overall for FaZe, going into Chalet, the momentum's with them now, which is the main thing.
Don't let it distract you from the performance, but do let this distract you for a couple of minutes as we go into breaks.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
And that's a series tied up 1-1 for FaZe here. Great stuff for them as they keep themselves alive in this upper bracket final. SI points are on the line. As we said, you triple your SI points by winning the series here. That's a 50 to 150. And that could mean a lot in the context of making it to SI or just falling short in the end. Now, before we went into this map, you two said, you know, Furia don't usually play this map. They don't really like to play it, Ace. But one person in particular did. Cyber had an amazing game just here.
Yeah, FaZe have come back at them a little bit. I don't want to get too carried away yet. You know, this is a map that is permanently banned by Furia. I'm not taking anything away from FaZe. It was a better performance, but I think there is sort of tougher tests for them to come on Chalet. You know, still went to 12 rounds. Furia still took them the distance, but they definitely did look better. You know, they were sort of getting on top of Furia a little bit more, stopping those pushes when Furia were on the attack. We've spoken about how good Furia are on the attack. And also another area particularly important was the entry. FaZe were really getting themselves more involved in those early rounds. Cyber had a great run out where he got the blitz, you know, and just really... You just felt the Furia attack crumble around it, really. And so I think, yeah, FaZe need to maintain that and carry that energy through to Chalet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you said it as well. We were talking about, I mean, the fact that Cyber went out on that round 9 and traded out for the Blitz for the Solus definitely made a lot of headway and alleviated a lot of that pressure that they were going to succumb had that Blitz been alive. And it's the, you know, the performance that we needed to see from Cyber. That's where we said going into this match, we needed to see a player be able to step up, needed to be on that side of Cyber, but even the rest of the team, all within unison of one another, one number difference, a 7, 8, 9, 9, and then Cyber having 13. So everyone really ramping up for that performance. But again, I don't want to discredit Furia because this was a far better showing than what we saw in Bank. But a 7-5 on Skyscraper, I mean, their defenses definitely looked a little shakier compared to what we were seeing from Furia. I think Furia just honestly was making one too many mistakes, where on the side of FaZe, it really just came down to big engagements that they would win on their own right. So going into this Chalet, I mean, there's definitely going to be some curveballs that are going to be thrown towards them, but I think if they can just rely on that communication and that teamwork, and especially, like I said, Cyber being able to find those entries and just making that space be opened up, I think that's where we'll see we'll see FaZe really thrive on those attacks and then just playing their defense. And I would say, if anything, just being able to tighten up more and not rely on some of those LF3Ks that we've been seeing time and time, or even an Ace.
Yeah, I mean, flex support, by the way, is something we brought up so many times about Cyber, him moving back to a more, I guess, passive role in this case, but still really putting up numbers for his team. When we look at the other side, a player who's had a great map, Fully Pox, almost invisible for this one here.
Yeah.
Not really showing up to anything, going even on the entry as well. Not necessarily, I guess, the player that we look to either on the side of Furia to really step up, because JV is still doing that. But then in the end, the map was close, closer than the first one was. And I'm really curious how that's going to translate into Chalet, because I feel like we've seen a few completely different maps that would allow for a completely different playstyle as well. Chalet could really lean into, I guess, some aggression, hopefully, from both these teams. What are your thoughts going into the next map, Ace? How are we expecting these two teams to take up Chalet?
I think it's got the potential to be a really close matchup. We don't see too much of Chalet from these teams. It's a very even story. It's kind of middle of the pack in terms of their preferences for both of them. We've both seen them win it in the last week. FaZe, I think it was beat Liquid, and Furia beat W7M, if I've got that the right way around. I do. So they've had good performances on there. Honestly, I think I lean towards Furia because I just feel like, I know they've just lost the Skyscraper, but I feel like they're playing overall better today than FaZe are. But it's going to come down to those big names. I think it's going to be one of those games that we talk about. Who's got the star power? Who's going to come through and grab a hold of it? Is Philippox going to get himself back into it? JV, is he going to carry on? Cyber, can he have the big run out moments and the aces? You know, who is going to step up and win it for their team?
I was gonna say, I don't know. You know, Ace, I was all with you going into this, and you know, in that Skyscraper, I said if they get one more of these defensive rounds, these defensive rounds, they're gonna be more comfortable. I mean, on that attacking side, they're gonna be more comfortable, and sure enough, they clean it out. I do think, you know, with having that confidence, having the momentum, Cyber finding his stride, everyone's starting to be more alive, the communication being there, I can see FaZe closing this out on Chalet. Now, do I think it will be a 7-2 like the last time they played each other? No, definitely not. But do think FaZe definitely can carry that momentum into this matchup and being able to kind of control the pacing that we're typically used to seeing from FaZe being able to do to Furia here on the Chalet.
It's good that we're seeing a whole different phase in map 1 that we are in map 2.
Absolutely.
I mean, you're talking about the pacing, the mentality, I guess this mental bounce back that we're seeing from FaZe as well. Yeah, they must have had a banana in between the maps. I assume that might be it what brought them this map tie series here now. But yeah, I think the momentum can absolutely be huge. I also believe FaZe had the last ban going into this one. I can see why they banned the other map to go to Chalet, because Furia have shown his weaknesses on this map before. That was against Liquid. That was the one time we thought, oh hey, Furia is gonna actually, you know, go through this group stage with only showing us 2 maps, only showing Bank, only showing Lair. And then in the final play they had to play Chalet against Liquid and they lost it. But we spoke to Furia after that as well, saying, you know, this was some of the worst Siege we've played. We made a lot of mistakes. And they've shown this great improvement on that. They took a team like W7M down on Chalet. Yes, it was a close series, but they still took them down. I think that's going to be really important going into this one as well, Laxing, is that they have the success against a big team that they know on Chalet.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I think just, again, the biggest thing for me with FaZe being able to walk away with this win is just having that momentum. I mean, it's one hell of a thing to carry from one map to the next. And again, in terms of needing those SI points, I mean, FaZe, they're in an okay spot. They aren't in the worst spot by any means, but they're at 250. So if they can just get this one and increase it, like you said, by another 150, put themselves at 400, they are in a very, very good spot. Then you have regional finals. So I have no doubt in my mind, getting over this hurdle, getting over that mental fortitude of, you know, similar to kind of what it was back at SI 2 years ago, where they would then lose a game that they should win. I think it's the same scenario where Furia was finding themselves. If FaZe could just be Furia here and find themselves in a grand final, that's where we can really start to see them even more on form than what we've been seeing currently, whether that's been the stage or the playoffs.
Yeah, it feels like this constant battle for FaZe, doesn't it, really, to get back at Furia at every opportunity. You know, you don't lose them any closer than they did in Sao Paulo. So any opportunity they've got to steal that 100, you know, extra SI points, so everything that they can get back at them, they're going to try and take that chance. And it's part of the problem probably for Furia in playing FaZe, is FaZe have now got, for the rest of eternity, serious momentum to just and motivation to want to beat Furia.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's not without a reason that we said at the beginning of this game that these two teams have played each other 8 times over the course of 2025, and it's 4-4 in regards of the split in who won those matches out. So yeah, we will bring our casters in because the map is almost ready. We should be getting our players in the lobby very soon, so we'll have time for a little bit of a chit chat with our casters before we send it away for the final series. Look at Emma, welcome back. This is your only series that you're doing today, so I hope that we're preserving some energy, maybe some potassium as well, Fluke, for this final map coming in.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm stepping onto the desk next, Dan. Let's not entirely erase my analyst dreams.
I'm so excited for you.
Yeah, I didn't have potassium. I just did eat a sprinkled donut, though. So I've got that.
Practically the same thing, really.
I was going to say, that's an insane combo. You had the fries, you had the meat, and now you just had a donut.
And I have a really big cup of coffee. I'm ready to go.
It's what they call girl dinner. I love that for you. Yeah. Amazing. It's going to give you plenty of energy, though, for this final one, because there's just one map. Who can lock in the grand final spot? We'll send it back to you two for the final map.
Demo, I did you a favor there, because I didn't want them to ask you about vegetables and fruits again.
Thank you.
I didn't... It's like a bully prevention system, right? I didn't want to open the doors. Because it would happen. They would ask, and then we would get a content pitch, which I would pitch because, you know, it's there. A fitness day where Lax takes you to the gym.
I've been gymming quite frequently. That's
yeah. Oh yeah. If you didn't have a basis,
why do you think I have the sore knees?
That's true. That's true. Yeah. It's not old age. Yeah, I know you have a basis there, but you know, we've seen Lax's Insta. We know what he's about.
Mike said he hasn't been to the gym since like April or something, so maybe he's lost his touch.
Well, looks like we're going to have a running race. Another running race.
I'm faster. Okay. Just let us know, I am faster than Jesse J. Chick. Let me tell you that now. We had a race one time. I am faster than him, and he will tell you a different story. He is lying.
No word of a lie, chat and viewers, before we break down the stuff of this game. I'm just going to do the quick throwaway story. You would not believe how many running races have happened behind the scenes at shows and majors between the talent. We have done multiple running races across multiple different continents. We've also done jumping challenges as well. I don't know why those two things keep popping up, but they have done across multiple years. So, yeah, that's just a fun fact. Anyway, fun fact, Monty Ying, Azami, Solace banned here. Is that a particular slight against Cyber?
No, I just think the operator's been buffed to a pretty good level. You think about Shally, and a lot of the time you are dealing with situations where plants will go down, and there will be opportunities to, you know, maybe try and upset that with the information you can gather. You think about where retakes happen, being able to know where diffusers are being planted on a retake is valuable knowledge. And again, with that addition of the impacts that she got back, it just makes her so much more flexible in terms of the role that she can play, just like she used to way back when, whenever she really was the terror of the scene. So yeah, I think Furia just realizing this operator will probably be back in the frame as, you know, right up there as, you know, one of the top picked operators again.
Ooh, scrappy fights through the verticality, and KZ's just going to get himself out of there. He doesn't want to be the early give, especially as he still has all of his air jabs and gadgetry, right? And Cyber is on the hunt underneath, and he's actually maybe going to be able to slip past this first door. Still, the drone does pick it up, and KZ's going to peel himself further and further back, and, you know, he's kept the air jabs really close to his chest. If his game was to get in here and cross the fight, he's going to have to win the first engagement, and it's about to happen down inside Trophy, and Cyber gets it. So now, those air jabs, that watch on the verticality and their control here is non-existent. There's a drive through. Vidaking takes some damage. There's two! Line him up and knock him down. Herds gets the cross, and Nade has the big window. Out of nothing, Furia have been able to find a decent result and reward, and as KDS tries to creep his way back in for some control of the site itself, it's a Glaz he's about to get in a fight with. Philippe Ox was an absolute demon with this operator last time round, but at this point they could just go for the plant. No, they can't, because they don't have the kit, and now they don't have that watch from the first engagement. At this point, with 40 seconds, Cyber's trying to draw as much attention. They have a backline, and, well, they're still just trying to drive their way across. They're going for the fights here, Demo. The kit is far away inside Trophy. They don't want to risk the 2 versus 1 engagement, so instead, they've propped themselves up, and there's a third for Herds. Now it's a 2 versus 1, but still now no kit. 20 seconds. Look how far away it is. They could maybe get it in time, but instead they'd rather go for the fight itself. Cyber, he doesn't know that we know this, or that they don't know that we know this, so instead he pulls his way around and goes for the engagement, but can't quite get the catch on it. Furia find the end of the round.
Yeah, well played there for Furia, realizing they have to go for the kill. You don't have time to jump out at the window and try and get that kit and then go up the stairs, because then you forfeit a lot of actual positioning. I think the way those two players played that 2v1, it was all about positioning. They never allowed Cyber a way back into the bomb site. I think that was the key thing. Cyber was just, he was locked out. You know, he was in limbo almost. He just didn't really know where he wanted to go. I mean, Herds, obviously, with that double kill, just completely opens up the bomb site for Furia, gives them complete control of Solar. You know, FaZe, little things like that, allowing somebody to get themselves into Solar and find 2. That shouldn't be happening. That's obviously one of the key areas of this bomb site, is how well you can hold Solar. It has that staircase, has 2 double windows. Needs to be a lot sharper from FaZe, and need to tighten things up.
So, Furia off to a start. I'm not going to say it's a strong start, because it did just turn on to throwing themselves at the engagement. They got that sort of stacked up double, find themselves third, and then cross off the rest of the round. But from that engagement, from how that was back and forth, at points you did support FaZe. I'm not going to say that they had the best structure. Obviously, if the kit had been still in the pockets of the 3 versus 2, Furia would have got the plant on the other side, and then you probably would have had the round written by the end of it there. A quick approach across, a quick play with the Flores drones, just getting some eyes immediately on towards the site itself. Get rid of the castle connection, cut off anyone that might be trying to rotate their way back round, and that's going to be the A game here. Now focus on towards this vertical position on towards library to see if they can read a book entitled How to Kill FaZe players that are holding on to a library. There's already a first engagement potentially going to come out. Almost rotten timing on the grenade throw. He's still somehow slips his way across, and well, they forced him into a slightly different possession, but you can see that Cyber's underneath watching the verticality, so as soon as they enter, they're going to get at least some of the pressure back on towards them. They have some support, and there's almost been a bit of a trade out of utility that hasn't quite netted Furia's approach anything here. Trying to now find the vertical player. Cyber holding on and pressure. There's a swing, and it's almost Herds in a 1v1 with a lot of other pressure around it.
Yeah, I like the position, though. You know, Herds, he's in an area that has to be addressed by FaZe. They need to try and deal with him, and it's taken so much attention away from other things that they could be doing. JV being able to pick up a kill on the Cyber. I'm really surprised that somebody has not went on to the 51 window to get this cross onto the player in Fireplace. I'm really shocked at this. They're going to try and ace his wall away, and KDS, oh, goes aggro, has the swing, catches Herds, repositions in towards Library, hoping he can maybe try and hide himself behind the glass cabinet, but no, gets spotted out by Philippox, will get the down. It's as good as a kill, more or less. King also down, as good as a kill. A 2v4. Andy and Souls all up to them.
Whoa, well, now with a little bit less to work with FaZe, I said they had an opportunity to pull some momentum from the previous round, and this time, not quite the same. The position has been a steady close down here from the other side. Furia dedicated some utility and got the landing in the meantime, but with 40 seconds, just takes a second to score, just takes a second to cover the cross. The drone would have seen that drop, as well as a Blackbeard watching and listening, so if they can get themselves tucked behind, well, with not much health left, they might not be able to. There's the plant being confirmed. There's Souls looking for the verticality. They do get KZ down as well. There's a close fight that comes out handy, somehow wins, and now it's just Nade alone. I said they were looking for an opportunity, and a man caught in a Pokeball is one of them.
They can't keep getting away with this. We have seen this far too often. For FaZe should be dead and buried. Should nowhere near be in a position to win a round. You think of the circumstances there for Furia. A 2 versus 4. A Blackbeard still alive. No pressure in towards the bomb site. You have one guy playing, what, kitchen. That's it. That's the only thing that stopped them. You've got a guy above who you can harass, you can hinder, so he can't play the verts. You walk in, you can go for the plant. But then somehow FaZe just hit these shots. Think about that kill that he got onto the player in the West main window. Hip fires more or less the guy who swings West main. It is great from FaZe to keep themselves in it. But now we're seeing a common theme that Furia they can't close these rounds out that they should be winning. How many nailed-on rounds did we see on Skyscraper that FaZe somehow pulled out? It's carrying over on the chalet.
I mean, perfect positioning as well. That they went for the cover, not the planter too, and sort of put the pressure on the drop shot spray. It's nothing you can bank on, but ooh, what are they going to bank on here? Is it going to be a bit of a snappy smash on towards the site? Philippox once again on the operator that absolutely demonized the first map, and a Glaz that knows what they're doing. There's the tuck in, the plant right round the corner. Will there be some cover? KZ gets one, and the C4 doesn't get shot out, but doesn't get the connection anyway, and it's a post plant. They spray through. They're on the other side of the wall. They expected the coverage, but the Glaz here with smokes to just keep the long watch and buy themselves a little bit more time. Now, this is a very, very tough retake. 8 players still on the board. They're going to have to throw themselves out. As you can hear the air jabs popping off. That might be the start of the problem, but it's a reverse repel watch as Handy gets caught, but KDS gets the trade, and KZ gets one more for the road. There's the Glaz popping the cover, but they've been able to slip themselves a little bit close on the verticality. Philippox finds the end of the round, and the pace is building and building.
Yeah, just a classic rush, jumping in double window, smoking it out, plant with the shield. Yeah, we know that. FaZe not reacting well enough. Well, I say that. I think Fury actually covered their bases really well because they brought in 2 shields. Blitz was designed to jump in and go for a plant. And then they use the Blackbeard upstairs to stop anyone playing off the hatch. You know, they can use that Blackbeard as an aggressive operator who obviously can take ground really, really well, but it provides that information to know if a guy's going to be in the hatch. You know, you feed that information through to everyone else in the team. And I think for a rush, the key thing is info. If you know that there's a gap, that's what makes or breaks the rushes. And using that Blackbeard to give that information to say that there's nobody on the hatch, nobody can really stop us going for this planet. And they go for it, and there's nothing to worry about. So yeah, I like the combination there, the double shields. Speaking of the shields, Blackbeards, yep, as a shock to no one, it's taken off the board.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they were sort of getting themselves into those positions, the way that they were sort of just locking down angles as well, and for how much it brought back and sort of bit back in round 2. Yes, it didn't quite net the result, but you think about what the struggle was in that early take. To that, with the shield on the back, was Blackbeard the decider? No, but then you get it to perfectly play into how Furia like to have their second covers. And with the double shield game that they've played once or twice, no more of that, please. Let's stop the double shields. I don't know what the lead-in to that respect line was.
Well, somebody isn't being shown respect, and I can only associate with that statement.
Ace, I'm going to assume, is the one that doesn't get shown respect. Because they're Ace. They're a social media influencer.
I feel you.
They are, in fact, I think No Limit is the living incarnation, because they're also a great social media Instagrammer, influencer, cosplayer, but their energy is very much like, hell yeah, and that's what I get from Ace. Shout out No Limit. Love you, Jay. 2-1. Furia starts to be a little bit out of pressure as they get themselves control underneath, and it's a very deep position for a grenade to get a kill on KD. Yes, not entirely sure. Was that through the
stop you here?
Huh?
Did he just fire a Capital bolt from the connector hatch in the basement to land on a player top fireplace?
Yes.
I've never seen that before. Is that possible? I mean, it has to be if he done it. But that's crazy, by the way, if that's how they killed him.
I mean, it worked. And it's the practice of lining things up and knocking things down. Maybe we'll get a taste of that later, but for the meantime, FaZe, they've gotten themselves the 2 kills back, and Nade can only think about the good moment that he had in the afterlife as he watches cams. Alongside as well the loss of the Bravo, so you hope that they've been able to steal what they want, and what they want is a C4 perfectly landed up. There is at least one back for the side of Herds onto Cyber, but now it is just Philippox left, because that gave the game away on their position just a bit. Enters underneath the site itself with nothing more than a kit, a grenade, and a flash, and the hope of trying to win this round and to keep themselves one step ahead. Talking about head, almost takes the head off of one of the defenders, but they can just peel themselves back. It's Handy that wants to try and swing in. They're watching multiple angles. As the grenade rolls out, it will force a bit of the momentum. Caught by a camera, and the spray comes through. 30 seconds, though. The time is going to be the ultimate waste here. There's the spray against it. They obviously can't move in towards the smoke for another 10 anyway, and just from that action, it's probably the round decided, but they're throwing everything in. There's another smoke canister that's been thrown, I think. Yeah, there it goes, and, well, we won't even see the end of it. FaZe, tie us back up.
Oh, like a bit of a scattergun kind of round there from Furia, where they tried to hit like so many different ways of getting map control, and just none of it really stuck. Very different compared to the last time they were there, where obviously Furia, I think they kind of had, you know, their heart set on going in for the kind of solar way, playing in areas such as Big Window as well to cut off rotations. You know, they start at Library, then they are like, we don't really want to go Library, let's try and go solar. We're seeing single players just swinging in by themselves through solar windows and getting blown up. It just felt, I don't know, it felt very strange to see Furia take these risks without really any information. You know, they kind of moved about that map a bit blind, and they got punished for it.
At this point, tied up, and it feels like this is going to be a brawl potentially all the way to the end. Both teams seem good at wresting control of momentum.
Seconds left before insertion.
We're starting to see those fun little pocket plays.
5 seconds left before
So the angle of the Capitao, running the numbers, you think it was up through the hatch? It could have been up through the floor as well.
use a bomb.
Well, he was down in towards the basement, so
Down
I
towards the
assume...
base. Yeah, he was in the connector. I didn't put 2 and 2 until you pointed it, because I even made a comment. He's
Well,
off on
I've
his
never
own.
seen it before. Yeah, I've never seen it before that actually you can do that. So, yeah, you learn something new every day.
Take a little fraction of the soft out, and suddenly you can... Just a big old empty space. Well, at this point... Oh, that's almost the space where the first kill goes again. A lot of pressure on towards KDS's position here, but now they popped Goyo onto the verticality, just buys themselves at least some security against the chance at a shield rush and that immediate pressure. There's a bit of a bleed and a read-through now on towards the game's position as Viking and KDS both suffer a lot, and one of them is actually knocked down. The Deimos spraying through the soft wall. Viking gets himself back towards the site. He wanted to try and outweigh the Deimos track, so they weren't sure about it, but he couldn't quite get the safety. It's just blows everywhere, though. Out of nowhere, the map explodes, and suddenly there's only 2 defenders left, and Viking is on a sliver of health.
Yeah, this has not worked well for FaZe. They've went for a roam on this basement, and look, if you're going for a roam, you really take it into your own hands that you have to go in there and get the kills, and look, they have been able to get some, but not enough. The Furia will sit with the man advantage. Now, you look at what FaZe have left in terms of util. They've got 3 smokes, that is it. And a minute 30, so plenty of time for Furia to burn down the clock. And I think that the more scary thing, more than anything, you've got the Ossa. And they've got no way of stopping these shields going down. They've got no explosives to deal with that. So really, for Furia, they get the wall open. Just a pretty standard Ossa plant will be incoming.
At this point, Souls is going to have to lean out of Blue, see if he can try and get at least 1 kill, sort of shake the tree and see what sticks, because the double cover on the cross in this position is risky, but now I think he's read that everybody's pulled back. The smoke, wide swinging this door is going to be so expected, and it's going to be very tricky to get that smoke canister to land exactly where they want it to land to stop the plant being safe. Instead, uses one to buy himself the support from behind as Viking rotates round. There's obviously the chance at a hop-in bit of cover here. Running the numbers, running the flashes, and forcing the player back down. They're in on the back of it. Another flash, another bit of a control. You can see the pings are coming round, and Viking at this point, their days are numbered, but so's is the cover. As I said, they expected it. There's a great 3-2-1 there from Furia.
Yeah, so much time as well for Furia there. They just take it with ease. Didn't need to rush that. Like I said, their wing con was always going to be an Ossa, but I suppose if they see an opportunities to get the pinches and get the kills, then they'll go for that too. But yeah, for FaZe, look, you're going basement. Tim detests that bomb site. He hates it. He thinks, don't go there. If you're going there, you're trolling. And I think if you do go to the basement, I mean, look, it's not horrific. I will counter this point. Obviously, Tim may or may not disagree. We've got both electrification operators available and also the tub. So I think there certainly is possibilities with that basement if the operator's available. But if you're going for the roam, and we all know if you're going for a roam, you need to back it up with the kills. And just sadly, they couldn't do that. I think for FaZe, the roam game, they didn't really roam together would be my biggest criticism. We've seen players that are out in the roam just get picked off one by one by crossfires that Fury had set up. So, yeah, for FaZe, it's just that risk that they take, and it's backfired. And Furia, 3-2 up, looking good. I mean, 4-2 halves, that is the expected on the attack. So Furia, if they get this one, and they have met that, you know, I'd say par. There's another golf reference for Tim.
I'm sure he'll be living for that. He'll be sat there thinking, golf. Love that.
He snapped his fingers like Leo.
Yeah. Hey. Well, whether it's golfs or gardens, I don't think there'll be anyone spotted or put to bed here at this point. You can see that Furia is a bit cautious of FaZe stepping outside the boundaries of the map itself. Again, they're wanting to try and eagle-eye themselves on towards that even half. It's been FaZe's continual chase from today, and they've not really been able to get it that consistently. Once again, we're sort of getting that mix and that myriad of performances here from the side of FaZe. Cyber drifted away, Vidiking as well for the massive opening map that he had, but Handy's been able to step in and try and sort of slow down the roll here. On the other side of it, Philippox has found his first map form. And as the breach comes together, they don't really have anything other than that for now. The Clash is sort of drawing all this attention, saying, look, you want to breach, that's fine. But if you want to plant down there, I still have the vertical control. Now, as an air jab does get set up on the half wall, it'll at least box some of the round. You can see they're trying to find it, but I mean, playing Army Man and crawling your way around, you're not going to be able to get rid of it without revealing yourself and swinging wide. The smoke canister will sort of give the warning if we know you're out there, but a minute 20, all the players still standing. We're about to get a push turned to a shove, I think, here, Demo.
Yeah, I mean, Handy's doing a great job at staying alive. He's the danger man. Furia can't push until he has been dealt with, and he is just proning his way to safety. I mean, they've been able to get in towards half wall, but look where Handy is. He's still just beside the desk trying to hold on to that single door. Here comes the Clash. We'll give the information, of course. Handy! Oh, Handy! What a pick! Takes down Herd, shotgun close. He's ready for JV, who has that DMR. All Handy has to do is go for the swing. He's in it almost. Oh, nobody home. JV instead has went over towards Mez, and he also dies. And Souls takes down Philippox. Furia, a round to forget. FaZe clan, stronghold. Handy especially. The man on a mission just to hold on to that office for dear life, and he done a great job at it.
Yeah, I mean, what a great sort of lock in there. And you could see that they just couldn't find a way in, right? They couldn't find that sort of weak link in the armor. They tried prodding and pulling at different positions, and there was just nothing. Nothing was given. And it was a very, very sturdy way for us to get ourselves into this position. Think about the comparison of how we opened the first map as well, by the way, and how Furia were always sort of in control and finding opportunities, and FaZe just looked a bit lifeless compared to there, where they were an unending wall. It was every single direction you turned. It was another problem for them to have to try and jump over. Even half. Now we're down from a best of 3 into a best of a half, as it always goes. And either team could wrest control of this game.
Oh, not a bad half. I mean, it's kind of up in the air, isn't it? It's, you know, balls went up. Who's going to jump and catch it almost? And really, it's there for both these teams. I kind of think back to, you know, FaZe and what we kind of seen from their attacks on Bank. We do not want to see a repeat of that, because it was very low energy. I think just single picks, nobody really trading back, just not really working as a team. And I think for a map like Chalet, that is like the key thing, that you need to have that in abundance. See trade game and your crossfires in the Chalet. That is how you win or lose this. This can be a map where you can get so claustrophobic as a defenders. You know, you look towards that top floor. You look at the window layouts. You've got one in piano, one in bathroom, one in big window. You're kind of making that triangle of angles where there ain't a lot of kind of safe positions to sit in between that. You move 1 inch in a position, you could be dead because of that. And I think that's the main worry that you would have with FaZe, is whenever it comes to Chalet, your team game needs to be on point, and we didn't see that on Bank. But we've seen that in Skyscraper. I still think that, you know, Skyscraper, they reacted a lot better on their defensive half. Their attacks still, you know, here or there, but I think Furia let the ball slip a lot more in their defenses rather than FaZe doing oh so well. So, hey, I still think the pressure is on FaZe. They're the team in the hot seat. They need to prove me wrong.
At this point as well, stepping in on their attack and bringing the chance at a quick zip. I'm wondering how they're going to approach this position, where Handy could approach from. Obviously, there's the chance of getting some nice hack synergy, getting yourself down and in and amongst that basement and up suddenly in towards the core. But this, cutting their way and cleaning across, it's a bold, bold move without anyone immediately trying to offer some support here. And you've not got Furia a million miles away. It'll make a lot of noise. They're going to go for the track. You've got a player on the double window. Fine. There's the pull. There's the push. And is this going to be the rub in the end? They're going immediately across, and Hurd gets 1, gets 2.
Brilliant.
Brilliant hold, brilliant Denari, and failure to launch for FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, as much as what we've talked about Denari, it's not often that we really see the trips be used in a context of, like, a trap. You know, like somebody's there, like an Alamine or a foreign gadget, the way it would work. So it is nice to see still that, you know, they work like that, even though they are very obvious. If you do walk into one, you're thinking, why have you walked into one? It's a massive red line across your screen. But hey, in moments like that where you have to try and move fast, it's just that deterrent. JV able to take down the Deimos, and for FaZe, the attempted rush, it has fell flat on its face. Furia, all they have to do is sit in their hands. But I will say this, though. Furia, we've seen before, they tend to lose these kind of rounds, so let's hope it doesn't happen again.
I mean, that's entirely the worry, right? It, regardless of how good these teams can be, it shows how good FaZe can be at finding opportunities. It's, in some ways, a lot tougher on your attack, especially on a map like this, where it is very aggressive, and Furia haven't shied away from that, but they haven't given the positions. They're still, I was going to say, sat around the side itself, but JV92 took a risk being on the half wall. Hertz just took a lot of damage. Not 100% sure the read through on that was, but now with some of the cross and with at least 2 points on an angle, if they can get the piano player here, who they're trying to force out, they've pulled themselves back towards the half wall. They just can't really go the immediate plant, and the rotate underneath, the spray up, they'll have the reveal, so instead they've got to push, and there's one KDS, it's suddenly a 2 versus 1. They've been able to find it, and Herds, you're a million miles away. He's got the sprint on, but at this point it's a post plant, I think right by the window. They can watch this from some safety, but instead play the piano and see the song out the door. Herds does get himself a third for the round. Look at the health across the 2 remaining players. They're either side with the pre-fire souls! You said Furia have lost it before. Well, why not once more?
It's Groundhog Day, everyone. I don't even know when that day is. Not my holiday. Obviously, it's Furia's holiday. They're living in it. It's the same thing again. A 2v4, all they have to do is sit in their hands. Play the trades! Oh, just... It's so frustrating. It really is. There's a very Northern Irish phrase here. Can I use that? Is that okay?
Go on. Throw it out.
It gets up my goat.
That is a particular phrase, you're right. Still. Here, where we are now. Well, where we've been up towards this opportunity phase.
10 seconds left before
They've pulled themselves back in towards this entire showdown. More than anything, they've made sure that they are never too far away from this engagement, and I mean, credit to them. After the first map, we sort of had those questions, right? Of, is this going to be the phase for the whole showdown, or is it just, this is a map they've already decided they've lost? They have refused to let some of these rounds be lost. And here, the continuing pressure. There's the run-in. Cyber let loose into the building, hoping to try and get an early snag on a player, but nobody's currently home, and instead, they almost catch him instead. He has some of the reveal. What it has got them is a lot of territory quite quickly. Terrain that they're worried might be pressured back on. Obviously, he's quite isolated for now. He's just going to make sure that he's an anvil in some way and drift his way back to something maybe a little bit safer. The blinds roll out. And the Clash tries to draw attention, but as all of that gets removed, the utility from the swing on towards the Ego Balk. Instead, Cyber pushes their way up towards the top of the stairs. KDS with pressure on the piano windows, and well, they had this hold, if you remember last time demo, that Furia couldn't find a way through. Can FaZe get one on their own?
Well, FaZe haven't lost anyone. Are taking a much more slow and steady approach. We'll have to, again, go for that kind of mini side quest I like to mention with the Clash Souls. And that's a strange one, actually. I think I had the call to remove the electrification, so we went for the nade. from below, but he didn't expect Philippux to be standing right above him and picks up a very easy kill. Now 4v5 that FaZe have to try and problem solve, and again, it's just that oppressive clash that I just don't see them getting through. Look what they have. Zilch, no util at all to really deal with that, so this is going to be a tough one for FaZe.
There's the spray, there's the blind, and there's the pressure trying to just bleed their way around the corners. They've missed the man, and Philippux has... Oh, he missed his! Cyber wins it out. He was almost dropped. I mean, they would have got the trade, whatever happens, but now instead, they have an even fight and an even man count on the way, and the watch back down. But do they have the control, the confidence? Nobody's going to try and come in from behind them. You can see Cyber's a bit worried where the clash, or actually the support around the clash has gone. And as they set themselves up, there's not a huge amount of time to get this stuck. Herds,
no util.
He's the one that they were worried about here. And as you said, no util. But they do at least still have the trade game. Andy is inside the site. There's only a single player above as well. KDS wins out against KZ. And there's JV92 getting it locked in. Cyber, he's done well this round so far, but he goes no further.
No util. That actual site execute. I mean, they used everything for the top floor, which, sure, I mean, that's fine. You know it's a position you have to take. They put in so much util. And what did they really get as well? One kill? One kill they got from that whole util dump. And that's only because that guy decided to stay. And he knew he was going to be a dead man anyways. You want to see how many he could have got, you know, to come with him. But I think Furia were very, very clever in just pulling back immediately. You know, let them have the top floor. Look at the time. Look at what they've used. We still got the full HP clash. That's going to be the win con. They played to the win con. It just annoys me. They can win rounds like that in the 4v4, but they can't win rounds in the 2v4. Make it make sense.
I can't. Sorry. That's not in my wheelhouse. 4-4 though. Then at this point, this game going the distance, could it be in anybody else's? I mean, we kind of expected a bit of a brawl. I think if you'd have asked us, okay, pre-map 1, hell yeah. 3 maps, give us a series, give us a show. Post-map 1, uh-oh, what's going on here? What's all this, officer? Post-map 2, all right. There's some life in, but there's still been clutch rounds, right? There's still been those FaZe rounds, as you just said there, actually. If you take away the rounds where FaZe won those 2 versus 4s and Furia sort of dropped the ball, this one could have been put to bed. And we said it at the very beginning in Bank. When you're up against the best teams in the world, what they can do so much better than others is exploit opportunity. And even though in the first map that was entirely done to the sort of problem of FaZe, since then it's not that they're not able to find it amongst sort of Furia's errors and woes and mistakes and clutch rounds, and it leaves us exactly where we are. Now a Solace, well, they know that they're being hunted, and as the call comes out, they're just going to maybe cause a problem a bit longer. They're not entirely sure where the Solace has gone. As I said before, that's the game that the Solace wants to play. They will hear this rotate. Handy doesn't have another call yet, but also doesn't have any support. They don't just want to run their way in. They're sat waiting. E1D. Such delicate balances of motion here. And Herds isn't... They weren't born yesterday, Demo. They're not going to swing that.
No. I think that you kind of get an inkling sometimes, I feel, as a kind of roamer. Especially if you know that there's not a lot going on towards the site. They're probably looking for you right now. And oh, how on earth are you not dead? Heard you get stuck in the door frame. Handy! Must have had one heck of a whiff to not pick up that kill, and Herds let's actually go for the double dip. He wants to be aggro, he wants to challenge on. Is he going to get caught out though? The E1D scan does go off. Easy, holding on the blue stairs, wins it against Handy. 4v5, the FaZe have to work around. They were really hoping that Handy would pick up a kill downstairs, but it's not end up that way. They have got the top floor control, but they've got no pressure at all bearing onto the bomb site.
Heavy hammer hits either way, and as you said, no control of the bomb site, but they're just going to try and make it work at this point. And Nade is that problem player, right? On the back line of stock, the grenade will force him to slip his way further around, but look at KZ's momentum. He's got himself tucked up blue. He's ready and waiting, and the crossfire comes out into Cyber's favor, but they're still holding on to at least some power positions. FaZe, they don't have a direct route through on towards the site, and that's the problem, because at this point, they're out of time. They're almost out of souls as well, as caught in the smoke and taking too big of a huff. They slip their way around. JV gets KDS, and now they can just kind of mop it up. There's a wide swing that is punished. 2 versus 3. Cyber and Souls have to try and find the end of it, but they're still hopping in and rotating their way around. At this point, Furia can just pull themselves back. What was that? A mistake in the chaos. His teammate with a 1-tap.
I will say it was a great shot, just onto the wrong person that you'd want to kill. Yeah, but that's what's going to happen whenever you're stressed and out of time. Stuff like that is going to happen. This is why we talk so much about straining that clock as a defense. The lower that timer gets closer to 0, you will see the correlation with the panic levels of attackers begin to rise. If I had a graph, you'd see that. I don't have the graph, but just pretend you see the graph. That's what happens. Mistakes will be made. And because of that, look, the timeout, because they probably are stressed out right now. They have to be.
Well, at this point, taking a breath, FaZe, and, you know, it's sort of been traded rounds up until that point. Then we get into this half, and now Furia have been able to stack themselves 2 sort of blocks in a row. Is it FaZe running out of steam? Is it FaZe running out of possibilities? We had it in the previous map, though. Sort of remember that as we got towards what was, I think, the same position, there was a timeout that came through from the side of FaZe, and then they tucked 3 defensive rounds in a row on Skyscraper. They have the ability to sort of bounce back from this moment, these slipaways. But now, all ahead of them, all with a chance at progressing along this lower bracket, and a chance at this eternal fight betwixt these two, having at least one more score etched in, oh, the upper bracket, sorry, not the lower bracket. That's the next game. It's also the fact that obviously this is a mirror towards the last split in stage 1, where you had FaZe Clan and Furia in the upper bracket. It was a 2-0 in towards, well, 2-0 in towards FaZe's favor, and then in the final, because they met in the grand final again, FaZe lost 0-2.
Yeah, so I mean, big possibility that could happen again. Like, don't get me wrong. As much as what I think NIP have looked, I've been so impressed with NIP. I'm sad we don't get to actually, cover them today, because I think that team, with what they've been able to do, I think Tim mentioned it at the start of the day. What they've been able to do this stage is also, it needs to be noticed. So yeah, very impressed with them, and you never know, we might see NIP actually win the stage, which they have not done in who knows how long that has been. But hey, still plenty more stage before we get to that stage. But yeah, FaZe took the time out. Need to dig deep here and find any semblance of structure, because I don't think they've really had that. It has been very panicky. The one attack they have won is down to Furia playing like schmucks. So they need to try and do a lot better on this shallow. But this was the worry I would have. It's the coordination, but that's more like it. Why have we not seen that yet from FaZe? The shield comes in, somebody follows up. That's the teamwork that we need to see.
Straight, immediate, and violent. There is 2 more pickups here for the side of FaZe. They took their time out, and once again, boy, did they know what to do with it. Furia, 2 players left here on a bit of a lone watch, and let's see if FaZe can do Furia and drop the ball a little and let Furia bite back into this. They have so much time, though, Demo. They have a lot of utility still in their banks, and at this point, fine, you're tracking 1 player. You can see them going off towards the back end, and they're actually going to try and take the 2 versus 1. And I think Cyber sort of realized this and said, no, I'm not going to give you that opportunity. But it allows this. The rest of the team has otherwise moved in. They took a risk. Once again, it didn't pay off. Cyber didn't overextend. To be honest, they've done once or twice, but at this point, Handy, the Blitz, closing a distance. Does get punched around a corner. Lucky got the blind off. There's at least one back into the favor. The Blitz has to full send it. Can't get the end of nade, and it still sprays over a narrow margin. Cyber does go down, but they're able to at least cement the one kill. There's the shield. Oh, doesn't get the connection with the shotgun. Vidiking, he's like, you guys do this. I'm going to go plant, guys. I'm going to keep us with this round safe. And Herds battling against his demons. Now, though, post-plant, time to breathe. He's almost pulled the rest of FaZe back. And Vidiking cements the round. FaZe, they're able to at least push that one over the end.
Yeah, that was a lot better from FaZe. Actual teamwork, having a kind of spearhead, being that blitz, playing off that blitz, having kind of crossfires and angles set up to cover people as they try and rotate around the map. You've seen that at the main lobby and towards the big door. You know, that's what you're after. And that was something that FaZe have just been missing from their game. And Furia, they've almost reaction snapped a timeout, haven't they? Like, I wouldn't say Furia have looked rattled at all during, well, maybe apart from, you know, the 2v4. Other than that, things seem pretty, you know, smooth for them. But they've went for the timeout nonetheless. Is it just the case of they want to immediately adapt to how FaZe now have adapted to them?
Well, 2 timeouts and 2 rounds separate us from OT or the end of the series at this point. Who can be that distance maker, that difference maker, and who can set themselves up for what is still not a do or die game? There's always still that possibility. Yes, it guarantees you a little bit more money in SI points, but you know that it's not impossible for these two teams to find and fight each other once again. And it's also the sort of split of how things came to pass, because, you know, with the end of stage 2, with how these teams sort of played out, Furia, they were this sort of second place team. They ended on the same amount of points as the first place team, and they had technically more wins, but a couple of OT. FaZe, I like how he can be like, they were uncharacteristically adrift. They were in 4th place. It was a difference of 3 points. The top of the leaderboard for SAL was absolutely stacked this year. Well, this split even, and, well, as Hertz tried to get a bit lucky, he instead found a friend who had a shield.
Loading new magazine.
Yeah, well, it's the shield-on-shield action too. We've got the Monty versus the Clash, and spoiler alert, Clash wins that. So, yeah, Vidiking needs to be very careful in terms of who he's challenging. If it is the Clash, he needs to get out of there. For Furia, it seems as though they're trying to step into more of an aggressive, you know, standpoint here. I mean, very aggro there from Casey over towards Library. I mean, hasn't got the kill. He did take a lot of damage, but still alive, and very quickly moves back in towards that top floor into Piano along with his teammate. And again, it's just going to be that problem solving of the Clash again from him. I think that's going to be the issue that FaZe need to try and get around. And you look at the lineup, there's really nothing that they've brought in to deal with that. So yeah, the Clash should have a massive impact here. FaZe are actually going for the hunt here onto the roamer downstairs. But is he aware that there's actually 2 players? No, he's not. JV! Perfectly timed to assist his teammate. Takes down the Deimos. A massive opening pick.
Well, Cyber gone as well, and we've seen the importance that he's had in the rounds where he's been able to activate himself, as the Deimos especially, and here, now forced and brushed slightly further back. The Clash is just leading this intel, and as Hertz gets handy. Oh no, things have started to fall apart a little bit on this round. They drive themselves across, they've made a bit of a gap, and they're hoping to try and get a kill before things opt out, but look at the, you know, Furia's just pulled back. They're like, no, we don't need the smoke. You can have that verticality, that's fine. We still have the site control, and also we now still have the rest of the map. We outnumber you. We can rotate our way around behind you, in towards Fireplace, in towards these other pressure positions, as they have done. So now there is still no safe ground. All they've sort of done is found a new place to be isolated, and it's good reaction here from Furia. If they win out this engagement, which it's not being offered to them yet, they might be able to at least get some safety, but Herds swings up and probably puts this round to bed. Soul's left alone, and we might be about to find a flawless. Nope, not quite. but slipping their way into the smoke. Does get a second and recollects the kit. The Clash just reading all this info, and there's nowhere really to go from this point onwards. It's frustrating, I think, to say the least. 18 seconds. Gets himself a third. Oh my, if he pulls this one off, goes to fight the Clash. The Clash is on stairs. It's awkward, but Herds gets the end of it. There was a moment, Demo.
Yeah, but for Furia, get the round win. And yeah, I think they've done a much better job of going aggro, not giving the kind of initial, I want to say, fast-pace aggression that FaZe had brought in the previous round. And then, you know, you see the Clash. Again, it's that operator that has caused him so many issues. You know, the Monty was terrified from the majority of that round. He didn't really know where he wanted to push. Do I go this way? Do I go that way? The Clash is there. What can I do? It's tough. It's very, very tough on him. Furia, with the defense, they go top floor into our bedroom. It's all over the FaZe's court. They're the team who have to attack this. I mean, Furia, with that defense, they're going to be feeling confident. This is a tough one. You know, always said 6-5. It's a dangerous scoreline. FaZe know they have to play perfect. One mistake, Furia punish, Furia win. They win the map, they win the series.
One round from where we were to where we are, FaZe. They've definitely turned this one into a fight. A nice little Denari painting. It's like a graph. It shows the performance of teams, depending on which way you look at it. That was a Jessie J Chick joke for you, and I realized you're not that target audience.
I don't appreciate the Jessie J Chick.
I'm so sorry. I forgot.
Don't ever mention his name in front of me again.
Let me just get rid of all my scatter graph humor and my my line charts gone. Those jokes gone. Sorry, buddy.
You should know better.
I should.
I'll allow it this time. But that's it. That's the only time.
Ready for the open? I mean, look, this engagement could be the decider. There's a lot that's going in towards Philippox's way here. KZ isn't a million miles away on the support, but you've got KDS that wants to hop in towards Mud, and, you know, he's got 2 rooms to survive and play in. There's the controller Mud, so now the blue player is in a bit of a stickier situation. There's a shield that's hopped in. They need to get this clean, but KZ is that cover, that problem. And at this point, oh, he turns his back at the worst possible time. That's 2 quick kills for FaZe. They can't even get the man out, Philippox. And I mean, the support structure tried to get there in time, but they just approached it a little bit wrong.
Oh dear. Furia. Looks as though that they've choked this and they're headed into OT against FaZe, who have and brought that same aggression in. It was round number 10, wasn't it? Oh my! Oh my! Herds! Massive opportunity. I don't know if it would have mattered too much because he probably would have been traded, but still you miss out on a kill. And now Nade has a 1v5. He has to clutch up. And you just don't see this happening at all. Here comes the Blitz. Here comes Handy. But KDS beats him to it. FaZe stay alive. Overtime.
Well, here we are. Who expected anything else from these 2 teams, to be honest? I guess you kind of maybe wanted it for all 3, but we'll take this split. At this point, onwards and upwards here for FaZe. They've been able to pull themselves in. It's been a while since we've had this kind of showdown, and the last time these 2 teams were in an OT, it went to a Furia sort of solid 2, but here, with how back and forth this game has been, it's really anyone's guess. You've had, on this map, obviously 2 even halves, 2 great responses to each other. FaZe back on their defense once again, and, you know, you sort of think back to how Furia pulled out rounds. 2 of them were on the back of some shield works. They doubled down with 2 shields in 1 round. They brought the Ossa for another sort of success on the approach and plant, and they just seem to get a good handle on some of the loose FaZe players. But here. I mean, there's nobody that's not showing up as well. You sort of look across both these two teams. You know, fine, KZ has a sad habit of dying, but he's making sure he's at least getting into the engagements.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Souls as well, by the way, 14 and 7. I mean, I always said Souls, he's stupidly consistent for the role that he plays as well. You know, I mean, I wouldn't say that FaZe have like a kind of traditional support, where I don't really think any of Brazil have a kind of traditional support as what we would have inside of E or NA, certainly. But I think Souls is probably the closest thing of a support player that FaZe have had. And he's such a gunner as well. Like, I've always said, see gunner or support players who can hold their own in gunfights, they are a threat to be reckoned with, and he's one of them. And I think that's why you see the numbers that he drops in his role. It's just ridiculous to see. So yeah, FaZe really hanging in there, and Furia pressure back onto their shoulders as they have let this lead slip. They're going to try and hit it hard and try and regain that lead. Look how swiftly they're moving in towards Library to assault on the Fireplace.
Ooh, sprayed through. Cyber is able to find the first kill there on towards Philippox, and they're almost waiting for the next swing to come into their position. But as Souls finds JV, this attack round might have fallen a bit to bits here for the side of Furia. Oh, they know exactly where he is. They're sort of playing a narrow game here, but KDS doesn't have to play his life. He's got support, and there's no way they can bite through. And you look at Cyber's position as well. Great pinch on towards that position, and there's the next, but it's Handy's to win out. Took in a sort of solo engagement amongst the fire, almost a little bit of an operation at slightly different paces. And it gives Handy the chance to do this. Now he could drop the hatch if he wants to. Pull himself away. They're worried about a swing coming around, or they're worried that Handy might still be here. There's a spray. Now the hatch isn't quite as tasty an option. The grenade won't quite get him, but the swing does. A minute on. And Nade can offer some support. And with the clash peeling back, the 3 versus 2. All revealed on a cam, and now all revealed on Vidiking. Cyber's hoping somebody goes for the control on the window, the cross, but they're keeping things internal for now. The problem is that wall sort of locked up. Okay, and Herd's just drifting in. False read maybe on what he thought they had, and that's probably put the end into this round.
Yep, Viking gets ghosted, but should be an easy kill. No problem there for Cyber. That's how you hold a 4v2. See that? No problems. Just play your util, sit in your hands, play off each other. That's what they did. And FaZe gifted with that round. So the initial aggression there from Furia not working out. FaZe clan held their own. Pardon the pun, weren't really phased by it at all. You know, FaZe just kind of sat, played their own util, played their trade game well. Just FaZe doing the basic principles of Chalet. An extremely high standard. And now we sit 7-6. Furia on the defense. FaZe, that's 2 on the bounce. So they've got a little bit of momentum here. Will they make it free and win the series?
I mean, from where we were to where we are, right? How far we've found ourselves on this journey with FaZe. You know how the fans has been through it before. So we can't really cement anything yet, Demo. But I think that first engagement, that first sort of trade of blows. Do you know what? It's crazy how isolated first engagements have been in this showdown. Across every single round played, by how we track it within the pace of the trade, only 3 rounds total have had that entry kill traded. And over the past 7 rounds, the entry kill has dictated the way that it goes. It has truly been such a strong sort of opening and entry for a lot of these teams, finding that loose player, that isolated problem. Now there's no immediate risks. There's a very quick approach here with the Ram. Cyber isn't afraid of finding themselves within the building within the opening 20 seconds, and sometimes slowing them down just a tad is a big part of FaZe's approach. You can see Furia, they're just making sure that nobody's immediately entering here onto the back, hoping to get, as I said, that early strike, that lucky first blow. They're almost trying to be a step ahead of the approach, right? With the Solace deep out in towards games, fishing for information on towards library, but FaZe, they're not immediately throwing themselves in as of yet. They get themselves distracted in the rotate, and Furia, they keep themselves moving back. A minute gone. Nobody's found anybody yet, but everybody is sniffing in the wind.
And it is really ballsy here from Furia to go for the basement, to keep themselves in this series. And the fact that they've went here and not brought in, you know, the electrification, the tub, for example, just makes things really simple for FaZe. Open up the walls, get the vertical work done. I mean, this is just setting up to be a very clean, precise round here from FaZe. They're doing the basics right. As soon as these walls get opened up, you'll see that this bomb site is just not favorable for defenders. There's nowhere really safe to sit. I mean, Furia tried this extension over towards Big Garage and over towards Trench, but FaZe aren't really interested. I mean, you can see where the diffuser is. We're more concerned about Blue and just the traditional snowmobile breach. And he takes a handful of damage against that shotgun, playing up close and personal, and just kind of distances himself with those Candelas and Handy. Want them to play passive, just asking FaZe, you know what? We're not really interested in taking Blue, Furia. You can sit there. We're more focused on trying to get ourselves in and go for this plant, but that clash, that could be the issue.
I mean, 45 seconds, all 10 players still standing, and Furia holding on for now. Still with a smoke canister, still with a clash, as you said, and a couple of impacts. But at this point, you're sort of looking at FaZe and looking at the clock and going, okay, this is going to have to be a hell of a 3-2-1. They're prepared for the hatch drop and the pressure that might come from this angle. They have some of the sort of flash grenades to maybe get some control on the Candela. But otherwise, outside of that, what are they rolling with? The deep flash will go through. It's caught by an ADS. There's the roll and the pressure. A smoke canister buys them a second on towards Blue, and they're in. But they're a little bit suspect, a little bit opportunistic there. KZ gets the first on towards Handy. The swing from Philippox and Herds gets themselves two more. There's at least another from the trash. And we, Demo, are screaming all the way.
Oh, what a pause from Philippox. Was somehow under the havoc of what was going over towards Blue and upstairs, he somehow slips his way across the verts and just sits beside the green bins. And nobody was none the wiser. Said before about Furia, if you make one mistake against them, they will punish you. One mistake, a misthrow. That's what it boils down to for FaZe. Everything else was set up. They were ready for that execute. They had burned through the smokes. There was no real denial left for Furia.
Attackers need to
But they didn't check that one position. They couldn't push their way down in through the main stairs onto the filing cabinet, which is a blind spot plant. And because of that, they lose that round. And we go to round 15. We flip Furia on the attack, FaZe in the defense. I mean, it's been even halves. You know, I think for Furia and for FaZe, no side really favors them. They're both going at it. Where does this go? Really, where do we go from here? I mean, we go kitchen and dining. Last time we were here for FaZe, they done a fantastic job at actually holding in towards that office. We've got the Clash, who has been, honestly, for both teams, the Clash has been a nightmare to deal with.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, we sort of talked about problematic shields on the attack, but also, as you said, on defense, it just keeps being that difference maker. It keeps being that ability to be active, to be reactive. And both these teams, as we've complimented them on so many times, and everybody has, they are reactive, right? They'll see what the problem is. They'll try and find a solution for it. Sometimes it gets caught out, but, I mean, it's forced. You have to sort of play air jabs. It's forced you to have to try and play this lockdown here. There's the chance with the Capital bolts, maybe even a pocket impact EMP if they really want to cross that divide. But Clash is, we've talked about teams who suffer with Clash and teams who bring Clash and just don't really know how to operate with her. These two teams both play her quite passively in a way for the engagements. They're not just deploying the shields, trying to hold onto a position. They're going forward and reading, but then they're pulling back. They're leading them in towards problems. And, you know, it either forces them to take the bait and have to take an unfortunate engagement, or forces them to have to stop, rethink, recalculate, and rerun the numbers. Here, a minute 50, 7-7. Everything boils down to what is just a best of one. of a single round. And they're going to see if they can try and get that first catch. Again, the positions of Furia, they're stacked up. Gonna get some of the work done, but ooh, as the first to fall is handy. You worry if you just got a little bit too adrift. Herds has obviously taken some damage. They got a bite out of him, and they still have the clash to draw some attention. Cyber was looking for an engagement, hoping to get a lucky catch, but as the pressure forces the clash further and further back, there's nobody to immediately get the catch onto it, and they're going to actually push in, retake. I think they're sort of pulling the defense away and pushing them back in. There's almost the swing round. The clash goes up to the breach, reads the position. Not entirely sure what the rotate there was, but it's leveled itself out. Cyber hopped out, in fact. That was it. Got the first kill and got himself caught out. Now a 3 versus 3. They're able to remove some of these air jabs, which buys the clash a little bit more space to play in. The Deimos track on at least the Deimos outside to get a bit of a reveal, but 40 seconds. Think about where the 3 Furia players are. They're almost in a circle, and there's another player clearing another air jab, and there's JV92. Gets the vertical somehow. The clash steps in. There's about to be a swing over the shoulder. They're going for the plant. There's the reveal in the spray round, but it's a step. It's a crossfight, and it's scrappy. A post plant and a clash. Too late to the party. Too late to the game. Furia, after all that, win it out. But FaZe found a fight that lasted all the way to the end.
Oh, what a map. What a last round. JV in the trenches. And the fact he was able to walk away with that kill under the player swinging up the clash shield as well. Unbelievable. What a map. Oh, I mean, well, this is what we wanted. This is what we expect from both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's probably not the last time they'll meet as well, right? They fall down towards the lower bracket. They, as I said, haven't quite been in the top 2 stage, but they were never a million miles off, and you might have rough days, but we know what they're capable of. And it's just one more sort of moment where it's like they take a step away from each other, knowing that that was round 1 of a round 2 best of 3 setup. And that's the sort of level of these two teams. A massive fight back on there, and a massive sort of grow back into the game. Again, you think back to the sort of first map of where they were, and you know, it's just been a massive pullback. But for you and I, that's all for now, and we will throw it over towards our desk immediately.
Thank you so much. What a game that was. It was a pleasure to watch that from behind the scenes, kind of. And so close as well. I don't think there was any really moment where you could tell, like, oh, I think FaZe is going to win this match now because they have such a good advantage for themselves. Or, oh, Furia are looking so good, like they're going to lock the series out. There was no real way of telling that up until round 15 when it all went down in that final one there, though. Impressive from Furia to bring it back. And this is huge for them as well, Ace, because we're looking at 150 SI points. That is a lot for them.
Yeah, of course it is. You know, it's always that focus towards getting to Paris, but it was kind of as expected, really. I said coming into Chalet, I think it's going to be a tight one, and it's going to come down to, you know, which of those superstars can step up. In this case, it was Herds, and I think JV at the end there as well, getting the job done. But Herds going 17-11, played a huge part. Souls on the other side deserves his shout, 15 and 9 as well. So it was these two big names going kind of head-to-head as to who could drag their team over the line. Great game from both of them. Fury are the ones who walk away with the slimmest of victories.
Again, same thing that's kind of been an onward trend with both these teams playing one another. It's those opening engagements. I mean, you got to look on the side of Furia once again having a big hand in those opening engagements, going in their favor, converting those into round 1. I mean, out of all those engagements, they only couldn't convert 3 of those, and also having just as many as they had. But kind of unfortunate for Vidiking to not have the performance that, you know, we would want out of him. We talked about it, what, two games ago, and where we said we needed Vidiking to be able to step up in those series, and he had a huge bounce back, huge performance, and then going into this last game, I mean, not having a strong performance. But a player that you said, you know, Felipox not having a good game last game, and then being able to step it up here, going 11-11, similar with JV. I mean, it just speaks into the individual prowess that both these rosters have. It's just like what Tim was saying, is just one superstar performer having that good game, having that lights out performance, and Herds just so happening to lead that charge and closing it out for the team.
feel like it's a different player on the side of Furia every single time. It's been so much of the JV and Entity party this whole stage. Philippox and KZ had a great first map, and then now, for example, her stepping up to really carry the momentum for his team. Momentum killer as well, because we really thought this could be in FaZe's hands, especially since they won that second map, since they had the momentum going into the third one here. But locking in the finals for Furia is amazing. That means for FaZe, they will have to recollect themselves. They'll have a bit of a break right now whilst we look at the lower bracket game that we'll have as well. And then they have to play another game versus the winner of that one. So it is a long day today for FaZe to really get themselves back into that grand final for tomorrow if they want to. And we're looking at the stats here right now. Anything in particular, Lexon, that really speaks to you when we're looking at this?
I mean, KZ, I'd say, you know, when you see KZ, he's not really ever having a bad performance. I'd say this is probably like one of the most lackluster I've seen KZ have, which, again, very rare to say the least if KZ's having a bad game. But I can only imagine they just feeling comfortable. They got those 100 points. I mean, now they're sitting, what, at 500? No, 500 point SI points. I mean, they practically locked themselves in at this point. I can't imagine that they get toppled by any means. But for the side of, again, it's those entries. I mean, Handy going 0-3. You look at KDS going 0-3. It's just not painting a, I mean, 0-2. It's just not painting a good picture for them of what even can looks to come with their match, deciding whether that's going to be going against W7M or going against NIP. I mean, they need these opening kills going in their favor, or they're going to constantly struggle trying to make it into that grand final.
Yeah, that'll be for later today, obviously. But first up, before we close the series, we'll have a chat with the winners from today. We have Philippox on the line to have a little bit of a chat with him and to ask him some questions. Congratulations on locking in the grand final, Philippox. Very well deserved from you guys. What a game this was, though. It was very dominant from you guys on the first map. A little bit of a slip up on the second, but then you lock it out on the third. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was a really tough match. It's always like that against them. But I'm glad that we could take the win. And we had the resilience after throwing so many rounds in Chalet to keep the mental and keep going and get the win in the end.
Philippox, my GOAT. Congratulations on the win, getting into the grand final. I kind of want to talk about that resilience and kind of that mental fortitude. Obviously, you guys have a very strong bank. I'm sure you guys were more than confident, now upping your streak, what, to 11-0 on it? And then you guys fall short in Skyscraper. It was a lot of scrappy rounds. But then to bounce back all the way here, push it to a round 15, close it out in the way that you did. I mean, what are the comms like from each and every single game going, you know, like I said, whether you have your highs, whether you have your lows, and then to continue to finish strong?
Yeah, the comms, like I said in other interviews, is something that we really started to pay a lot of attention to get better. And of course, in moments like this, in a 7-7, the last map, the comms are a little bit shaky, a little bit, everyone is kind of screaming. But I'm glad that we could keep the composure. And despite our plan not working the last round, we could figure something out. So I'm really glad that we could do that.
I was going to say, when the comms are getting crazy, are you kind of the one that's reeling that back in and making sure everyone is then focused? Or is that kind of just on anyone in that moment to kind of like take charge and be like, all right, everyone, like, shut up, let's focus up. We don't need to make this as chaotic as it can be.
Yeah, I'm the one trying, but sometimes I might be the one that's is making the comms crazy. So anyone can step up and say that. So yeah, that's it.
Philippox, just looking through the stage so far, Furia have planted a lot. You've been our second most planting team. Today, there was hardly any plants going down. Was that part of the game plan to just take FaZe on, kind of head on in gunfights, or was it just that FaZe made it really difficult to play the objective today?
I think it was kind of the game plan, because in Bank we banned Warden and we did a lot of plays with Glass. So we were doing plays that required like playing for kills. We're not focusing on planting. So I think the game plan was like that. And Skyscraper is a really tough map to attack. And we were doing some rushes and fast attacks, not focusing on plants as well.
All right, seems like you had the objective clear for today. This saves you a bit of time, though, because you now only have to play another game tomorrow. This is the only best of 3 remaining for you inside of the SAL. Who do you think you're going to be playing against? Do you think it's going to be a rematch against FaZe, or do you feel like maybe NIP or W7M stand a chance?
I really have no idea. Let's see. Let's watch and see.
Alright, well, we're gonna do the same. Thank you so much for your time, Felipox, and we'll see you tomorrow for the grand final. Best of luck.
Thank you, guys. See you.
See you around. We're definitely going to see who will be playing in that grand final tomorrow. But first, we'll have a look at our best of 3 stats. Now, there's going to be a bunch of numbers on our screens. 3 maps, one of those in overtime, and then a very close one on Skyscraper. Absolute dominance from Furia on that first map, though. But we heard Felipox talk about everything they did in this matchup to make sure it was swinging in their way. And then when we're looking at those 3 players on the side of Furia, we're looking at JV92, Hertz, and Felipox Ace. They're not too far apart from each other in regards to stats.
No, they're not. They've all had the moments. You know, Felipox had that big start on Bank, and then, you know, we saw Herds, the bookend at the other end, taking it out on Chalet. But the thing that jumps off the screen to me there is that entry stat. Lax picked up on it earlier. You look across that entry stat for Furia, everybody but Nade is positive on entry, and that's you wouldn't even expect it from Nade. He's not there to get entry. He's there to put the diffuser down and to do that droning work that facilitates those guys getting the kills. But they just absolutely dominated those early rounds, and you've got to say, if FaZe could have done a little bit better in the entry, maybe that 1 round difference would have been the other way.
I mean, it absolutely does. I mean, that's the hard part, is getting that first pick and then being able to convert it, and then getting 2 picks, you know, in a row, round to round. I mean, that clearly helps the confidence too. It alleviates the pressure. It allows you to understand that there is a possibility to go for a flank, to pressure a certain area, to play that man advantage so easily if FaZe ups their entries, as I was talking about, you know, going into whoever their opponent's going to be, coming on the side of W7M or NIP, they will find far more success. And I think that was the old FaZe that we were used to seeing, is they were able to control the tempo. They were able to get that entry going in their favor and then being able to convert that into a round 1. But that's where we're seeing Furia really thrive here, is we know that they love engagements. We know that they can take these gunfights, but if they keep that engagement constantly going in their favor, and again, it really does alleviate pressure off your shoulders, because you always know if you can play that trade, you will always end up in as the winning team, just having that man advantage, which is why it propels Furia into such a dominance performance, because they are always doing such a good job and they're always so reactive on those opening engagements.
It truly helped them out today, though. Making it to the grand final, MVP goes to JV92 for the series. And with that, Furia will be going up again tomorrow, but we still have to determine who they're playing against. But we have to take a step back into that lower bracket, because there is still a whole match before that, before we decide who Furia play against tomorrow. NIP versus W7M will be with us after this.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
And now it is time for our second game of the day. We'll take a look back at the lower bracket, and we'll have NIP going up against W7M. Having won their games yesterday, qualified them to the Munich Major, but there is so much more for them left still up for grabs, and it's all about those SI points and the prize money. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for these last two games. Joining with me, of course, Laxing, who was here for the first game, and Emmy, you've made I don't know if you want to call it a promotion or a demotion, whatever you want to call it.
It's like a side motion.
Task.
It's like a side. I think we're all everybody's favorite. We're all everybody's favorite children. So I'm just here. I'm here to help. That's why I'm here. Don't expect good analysis, but maybe some fun will be had along the way.
I think it will definitely be fun. I mean, this is like, is this our first time working together, Emmy, in terms of being on an analyst desk?
I think so. Yeah, I'm not usually the first that sits up, but somebody was needed, and Demo refused. So
listen, I'm gonna be your knight in shining armor today.
Thank you.
Just know that.
Amazing. It'll get us through these games for sure, or this one in particular. We mentioned it, NIP and W7M, they have to go up against each other today. Back in the group stage, this was an 8-7 for W7M Clubhouse. I remember it so well. There was crazy stuff happening like every single round. It was such a close game. And then, of course, they would like to replicate that result, which means they'll move up in towards that lower final. As we're looking at the bracket, the game we just had, Furia versus FaZe, a really close game. It sent Furia through to the final, but now we need to know who's going to play against FaZe later today. Let's talk about those two teams then, because NIP, I think we would have almost not even had NIP here. Would it have not been for that insane clutch that Wizard did at the end of map 2 yesterday against Lowe's? They struggled, and they lost their initial qualifier game to FaZe. I think with this team being very slow at times, Emmy, it makes me wonder what has happened to the team that ended up first in the group stage.
It's a really sort of weird position that they're in, right? Because including the game that they played in the upper bracket against FaZe, I think that's more rounds than they played in pretty much the entirety of the stage. They were that in control. They were that dominant. I think their defense sort of rate, I think the only team better than them, there's like one other team from NAL that was better than them at the stage. They were on like 76% by the end of the stage. Since then, I'm not sure if it's that their game has been a little bit more gassed, or whatever their game plan was for best of ones just doesn't stretch itself as well in these longer games. But they are still that sort of sleeping giant that the others looked towards. And in interviews, they were like, yeah, NIP's the best team in the world right now. And yet here, whatever it is that isn't quite clicking, a little bit more under the spotlight.
Yeah, it's interesting to call NIP the best team in the region, given obviously where the standings have shaped so far and them pushing into lowers. You know, obviously a big performance coming out of that game to Liquid, then to put them, I mean, sorry, I was looking at the stage too. Coming out of that game versus Lowe's, I mean, it really did come down to that round on Lair. But to get that round out of Wizard, to be able to clutch that was insane, to then help them push them into that cafe, winning at 8-6. But I mean, it was a lot of a harder match than what I thought that was going to look like. Granted, I didn't work yesterday. So I'm curious if they're going to take a lot of the lessons that they might have learned from their match yesterday, apply them into this game versus W7M, because as we said, the last time we saw these two play was during that regular stage on Clubhouse, where that was a very, very good and intense back and forth. So it's just a matter for me is, you know, are they going to keep those engagements going in their side of their favor, especially on the player like Fantasy, where we've highlighted so many players on each team being that big piece, being that big factor, that X factor in those opening engagements. Are we going to see Fantasy come alive today?
That is a question we'll have, and hopefully will be answered within the next 3 hours. There's definitely going to be some players on the opposing team that will absolutely come to life today. If we look at the results of yesterday, when we talk about W7M, they won the first map 7-0. Poly went 14-0, having some of the highest EPS we've ever seen. Absolutely impressive. And then, in the words of his own, they got too comfortable on that second map. They eventually pulled through, though. But yeah, we're talking about Poly really stepping up. Another player as well, Lexon, that really showed up yesterday was VODs. These individual prowesses that they're showing is incredible so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Palu going 14-0 on that first map was just absolutely insane. I mean, I don't know if that broke any records for the stage, but I'm pretty sure we highlighted that pretty heavily on the social media side of things. But as for Volps, I mean, Volps has always been very consistent, and not just being consistent as a player, but even as the IGL. I mean, if there's going to be anything that instills hope, momentum, just anything, having your IGL be able to put up the numbers, put up the performance time and time again, just speaks into how well Volps has played. I mean, you have a lot riding on your shoulders, having to lead everything, having to facilitate around, and while also focusing on your performance. And again, I just want to go back to Palu. I mean, having the game that he has, and then also speaking into what he was talking about, you know, they got too comfortable after their first 0-7. It definitely happens. You know, you don't really learn much from a 7-0. You just obviously played into what went well on your side in terms of your attacks. It doesn't teach you anything, but that Nighthaven Labs then didn't go in their favor. Bank, honestly, I mean, I'm not going to say too much about it. I'm just glad they made it here. I think could have went either way with Liquid, but fact of the matter is they need to be better here today going against this NIP. It's completely different NIP. They seem to, in my opinion, look to be the better team. Where I looked at W7M weaknesses is their inconsistencies. I think there's too many areas where, yes, they're good some days and maybe not great the others. We've talked about Loban a lot this stage, whether he can make a difference, whether he can find those openings. It doesn't really seem it's really going a lot too much in his favor throughout this stage. So for me, I'd rather see Loban in this matchup just more play with the team. And then maybe when it gets into the late round, he tries to find that crack in the door and then create that spearhead from there on. But more so for me, that's the one play I look at the most on this team in terms of, are they going to be that X factor and just really being able to reel it back with the team than kind of what he's been doing throughout this entire stage.
Yeah, we'll pick up the pace ourselves here a little bit as well, as we'll show you the map, Vito. It is a best of 3. Like we said, this initial matchup was played on Clubhouse, and that was a really close overtime game. There's an opportunity for another Clubhouse here, though, but we're looking at another Bank, Skyscraper, and a Border as a decider. Ooh, with these two teams going up against each other, I really hope we make it to Border, because I'm sure that'll be an absolute showdown.
Oh, it'll definitely be a showdown. But Bank, I mean, I'm pretty excited for. We've obviously seen both teams in Bank, and they both enjoy Bank. It's not the best map for either of them. I would say W7 has a better record. But again, it leads me to question, is Loban on a very big map going to be able to reel it with the team, or is he going to continue to try to find a gap in those attacks?
Yeah, I mean, I think Bank and Border, they're going to have those sort of similarities between these two teams. Bank, it's win-loss between both of them. We actually haven't had an NIP solid Bank game for a period of time, so I'm kind of curious how they're going to bring it together. Obviously, there was the massive game against Lost yesterday that went pretty much all the way. A week ago, there was a massive game against FaZe Clan that went pretty much all the way, but another 7-8, and it's sort of then, you know, it's a lot of tight losses for them, but it's still all losses. Then you sort of get into Skyscraper, and yeah, it's the pick that W7M wanted to come into. They're on a 2-1 recent sort of record. Their one loss is against Furia. Fair enough. But at the same sort of breath, I'm curious how it's going to go with them, because a lot of their team dynamic right now has been Dodes and Palu going massive. They're, between two of them, I think two of the best KPRs of any, or KDs of anybody in the league itself, and they have one of the lowest plant stats, one of the lowest objective stats. You're looking at a map that can be a bit of objectives driven, so I want to see what game they're going to bring against NIP, which theoretically on paper plays quite nicely with the Skyscraper, outside of, oh, that 7-0 loss for FaZe a couple months ago. But
yeah, well, I mean, Emmy, since you're here, that means we're going to have other casters talking us through this game, I presume. So it's a good idea we'll bring them in. We're joined again by Parker and Jesse. You two were here yesterday. I see the glasses are already on for the gaming time, I think it was you called it yesterday, Tara. But we've seen a lot of emotions from you two. We'll have to keep it short, unfortunately. But Parker, do you think there's going to be more emotions today?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday's games were hugely important. I think that every single team that's still left is fighting for bragging rights at this point. Obviously, there's a lot on the line in Brazil. It's a very proud region, and they always take what was BR6 or Copa 6 or whatever it was called before, Copa Elite 6, very seriously. So I expect the same here in this matchup.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a great game. Obviously, we've got elimination now after we got past the upper bracket finals, so it should be exciting when we get into it.
I steer more into the negatives of like, finally time to eliminate some teams instead of like send them to the grand final. You don't seem to care about that. It's fine. We're going to start doing it here. The series starts on Bank. You two can take it away.
Thank you very much. Yesterday was one of the longest days that we have had in quite some time. Both of the best of threes that we did went the full distance, and the first series was all but one round, if memory serves correctly, out of what could be played. Today will likely be a shorter day, just because I think it's very improbable, Jesse, that we will see so many rounds played. But what are your expectations now that you've seen the maps for this first matchup?
I don't even know, Parker. Based on what we saw yesterday, I feel like anything is possible. I think W7M played a bit of a better game overall when you look at their series versus NIP series, but we know what type of heights NIP can hit. Maybe yesterday wasn't their best day, but if they show up with 100%, they could absolutely take down W7M. we're going to Bank first, and it's a little bit weird that NIP chose Bank because they're currently 0-3 on this map this stage. But when you take a look at those matches, it makes a lot of sense. Those 3 losses were a 7-5 game against Furia, an 8-7 game against FaZe, and then an 8-7 game against Los. So even though they technically have a losing record on this map, they are extremely strong playing on Bank. W7M, this is a very common map for them as well. There will be a lot of footage on this map for W7M. They played it 6 times this stage, including a 7-4 win over Liquid just yesterday. And just to touch on the operator bans quickly, Parker, it is very standard. We don't remove the ace, interestingly enough. The Habana will go, as will the Ying, which is going to make those basement attacks really tricky.
We saw Bank twice yesterday. Did we not? In the low snip game and then the W7M Team Liquid game?
I think it was just once, but it was just a crazy long game. Or it felt like 2. No, we saw it twice. No, you're right. I'm wrong. My
Thank
bad.
you. I didn't exactly have the best immediate memory of those matches. Like I said at one point, it felt like I didn't remember my life before those games. But Tachanka was an operator that saw quite a large amount of play. That was in part because of the operator bans. You know, if you're taking out a Smoke, if you're taking out a Tuberal, if you're taking out an Echo or a Maestro or any of those operators, you don't really have a lot of anchor ops that can keep the attackers at bay. This bottom floor bomb site has something that we often refer to as a particular rhythm. If you are going for a server take, which is usually where teams go, where they'll open up one of the panels or go through the main door and try to plant, what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to wait out an abundance of utility. You're almost always going to have Goyo canisters to deal with. Each of those canisters, if they're not popped before the execute, that's going to be 20 seconds that you have to wait for those flames to go. You're going to have nitro cells lined up, usually from somebody playing inside of red. Nip only has a single nitro cell this time, so they're going to be banking an awful lot on those gas canisters in the hands of Pino. The Goyo canisters being put down early that will almost certainly be countered by this person right here. That's Loban on that Twitch drone. And then the Tachanka. Tachanka and Smoke both have active utility, so they have to stay alive until the execute comes out, or they die with all of those gadgets and that stall potential in their pocket.
Should be a slow start to this. We don't expect to see much fighting on the roam. NIP will fall off, and it'll be another minute and a half probably before W7M get the hatches open to start their execute. These two teams have battled a lot over the last couple of years, and in the last 7 meetings that they have come across one another, W7M have won 6 of them. They have by far been a better team when these two teams have come to blows. Those stats go all the way back to when this team was known as Los, including all the way back at the Atlanta Major. So we've got quite a bit of history between these squads, and it's always kind of been a mountain that NIP have been unable to climb. This would be their real big opportunity to flip that narrative, right? Move things over so that you can start to build back as a team, as this giant that NIP once was. Eliminating them from the playoffs would be a big start to that. Already these Goyos have been popped. 2 of them were actually placed on the top floor hatches. That wastes even more time with the Habana ban. Makes it so you have to blow those up before you can pop things off. That'll explain why they banned that operator. But it doesn't seem to have slowed down W7M too much, Parker. They've got everything open with over a minute still on the clock. This is a really well-paced attack so far.
Not too bad from a team that should have some confidence here. 0-3 and you chose this map? I mean, talk about adversity and overcoming that with the final minute now underway. All of the teams that you will see in action today and have seen in action today have made the Munich Major. That is the primary goal for most of the squads that started here in this region. At this point, your focus will turn towards the major event that'll be occurring in just a couple weeks' time, but you probably want to win your own region. As I said, it's very proud, and these teams do put a lot of effort into ensuring they make it to the grand finals. There'll be trades galore now. As 20 seconds remain, 8 players still up. There goes the Shield of Dots. He had aggressed through Garage. Paulu was in a similar position. Loban is there now. Picked apart is Hates, and...
Oh.
I suspect W7M crashed.
Yeah.
That's not good. So, don't really know what's going to happen there with 10 seconds left. All of W7M suddenly dropped off the face of the earth.
That's a tough one too, because that was almost certainly going to be an NIP round win. I mean, there was clutch potential for sure for W7M. It was not over. It was a 4v2, but 4v2, 15 seconds. It wasn't looking promising for the attack. So we'll figure out. We'll leave that one up to the admins on whether that gets called a round win for NIP or whether it gets called a replay. We do not have the power to make that decision, Parker, but not the way you'd like your lower bracket run to start here on the second last play day of the South American League, that's for sure.
Waiting for an update here, but we haven't heard anything. We haven't received anything yet. Yeah, I'll leave it to the admins here.
It was honestly like a really good start to that round, I thought, from W7M. Their pacing was really nice. They cleared out the top couple of floors without any real problems. Had the hatches opened up nice and easy. They dealt with the Goyos, they dealt with the Tuberal, but it was a really nice move from Hates. He wins that duel on the main stairs where he's able to take down Palu. That really opens the door for him to then push up into open area to get into the admin hatch. He got a second kill right before the crash happened, clearing out Dodez. Was a really good move from him, and I think that position that he had, being the only player in the entire server not in the basement, being able to play the hatch for the defenders, was quite a strong position. It would have been shocking to see him lose the round from there because he can deny all the plants. Loban's in the garage. So a lot of credit has to go to Hates on the individual move that he made in that round. Set up NIP extremely well for the last 15 seconds.
We're on the playoff screen for you right now because I imagine all the player cams are down too. If they really did lose power in the W7M house, that is something that could potentially explain why there is a bit of a delay. Furia making the grand final earlier. If you just watched the matchup that concluded maybe 20-30 minutes ago, you would see that one of the best teams in the world has made it back into the grand finals. And fear not, if you happen to be a FaZe clan enthusiast, they still have an opportunity for a rematch. They're in the lower bracket finals, as you can see on your screen. They'll play the winner of the match you're currently witnessing. And I don't know if this has been announced on the broadcast because I didn't hear it, but we have been told that there will be a break between this matchup and the lower bracket finals so that whichever team prevails isn't immediately going into a lower bracket final without any rest. It's a bit different than other regions. Again, Brazil does have its own thing going on, but in other regions, especially when you and I casted NA, I think there was only like a 20 or 30 minute break between those matches. It stands to reason that if you play a game, maybe some time to calm down and prepare yourself is ideal. So no matter which team wins, NIP or W7M, they will have, I think it's about an hour before they have to go and do battle against FaZe Clan. We got word that we're just waiting on the players to join the lobby, so fingers crossed that everything is going well. But the players that have not joined the lobby are W7M. So that was the team that disconnected, given that they disconnected all at once. The assumption will be that, yeah, something went wrong. They lost their internet, they lost their power, somewhere along those lines. Because we don't have an ETA, and because you probably don't want to just hear us over a playoff screen, we got a break ready for you. We'll be back when everything is sorted out with these two teams.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
All right. Well, after an untimely disconnection on the side of W7M, where, again, either their power went out or their internet went out, not really sure what the culprit is here, and I'm no, I don't know, I'm no handyman, so I'm not really able to diagnose it. But, Jesse, you talked about Nip was going to win that round based on the way it was going. The admins agreed with you, and despite all of W7M vacating the lobby, Nip still walks away with that first round victory. Is there anything you saw that you want to talk about before we get into round number 2?
I mean, nothing that hasn't already been touched on, Parker. Again, I think Hate's no doubt the MVP. His stats won't be reflected to the rest of this game, but just know he got a very critical 2K on that first round. Absolutely put the ball in NIP's courts, and I think no real chance of victory for W7M in that round when the disconnects happen. So I agree with the admins. I think it was the right call to award it to NIP. Now it's just about bouncing back for W7M, right? I mean, that's a bit of a shocker mentally because, you know, you were still in a 2v4. Maybe there's a world where you clutch that up, and even still, you start to play and then you immediately go cold, having to wait and solve these tech issues for so much time. So it's really going to be important to see them bounce back in this round, Parker. I want to see them come alive. I want to see them getting into this bomb site quite quickly. Looks like it might be a CEO window execute just based on the operators that we've got coming out right now. So expect a little bit of gunplay happening from out on Rappel.
Raised some concerns about why Ninjas in Pajamas was coming to this map. And I mean, well, they already showed a good start in round number 1. Things were a little peculiar, I suppose. Here and now, though, 1 minute into action. And I mean, you can hear that Glass firing away. Just having a Glass on the board, Jesse, completely changes things for the defenders and gives them a bit more pause as to how aggressively they want to fight these entry players for W7M.
Absolutely, but at the same time, I think the Clash is a great counter. You know, it allows you to swing out, get information for your team without fear of being destroyed by the Glass just blowing your head off. You see Wizard doing great work with this operator so far. Not going to completely stop W7M, of course. They will start to open up the square wall now. Dots gets that open without too many issues. I believe it just got frozen by the tuber out, perhaps, if I heard that correctly, so it might be stalled a minute. Whether it opened up or not, that should get opened eventually through the round, and that'll likely be where we see the plants come through about halfway through. Khan's a nice little drop, going to be playing for that late round C4 to try to deny that plants. His team's done a great job so far of stalling this out with not letting W7M work any of those early picks. Usually you'd see them trying to work lobby repel or maybe push somewhere to find an entry, but we haven't seen it just yet.
There's the very first pick of the round. It's going to come on to Palu. On repel, shot by Fantasy. In main lobby, and Dots will die shortly thereafter. Ninjas in Pajamas right now in excellent position to put this into a 2-0. But hold on a second. Wizard on that Clash shield gets punished from the back. Loban now also has control of the main stairs. And up Fantasy will creep and slaughter Loban. No chance whatsoever for W7M there. You've got the Yokais spread out through the bomb site, and they're doing some serious work on the W7M, but Dodez will keep numbers close. Down goes Pino. Dodez just keeps getting shocked by this class shield, and I don't... what is the play here, Dodez? I don't really understand what he was trying to do. Volps walks in. Hates is a triple kill. Cons gets the final frag, and Nip is out to a 2-0 lead.
And all the credit in the world to both Fantasy and Cons, both choosing to rotate down to the bottom floor halfway through that round, and I think it made all the difference, Parker. I initially thought it was just going to be Cons going down, set up a nitro cell, maybe stick around, maybe fall off, but he gets droned quite early down below the bomb site, and then he makes the decision to ask for someone else to make the rotate. Knowing that everybody will be distracted with Cons, Fantasy makes that move, and he gets the guys out on rappel from that lobby position. That two-brow DMR is so damn good to get those long-angle gunfights. So really nice coordination coming out from the two of them. Each walks away with a couple of kills. Fantasy with the 3K. Cons gets one for his troubles, and Hates continues to add to his total overall in the matchup. So really nice start coming through from NIP. Definitely feels like they're the ones controlling a lot of pace so far. W7M are quite slow to set up for their executes. They're trying to get set up for the way that they want to go, but both times it feels like somebody on NIP has made a move and has really disrupted that setup before they could go for the push.
Completely blowing up the lineup on the side of W7M now, as we'll have those operators locked in. Far more nuisance heavy than what we saw, though losing the glass, I suppose, does change things for W7M. Don't know how much impact Volps had in that previous round on the glass, so instead he'll go on to one of the traditional hard breachers. Ibana is banned out, so if you want any type of hatch play, you're gonna look at an ace. I mean, Maverick does work in a pinch, but you're gonna get, what, 2 hatches open if you're good with Maverick, which, I mean, is not exactly a given. This day and age, we've seen some teams really struggle to open up those hatches, Jesse. So instead, you'll have ace to it.
This is just not really a bomb site where you need a lot of hatches. The stock hatch will certainly be reinforced, but the janitor hatch is often left open for a rotate. Elevator hatch, sometimes soft, sometimes open. The ace gives you a lot of flexibility because you can move to the square wall as well, right? So you can use both Selmas on the stock hatch if you need. You can go square if you want instead. You're doing neither at the moment. It's going to be a clear of the players here in Tellers. Pino running back to his clash, and when the shoe shields meet, it will be the defender who has the advantage, but Dots with a big swing almost gets away with some damage. Not quite a kill right until there when Fantasy takes down Volps.
And they trade right back. Wizard is also gone. He was on the clash before, now playing on the Warden. I suppose Warden's not an integral piece of this defense given the lineup that's brought in. W7M will lose Loban at the hands of Pino. And into a 3v3 we will go with just a tiny bit of half the round to go. Early action does tend to break out when teams defend this open area bomb site because of how quickly you can get to the defenders and to the bomb site. Frankly, you can just barrel your way through that paper window. You can rush in through electrical, open up a single soft panel, and you are suddenly in break room. It's really incumbent upon the defenders at that point, Jesse, to knock you off stride. I don't think that's been quite as successful for Nip this time around, and now they've lost the numbers advantage at the hands of Dodez.
Yeah, that is a critical kill. Finding the smoke right before you actually go for the execute. Pino on a sliver of HP too. They kind of need Hates to go big, be that distraction to allow Pino to make these frags, because if anybody sneezes on Pino, he'll be going down, and that could be the sneeze, but just missed it. Gives them a chance now as the smoke comes through, and they'll be going to plant cafeteria.
Now go the bees. Hates being watched. Nitro Cell lobbed out by Pino does a little bit of damage to Dots, and W7M will just pulverize the last two Nip defenders sitting in the site one by one. W7M finally on the board. The action came swift and it came early. This is a very tricky bomb site to defend when you are at a disadvantage. And we just saw how Nip had to handle a W7M team that doubled up on them on the entry.
Cons was still top floor, actually, for the vast majority of that round. He died dropping the janitor hatch into admin, which is a little surprising, just that he held on to the top floor for so long. Had a Toxic Babe still in his pocket, too. He used his second Toxic Babe to try to cut off the angle, to try to make it a little bit more likely that he would survive the drop through the hatch, but I don't know, Parker. It just felt really risky to drop there when you know that the attackers have control of Tellers. They're inside of archives. They could be watching for that play. Cons if he'd maybe gone for, I mean, there's no other real easy way to rotate either, I guess. I mean, the main stairs is where you've lost a lot of bodies already. The stock hatch surely was reinforced, so you can't really rotate back that way as your defender. But between a rock and a hard place, I suppose Cons didn't have any great options, but credit in the world to W7M for watching for that, making sure that they were ready for it when it came through. Gave themselves that man advantage 3v2 for the execute and gets them on the board, thankfully, because if you lose the full site rotation on Bank, you're starting to get a little bit scared for the rest of this map.
Yeah, absolutely correct. This bottom floor bomb site has been a fortress for teams throughout this playoff stage, and I mean, Nip started off quite strong. Admittedly, the disconnect did not allow us to see a full completion of the round. Crazier things have happened. We did watch Los versus Nip yesterday, and boy, oh boy, Jesse, there was a lot of crazy stuff. Wizard winning a 1v3 that he had no business winning. It's anything is possible, right? Goal now,
for sure.
Have W7M keep power and not drop out of the lobby altogether.
Teams in South America love to play aggressive in open area. Fantasy, no different. He's taking these gunfights, but he's on very low HP. He's done no damage in return. So distracted, but he's got teammates. Wizard comes back and clears up Odes, leaving Dots all alone on the Fuse shield. He really needs some teammates to rotate back to him, but every defender is seemingly looking his way. He doesn't care, Parker. Blasts a player on the enemy team, but still, it does feel like that was a lot of time wasted by Nip.
Placing cluster charge. Detonating cluster charge.
Don't want to be too critical of this Fuse shield. I tend to get stuck in a spiral, Jesse, where I just... oh boy. There's one cluster charge that was deployed, 3 still remaining. Action very swift yet again. We just passed 2 minutes left in the round. That is crazy that 3 would die. I highlighted how important Tachanka can be. I mean, I suppose you still have the Goyo, and I suppose you still have those 3 gas canisters, but Nip will definitely be a bit weakened when the execute comes in due to the loss of both the Tubarão and the Tachanka.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very common position to put your Tachanka in the elevator with the intention of shooting some drones, falling off, then playing the site with those fire grenades. But Palu got a really early kill onto Cons, didn't let him escape through the hatch. A bit of a misplay from the captain of NIP, and I think it sets up W7M with the advantage.
There goes the gas, there goes smoke, answered back, and oh my goodness, Pino, what were you expecting over there? A bit of sloppiness. Dots will also drop over in Vault, and running on up, that could have been a relatively easy kill for Hates, but he just misses the legs, and frankly, he's missing most of it. He walks right into Loban's waiting arms, and Dots will swiftly remove the last member of Nip from the server. Things go a little bit better this time around for W7M, and they've tied the game.
I really like the positioning from Volps in that round, man. He's playing on the glass. He's playing just at the bottom of square, kind of facing off against Pino. But the biggest thing is that he's been very quiet that whole round up until he engages with the smoke. His team are busy pushing the site. You know, they're dropping the elevator hatch. They're dropping the gold hatch. They're hitting the back side of things. And that kind of makes Pino think, okay, this is clearly a back hit. I'm wasting my time here on server stairs. I got to get back to the site. That's the exact moment when Volps was able to swing the hatch, get that free pick onto the smoke player. Really nicely played coming out from W7M in that round. Again, maybe a little bit sloppy to start things off. The clear of Fantasy and open area was a bit of a disaster, but Paulu really struck fast onto Cons, getting the early man advantage on the Tachanka, and then I think Volps really did put the final nail in the coffin, finding the smoke late into the round as well. So nice little bounce back from W7M. Winning the bottom floor on Bank as an attack can be a huge momentum shift for your team.
These teams are so evenly matched by what we've seen here in this map, but
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
it's Nip's map. They are starting on what should be the worst side. Bank goes back and forth. So I don't really think there's much to be gained by speculating, oh, do you win more on attack? Do you win more as defenders? No, I think these teams have a way of playing it, and they match up very well stylistically. W7M obviously thinking that attack is easier on Bank. I know that they're in good company with that one, as many teams seem to think the same, and the numbers can often back it up. But in this current point in time, it's really a 50-50, and I mean, goodness gracious, Cons slaughtering 2 players from W7M in very quick order. There goes the Yokai to knock Palu out. He's finished off by Hates. Nip right now with a full court press. And with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock, Jesse, W7M just has 2 players remaining.
Yeah, this is a GG go next, Parker. I fear there's no shot for Volps and Lobin. We'll see what they can do with it. Position's not bad, actually, with the Volps inside server, but Diffuse Kit was dropped towards those main stairs. The glass goes down. Lobin gets 1 for his trouble, but I think the damage has already been done. There's kind of 2 ways to react to how they lost the last round, right? Cons can play more passive and not die on the hatch with Tachanka, or instead, you can do what Cons ended up doing and just play hyper-aggressive here on the main stairs. He played that so damn well to get that 2K entry. Now Lobin fighting for his life under every bit of utility. Finally down to Pino.
GG go next, you say? Damn, spot on. Nip answers back. You said how much that bottom floor can be a momentum shifter. And it didn't really seem to have an immediate impact. Maybe it gave W7M a bit more confidence, maybe a bit more moxie. I'm not entirely sure, but it was a very quick entry to the building. And what is it? It's that one video where it's the guy jumps in the window and then immediately gets thrown right out. That's basically what happened to W7M. I think a 3-3 scoreline right here for W7M is about as good as you could have hoped for before even a single round was played. And I do like those odds for W7M when they switch sides. Now, again, because Nip chose this map, Jesse, the theory is that W7M choosing attack understand that Nip is either A, weaker on defense, because W7M would be stronger on it, or they fear Nip getting to attack.
Yeah.
Do we know how that will unfold? No, of course we don't. That's part of the magic of this esport. So, final stead at this point in time for Nip to defend, try to take this first half 4-2. W7M, their only opportunity is to tie things up.
Yeah, and I would say this is a critical round where they need to tie things up because their defense on Bank has not been very good this stage. 24 rounds on defense played so far, 38% win rate. So really have struggled on the defensive side. Their basement holds have been pretty good, but every other bomb site they've really struggled to hold on to. So we'll see if that continues now against NIP in the second half, but that makes this round all the more important. The initial gunfight between Fantasy and Lobin, with Lobin doing his best to swing out and find some kind of an angle. This is so dangerous for both teams, but especially for Fantasy. This is such a gross gunfight. Eventually, Lobin gives up on it. He's done more damage, so I guess you can say he walks away with the win.
I do like how Nip is so aggressive on these defenses, Jesse. I've been really enjoying how they are bringing the heat to a W7M team that up against Team Liquid yesterday had no shortage of firepower. Palu and Volps both having excellent games. Dodez and Dots providing tons of support fire. Lobin doing the same across a couple different bomb sites. Everybody on W7M was really hitting their shots. Nip are a team that excel when it comes to gunplay, but they often live and die off of Hates and Fantasy. If one of these players has a rough game, Fantasy in particular, the likelihood of Nip winning goes down dramatically.
Yeah, we saw some great games. The final map yesterday for Fantasy was insane, but the first 2 maps were not so hot for him, so we know how hot and cold he can be as a player sometimes. Doing your best if you're W7M to try to fish for a pick from these windows. We're back to the top floor. The Clash ban was specifically for this bomb site, so it's forced Wizard off of the operator, and he's gone for the Denari instead. That's a really nice nade actually tossed out by Palu in Fantasy. He just can't escape it in time. Too afraid of getting caught from the angles, but he ends up just dying to the nade, partly because he was so low HP from the damage Lobin did earlier.
Yeah, I mean, your only real option there was try to tough out the nade or get up and almost certainly get picked apart by one of the attackers. I think he was hoping that the grenade indicator was not fully accurate, which, believe you me, happens from time to time. W7M, after flushing out that one player of Fantasy, now attempting to get the defuse kit down. Yokai's going off, gas canisters thrown out as well, yet W7M are still fragging. Nip getting caught in a hail of bullets, but things might be real bad here as Wizard takes out 2 from his position. That's also the case that's been dropped. W7M will need to go for frags if they cannot get this case back up off the ground. Wizard's gun barrel was sticking out. He gets yet another. He is unshaken from this spot. W7M just crumble. All right, well, they get dropped in short order. Nip wins a bit of a head scratcher.
That's an insane round from Wizard Parker. 4K from the janitor position, playing it so perfectly. And I really thought that W7M had a good read on what was happening in that round. In the 3v2, yes, you lose your player with a defuse gate. You lose Paulo, who's been popping off. That's not great, but it's still recoverable because they had a great pinch onto Wizard. He was playing janitor. Volps on the glass was shooting towards janitor. He was just shooting the reinforcements, but that was to try to cover the sound of Loban creeping up from behind on square. Wizard read into that play. He flicks around, he kills Loban, then he swings the breach and also kills the glass on rappel. That's a nutty round coming out from Wizard, who again was playing on the Clash the last time we saw that bomb site. They banned it out, and I think they're going to be wishing they hadn't banned the Clash because he is so much more deadly with a gun in his hands. Really nice play coming through. It gives them that lead now, 4-2 heading into the second half, and we'll see the bans go right back in with Clash being removed immediately this time, not after the 3-round split, and a smoke being removed for the defenders, which is going to make this bottom floor bomb site in particular a little bit harder to stall out on.
Tachanka, Tubarao, yet again, the smoke ban will force these operators to carry more of the weight, more of the load, which I think is to be expected and will make it tricky, like you said. But look at this. Almost entirely anchor operators being brought. Very seldom do you see them roam unless you've got a Mira that will establish herself away from the bomb site. And it looks like what the plan is. Palu reinforcing one of those quad walls up in break room. Mira's a very intriguing operator. I mean, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find an op who had such a dramatic impact on the way that this game was played, and things have been completely different since Velvet Shell when she and Jackal first came to be. One of the most powerful defenders when used right. They've had to continue to give her counters because of just how strong she is. The most recent being that you can just walk up and melee the Black Mirror and take away that vantage point that you're given, but teams have been experimenting with her over the years. First from an anchor, now to a roamer. Sometimes she actually will anchor while her mirrors are elsewhere. In this instance, it looked like Palu would be entrenched upstairs, but maybe he's left Dodas to do most of the work. No, Palu is still there, Jesse.
Together, as friends, holding things down hand in hand to make sure that NIP do not get a chance to enter the cafeteria and make themselves a nice, tasty lunch before going for the basement executes. We don't honestly see this Mira setup very commonly anymore. Usually the Mira is used in the server wall to try to stop any hard breach going down, but Palu bringing it old school a little bit. Facing a lot of pressure though now. We're seeing a great entry coming in from NIP. I love the spot of this Blackbeard challenging from the blue stairs, but Fantasy is watching it, so it's not a real threat for them. Here could be the first kill. Nice little entry. Great flick on a Palu.
Seems that so goes Fantasy, so the way the Fantasy goes, so goes Nip. I mean, you're going to need a big game out of him most of the time, especially as you get deeper into the playoffs. Competition is just going to continue to get tougher and tougher and tougher. I know that we were a bit critical of why Nip chose this map, but they're about to be up 5-2 unless Dots and Volps can clutch a 2v4 with over a minute still left.
Yeah, feeling really confident at this point. You've got lots of fire still in the bomb site, but I'm afraid that's not really going to matter with how much time there is on the side of NIP. It would have to be a pretty big fumble to come through. The attackers have some fire of their own, with Pino playing that Capitao, yet to use any of his utility. Khan's yet to use any of his utility, playing on the Maverick as well. Hasn't really needed to open those hatches as the defense opened most of them for them. They've used their Twitch drones already to clear most of these Goyo canisters. We can have some pressure in the back. I like this a lot, Parker. This is looking really, really good for the Ninjas.
Very good. Instead of 2v4, how about a 1v4? Volps is an amazing player. Many in the region consider him to be among the giants, but he's got his work cut out for him. He swings the hatch. Pino's there holding court. When you've got 4 players left and a single defender to find, you can stick 2 players in not unconventional spots, but areas that are not in the actual execute area. And the diffuser was getting planted while that action happened. Nip just toppling W7M time and time again, almost like clockwork. I don't know. What's your assessment here? What can W7M do, Jesse, to turn this around?
That's been tough, Parker, because it felt like they were in the driver's seat for most of the second quarter. They were really bringing it back on the attack, but I felt like round 6 just really took the wind out from under them. They lost one attack there again, or sorry, they lost one defense there. Ended up just being some aggressive plays in the roam game. Didn't go the way of Palu and Dodez. That's kind of the combo that needed to pop off in the early game. They just didn't get enough kills roaming, and sometimes that's going to happen. Comes down to NIP just being so good at this map. I mean, again, yes, they are on a 3-game losing streak on Bank, but those games were 7-5 against Furia, 8-7 against FaZe, 8-7 against Los. Like, they're still very good results, and I think if you watch the individual rounds when Nip are playing on Bank, you'll very quickly recognize how good this team is at the map. So awkward for W7M. Their Bank defenses have never really been anything to write home about. They've always struggled on this map defensively. The fact that they can't even win the bottom floor bomb site is a huge red flag for me. They'll do their best to go back up to the top floor, and I mean, they've got some great operators. I really like the Echo on this site, but with NIP bringing out this Glaz on Fantasy, bringing out the Raura on Pino, they're gonna have a lot of good tools to get early picks and then make a strong execute too.
Early picks for Nip have been strong across the board here. The attackers definitely seeming like they have their day. Nip have that side of the map figured out. 0-3, who said was Nip's stat line on this map? Did I hear correctly? Jesse,
sorry, I was
hello?
taking a sip of water. Yes, I was drinking, sorry.
Unbelievable.
A man's got to stay hydrated, Parker.
It sounds like you had a drinking problem in that particular instance.
It's not funny, Parker.
Get it, because we're talking, but the problem is that you were just drinking water while I was trying to talk to you. You know what? You didn't give me anything yesterday. You didn't give me anything yesterday. A friend of ours, a dear friend of ours, was actually watching that broadcast when I said, "You don't think I'm funny?" And he messaged me and he said, "I think you're funny." And that's really all I needed. You might not laugh at my jokes, but some people do.
What friend was that?
So you made them up. I'm not saying it out loud. I'm not exposing them on the broadcast.
You made them up. All right. Good to know.
That's sent to me in confidence.
Loban's about to die bottom square, maybe. He is rotating around the office. He's actually went the other direction, so he probably won't be here in a moment. Could have made the choice to go for it, but didn't.
Jesse, Loban is still alive.
Yeah, he actually just went up the main stairs, so he's not going to play aggressive. He didn't even toss a nitro. But if he'd gone the other way, if he'd gone for a flank, he would have. But he went back to site.
Hates dies first. It's a weird way to spell Loban. No? Okay. I hear you laughing. Fantasy dies as well. These rounds have been so dominant. First it was Nip. Now it's W7M. The round on the line, but hold on a second. Pino and Wizard have now narrowed it down to 3 players still upright, but those 3 players find their marks, and W7M is still very much in this. They'll find their 3rd round, closing in on tying things up.
For a team that's known for their fast-paced defenses, W7M really put the brakes on in round number 8, and I think it did them a lot of good. You know, they could have gone for that flank down below. We could have seen Loban go for a push through cafeteria, fight the guy on square wall, but instead just chooses to return back to site. They know that they've got NIP kind of right where they want them. They've been able to slow the hard breach as it comes on through. They've still got the yokais in the site. They've still got 2 nitro cells to the point when the push comes through. So it really did feel like they were in control start to finish in that round. Eventually you saw Dodez go for a drop down through the stock hatch, but it really felt like their passive play in that round was rewarded. NIP maybe expecting a bit more movement, expecting a bit more aggression, but weren't able to do much to force that out. They didn't bring a Grim. They didn't bring a Capitao. The Ying was banned, and that wasn't going to be an option for them. So they were really left to just hold their angles, and W7M very smartly stood still and won the round on time mostly.
It's a silly thing to say, but I mean, the clock really hasn't been a huge factor in most of these rounds. All of this action's been breaking out quite early. Teams are getting high impact kills before the first minute, before the first 90 seconds, and usually we're staring down a team with maybe 2 players left with about a minute left on the clock. I know that we had a long day yesterday. I know that I said that we will be unlikely to repeat that today. Obviously, it's possible, especially with the break between the two maps. Or between the two matches, technically. For those that didn't hear when we were talking right before commercials, the winner of this game will go up against FaZe Clan, who fell at the hands of Furia in the very first match of the day. But because they want to give these teams a break, whether it's NIP or W7M, there will be a longer pause between this match and the final match of the day. Furia sits in the grand finals, waiting eagerly to see whether it'll be FaZe, NIP, or W7M they have to tussle with.
Eyes on Volps, currently playing long desk and janitor. He would typically play this position on the smoke, but it got banned out, so he's here on the mute instead. It's a lot harder to stall things out, and he can't stop this blitz from just walking in. Still somehow walks away with the victory. Bit of a scuffed gunfight from Cons, and that's going to allow his team to start falling apart of this top floor clear. They did kill Lobin, but with everybody at this point starting to back off of the top floor, you got to imagine this is favorable W7M. Volps is still sticking around. And Parker, he might be good for another. No, he will die and make it a 3v3, but I really like the chaos that he caused up there, even though he didn't have his favorite operator.
And what did we say? Early action, Jesse. 120 still left in this round. 4 graves dug, 2 on either side. No real damage done beyond that. So all of these altercations have seen the souls that were being targeted claimed quite successfully. VODs is top frag on W7M right now. A bit abnormal given his role, but he'll be tied up with Paulu, who finds an 8th kill onto Wizard. Wizard had no kills for a pretty long period of time in this match and is now leveled up to the point where even Wizard is tied with Pino, and Pino will have to do all the work himself. He'll tie VODs and Paulu, all 3 remaining players in this server, alive with 8 kills. 1 for NIP, 2 for W7M. And both Paulu and VODs do not seem very interested in engaging with Pino. Kill as much time as possible. You've still got utility strewn about this map. Pino edging his way into the bomb site. Down goes a Goyo canister. He'd taken out a Banshee as well, and he's searching for VODs, who at one point in time was the closest operator to him. He'll find him, but maybe not in the direction he wanted. W7M wins the round, and the gap between the two teams is just a single round.
We creep closer and closer to the 45-round game that we missed out on yesterday when we had NIP last in the server. The 44-round matchup against Los was absolutely critical for getting it to this spot. They're going to be extremely thankful that they had a day off between that last game and this game. If they're successful, of course, they won't have another day off. They have to play FaZe Clan after this match is over later tonight. So you'd like to get a quick victory if you're either of these teams. The 2-0 is quite important just to keep yourself sharp, keep yourself well rested. I thought it was a really strong defense from W7M in the previous round. Again, I really got to credit Volps for his play on the top floor. Being able to take down the blitz of Cons was critical for that round in the trade game. Just very good in the 3v3 down to the bottom floor. They get to try the floor bomb site again, Parker. And I really hope we don't see another extension up into open area. You know, sometimes that can work for teams, but given how well NIP dismantled it, I don't want to see them going for that again. They do still have the Mira, but instead of being Paulu, it's Volps who's grabbed it this time, which to me suggests that they are going to play this a little bit more passive, a little bit more standard. Put both those windows in the site, likely one of them to try to help with the wall denials. I'm feeling good about the defensive lineup right now for them. It doesn't look like they're going to repeat.
Spoke too soon about how the attackers have an advantage here, or maybe it's just the team lineup, but W7M are certainly putting their money where their mouth is. How devastating it would be for NIP to go 0-4 on this map. W7M did not win their own map pick yesterday against Team Liquid. They dominated Liquid on Liquid's map choice of 7-0, an incredible scoreline. The only 7-0 that we've had in the playoffs here in SAL. So if W7M win this map, it's not necessarily a certainty that they're going to close this out in 2, especially if yesterday was any indication. Now, one could argue that NIP and Liquid are not really peers at this level. Stats-wise, it would suggest that NIP is a clear-cut favorite just based on the group standings, but NIP almost lost to Los yesterday. So playoffs just really go to show you that Just because you did well in the group stages doesn't necessarily mean that success will translate to a best of 3 environment when you're competing against the other top 5 teams in the region.
Dot's caught on a drone here in Cafeteria. Should be dead to rights if they can coordinate a push on him. The soft wall should make it even easier as well. I like this nade for Fantasy. Should protect him from a push up the stairs, and then a brilliant shot onto Dots for the opening pick. That's exactly what he was looking for. The pressure's not done here. Inside of Printer, Dodez goes for an aggressive swing, and Parker, this is exactly what I didn't want to see. They get it down on Cons, but it's unlikely to be confirmed. A perfect roam clear from NIP as they kill 2 defenders without losing 1.
Cons is retrievable too. It knocks W7M in a very unfortunate position as they've still got nitro cells. Oh my goodness! So it's tossed a bit short. Volps could have blown this round wide open, taking care of 2 separate players on Nip. Instead, it misses and Cons gets brought back from the dead, and a 5v3 with 1 minute left is what Nip stares down.
Loban going for a swing. I mean, this surely would be watched for. He doesn't have to as well. With Palu and Volps both getting a kill in the site, the push is underway, but it's not started.
And now a 3v3. Volps will immediately get punished after saying that, leaving W7M outnumbered by 1. I mean, they've still got the Vigil. Might be able to create quite the surprise for this Nip team, but because Nip has the numbers advantage, yeah, they're going to sit and wait. That's the Vigil of Loban all the way back at Elevator, Jesse. If this is a direct server hit, it will all fall on the shoulders of Palu. If they decide to go through lockers or the back portion of this map, Loban will be prepped and ready for it. Palu sees all the bees go down and now the smoke too. 10 seconds left. He's got impacts, but no nitro cell, so nothing will be able to stop it. Wizard drops, and it's a missed opportunity by Loban, who pulls trigger on the boss G, but misses his shot. Wizard will find kill number 10, as Nip let W7M get close, but not close enough. The gap goes back to 2, and Ninjas in Pajamas moves to map point.
Bit of a low impact round from Lowe's, hoping someone would push him down the main stairs, which would have given him a great opportunity with the boss G to find a frag and maybe open things up for a flank, but just wasn't really in the cards. It was a nice drop down through the hatch from NIP to start putting pressure deep onto the one anchor of Palu. Again, you maybe wonder a little bit how that plan, or how the drop ends up happening, just given the fact it was relatively safe. He dropped into the site hatch. That's what it was. Okay, so a little bit safer this time when he goes for the drop, but does one way or another get us to map point, which prompts attack timeout from W7M down 6-4. They must win their next 2 defenses, with this basement bomb site being a real problem. And Parker, it's kind of the same problem both times, with them choosing to go for quite a committed roam inside of open area. We see this a lot in South America, and I get it. You know, it is in some sense the meta, but you look to other regions where teams will just choose to shoot a couple drones, then fall off through the hatches. I'd really like to see W7M try that style of a defense where they just play for the 5v5 execute. It can be so good on the bottom floor of Bank. They'll go top floor for round 11, maybe round 12. That'll be in the cards. But Bank is simply a map where if you cannot win the bottom floor in defense, you have no shot of winning the map.
So W7M has 2 more opportunities to send us to OT, and then we'll get 2 rounds to see if they can emerge with a victory on Nip's map. This is a very different Nip team than we saw against Los. Nip never really struggled with W7M on this map the way that we saw Nip struggle with Los. And again, it really does show us that sometimes the standings of the group stages don't tell the whole story. Los had only 10 points. Team Liquid finished in 5th, 1 spot above Los with 17 points. Nip won the league with 22 points. They had over double what Los's tally was, and yet Los pushed them to the brink again, and again. Meanwhile, W7M was just a single win back of Nip, 3 points, and yet Nip on a map that they are winless so far through this stage look primed and ready to put this one away. They will begin their assault by attacking the lobby, and that was a Nook that had walked in along with the blitz of Cons, spotted by a Yokai drone. Grenade goes out, clearing out some of the rubble on the main stairs, and now Nip will vacate the building and think about next steps.
Gotta talk about that thermite ban that W7M pulled after round 9. It's gonna stop the square push that NIP went for last time they were on this bomb site. Top floor was the only site actually where they brought the thermite, so it's specifically targeted to make this defense easier on the side of W7M, and it in some ways forces NIP to go for more of a lobby side execute. Much more difficult to get those square walls open when you don't have the thermite, so that's the hope for NIP at the very least. Wizard on the ace might be able to make something happen, but given how many players are applying pressure to this lobby side, it feels like the operator ban is doing exactly what they wanted. Nice twitch drone work from Pino. It just gets that mute jammer, which means Wizard can start to open up the wall. That makes Dots a lot more fragile, playing just inside the elevators on the top floor.
Still suspended on these repels as Fantasy's main entry was that lobby and is now sweeping around through square stairs and just underneath that skylight. He might ascend to the top floor on the complete opposite side of the map. Cons is doing the same thing, albeit with a bit less concealment. A Nook is quiet and will not be detected. A Blitz is quite literally the opposite of that. Yokai is still in position. And it looks like they've managed to drone it out as Khan's now ascending those stairs. He'll get blasted by Echo's Yokai. Think otherwise of it. One of the slowest rounds that we've seen now, Jesse, with 50 seconds left and everybody's still alive. But right as I say that, Palu gets on the board. Dota has traded out. Khan's the casualty on the side of Nip. But here comes the Nook. Creeping up, Fantasy looking to exploit whatever might be happening on the side of W7M. He will have to hurry as Hates is now taken down. They trade out. The Nook does nothing. Wizard and Pino in a 2v3. W7M fighting for their lives at this point. Volps has sustained a lot of damage, as has Pino. Dots and Elevator will catch both of these players on Nip as they head up the main spiral stairs. Guns pointed in the direction. Down goes Pino. Wizard not joining just yet. He takes down 2, but the final player on W7M gets it to stay in this match, and we will go all 12 rounds.
Way closer than it probably should have been. A technical 1v1 clutch coming out from W7M, but I do have to say it felt like they were in control of that round from the very start until probably the last quarter of a second when it maybe got a bit scrappy. Even still, the trades were really strong late. In the early round, you could see exactly how their game plan was coming together to force NIP to do what they wanted them to do. W7M didn't want to have to go up against a square push, so they banned out that thermite. That forces NIP to push lobby side with the blitz, but now W7M prepared for that. They're aware of what NIP's lobby side push looks like. They play really well with that Echo drone. Dots is so annoying. It's frankly a miserable round to try to push up those lobby stairs. And NIP, I mean, it's just nothing that they can do against all that utility. The good teamwork being played at the front of the site. Fantasy, I like that attempt. Nice little try with the Nook, but it does seem like it got read by W7M as well. So altogether, just a strong defense and a strong game plan that forces that play out of them. They will, for the third time now, Parker, try the bottom floor bomb site. They have lost it twice. They've won every other site on the defense. I'm begging them at this point to just play a little bit more reined in on the top floor. I don't want to see 2 guys just sitting in cafeteria, sitting in open area, because both times they've tried that, the roamers have gotten cleared, and they've just not had an advantage when they go into the late rounds.
W7M losing those forces early has been a problem that has reared its head a few times, Jesse. But yeah, this bomb site obviously being a major headache. Nib have made some really long strides in the first 30 seconds. Their focus will be on Garage, which, based on the silhouettes, looks like it's not being actively held. There's a rotate now coming in as the drones give them the all clear. There go the smokes, and the glass of Fantasy will continue to creep up now, just looking over the armored car. Surely these defenders will hear the canister go off. Not a single soul from W7M wanting to tussle with this glass at this current point in time, and Fantasy will drone himself in, so the other 4 players on Nip all assembled elsewhere. Nip could put map 1 away here in the next 2 minutes.
I don't think they know there's a guy in Garage, Parker. I mean, they haven't cleared it. They know there could be, but this is not an area of the map that they have very much information on. They will get the opening pick onto Wizard. They've actually extended even farther up to the top floor, so they're playing more aggressive on the roam game, which means that they can kind of take those gunfights, and so far they've paid off, but it's a very strange setup at the moment. Hollow in the site, Volp's server stairs with the Echo is a weird spot to find himself in. Pino is in dirt tunnel, so they've got to be careful about that pinch that could happen on server stairs if you lose your Echo before the execute. could be a really dangerous situation.
Don't love that Nips lost one early. They'll lose another now too. W7M looking like it's a tie game. They just need to hang on for another minute. Nodez and Pino both dropped, so a perfect trade. W7M still in the driver's seat. Down goes Hates and down goes Fantasy. What happened there? The roam play did not seem to be much of a factor at all. Almost every single kill happening in areas that were not expected by our observing team. And W7M have tied this up. What a map one we've witnessed.
Yeah, it was a bit of a crazy round. There were two players pushing Dirt Tunnel that whole round. It was Wizard and Pino. Both of them died. Pino got one kill, and then it was an immediate trade back. They shot each other in the head. So kind of a crazy set of events down by Dirt Tunnel. It really didn't go their way. I think because there was so much of a roam game committed by W7M, NIP sort of tried to ignore it, but then the few roamers that they did toss at Loban all got eaten up. Dots was there to play with him on the roam game as well, and things just kind of fell to pieces from there. A very disconnected push where two guys were Dirt Tunnel, the Glaz was Garage, and then two guys were going for the roam, and in none of those three areas did NIP really walk away the victors. So W7M, they win the round. They do it in their own way. They don't play a 5-man anchor strat like I was hoping for. But sometimes you just got to trust in the process, I suppose. And they do eventually get that bottom floor win. Prompts NIP to take attack timeout, Parker, which I feel is a little bit odd because, yes, maybe those last couple rounds weren't going your way, but those were all attacking rounds, and you swapped to defense. So it's a really different ball game, and your defensive side was actually pretty strong. So I'm interested to see why that attack timeout was called when it was. Maybe just thinking that it's critical they win their own defense. They need to call it now to calm the players down.
It's good speculation. And again, we don't get to hear everything that's going on with the team comms. Even if we did, I don't think it would be of much use because unless you've learned Portuguese in the last 19 hours, you probably wouldn't understand what they're saying. But sometimes timeouts are called for more of a mental reset than a strategic one. Sometimes your strategy is fine, but players are just getting maybe a little bit anxious. Maybe they're getting a little overeager. Maybe they're getting too nervous. Maybe they're not taking fights when they should be. Maybe they're taking too many fights when they shouldn't be. We don't actually know what goes on in the team environment. You and I have never competed at this level. And when we do talk to players and coaches, rightly so, they're a bit reluctant to give us the full details. And unless we sit in on a scrim, it's really hard for us to understand what's going on. So either way, both teams now burning their timeout. We know that there will be 3 rounds to be played, potentially 2, but 3 is the maximum. And oh my goodness, how is Dots already dead?
Oh boy, would he walk in electrical? I have to imagine. Even on the shield though, like that's a tough one to lose it. Yeah, he jumped in Printer actually, so it must have been a crazy long angle from Fantasy. Inside open area, he must have hit the shot somehow. That's going to be a big loss early for W7M, and you can tell NIP, they know the advantage they've just given themselves. They all fall back to the bomb site, one little pick onto the shield, and they will be happy to get out of here. You can still open the hatches. The 2-brow will slow it down, but there's no Kaid, so you don't have to be too worried about that. Eventually, these will get opened up. NIP running a very similar passive defense to what they were running all throughout that first half. The only real difference is they dropped the Warden in favor of the Fenrir. So it might make it a little bit more awkward to push into this bomb site. There's no Twitch being brought out by W7M, so those Dread Mines are likely to stay up unless they get hit by a nade or some other bit of utility.
Halfway point of the round, and all that's happened, Jesse, is Dots taken out in the first 30 seconds at the hands of Fantasy, who really has been lagging behind, I think, our expectations, but maybe it's... with us watching all these playoff games, it's time to admit that Fantasy isn't going to be the world beater who absolutely dominates games. Wizard has been having a lot more good looks than Fantasy, though Fantasy has high impact when he gets on the board. Hates having an uncharacteristically slow game. He entered after the group stages into the playoffs as the top performer on the side of NIP, not just from killing, but also from his EPS. He's having a rough go of it. Thank goodness for your support players. Wizard and Pino carrying the banner for this NIP team, as W7M are finding very limited success here on this hatch.
Yeah, starting just to work some of this, bait out the utility, burn the fire grenades if you can. 1v1 between Volps and Wizard about to come to blows here in the garage, and they seize him through the tire, gonna get the shot. It's a really difficult one to hit. Volps struggling with it a little bit. Wizard is still alive. Both of their teammates are dying on the top floor, Parker, so it's a bit of a stuffed engagement. The plant is happening while these two are distracted.
Down goes Hates, down goes Cons, and now it's Wizard inside a garage. This round looked all but certain for Ninjas in Pajamas, especially after the early pick to Dots. Wizard finally claims the soul of Volps, but Loban and Palu will vacate the bomb site as quickly as they can after that diffuser goes down. It allows Wizard to get into a good spot, and he doesn't have very much info. There's Palu watching the hatch, 12 kills to his name. How about 13? Very similar to where he ended that Chalet match against Team Liquid yesterday, 14-0. Palu's had a couple more deaths this time, but if he can match 14 kills, that's a bright spot for W7M, who now find themselves in the driver's seat of this matchup. They have not led once. The best that they've been able to do is tie, which came at the tail end of round 4 when it was 2-2. Since then, they have been tied or trailing against Ninjas in Pajamas. What a time for Nip to give up an incredibly important round.
And it all comes off the back of Loban, right? I mean, we were focused on the garage action, but Loban was simply inside server. The push comes through, his teammates go in to try to plant, and he holds W, walks through CC, and takes 2 bodies for his troubles. Eventually has to pick up the defuse, start the plant on his own. The frags that he was able to get, as well as Dotaz dropping through the hatch on the Sens, were absolutely critical in turning the tides. It would have been awesome to see exactly how that happened, but I don't think anybody expected the garage gunfight to take as long as it did. Could have been a quick headshot and we flip back to the site, but listen, that's the way it goes sometimes. W7M putting together a strong execute off the back of a couple key players, and now I would say heavily in the lead. They don't choose to go to the bottom floor. That's usually a rare sight in overtime, but listen, with how that basement has gone for W7M, I think they've made the right call. You're going back to the top floor. The square push that was so successful from NIP cannot come back because once more you banned out the thermite. So do you try to force the lobby push again, which did not go your way, or do you find some other way to push through square, push into the site?
Out comes the Blackbeard, out comes the Zofia. I've noticed that Zofia's pick rate's been climbing a little bit in these playoffs too. She wasn't an operator that received any buffs during the most recent developer update. Maybe teams are just starting to realize she has a place and she's not quite as bad as they had believed. That's basically what happened with Finka, if you recall. Finka didn't really receive any changes, and then suddenly they figured out, oh, well, if we bring up Finka and all the LMGs, she's actually bonkers broken. Sometimes it takes teams who are maybe stuck in their ways to discover that there is more flexibility in this lineup, or maybe there's something that just Zofia brings to this particular bomb site that Nip likes.
Yeah, you've got a lot of throwables. You got 4 of those, maybe to help burn the Syria gates. Can openers as well, just in case Pino does go down. They're angling towards square, so this is going to be the idea of getting through there even without the thermite. I like the clear out of stock. Palu ends up with the opening pick, though. Hates just falls 4-11 now from him as his team tries to take the space. They've gotten good ground. Stock is in their control, and they're shooting Nitro, so they're alive for now, but the bodies do keep on falling. A 5v3 now lead for the defenders.
And this is not good at all, Jesse. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, W7M have grabbed the lead. 1 minute and 15 seconds, though. Down goes another player on Nip, and it looks like an 0-4 on this map, as W7M are poised to do what they did to Team Liquid, steal their map away from them yesterday. What can Nip muster here in the final minute?
They need a hero. They're in a 2v5. This is for the map. W7M's pick relies on the other side of the break, so this feels like a must-win round, Parker, but I don't see any opening.
No, and there goes Wizard. No withstand anymore. A vault in from Pino, and very nearly a flawless round for W7M as they take Nip's map and go up 1-0 in the series, looking towards their own map to close this one out 2-0.
And a resilient battle coming through from W7M too. Hey, that's not an easy game for them to win. They go down 4-2 in that first half. Feels like NIP are in full control, especially with how round 6 ended, where it felt like it should have been a 3-3. Doesn't go that way though. W7M rally back. There is a reason they're the reigning major champions. And so good to see them battling so deep to lock in on their defensive side and then have some really cool plays in overtime to win this game.
Both of these teams, very, very good, but NIP have just been the overtime merchants. They keep going into the extra innings, and they have limited success, Jesse. What will it take for NIP to finally win a map in regulation? Well, the question needs to be, what will it take for them to win a map at all? Because if they don't get it done on map 2, that's curtains for the Ninjas. W7M moves on to play FaZe Clan. Will that happen? We'll find out after this break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
It is not common to win your opponent's map pick, but if there's any team to do it, it is W7M. They did it yesterday against Liquid. They do it again today versus NIP, winning out Bank, which was NIP's map pick. And I think we can be honest about this, Emmy. They didn't have an easy start. They weren't playing like a cohesive unit, but in the end, they managed to pull it through in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, the first half, you were sort of like, okay, NIP's got this one. Like, let's sort of look on towards the next map. It was solid defenses. You're opting on towards your attack afterwards on Bank. You had the entry statistic as well, pretty much entirely in the favor of NIP. It felt a little bit sort of smooth sailing. And then the rally around on the defense, NIP, if anything, just kind of fell apart a bit.
Yeah, they definitely look like they fell apart. I mean, and we were talking a little bit here and there. I was questioning some of the decisions, even on their defensive halves, in some areas of just being, why aren't we utilizing some operators over others? Granted, they did end it on a 4-2, but it was their attacking half that really was a little perplexing for me, because usually what we've noticed throughout this stage, and that I've talked about heavy from this NIP versus the old NIP, is they do a very good job at problem solving and understanding the operators to counter set operators, to change a strat if something isn't going in their favor. They just really have been good at problem solving, where it seemed like this time there wasn't really a lot of problem solving happening. It kind of looked like they were getting a little flustered when they weren't getting that opening engagement going in their favor. Then it looked like they just kept throwing bodies into situations to try to just remedy the problem instead of having an actual solution. Especially, I mean, yes, this isn't the, worst case scenario. It's a best of 3. You do get to fix it going into this next map. But again, so many of their series, as Parker said, have gone max OT, and it's a situation is like they need these wins. They can't be losing these games. They need like these small little things of just being able to problem solve, just being able to have the right solution is going to fix a lot of their problems. But they can't just keep bashing their heads against the wall or trying to repeat it in the exact same scenario and hoping for a different outcome, or hoping for a big player to step in and get a kill. I mean, when we talk about big players stepping in, I mean, Khan's not having a good game. Hate's not having a good game. Hate's was a big reason why when they met up in Clubhouse, Hates was the only one that wasn't performing. We need everyone to really start coming alive. I've really been impressed with Wizard. Wizard has been playing tremendously well in these playoffs, but then you look at the side of W7M, everyone's firing on all cylinders, maybe outside of Dots.
That's a big difference. And then Dots also has proven before that he can be so successful on this roster. So he's just having a bit of a less game to let players like Paulu and Loban really step up and do the carrying for the team. And yeah, what you're saying about Wizard, I can totally agree on that. He's been doing a lot for his team in regards to these playoffs. Like, he was the one who kept them alive yesterday against Lowe's. He was the one who got that crazy play in round 6 where, people in the Twitch chat were saying like, oh, Wizard just helped them win the map there, by the way. Unfortunately, for NIP, it didn't turn out to be that way, where they come out victorious after this one. That means we're going to focus our attention towards Skyscraper. Now, with that being W7M's pick, I'm really curious if there's any information laxing on maybe something these teams have shown before on Skyscraper, because it's not a map we see often inside of the SAL, I feel like. What have they shown us before on this map that we can feel like we have any idea of what's going to happen next?
I mean, that's the thing, though, is that's the beauty of it. NIP is going to be able to start on defense. You're automatically going to find comfort just being on that side of the map. The biggest thing is now actually being able to play together. Whereas they started out great here on Bank, but it's then transitioning into their attacks where, yes, they are a better attacking team, but you're going to need to problem solve even more than what you were just doing on Bank that we weren't really seeing much of. So whether it's being able to utilize shields better, whether it's just being able to play off one another, play for those trades, play maybe a little different into the bans and how you want to approach it, get rid of the operators that are just going to be able to thwart off a lot of attacks, slow you down. I mean, I don't think NIP's out of the fight by any means. I just think it's more of a matter they need to really find their footing and being able to, similar to what we talked about with FaZe, someone needs to really lead that charge that everyone can start to back off of, and then really start, like I said, just being a more cohesive unit than what we just saw in their attacks. Because we're confident on their defense. I'm more than capable that they're going to be able to have a good half, but it's then a matter of, again, just transitioning to their attacks where we weren't seeing those fundamentals being implemented.
Yeah, it's the sort of sad thing, right, is we've just seen a map where both of them have kind of struggled to attack on Bank, and then we're going into Skyscraper, and you're sort of looking at W7M's record on it, which is 77% on the defense. Amazing. 35% on their attack. Oh no. NIP's even worse. They have one sort of recent play against it on FaZe Clan about 3 months ago, and they got 0-7 on it. It's just... I don't think it's going to be a brawl. I think it's going to be a long defensive side of maps. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a sort of W7M get one attack and then they sweep their defense kind of game. Like, that would be sort of par for the course.
Which that's also, what begs the question to me is, yes, we haven't seen NIP play this in, like you said, about 3 months, and it was a 7-0. There's not really much you take from a 7-0 as a viewer when you're watching it, whereas being the player, you're going to fix those problems. You're going to fix whatever happened. Yes, FaZe is a dominant team, but what we just saw how they played FaZe this stage, they dominated FaZe. So clearly they can, muster up a comeback. They can fix their problems, and allowing it to go through, I think, gives a little bit of false confidence to W7M to be like, okay, we saw that that you recently played it, 3 months ago, you looked horrible on it. Let's try to capitalize on it. Now you're going to be in a scenario where you're trying to attack this NIP, and maybe you're going off that VOD, maybe you're going off scrims, whatever that is. You're going to immediately have to transition once something is off if NIP is not replicating what you might have been prepping going into this. So there is a lot of mystery. There's a lot of question marks that does go into this matchup. But again, I am more looking at NIP here just because of losing that first map and not looking too convincing on attack. Where again, both teams don't look good on attack, but as we know, Skyscraper is very defender-sided.
Yeah, and I think a big part of the conversation, I guess, we had about W7M and their attacks was that sometimes maybe the too much aggression is starting to bite them in the back. But then whereas, you're going up against a team that has been, or maybe still is, the best defensive team in the world right now. NIP are very good on defense, and we definitely see that coming up in their stats as well. It's really going to show a lot for this map here, I believe, because we've not seen Skyscraper a lot. As I mentioned, it's only been played 3 times so far inside the SAL. You mentioned, it's been played 3 months ago, for example, by W7M. That's a little while ago, though, so there's a lot that could have happened in that time where they could have made some changes or something that now will throw a spanner in the works. But likewise for NIP, there is a bunch of question marks. And another that I'm going to add to the tally there is, who do we think is going to take the map? Well, we can start with you, Emmy. Who do we think is going to take it? Do we think W7 cleared into, or do you think NIP will be able to find anything here?
I think, as I said, I think it'll be a very defensive-sided map, but just the sheer fact that on terms of the sort of gun game, only really Wizard showed up for NIP worries me more than anything, because you have Parlin, duo it up, Parlin, add Dodas into the mix, that math of those 3 alone, being able to stack into that fight game, it's just, that's the difference maker right now.
I would say for me, I think if NIP really want to win it out here, I think you keep making Dots uncomfortable on the shield once you switch to those sides, and you get rid of the Blackbeard. You don't allow him to find comfort. You don't allow him to be able to take good gunfights and keep and crouch uponing a already injured shield player by not having a good performance. So I think that's a good player to look at here on a map like Skyscraper.
Well, as I said, a lot of question marks, but the good thing is that the game is starting, so instead of talking about it, we're just gonna go find it out. We'll send it back to Intera and Jesse for Skyscraper.
Hey, Jesse, a map that we have not casted here in Brazil in quite some time. How excited are you?
I'm looking forward to it, Parker, especially because we have such little footage on these teams. We really don't know how things are going to go. There was a comment that Anne made on the desk there right before we jumped into things. She said, NIP, the best defensive team in the world, they were, or maybe they still are. That's a big maybe in my mind, because while they do still have the highest defending win rate in the South America League, they really did struggle against Los yesterday, dropping 11 out of 23 defensive rounds, which means they were just batting above 500. This will be the real kind of test. You're on a map that you are not comfortable on. NIP do not play this map. They are no fans of Skyscraper. And they have to play their defensive side against a W7M team who are super comfortable. They chose this map. There's a reason they wanted to play it. And yes, it's a very defender-sided map, but that just, I think, highlights even more of the problems if NIP don't manage to win the first half, if they don't have some strong defensive plays here. I mean, we're going to have a very quick second half because you know W7M will be ready when they move on to the defense.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Good defender team on a defender-sided map. Good things can happen. NIP must win this map. They fail here, they are out. Our top 3 will be Furia, FaZe, and W7M. And my goodness, Wizard almost finding a piece of Palu. The first 15 seconds of action. That could have been quite the statement kill for NIP. Ditto for Palu. If he had gotten it on side of W7M, they both walk away with no damage done.
Probably better for NIP to keep your players alive. I think Wizard makes the right call backing off in a situation like that. Moment, it seems like it's going to be a pretty direct take coming through from W7M. Laxing was saying he was hoping to see the Blackbeard get banned out from Dots, and I don't disagree. The Blackbeard is so powerful in the hands of Dots, but going for these Harbridge bans can be just as effective, and especially in a map like Sky, where there are some really important walls. We do see a lot of teams going for a strategy like this. The fact that you've banned out the ranged hard breachers means that using mirror windows to stop the walls from opening up is even more powerful. I believe they've done that over towards the Geisha wall, and they can do it on a couple different, couple other spots on this map as well. So some great opportunities for NIP to stall things out, make this difficult to push into. First 90 seconds have pretty much gone by, and we haven't seen anybody needlessly give up their life on the defense. So far, so good. I'm liking the position that NIP have put themselves in. Nothing over-aggressive just yet.
Yeah, no damage done, no real movement here on either of these teams. Utility work was required to open up Geisha so that W7M gets to a comfortable spot, but right now, that movement will come over through Terrace. The first battle being by Drum, and that's Hates standing on top of the steps, watching his own Kiva barrier. Khan's lead off pick, down goes Volps. If W7M can start off hot, then they take a lot of this advantage that Nip has away from them. Maybe next round though, Jesse, as both Palu and Volps are dead. W7M will now lose Dots too, and it's Dodez and Lobin.
Oh,
Come
no.
on. You got it, Dodez. You got it. Trying to worm his way through that small opening on Geisha, getting nothing for it. Jesse, it's Lobin in a 1v5 and a flawless start by Nip as Fantasy shreds him.
He did not indeed have it. That was a little bit too tough for him to crawl through. And honestly, it comes off of, again, great operator bans from NIP. Usually, you'd be able to open that wall by putting a thermite charge on the outer Geisha wall. If you put it as far right as it can go, it'll have a large enough explosion to also open the wall into Drum, and you get 2 walls for the price of 1. But you can't put the thermite on the wall when there's an open mirror window staring at you menacingly, as there was for NIP. Perfectly strategized for them to take out those ranged hard breachers, and it makes it effectively impossible to open that Geisha wall unless you kill the player inside a Geisha, in which case, well, you don't really need the Geisha wall open anyways. So I really like the operator bans coming through from NIP. I think they were absolutely critical in helping them to win that round because it kept the Geisha wall closed from start to finish. See NIP starting off quite powerfully here with Fantasy stepping up for the big 3 kills, just swinging off his teammates over towards Drum, over towards the hallway. We see more action like that. W7M will need to get really creative in how they take these round wins. That might mean some Ying, as we saw in round 1, or it might mean a ton of shield play, as we're seemingly seeing in round 2.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
2 shields, to your point. Blackbeard and Blitz both on the board for W7M. Now bring the Deimos 2, one of the most popular and most picked operators across all regions. He's the 5th most banned attacker in the South America League, trailing Ace just ahead of Hibana and Blackbeard. Most banned operator is Monty. What a shocker. Available though, by the way, both the bans right now are hard breach bans. Hibana was banned out on Bank as well, so I guess they just don't want to play the Japanese hard breacher. Maybe she's too strong. Maybe they think that she just lines up well. Maybe it's a staple at W7M. Either way, you need to bring some level of hard breach. It's usually those secondary can openers, and you've got 2 in the hands of the Zofia, again popping up for W7M.
Somewhat newly added as well. Used to have those soft breach charges. They've gone for the full map clear. They realize they can't go straight to site because, again, these mirror windows have been placed on the outer walls. There is another window on the Geisha wall, so they're not going to open it, and that gets a free kill. What?
Oh!
What? Okay.
That was really messy, wasn't it? Oh my goodness.
Eventually was a free kill, I suppose, onto the Blitz jumping in the window.
And Blackbeard can just stay at backstairs and continue to fire away. Tick, tick, tick. Those bullets will deflect off of Volps' shield. Nip, off to a great start in round number 1. It continues now with 2 kills through round number 2 and half of the round to go.
So many problems for W7M to deal with. These roamers are not giving anything up. They lose Dodez, Blackbeard can't do anything, and they all fall to pieces. A flawless round for NIP on their second defense. It just feels like they cannot get into the building with any success. The Geisha wall, it continues to be a massive problem for them. You know, Fantasy's playing tucked inside a Geisha. It should have been a freebie pick onto the Blitz who jumped in on him. Eventually he got there, even if it was a little bit messy. He had some assistance from Hates playing inside a Drum. You have to make that jump in, though, if you're W7M, because you can't open the Geisha wall. You can't just push linearly from the black stairs and from the door in the karaoke window. You know, you can't just have all of these angles being played. You need certain areas of the map. And with mirror windows stopping you from opening these walls, it's become basically impossible. The same problem has really stumped W7M twice in a row, which is why I think they're calling such an early attack timeout. Yes, it's skyscraper attack, and you don't expect to win your sky attacks, but these rounds have been so bad, like they haven't even come close, and they're losing to the same problem over and over again. I can guarantee you there will be a Mira ban after round 3, but in the meantime, they need to find some way around this operator.
Yeah, I mean, obviously troubling sign to call it so early, but I'm glad that it's being used, at least. Both of the timeouts were used at the tail end of map number 1. This time, use it maybe a bit early, but you've got to settle yourself down. 2 flawless rounds for Ninjas in Pajamas. Not a single kill for W7M. Yeah, they're just running into the wall head first. This is their map. I know it's a defender-sided map. I know how good NiP is defending. This was all talked about.
Mm-hmm.
But even with all of those things, W7M probably should have put up a little bit more of a fight. It's been a catastrophic start. And again, we said it yesterday. Momentum doesn't really exist in the actual game itself. Sure, maybe operator bans and bomb sites do play a part, but it's not like there's an economy system or an item system or anything like that where if you fall behind, it is very challenging to get back in this. Mm-hmm. Most of the momentum that's going to come is going to be in your head. You cannot lose your grip. You cannot allow your opponents to start getting in the groove, to get in that pocket, or else at that point, after you've used your timeout, you might end up on an unfavorable side. It's curtains for a demotivated team. W7M doesn't strike me as a squad that gets demotivated, Jesse, but maybe that's a part of why they called that timeout, was because they were feeling a bit dejected.
Yeah, absolutely. This top floor clear is going to be the focus, as it always is. Barbecue Kitchen is the site. Getting in is again a problem. There are mirror windows on both the VIP wall at top of the house stairs and then also on Geisha, as it's been every round so far. Looks like Loban's managed to find his way in, and Dots as well. So the office side of the map has been cleared without any casualties. This is where they'll start to hit a wall, of course. The Kiba barrier is making a fortress inside of Drum. That's going to be really awkward to get past. You have to imagine over towards the shrine side of things, there's going to be a stronghold as well. Leave Wizards over in that direction to try to lock down that part of the map. So this is the real stopping point for the push of W7M. What is the entry point? It could be Palu by Geisha, but again, Geisha's been a real kill box for NIP so far.
It's been Fortress central for this NiP team. A beautiful shot by Khans. Dodez gets absolutely eviscerated. And another will follow. Khans again. You call a timeout. And NiP are just running you over. Finally, W7M gets on the board. A single kill from Loban. Second could be had over in Drum, but NiP will stack up bodies and finish him off. Through 3 rounds, W7M only able to muster 1 kill. Things don't improve that much after the timeout, but there really wasn't anywhere else to go but up at that point.
Yeah, that's tough to come through from W7M, not even really looking close in any of those rounds. Finally, the mirror gets banned. They won't have to deal with that anymore. Big plays coming out from Khans in that last round as well. It was a long angle at the SMG-11 to open things up and then just keeps on swinging into Geisha. It's such a strong position as long as that wall stays closed. Khans very quietly stole the title of best defensive player in South America in our last best of 3, where they went up against Los. He's got a 1.5 KDR exactly on the defensive side throughout this stage. So he's been extremely good when playing these defenders, and it's kind of rare to see someone in his role popping off so much in terms of the stats, right? Because he's not an aggressive roamer. He doesn't go for big flanks. He's the hard anchor. He likes to sit in one spot, play those SAS operators, and hit the shots that he needs to. But I think it just goes to show that, like, of all the players on NIP, he's the guy that you can rely upon to lock down one part of the map. And he's done that expertly so far here on Skyscraper.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining.
W7M will be very quick and very soon to forget this first half. At this point, I think your mission is just to apply a tourniquet where you can and bleed as little as possible until you have an opportunity to actually do some serious work. A 5-1 first half for NiP is very possible with the way that this site rotation is going. Khans striking first in all 3 rounds. He's got 4 kills right now. 3 of them are opening picks, toppling W7M before they're really able to go into the building. And it's not just been the opening pick for Nip, Jesse. It's been that there's been a second that's followed in most of these rounds.
The Geisha wall has been opened. I repeat, the Geisha wall has been opened. So we're making more progress than any of the previous 3 rounds. That's massive. It's not a kill just yet, but they used the thermite trick to get the wall into drums as well, which is going to apply even more pressure to Hates, who's playing this position. They've got a shield on their own side of W7M with Dots playing outside of the wall, can start to pressure that side of the map and through Geisha if he needs to. Nobody's down below at the moment, so this is a pretty free push from Loban, and he can start to apply pressure once he's cleared out this part of the map. They'll know that it's clear now, and they can start working verticality, hopefully to get a pick onto Hates.
W7M will strike first. First time they've been able to do that. Cons is still on the board. He must be very upset that somebody else has taken his crown away from him. Down goes Fantasy. So W7M called their timeout, tried to turn the tides, were not successful in the immediate round that followed. It seems that they've struck gold here on round number 4. Volps shredded as Wizard goes for the vault out, heading back in. Numbers now close. As you see the clash of Hates fading away, giving information to Wizard, but there is no follow-up to be had at the moment, Jesse.
No, this has been a good early advantage. Cons needs to go big, just like he did in the last round. He's playing the same position, but now he's watched by Amonte, so it's so much more difficult. He has to group back up with his teammates, gives up the ground, and just tries to play space. But hold on. A couple of kills go the way of NIP, and we're back to a 3-on-3.
I don't know what it is with this Nip team right now, but they are doing everything that they need to do to stay competitive. They lose Hate, so now it's Wizard and Cons still standing. Cons finding 1 kill. Wizard will need to clutch out. Cons still bleeding out. These last 2 players standing on the side of Nip. No deaths between them. The Monty of Dots is still up. I think that's where things get a bit challenging here, Jesse. A 1v1 against Loban is the best that Wizard can hope for. It is an opportunity to get Cons up. No way W7M let this happen. All the while, they're getting the diffuser planted. Dots does so successfully. There goes Wizard. And Cons back from the dead. Watching the bomb site, the diffuser not far away. The Monty breathing down his neck as Loban continues to step away. This is an impossible task for Cons here. Dots waiting. Nice shot from Cons. Loban around the corner. He could hip fire his way to victory, but he's got to kill time. Cons sprinting over to the case. Out goes the shotgun, trying to bait Loban into this. But he's lost where the case is, inside of gold. Away he goes. Loban wrapping around. A flashbang will go, pushing in off of the defuse kit, and Loban gets the kill. W7M on the board.
Beautiful play in that 2vx combo coming out from W7M. Loban in the 1vx as well played it really nicely, but in combination with the Monty, I think is where they really shined. Made, I think, a controversial decision to go for a plant. It was a little risky given you were in the 2v1 and it allowed your opponents to pick up and make it a 2v2, but in the end, it did work out for them. That's chemistry that's been built over so many damn years. Loban and Dots teaming together since 2018 and back on the console days when they used to be a team back before they made the jump to PC. So it's been nice to see them continue to thrive as a duo here in Tier 1, making some big plays against NIP to allow W7M to get their first round win on the board. And you know, Parker, I'm going to sound like a broken record, I know, but it's not a coincidence that they get the Geisha wall open, they ban the Mira, and that results in a round win. Palu got a critical kill in that round from outside the breach, and just providing that second dimension really makes all the difference in the world for these executes for W7M. They have struggled in the first quarter of this game, but it's a whole new world now that we've entered into these last couple operator bans and completely turned the tides.
Was gonna make a joke saying like, wow, they actually opened up the wall and they were able to do well, because you're not going to get much done when you're outside of the building, but I mean, it does stand to reason. It's a different bomb site though. Your main focus is going to be on this office side. They should be able to get this wall open very quickly. Nobody really having a good go of it on the side of W7M. Loban with 4 kills. He was monstrous in the previous round, going big, but beyond that, the guns have been quite quiet. And it's not just a lack of fragging. I mean, you can look at the kills and say, well, they're not obviously matching up to this Nip team. Technically, that is correct, but it doesn't show you or it doesn't tell you the whole story. And the whole story is that on a map like Skyscraper, you need utility to open up gunfights. W7M have been struggling with the former, which means that they are definitely struggling with the latter. Cons will give them a leg up here, though, as he hops out of the window and Volps punishes him for it. You all saw the clash of hates outside early on, scouting for information. I don't know if this is a deliberate strategy by Nip or if they've made changes to deal with W7M, but it is certainly not working this round.
Another one goes down. Pino drops to Dodez, and it's a 3v5, a 2v5. Paulu's inside Geisha. He's got Volps alongside him, too. They've started to make so much space. Bombsight is off his exhibition, but I don't know if we'll get there, Parker. Wizard is full blind, dying inside of the roam game, and it will leave the clash in the 1v4, hoping for a miracle to get the 4th-1 lead.
I said a 5-1 was entirely possible. It is out of reach at this point. W7M picks up their 2nd round and could very easily tie. Jesse, what does it mean for Nip if W7M are able to win 3 attacking rounds?
I mean, it's a tale of 2 quarters, Parker. We see everything swap on that side swap or on the operator bands. And again, you go back to that opening pick that Cons has the run out. Cons only makes that play. He only jumps out of the terrace window because there is a thermite putting an exothermic charge on the Geisha wall. I said that 100 times today, but every round is really revolving around this one position because Paulu is playing the thermite and he's only playing that because there's no Mira. He can start to open up this wall. It forces NIP to do something aggressive, and it's something that W7M can account for, think about, and watch for to punish. Perfectly executed by W7M, and they just seem to know exactly how they want to play these rounds once they can get the walls open. It's just really made a night and day difference. Paulu able to play this operator, and now NIP, they frankly look like they're scrambling. If this last round goes the way the previous 2 did, then it seems like we're headed to a 3-3 split, and that's just not good enough when you're playing defense on Skyscraper. This is a must-win round for NIP.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Are we going to do this must-win versus non-must-win thing that we did the other day where I say, well, technically it's not a must-win because the round will continue to go onward?
I feel like every other human being listening to the cast, Parker, understands that I mean must win in like
every other human being. Chat, help me out here. Chat, help me out here.
Everyone. You think there's people in chat who thought the game would be over if it goes 3-3 at the half? Like actually ends?
Chat, let me ask you this. Are you stupid? Do you think that the game ends with a 4-2 scoreline? Because I know there's going to be some people who say, yep. And all I need is 1 to prove you wrong.
They wouldn't do that, Parker. They're an intelligent bunch of folks watching there on twitch.tv/rainbow6. Okay?
Now you're just lying to the viewers.
Some of the smartest people I know watch twitch.tv/rainbow6.
Like me.
Reloading. Cover me.
Your silence speaks volumes. I will agree with you. Whether it is a must-win or not, we can agree on it being a very pivotal round. Because if W7M are able to draw even, Nip's triumphant start, all 3 rounds that they would have won at that point, won with just a single kill on the side of W7M. Suffering 1 death through 3 rounds? That's pretty good for Nip. But W7M, after that latest wave of operator bans and finally getting their footing when it comes to opening up walls, have shown us why they picked this map in the first place. Do keep in mind that W7M presumably is starting on the worst side of Skyscraper because they picked it. So when the side swap comes in, you expect W7M to take off. That's why Jesse said it was a must-win.
Very correct. Thankfully, this round is starting to go, I think, NIP's favor. They've stalled things out really nicely so far. The Geisha wall being open continues to be a problem, and we'll see what Loban does with it. Makes the move and finds the Clash. Not quite. Doesn't deal enough damage, and the Clash gets out with her life.
Oh my goodness, you also heard a Nitro cell go off. Explosions galore. That was the only Nitro that was in hand for Ninjas in Pajamas. Now it's got Wizard on the run, playing over by that little gold area. Taking some damage through the floor, through the drone hole. He seemed just as confused as we are. Not's getting Diffuser down. Nobody in position to knock him off his stride just yet. He has to bail off. Volps and Paulu now in on the fun. In the corner is Cons. It started with a flawless round by Nip. It ends with a flawless round by W7M. The first half in the books. And it's a 3-3 tie. Huge for the Bulls.
And this is just such a scary Skyscraper team, Parker. As long as they can get the walls open, get set up for their execute, everything is well coordinated. They're playing off of the plant. It's not a hard commitment. They don't lose if the plant stops because they're using that plant to force movements out of the defenders, then punish that movement, get those big kills midway through the round. I thought that was excellent coming through from W7M. They've put this game in a very scary spot for NIP. I want to see NIP ban the mirror right now. They will ban the bandit instead. So we're going to see the exact same thing, Parker. I mean, W7M will now get to play the mirror window on those outer walls. Without ranged hard breach, it's going to be impossible to open those walls. And it feels like we've just got a 3 rounds in a row that must go the way of W7M. NIP will need miracles if they want to open up some of those angles.
I mean, they're going to experience exactly what they did to W7M through those first 3 rounds. W7M needing some time to adjust to the chaos and the claustrophobia that comes about on a map like Skyscraper, but they did so with grace, and frankly, they did so quite quickly. 3 rounds to start for NIP, answered by 3 rounds from W7M. The idea is that NIP should have won 4-2, 5-1 to be in excellent position for the second half. As you can see at the top of your screen, that did not happen. Unfortunately for NIP and their fans, that puts them in quite a hole. Even though the scoreline is the same as if it was 0-0, it doesn't take into account the deficiency that attackers often have on Skyscraper. But let's maybe not get a bit too ahead of ourselves here. Jesse, we have seen attacker-sided maps swing violently in the way of the defenders, and the opposite has happened as well, with very defender-sided maps being friendly areas for the attackers. So I don't know if these operator bans will do too much, but direct mirror of what we saw in the first half. I like W7M's chances at this point.
As do I, Parker. This is going to be really tough, and I feel like NIP, they got to cause some chaos if they want to win a round set up like this. It's going to be a long round. They're setting up to clear office side over, which means they're going to get into early gunfights with anybody on this side of the map. I don't see any defenders playing over here, really. I mean, you've got the Azami inside a drum, as usual. You've got some players in Dragon, like Dodez, so maybe a little bit of play there, but okay, Dot's actually in office. All right, so this will kind of be the focal point. Can Dots get anything done? Absolutely not. Shut down by Fantasy, so that's most of the roam game gone. Unless anybody else on W7M wants to extend, this should be an advantage for NIP.
He'll continue to shoot away from the position that the Glass finds himself in. That's Pino hoping for something, anything. He's been held off the score sheet so far, but Cons, Hates, and Fantasy all sit with 6 kills. That's the high water mark at the moment. All of them ahead of the best on W7M, which is Loban sitting at 5 kills. Now bullets will go over the shoulder of Dodez, who tries to bait in the Dokkaebi. Hates will aggress. He thinks otherwise. A secondary shotgun pulled out. Down goes Volps, and Nip is off to the races here. Jesse finding just about every kill. Dodez the only one on the board. Now he'll contend with Wizard, who's been dropped, and suddenly W7M are within striking distance of this NIP team with still over a minute to go. Action could break out at any point. The Monty will now drop. Cons will get knocked over by Dodez, who doesn't want to get baited in. He's all on his lonesome. Fantasy's got every single kill for NIP so far. Can he find his 10th? Can he find the ace? Dodez says no. Down goes Fantasy. Diffuser going down in the hands of Cons. Pino will watch from far for kill number 1, and he will grab it onto Dodez. A huge round for NIP. May I even say, Jesse? A must win.
Well, they get there in the end, and it comes off the back of a massive play from Fantasy. 4 kills on the roam clear. W7M just kept sending more and more and more bodies to the office side of the map. They said, screw it. We are living or dying on this roam game. And man, it really felt like Dodez was putting in enough work to make it possible. If he's going up against anybody other than a Glaz in that position, I feel like he hits that shot and wins the round for his team, because he was on such a heater that matchup. Unfortunately, Fantasy was heating up just a little bit hotter, and so he's able to pop off, make that game-winning play for NIP, get them an attack where they really should not have been able to find one. He was the worst NIP player for the first 2 maps yesterday up against Los, but then popped off on map 3, going 14-9 with 130 EPS. If he pops off a little bit earlier today, they could save their fans some heartache. Make this a decisive second map, take some of these attacks here on Skyscraper, and then force us to the third map of Border with all the momentum. That would be huge for any fans of NIP.
And we're not done there. There is another matchup to come as well. Earlier today, Furia and FaZe Clan clashed in the upper bracket final. Furia managed to squeeze out a victory 2-1 in what was a pretty incredible display. Map number 1 won by Furia oh so dominantly. Skyscraper, this very map here, not casted by us, so it is technically been a while since you and I have seen it, quote unquote. Went all 12, and then you needed all 15 in the final map, which was Chalet, which was eventually won by Furia in the very final round. It's pushed FaZe Clan down to the lower bracket finals. They will be in action later today. They play the winner of this series. Loser is done for. That is their stage 2 in the books. Right now, W7M have the advantage. They took NIP's map away from them and just drew even through that first half. W7M in great position still due to the side, but they've got to get through NIP first.
A tactical elimination of an air jab from Volps will set them up a lot better on the roam game than where they were previously. They ran back essentially the exact same defense, swapping out just the smoke for the clash on the side of Volps. But NIP are not going for a similar attack. Instead, it's going to be more direct to sight. They're not going to take that office control. It means that all the resources W7M committed to that side of the map might end up being a little bit wasted. NIP have plenty of utility on their own. They're going to have air jabs. They're going to have bees, and Wizard is in the site.
Nobody died just yet. Wizard will go into the ground. So will Paulu. Both of them. No more. Fantasy traded out for Loban. Neither of these teams finding a distinct advantage as they come to blows. 3v3 now as Hates gets himself out of a bad spot from Geisha over towards Drum. The diffuser being walked in by Cons towards backstairs. Now it's Volps in the ground. Dodes and Dots, the last two standing. Now it's just up to Dodes to clutch out. He finds one kill. And the attackers are having their day right now. NIP, despite all of our prognosticating, has won 2 rounds on attack and are closing in on a victory on W7M's map.
Yeah, and Parker, I have to give them credit for how they've played these pushes. I was very critical when they chose to ban Bandit instead of the Mira, because I thought there's no way they're going to get the walls open. And let's be honest, they're not getting the walls open. But unlike W7M, that doesn't immediately mean that the round is over. NIP are finding really creative ways to get into these attacks without having all of the hard breach that they may want in some of these rounds. The first time it was Fantasy walking in, getting a 4K, but working off the back of the shields that were helping him out, with Cons making some great play on that. And then that time it was just Hates taking advantage of the chaos, working his way up those main stairs and catching 3 players off guard for a massive triple to help his team win the round. The 2 entry fraggers of NIP, the star players that you expect to see come alive, are doing just that on the offensive side of Skyscraper, and they're making it look like a completely different map, despite the operator bans being exactly the same and the bomb sites being exactly the same as what we started with.
5 seconds to insertion.
NIP have shown absolute flashes of brilliance throughout this second stage. There is a reason why they finished first in the region, but success has not found them so far through these playoffs. They had a bye. They started on the second day in the upper bracket semifinals, in which they could have clinched a spot to Munich very early. And yet, they were bested by FaZe Clan in what was at the time the closest best of 3 that we saw. It only went 2 maps, but it was 8-7, 8-7. That tally would then later be outdone by Ninjas in Pajamas versus Los, which we watched yesterday. That went 15 rounds, 15 rounds, 14 rounds. NIP coming within 1 round of getting bounced by Los. That would have been no major spot. They show flashes of brilliance, and then you see what happens to Fantasy just a couple seconds ago. He and Hates tied on top of the team with 9 kills apiece. Now it's Hates getting shot up by W7M. The Bulls really need to bounce back around here, Jesse.
Early aggression has gone their way, and they're hungry for more. Still extended into this karaoke side of the map. It was a spawn peak shrine window from Dodes that got them the 5v4, and they're still willing to play aggressively here. Volps goes down the black stairs, so chooses to back off a little bit, and his teammates are likely to follow. The Nitro Cell could be massive as it does get prepped. I believe that's just below Drum to try to open up some of that angles once they take that space. But at the moment, NIP are actually choosing to back off. Palu will be the one to walk through drum, and maybe a Candela gets committed, but every body on the side of NIP is moving back towards the bomb site from outside.
I think you need to at this point in time, right? You got to coalesce around it. There's the Warden to quarterback this play. He might not have any issue with those flashbangs, but the frag grenades still do quite a bit of damage. Those smart glasses won't protect him at all. And Palu waits it out. All that utility expended, but there's nothing found on the side of Nip. So now they take matters into their own hands. They waltz their way through Geisha. Now up main stairs. Palu still in this position. He hears the Blackbeard coming, pulls out the nitro cell. Volps takes one down with his own nitro cell, and it's Pino in the ground. W7M very swiftly removing these Nip players, Jesse, and it's a 5v2. No damage has been done to W7M. Han slowed down by Loban, as this is a very long bit of action.
Is the Geisha nitro cell. I said drum earlier, my mistake from Volps that got that pick onto Pino. Now it's a 2v5, likely hopeless. Palu knows how strong this is. The Clash is giving him the supports. He gets his frag anyways, and we'll get the last one too. Nice couple kills from Palu. Closes out the flawless round, and I think a necessary one just to get the mental back on track, right? Parker losing round 7 and 8 adds the defenders is absolutely brutal, but they jump back in. Their aggression actually works this time. They get that leadoff pick, and I think it really makes all the difference. Now you have to kind of struggle. Do NIP even ban out the Mira in their third operator ban? Because they weren't struggling too much with it. They were finding other ways to win the rounds. For W7M, how do you respond? The shields have been a big problem, but you can only ban one at this point. The Dokkaebi was good in your second defense. They go for the Ying ban instead, and it will be the Clash that gets removed. So feeling like they have ways around the Mira windows being on these walls, I can respect it given how round 7 and 8 went, but you got to think there's an opportunity here for W7M to close this map down.
It exists, and it's forced Nip to call their timeout, at which W7M will be able to talk amongst themselves and with their coach too, Jesse. W7M burned their timeout after the conclusion of round 2, which they were shut out in both of those starting rounds. They only found a single kill through the first 3 of this map. Oh, whoa, to be W7M and look back on those first 3 rounds and think maybe if we'd been a bit more prepared, maybe if we'd done a couple things a bit differently, this would be a completely different ballgame. Nip would not have the lead and would not be in this position where they are now. Timeout ends and W7M will look to close the gap further. We could go all 12 rounds if W7M prevails here on their defensive barbecue kitchen.
On their defensive barbecue kitchen. Okay. T-Karaoke is open. I mean, they're 0 for 200, I suppose. You're going to want to win all 3 of these next rounds. You've got to go through a site rotation unless this game is going to go overtime. So why not give it a try? You've got to win barbecue kitchen at some point. Generally thought of as the 3rd best bomb site on this map, and we'll see what NIP look like when they attack a map like this. The Ying is going to be an important ban to take out from W7M. I was kind of talking a little bit of what they might remove. It was played twice in the first 3 attacks by Pino, so he's going to have to choose a different operator for the rest of this game. He did rock the Glaz on their very first attack when they rushed through on the office side and got the big roam clear picks that they were going for. Pino opts for the Capitao, which can honestly do a lot of the same job that Ying does. You're not blinding anybody with the Capitao, but you can still use those firebolts to push defenders out of positions. And that displacement is often where you're using a Ying for anyways.
Maybe not as close as any of the series we saw yesterday, but still an exciting one, Jesse. Nip is an exciting team, not because of their explosiveness, that's part of it, but also, frankly, because of their inconsistency. The fact that they are not this dominant team-crushing machine allows us to settle into these maps and, well, mostly go the distance. Nip has played a lot of rounds so far. The first map that they played, all 15 rounds against FaZe Clan. Second map, all 15 rounds. Third map, all 15 rounds. Fourth map, all 15 rounds. Fifth map, 14 rounds. That's crazy. That's just before we get in here. What happened on Bank? 14 rounds. Nip have played in every map that they have played. Nip have played all but a possible 2 rounds so far.
Absolutely
Talk about
ridiculous.
running the gauntlet. Good lord. W7M starts things off. It's traded back immediately by Fantasy onto a completely unrelated player. Dots and Loban taking a lot of damage in the process. Jesse, Fantasy will get on the board, finding what remained of Loban. And now W7M has their backs against the wall.
They're letting the Wonder Kid heat up, and that's a huge problem. Not even in the building, and likely to get a third kill if Volps does challenge this. 3 Kibas, so if he really wants to cross, he should be able to, but opts to just fall back to the site instead, play those black stairs, go top floor to try to support Dodez, who is dealing with his own problems with the Deimos hunting him down. They're hoping they can lure him into a trap, but Wizard's been a little bit smarter than that. The top floor clear is critical that it goes well. Cons takes lots of damage, but he does survive until just now.
And back to a 3v3. W7M had their backs against the wall, but they have launched off very well and now thrown Nip into not a tailspin, but certainly far from the certainty in a round that Nip was hoping to win, to push to map point, really keep this W7M team with their backs against the walls. It will not happen. This bomb site has been played a single time so far. It was played by Nip back in round number 3, and it was won amidst that early streak of dominance. These teams, speaking of streaks, have won many consecutive rounds. Nip won 3 in a row. W7M won 3 in a row. Nip won 2 in a row. W7M could do the same, but will have to fight down in numbers with 10 seconds left. Volps and Dodez. Just Volps now. As 3 players in Nip will close in on this bomb site. Volps is hidden, tied in. He thought he got the down on Pino, but muscle memory. She's a tricky one, isn't she? Nip moved a map point.
Honestly, kind of a scary finish for NIP. That was winnable for Volps, but they had really good teamwork in the 3v1 to pinch onto his position. Right as the hatch drop happened, another player swings in from Barbecue. So really nice to see that coming through. The team play from NIP. Low time on that round, but they still get the job done. They still force here the map point 6-4 lead on their opponent's pick to try to force that third. It's been a great game from everyone on NIP, but specifically Fantasy, man. Another huge round coming out from the former Furia star, who ended up in Tier 2 for quite a few years after not really finding success when that Furia team really disbanded and blew up in 2022. Now to see him coming back into action on this NIP team. They were good enough for top 4 in stage 1, good enough for top 4 in stage 2. I'm so excited to see this team back on land in an international environment. I think Fantasy is just going to put on such a show for us all, but you've got to finish off these SAL playoffs first, and he is bringing his team along to that goal. One more round will force that third map, and then a date with FaZe Clan right after if they manage to win it.
FaZe getting a relatively long break. As long as this series goes, FaZe is hoping that it's a bloody, scrappy affair that goes all 3 maps, potentially into OT once more, potentially twice more if Border is on the docket. W7M were in a familiar spot on Bank. It was a 6-4 scoreline through 10 rounds with Nip in the lead. W7M won the next 2 rounds on defense, then won the 2 rounds of overtime that were played. W7M finds themselves in a similar spot. 6-4 scoreline through 10 rounds. W7M defending just as they were on Bank. The difference is that this is their map. W7M were unable to win their map against Team Liquid yesterday. The 2 teams traded their maps back and forth. The last time W7M won their own map was against Los in the upper bracket finals, played on October 11th, a week ago. They were not able to win their map against Furia. They didn't do it against Team Liquid. And now they're in jeopardy of not doing it here against Nip as well.
Home clear is going pretty well so far. It's a completely different op lineup for W7M in their 3rd attempt at defending T-Room and Karaoke. They didn't bring the mirror window, so the office wall was open with very little problems. Now they're starting to put pressure on the players who have stuck around. It's going to be Dodez, who's here, still playing at the top of the house stairs, and he's got some help as well with Dots in that similar position. Loban with the fight of Monty, who's going to walk in his door straight to Shrine, but he's making the plays instead. Swings out to kill Fantasy. The best player in NIP will fall. Volp 6 another one onto Hates.
So here's W7M firing up the war machine, aren't they? But hold on a second. Pino has something to say about that. He's going to have a lot more to say, as he and Wizard will now be doubled up upon by this W7M armada. Down he goes at the hands of Dodez, and it's Pino to die last. W7M looking to repeat history. They find their 5th round, and we will go all 12. Jesse, do you think we're cursed?
Parker, we might be, but it's the best curse possible because it means we get to watch some of the best Siege that happens here at the end of the stage. These SAL playoffs have been absolutely amazing, and I have no clue how it's going to end. We're building up for a fantastic grand final tomorrow, but we really need to find out who's getting that 4th place spot first, and it's not going to be W7M if Loban has anything to say about it. I thought he played so well just inside of Terrace. Cons walked in on the Monty. He procced the Ela mine, and so it felt like this was going to be Loban just getting forced out. Like the Monty was in his face, the Monty didn't die, and so Loban was going to have to retreat. But the Monty just leaves. It ends up being a retreat called out by Cons, and it ends up opening the gap for Loban to step up and really exploit the positioning on NIP in that round. If there's anybody who's not going to be afraid to get aggressive, if there's anybody who's going to take a risk when you're down 6-4 and map point for your opponents, it's going to be Loban. I often say this man evolved without the gene to fear things. He's just got no fear at all when he plays a game of Rainbow Six Siege, and that's coming in absolutely critical importance for W7M.
A day with destiny these two teams now will have. W7M hoping to God and country that they can go to overtime, secure a 2-0 victory, and then wait maybe half an hour, maybe an hour until they face off against FaZe Clan. Furia in action tomorrow. The grand final will be the only match that's played tomorrow here in the South America League. You and I won't be casting it, but I do intend to watch it. I'd like to see which of these teams is able to rise up against Furia. We will know which team it is in about 4 or 5 hours time. Yes, I know, I think that seems quite crazy for people, but hey, this is the last league. This is the last set of online matches before we set our sights on the Munich Major next month. A great start for NiP. They get dots running. This was an all-out assault by NiP. They trade it right back, though. Hate's got the kill. Dodez will take him down, and now he spies the Monty of Cons, who was hoping to get inside the building, but instead will go on to drone.
My eyes are peeked up a little bit by Wizard. He's the only player not part of this core just outside the office breach, and if he fights anybody, it'll be Volps early. He's actually making rotate.
Hive deployed.
NiP now with the advantage after Loban's gone down. Diffuser being planted by Cons. Where is the Nitro cell to be tossed out? Palu taking damage. Cons as well being picked apart at, but he manages to get the job done. Not before Dodez shuts him down. But the timer will now run against this team. NiP lose Wizard. Another swing is here for Dodez. Palu living on borrowed time. Very little that he can do from an offensive standpoint. Volps hops on the diffuser. NiP swept through. W7M pushed to overtime off the back of a 4K by Dodez. At least 2 more rounds and W7M might get the job done in extra innings again. Goodness gracious. I love the matches that we saw yesterday. Whether it was W7M Liquid, whether it was that Los NiP game, they were terrific. If what we're witnessing here is any indication, we've got a good day of Siege ahead of us. We're already in the midst of a good day of Siege. W7M will defend first on Skyscraper. This is territory that they know well. They just spent 6 rounds defending against this NiP team. No decided advantage, though, for attackers or defenders. 3 rounds won by the attackers on both sides. Same with the defenders. On bank, W7M won the very first round of overtime by attacking and then managed to shore it up and win the map with a successful defense. Upstairs, here on Skyscraper, they will go upstairs first to defend. This karaoke and tea room bomb site has been won 50-50 by W7M. They lost their first defense. Actually, no. They lost their 2 first defenses to Ninjas in Pajamas on this second half. They only managed to prevail in round number 11. Their 3rd attempt was successful. They did look a lot better. Loban got a 3K, if you recall. They have to learn from that most previous round. If they can prevail here, not only do they move to series point, but they'll go 50-50 on that bomb site.
They need Loban to heat up once again, I fear. I mean, if they do challenge on the roam game, which is what NIP have been doing pretty consistently on this bomb site, then you have to find a way in. You have to be able to challenge them in those moments. Instead, it's going to be pressure on the site. Wizard finds a vert angle onto Volps just through the window. The bottom of Black Stairs, a critical pick, because that's going to be all of the toxic babes removed before this execute really comes to blows. It really opens the door, too. You can see Cons repositioning, can walk up these Black Stairs, can have the moment to make that space and go for an eventual plant deep inside of karaoke. This is a big problem. And Dodez is trying to be a hero, but he doesn't hit the shots.
So close at an unlucky time to go into a deficit, but alas, that's just how it goes sometimes. An impressive performance by W7M to tie things up. They will go for a swing, and they take out what might be the highest target on the side of NIP, which is Fantasy. Doesn't come without its cost. Loban losing a lot of his HP, almost all of it in the process. Logic bombs immediately sent out by Hates. Cons walking the diffuser and taking a lot of damage. Now Pino is in the ground as well. Things going bad for NIP very quickly. Hunting for a kill as they turn on over. W7M trading out. That benefits them. They have the advantage. Now Cons, with little HP, has the shield down, pistol out, baiting these W7M players into an engagement. He needs to walk that diffuser in to Hates sitting inside of the B bomb site. Shotgun lined up. This is, despite what it looks like, a good position for NIP. They try to bait out the defenders. They won't find anything. Long drawn out action here as now Hates walks up. W7M still with 3 players, none of them moving a muscle. They'll try again on the side of NIP to get this diffuser down. Hates turning over. Cons off the defuse kit once more. Dots getting their attention. Now the Blitz compelled to action. Baited into a kill. Hates last man standing. W7M shut him down. Another great round by Loban. And it's match point for the Bulls.
They needed to become alive, Parker, and he did just that. The resilience that this team has shown across both maps as well as their play yesterday has been ridiculous. Big moves coming out from W7M, and you look at that plan from NIP, it really felt like they had the sauce. Cons was in the site, so was Hates. I felt like Cons probably could have finished the plant the first time that he went for it. He was under the cover of smoke. I wasn't noticing anybody on the side of W7M making moves, tossing in a util. They didn't really have utility left to try to stop that plant, but I think just getting a little bit scared, expecting the movements as they didn't really come out. Really good patience from W7M. That's the key factor that helps them win that round and push them to series point.
At worst, you've got 2 more rounds. So still time for them to stick the landing, so to speak. Again, defenders and attackers, even up until that round that just transpired with W7M winning their very first round of overtime, the defenders have now won 7 rounds compared to the 6 won by the attackers, almost perfectly mirroring the score that you see at the top of your screen. But 3 of NIP's successful rounds came on attack, 3 obviously on defense. So not really much we can speculate here. Another upstairs defense. NIP going to the same bomb site that W7M just played. NIP were successful on this site the very first round that they played here on Skyscraper. Admittedly, NIP could have played anywhere. They probably could have played over on bedroom side and still won with the way that they played those first 3 rounds. They were unsuccessful in their next 2 defenses. On rounds 4 and 6, W7M were able to take this bomb site away. I don't love that for NIP.
Yeah, the story of the first half was undoubtedly about the hard breach, Parker. And again, Paulu's going to jump right back on the thermite. He opened the VIP wall extremely early. He's still got that exothermic charge in pocket if he wants to go for a geisha. There'll be plenty opportunity to make this breach work, and there's not really anything NIP can do about it. Even the tools they do have, not all being deployed. Pino with a mute jammer in his pocket. I imagine that's to stop a Dokkaebi call in case one does come out. Deimos Tracker as well can be stopped by those mute jammers if he places it at his feet. So I don't think it's a mistake that he's still carrying it with him, but it won't be effective just given the attacking lineup that W7M have brought.
A nade used to potentially force Hates out of his position on drum. Everything's a drum. And Hates assesses that doorway now, littered with flames from the Goyo canister. Nip buying time as we hit the halfway point of this round. This is a must-win for Nip, Jesse. If they lose, that's the series. W7M will go out 2-0, and they will do battle with FaZe Clan in the lower bracket final later today. How late? We're not sure, because there is supposed to be a break between these two matches, but it depends on whether the teams want it. I think the real one is whether the winner wants it. If W7M or Nip turn around and say, hey, we feel warmed up, let's play, away we go. We'll update you when we have information. Likely it will be the desk. But a very slow round. No way to tell which of these two teams will come out ahead in this very pivotal moment.
We're setting up to try to go for a push straight in through the door at the top of the back stairs. Notice gets the first kill. He finds Cons on the smoke. That's a critical one, and Hates falls too. It's all falling apart, Parker. Somebody's got to step up and be a hero.
Nitro Cell goes out Fantasy, attempting his best. It's him and Pino. Down he goes. Pino in a 1v3. Fallen by the wayside. Ninjas in pajamas. Watching as their first place in the group stages has amounted to very little in the playoffs. W7M desperately wanting a matchup against FaZe Clan. Pino will need to play this one well as the two players from W7M have walked away. A choice battle against the Blackbeard. A standoff in the bomb site. Pino waiting him out. Can't wait too long. The time will continue to work against him. All Dots needs to do is be that focal point. Force Pino to not engage with Dodez, but Dodez will get the job done. W7M will get the job done. And in a tense 2-0 that almost went the distance in both maps, W7M will face off against FaZe Clan in our next match.
And Dodez dropping 16 kills on that final map to get the job done for W7M. What a performance from the star player on the Bulls team. Beautifully done, and you got to imagine after map 1 they didn't have a great chance here on Skyscraper. I thought NIP fought back really strong. I loved their early attacks, but Parker, it just wasn't enough today. They'll be falling into 4th place. We'll see them again in Munich.
Yeah, there was no real confidence-inspiring rounds from Ninjas in Pajamas this entire playoffs. I mean, they're going to the Munich Major, Jesse, but if this style of play carries over from Brazil to Munich, I don't know how deep Nip will be able to go into the event. Despite the fact that they finished as the best statistical team in this region during the groups, they looked like one of the weakest and shakiest teams through the playoffs. Those are our thoughts. Let's hear what the desk has to say about W7M versus Nip.
Thank you very much. That was a quicker series this time around. And just to echo Intero's words again, I mean, it's about time that NIP start winning these games in overtime or games in Adrenal, because even in the overtime here, it was not possible for them to secure out this this map here on Skyscraper. But we had to talk about it though, Lex. We were talking about this game as it was going on. The defenses on what is considered to be a defense-favored map were not it today.
Yeah, I don't really know what was happening on both sides. I mean, they made this map look like it was a very balanced map, and we all know it's very defender-sided, but I think it also speaks into the Brazilian kind of style of play, is just not being comfortable in terms of standing still, always wanting to take that engagement, follow up with another kill, and both teams were actually repeating the exact same mistakes, in my opinion, but it really just came down to the resilience and tenacity that W7M just kept bringing every single round, especially once they swapped sides, then to bring it into the max overtime. That's where we really saw them shine. I do think in some areas, I mean, the Bandit Cade ban, if you're going to be bringing Thatcher anyways, I think you get rid of maybe some other operators on those attacks just to make things a little simpler. Fact of the matter is, though, W7 gets it done. They do it very convincingly in that last round, and just a very well overall executed attack in that last attack.
Yeah, it's sort of how it pieced together. NIP bloody love an overtime, but they just couldn't quite get the energy to sort of push themselves all the way, and it's almost the worry of the pace with this team, right? I know there's always been questions about this team, but that sort of slow-moving machine that was so deadly and so decisive during the league, it's a worry to see that it's drifted away a little bit. And as they sort of put it, you know, if they're going into the major, if other teams from this region have learned how to beat what seemed so unbeatable, everyone else is just going to be learning from these games.
They definitely will. But the game is done. W7M come out victorious, and therefore we get to speak to them. We have Loban on the line to ask him a few questions about this game. Good afternoon, Loban. Congratulations on the victory here. I see the smile on your face. It was a close game, though. How are you feeling after this one?
It's always a close game against the NIP. They're a really good team, so I think it's never easy against them. And we feel pretty good. It's a good boost to play against FaZe now.
Well, Loban, I want to congratulate you. I kind of want to go into the decider for Skyscraper for your guys' end. Obviously, you know, that was a very close game on Bank. Could have went either side. Then even you get to here. I mean, how do you guys maintain just the composure with these rounds just being so back and forth? Obviously, when you look at the stats of Skyscraper being very defender-sided, both you guys were having success on your attacks. I mean, kind of what's going through the comms of W7M when you guys are in these rounds, specifically on defense, and they aren't going in your favor?
I think we focus a lot on what's happening on the round itself, because a lot of times when we have like a bad day, we'll be communicating about the last round, what we did wrong, we'll be only like thinking about that. But this time we're just like, guys, let's focus on the solution, like what we did wrong, okay, this, now we focus on that, that's it. And I think we understand, like, after 2 rounds of the attacks, when we understand what they were doing. I think the ban of Ying did help us a lot after the 3rd ban. So I think that's one thing too. And outside of that, I think we just were playing like in the flow, not thinking a lot. And we know it's a defender side on map. I know we threw some too defensively, not true, but like we lose some difference that wasn't really good to lose. And we're just like, guys, let's win this last 2, and we finish on the OT.
For sure.
I'll sort of carry on a bit from Laxton's question there. Skyscraper is sort of by far the lowest preference map for SAL as a region. Is there a reason for that?
I don't know why, but yeah, like, I don't see a lot of teams that want to play it. They prefer like Bank, Lair, or like, I don't know, Lab. But we are one of the few teams that really like it. The last time we faced like a team from outside was Falcons, and we demolished them, so we are pretty confident on this map.
Loban, I just got 2 more questions for you, and maybe this is stylistic matchups, obviously, with you know and NIP and how they play. I noticed this time around you were playing more with the team. You kind of weren't trying to find that gap. You were just playing for those trades. You were playing for the utility. That's my first question, if you want to answer that. And then the second question, the 25-man roster in the W7M camp, whenever we see your cameras, there's like 15 people in the back. Like, is just anyone ready to be tagged in, you know, if someone's not having a great game? Just if you want to answer both those questions back to back.
So for the first one, yeah, I did play a lot with the team today because NIP is a team that like they do the first step really fast, and they already go back to the site. So there's no gap. They're already on site. They're already close together. So there's no reason to find a lurk or something like that. So it was only that because of the NIP style. And about the people here, we have like girlfriend, wife, the psychologo, I don't know how to say in English. We have like the cameraman, the social media, everybody's here. If you want to come, you can come too.
That sounds good. You might see me back there.
That's amazing. I'll be honest with you, it's been a question that's been burning on our minds to wonder what everybody is doing behind you guys as you're playing, but it's good that we finally have an answer to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll have a question before we let you go. It's kind of a question in 2. A, you've beaten FaZe every single time you've faced them so far this year, so what are you doing to replicate that in the matchup coming up? And then B, you're willing to let Border go through? It hasn't been played yet in the SAL. Do you think there's a potential we'll see it against FaZe, or no?
Of course not. If you beat them tomorrow, maybe. But like, FaZe Clan is the perma ban. We are gonna play Border today. It's fine. It's probably the only team is gonna play Border against us is Furia. And outside of that, I think we're just gonna play our game. I think we are pretty comfortable with the game style. That's the reason I think we won against them. I think they're really close to what NAP does. Like, they really have a little different on defense, but the attack side, they are pretty like the same. So I think we really like to play against that.
Right, that sounds very good. Well, as you have a whole matchup to prepare for still, we'll let you go for now. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck in the game after this one.
Thank you. See you guys.
All right, see you later. Whilst we go and review the stats from this game, I just want to say once again, it's so good to know what everybody is doing behind those W7M players, but it's helping them. As you can see, I guess just the group of cheerleaders that is behind them, whether it's their partners or the social media people, it is helping them put up these performances because Dodes as a personal performance in this game, and then the absolute huge play we saw from Loban as well in round 4 to get that first attack and half on the board, it turned out, Lexington, to be absolutely huge for these players.
Oh, it did. And I really want to highlight Loban, especially in that last question that I asked him with the stylistic matchups. He knows the opponents he's playing. He knows what they're going to do. And he said it, yeah, I doubled up with the team. I played with the team. There's not going to be a gap when they set up the first bit. You know, they're always going to be tight-knit. So there's really no point to look for that flank. And I think that's important for him to be able to identify, not only just in that moment, but throughout this entire series. Because that's really where Loban has struggled throughout this entire season, even to the early bit of the playoffs, is he keeps trying to have that lurk, keep trying to find that gap, being off on an island, not finding too much success like he was prior in all the other seasons. But again, it speaks into every team knows these little idiosyncrasies, so everyone's going to know what Loban's able to do. So the fact he's able to reel it in and understand just playing more team objective, playing more with the team, it's only going to help in the end. And clearly it's pushing them into that one step further of getting to that grand final where they got shut out last stage in the exact same spot.
Yeah, I think it's the sort of spread of how things have come across the entire season here. I guess there's problems to be worked towards. All these teams are for the Munich Major, and as it was sort of put, it's bragging rights games, right? It's the sort of pushing yourself apart. But let's be real, if you took a step back, if you hadn't watched any of this stage and you were to name top three teams that should be fighting, it's W7M, it's FaZe, it's Furia. And now we will get that sort of put together, I think, because sometimes these teams find time to cook in these best of threes. As Loban sort of said in the interview, you know, when they get to these stretched maps, when they get to these maps like Skyscraper that aren't that common, they're good at them. They enjoy playing them. They're being brought towards these places to play at. There might be these moments where, could you call them a top-heavy roster when they've got Dodes and Palu sort of stepping up so much? Yes and no, because at that point, if it's being sort of successful, their method of doing it, they can try and build behind it. But otherwise, you know, taking a break and sort of putting their feet up and seeing where they can go in a showdown against FaZe, who they had quite a long showdown earlier, and then they have a long break. I mean, I'm sure you've got more opinions on this than I do, Lax, as a player, but is the break a good thing? Is it something that's going to make them really tired when they have to now go against them?
I mean, I'll say this. For competitive integrity side of things, having this break is only going to balance the playing field for both teams, because FaZe, obviously, they get to sit pretty and still get to wait, get to practice a little bit. And then as for the prep for the side of W7M, I'm sure they want to ride that momentum after a long, grueling series. These games go in the distance. It kind of, unfortunately, does affect them in a way where they can't carry that momentum over. They're going to have to be iced out a little bit, but it does create a little bit of an equal playing field for both teams to reset, both teams to reevaluate, maybe want to change their approach from what they just recently played, what wasn't working, what was working. So in both areas, I see it as a good thing. Obviously for us and the viewers, I'm sure we want to jump straight into the game, be able to see it right away. So we got to sit on pause for a little bit. But overall, I do respect it. I do like that teams do get a little break, because especially, you know, when you're looking at FaZe that did lose to W7M previously, it is nice to just like to be able to take a step back and be like, okay, this W7M, they're here, they're ready. We might need to change our plan here instead of only having, you know, the 15 minutes, 10 minutes getting into the next match. So that's my opinion on the matter.
Yeah, I 100% understand that one as well. Now, there's a few unfortunate things indeed, like you two were mentioning. Hey, Emmy, you're leaving us. That's I'm personally very sad about that. But your promotion, demotion, shift, whatever you wanted to call it, at the endless desk is.
It's been a great time. It's been wonderful.
It has been. I totally agree. It was great to have you here. We'll have an old friend coming back on the desk for the last game. But as we said, the other unfortunate thing is, before we do get to the final game of today, we'll have to take a bit of a break. That break is longer than that you're used to from us. Is to give the players time to really refresh themselves. Maybe get some bananas in, you know, the potassium that you talked about earlier today, Lexing. Maybe get some new fresh energy in, and then we'll be back. The break could... very slim chance, but could be a little bit shorter, so keep an eye on it every now and then whilst you go and replenish yourself as well with maybe some snacks, maybe some drinks. We'll be back with the third series after this break.
how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
Fala galera, Esk aqui, tô com o meu time da BD aqui e agora eu vou passar o microfone pro cara que mais tem cabelo no time.
Fala galera, aqui é o Ghost, coach da BD, e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara mais alto do nosso time.
Fala galera, Miracle aqui e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara mais zagueiro do time.
Opa, aqui é o Máquina e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara mais quieto do time.
Fala rapaziada, Harry aqui e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara que menos come do time.
Fala galera, Hornet aqui e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara mais caseiro do time.
O mais decisivo no Rainbow Six eu acho que é o ataque, pelo fato de a defesa ser mais fácil também, então se você consegue atacar bem, eu acho que você é um time bom.
O mais decisivo é atacar, porque defender é fácil.
É atacar, porque defesa, querendo ou não, é mais fácil, e ataque, se você consegue implementar bons rounds com um bom IGL, você consegue ganhar a partida muito fácil.
Pra mim, o que é mais decisivo é saber atacar. Todo time que ganha um campeonato assim é um time que ataca muito bem.
Acho que hoje em dia é defender, porque acredito que o ataque tá bem mais forte.
Cara, acho que mais decisivo, acho que é atacar, porque defender eu acho que é um pouco mais fácil, você criar defesa ali mais padrões e tal. Então acho que eu diria que atacar é mais decisivo. Se você tiver um ataque muito forte, acho que você vai ter uma vantagem ali nas partidas.
Acho que o que é mais decisivo no Rainbow Six é saber atacar, porque defender todo mundo sabe, então atacar realmente é realmente um diferencial, porque tu consegue digitar bastante a partida, os mapas são bastante defesa. O meta mudou um pouco, então realmente o ataque ficou mais fácil, mas querendo ou não, na hora do campeonato é mais difícil atacar.
seu boneco agachando. Não é? Então é deitando. Não sei o que é isso não. O cara tá dando vault. Não sei o que. Ele tá pulando a mesa. Não sei o que é isso, barulho. Ah, é o cara dando lean. É o cara jogando Mago Mine. É caindo no Mago Mine. É tomando meio stun da ela. É, dando meio stun da Sofia. É estourando o extintor. É estourando o extintor de fogo ali. É dando choque no drone da Twitch. É o primeiro Lean, parecia muito cara agachando.
Virar coach, mano. Virar coach. Você é o melhor coach do cenário aí, mano.
Quando me aposentar, eu pretendo continuar nos esportes, sendo coach ou algo do tipo.
Acho que estudar alguma coisa, tipo, acho que história, eu gosto bastante de filosofia.
Depois que se aposentar, eu pretendo, se Deus quiser, né, ter tido uma carreira boa aí e virar empresário.
Vai viajar o mundo, curtir a vida, continuar jogando também.
Acho que eu pretendo fazer alguma coisa sobre live, ou vídeo no YouTube, alguma coisa assim relacionada ainda a continuar jogando.
Não penso nisso assim, mas eu espero não trabalhar de CLT.
De me aposentar como player, talvez continuar dentro do cenário fazendo algum trabalho como manager, como coach, alguma coisa do tipo.
Meu nome é Cyber, vou passar pro pessoa que nunca erra no time.
Meu nome é KDS e eu vou passar pro cara que sempre chora no treino.
Meu nome é Randy e eu vou passar pro cara mais folgado do time.
Meu nome é Vita e eu vou passar pra um cara no time que não tem queixo.
Meu nome é Rafael e eu vou passar aqui pro Entre Frag mais entra aqui do nosso time.
Entre Fragger mais entra. Meu nome é Souza e eu vou passar pra maior cabeça do time.
E é isso, guys. Espero que tenham gostado. Até a próxima.
Oxi. É o barulho do Captain? Nossa, é difícil. É o Mose, a trap do Mose. Não sei essa. Pula, pula. Esse é o Gil. É o Jammer do Mute. Não é? A Noki. Que porra é essa? Aí. Esse é o barulho do Captain, da trap do Captain. É o Mose, da Candas Pesh. Esse é o barulho da C4. Achando C4. Qual que era os outros? Vai de novo, outra. Quero outra. Não, a primeira tu botou é muito difícil.
Primeiro? Qual que você acha que é o primeiro?
Não sei.
É Jag da Malbate.
Bota de novo aí. Ah. E o do Jammer? Qual que é esse? Qual? Warden, nossa. Tá. Verdade.
Não, tem tá bom.
Não, mais um. Não tem, ou acabou tudo? Não, vai outra, eu quero outra. O cara tá andando agachado. Ele tá empinando. Algum Mind Elysium. Caiu na trap. Elysium. O stun da Ela. O stun da Zofia. Quebrou o extintor de fumaça. Quebrou o extintor de fogo. Drone de choque. Maestro. E vai. Botou o Goio, o Vulcan. Botou a Banshee. Thatcher, a MP do Thatcher. Não, daí tu bota esse que eu acertei tudo.
E a outra que você errou no começo?
Tu bota esse que eu acertei tudo.
E a outra que você errou no começo?
Não, daí depois bota depois pra ficar engraçado.
Eu acho que Major é mundial sim, porque tem todos os times do mundo e os times têm que lutar para classificar, então eu acho que é mundial sim.
Eu acho que o Major é mundial, assim como o Pro League, pois os times que estão lá são times do mundo inteiro, então pra mim não tem muita diferença.
Na minha opinião é um mundial porque times do mundo inteiro participam.
O Major é sim mundial porque todos os melhores times do mundo estão lá e porque eu tenho um.
Eu acredito que sim. Major é mundial porque é um campeonato onde todos os times do mundo jogam. É isso, é só num nível de dificuldade diferente do Invitation, né, que é comparado, mas ainda assim é mundial, sim.
É sim, é mundial. Querendo ou não, tem todos os times de todas as regiões, então é mundial pra mim.
Cara, acho que sim. Por conta de ser um campeonato Tier S, estão as mesmas equipes que estão no Invitation, a grande maioria das vezes estão no Major, por mais que a final, acho que... Não, a final é MD5 também, então... Não sei, eu acho que considero um mundial sim.
Major é mundial porque tem equipes de todo mundo, então é um campeonato mundial.
Cara, acho que sim, porque ele, querendo ou não, tem todos os times, os melhores de todas as regiões, e pra mim é considerado, sim, um mundial.
Eu sou JV, eu vou passar pro cara mais bigodudo da Fúria.
Eu sou o Hertz e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara mais mimado da Fúria.
Eu sou o Case e vou passar o microfone pro cara que mais fala no time vulgo papagaio.
Esse fala.
Eu sou o Neide e eu vou passar o microfone pro mais filhinho de mamãe do time.
Eu sou o Pox e eu vou passar pro cara mais legal do time.
Eu? Não sou eu não, pai.
Eu acho que a amizade que eu vou levar pro resto da minha vida do R6 é o 9-2, porque a gente tá sempre junto aí desde o começo do PS4 e até hoje, e eu acho que vai continuar assim.
Eu acho que é uma amizade que eu vou levar por bastante tempo aí, vou dar um crédito no ultimate aí de Xena.
Cara, eu tenho muitos amigos de longa data aí, o Curtis é um deles, acho que, como eu tô no time dele hoje, ele é o que mais vai pra frente, sim.
Acho que a amizade que eu vou levar pro resto da vida que eu fiz na R6 é o Rarizão.
A amizade que eu vou levar pro resto da vida fora da R6 é o Boletão, que agora que saiu do time aí. É um cara gente boa e a amizade dele é ser pra sempre.
O meu time inteiro atual. Acho que a gente aqui da Loud tá muito tempo junto e a gente se entende muito e tem uma qualidade de amizade muito grande.
Acho que a amizade que eu vou levar pro resto da vida aí é o Baquezeira.
Dentro do cenário de R6 que eu vou levar pro resto da minha vida, acho que vai ser todo mundo no meu time, o Stroker da Loud, o Range da FaZe e acho que é isso.
Fala galera, aqui é o Pandex e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara que mais reclama durante os lobbies da FPL aí, velho.
Oi, eu sou o Baquezeira e eu vou passar o microfone pro mais zagueiro do time.
Galera, não precisa ser só coisa ruim, pode ser o mais bonito, mais legal. Nenhum.
Elogio não dá, elogio não serve. Oi, eu sou o Flor e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara mais maluco do time.
Tá.
Roubou o meu, velho. Roubou o meu, velho.
Oi, eu sou o Sexy e eu vou passar o microfone pra quem compete com dodês em questão de altura.
Oi, eu sou o Mitrix e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara mais gelado do time.
Oi, eu sou o Angels e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara que mais puxa minha orelha nos treinos.
Isso aí eu gosto. Vamos!
Ganhar um campeonato Tier S.
Meu principal sonho como jogador de R6 é eu ganhar a WC agora.
Acho que o meu sonho principal, assim, obviamente, é ser campeão mundial, mas eu acho que é ter um time forte o suficiente pra fazer igual a W7M fez, de ganhar vários campeonatos seguidos e estar no topo do jogo durante muito tempo.
Meu principal sonho como jogador de Rainbow Six é ganhar um Invi.
Ganhar um Invitation.
Acho que é ganhar um Mundial, acho que o sonho de todo mundo é esse hoje, colocar o seu nome ali no hall da fama do jogo e é isso.
Cara, meu principal sonho como jogador de R6 é conquistar um título mundial.
Acho que meu maior sonho como jogador é atingir o topo, ganhar o Six Invitational.
Cara, acho que atualmente ganhar a WC, pra gente fechar aí o ciclo de todos os títulos aí dentro do jogo.
Agachar e levantar, estrefar, deitar. Gumine. O cara quando cai na Gumine. Estundar ela. Estundar Zofia. Extintor. Fogo. Estourar o foguinho lá. Extintor de fogo, no caso. Grande choque. Grande choque. Evil Eye. Goia. Blindada.
Eu sou o Reduct, eu vou passar o mic aqui pro mais good guy do time. Good guy.
Opa, valeu. Meu nome é Dafo e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara mais carente e insuportável do time.
Tá muito louco? Tá muito louco, né? Bom, eu sou o Maio, eu vou passar o microfone pro cara mais inteligente do time jogando.
Muito louco.
Como assim?
Muito louco.
Bom, meu nome é Nesk e eu vou passar pro mais nerdola do time.
Valeu. Meu nome é Lenda e eu vou passar o microfone pro mais forte do time.
Meu nome é Dias, eu vou passar o microfone pro melhor churrasqueiro do time.
Tá aí, não tem erro.
Tem que ter liderança, né? Pra ser capitão.
Acho que a característica mais importante que um capitão precisa ter acho que principalmente ser confiante e calmo pra ajudar o time ali quando precisar, quando a situação ficar ruim.
Cara, o capitão perfeito precisa ter uma comunicação boa e saber lidar com todos os jogadores.
O capitão perfeito precisa saber liderar o time e tirar o time nas piores situações possíveis.
Pra mim é saber lidar com cada peça individualmente, saber falar com cada uma de cada forma pra você extrair o máximo de cada um.
Cara, acho que ele só precisa ser um líder, assim, em determinadas horas.
Acho que a característica principal que o capitão precisa ter é confiança, porque se ele não for confiante, o restante do time não vai conseguir ter essa confiança.
Eu não sei porque ninguém é perfeito, né? Mas acredito que tem que saber lidar com as pessoas e estudar bastante o jogo, tá por dentro do meta.
Ter uma boa comunicação, saber ouvir os seus teammates para saber o que cada um sabe fazer melhor e adaptar isso dentro do jogo e entender muito bem do jogo, taticamente.
É o Goio.
A Melusi. Thatcher. É o Thatcher, os bench estão desativando, o boot também, qualquer gente que está desativado. Agora a bolinha aqui. C4. Atacando o bagulho do Mose. Trap do Mose. Alguém andando, agachado. Tá perto do ventilador. É no border, vê? Que barulho é esse? É numa câmera? Que isso? Não parece um ventilador no ouvido. Uma trap.
Bloqueador de entrada do cap.
Nossa, mas nem fazia barulho, velho. Que isso?
Meu nome é Live e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara que pensa só um pouquinho.
Eu sou o GDN e vou passar o microfone pro cara mais alto do time.
Eu sou STK e eu vou passar o microfone pro melhor grupo do time.
Eu sou o Flastre e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara que nunca erra dry run no time.
Eu sou o Pérez e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara que tem um DNA um pouquinho parecido com o meu.
Eu sou o Baceto e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara mais calmo do time.
Vambora.
Eu sou o Condes e eu vou passar o microfone pro pior jogador de shield do time.
Eu sou o Reitz e vou passar pro cara mais carismático do time.
Eu sou o Pino, vou passar o microfone pro cara mais quieto do time.
Eu sou o Fantasy e vou passar o mic pro cara mais bonito do time.
Eu sou o Wizard e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara mais engraçado do time.
Não, sou eu.
A agressividade nas partidas, que eles não tem muito isso.
Eu acho que os gringos podem aprender com os jogadores brasileiros a agressividade e a adaptação que o Brasil tem, que é sem igual.
Com meta do jogo ou individualmente, assim, com playstyle de cada um, da mesma maneira como a gente pode aprender com eles podem aprender com a gente.
Os gringos podem aprender aquela agressividade que só os brasileiros têm.
Ser mais adaptativo, assim. Acho que os gringos são muito... Eles seguem muito passo a passo, assim. Ser mais criativos ali dentro do jogo, na hora.
Acho que os brasileiros, eles são mais ratos, assim, no quesito no FPS, assim. Acho que eles estão evoluindo nisso, mas é isso que eu acho que eles têm a aprender sobre os brasileiros.
No esquema tático do jogo, eu acho que os brasileiros hoje estão no nível que estão acima, tanto de trocação quanto taticamente falando.
Acho que é o barulho de lean. Mudar o lean da esquerda para direita. Tacando a Gomarne do Liso. Caindo na Gomarne do Liso. O atacante pesou. Caiu na mina Grusmite da ela. Não sei como que fala. Grismusmite. Stun da Zof. Não, Stun da Zof. Pareceu o barulho explosivo da Zof, agora queria dúvida. A VF da Zof. Barulho de estourar o extintor do novo CGX. Estourando o cano de incêndio do jogo novo, CGX. Drone de choque, Twitch. O drone de choque. Não, Evoy do maestro dando choque em alguém.
O que eu mais gosto de fazer no meu tempo livre é jogar algum jogo que não seja nada parecido com Rainbow Six e assistir série, filme.
O que eu mais gosto de fazer no meu tempo livre é jogar bastante e ver série ou filmes.
Jogar coisas variadas, além do Siege e também o próprio Siege.
No meu tempo livre eu gosto de fazer esporte, jogar bola, ir pra academia. Eu gosto, eu acho maneiro.
O que eu mais gosto de fazer no meu tempo livre é passear com meus cachorros.
O que eu mais gosto de fazer no meu tempo livre é jogar outros jogos. Quando eu tô de boa em casa, eu gosto de jogar jogos single player, assim, de campanha, assistir um filme, uma série. Mano, ir no cinema, conhecer restaurantes, passar um tempo com os amigos e um lazer, assim, com a família.
O que eu mais gosto de fazer no meu tempo livre é ir na academia e ficar com a minha namorada.
O que eu mais gosto de fazer no meu tempo livre é puxar um ferro, academia. Maromba.
Fala galera, Esk aqui, tô com o meu time da BD aqui e agora eu vou passar o microfone pro cara que mais tem cabelo no time.
Fala galera, aqui é o Augusto, coach da BD, e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara mais alto do nosso time.
Fala galera, Miracle aqui, e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara mais zagueiro do time.
Opa, aqui é o Máquina e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara mais quieto do time.
Fala rapaziada, Harry aqui, e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara que menos come do time.
Fala galera, Hornet aqui, e eu vou passar o microfone pro cara mais caseiro do time.
O mais decisivo no Rainbow Six eu acho que é o ataque, pelo fato de a defesa ser mais fácil também, então se você consegue atacar bem, eu acho que você é um time bom.
O mais decisivo é atacar, porque defender é fácil.
É atacar, porque defesa, querendo ou não, é mais fácil, e ataque, se você consegue implementar bons rounds com um bom IGL, você consegue ganhar a partida muito fácil.
Pra mim, o que é mais decisivo é saber atacar. Todo time que ganha um campeonato assim é um time que ataca muito bem.
Acho que hoje em dia é defender, porque acredito que o ataque tá bem mais forte.
Cara, acho que mais decisivo, acho que é atacar, porque defender eu acho que é um pouco mais fácil, você criar defesa ali mais padrões e tal. Então acho que eu diria que atacar é mais decisivo. Se você tiver um ataque muito forte, acho que você vai ter uma vantagem ali nas partidas.
Acho que o que é mais decisivo no Rainbow Six é saber atacar, porque defender todo mundo sabe, então atacar realmente é realmente um diferencial, porque tu consegue digitar bastante a partida, os mapas são bastante defesa, o meta mudou um pouco, então realmente o ataque ficou mais fácil, mas querendo ou não, na hora do campeonato é mais difícil atacar.
Seu boneco agachando. Não é? Então é deitando. Não sei o que é isso não. O cara tá dando vault. Não sei o que é isso. Tá pulando a mesa? Não sei. É o cara dando lean. É o cara jogando Mago Mine. É caindo no Mago Mine. Tomando meio stun da ela. Dando meio stun da Sofia. Estourando o extintor. Estourando o extintor de fogo ali. Dando choque no drone da Twitch. O primeiro Lean parecia muito cara agachando.
Virar coach, mano. Virar coach. Você é o melhor coach do cenário aí, mano.
Quando me aposentar, eu pretendo continuar nos esportes, sendo coach ou algo do tipo.
Acho que estudar alguma coisa, acho que história, eu gosto bastante de filosofia.
Depois que se aposentar, eu pretendo, se Deus quiser, né, ter tido uma carreira boa aí e virar empresário.
Vai viajar ao mundo, curtir a vida, continuar jogando também.
Acho que eu pretendo fazer alguma coisa sobre live, ou vídeo no YouTube, alguma coisa assim relacionada ainda a continuar jogando.
Não penso nisso assim, mas eu espero não trabalhar de CLT.
De me aposentar como player, talvez continuar dentro do cenário fazendo algum trabalho como manager, como coach, alguma coisa do tipo.
Meu nome é Cyber, vou passar pro pessoa que nunca erra no time.
Meu nome é KDS e eu vou passar pro cara que sempre chora no treino.
Meu nome é Randy e eu vou passar pro cara mais folgado do time.
Meu nome é Vita e eu vou passar pra um cara no time que não tem queixo.
Meu nome é Rafael e eu vou passar aqui pro Entry Frag mais entra aqui do nosso time.
Entry Frag mais entra. Meu nome é Souza e eu vou passar pra maior cabeça do time.
E é isso, guys. Espero que tenham gostado. Até a próxima.
We are so back for the final series of the day. The third best of 3 is upon us. It is FaZe versus W7M. And we're about to get stuck into it. We'll tell you all you need to know about these teams before I'd like to introduce you to the person that just joined us on the desk. Hap, it's a little while no see. I'm glad you're joining us back. How are you?
I think I ended up in the wrong South series, but you know, definitely excited to come in there for another game. Yeah, so I've been well.
I was gonna say, Hap, I think you love Siege a little more than all of us, given that you were just working one, coming over to another Siege event. So I mean, you gotta be
doing
winded at this point.
you know?
Aren't you sieged out?
No, definitely not. No. After those 10 years, give me all the games. Give me 45 rounds. Everything.
I feel that.
Hey, I mean, it might as well be 45 rounds between these two because it's going to be a really good game. I'm 100% sure some of the top teams inside of the SAL. And even though they've already both qualified to the major, there is still a lot on stakes. It's about the SI points here. Making it to the biggest international event is still on the line for them. And if you do win this game here, that actually triples your SI points. That is absolutely huge. You're guaranteed at least 150 points from playing that grand final against Furia. And from there on, you can then double those points again. 300 if you win the SAL this stage. And that will shoot a lot of teams up a lot. For example, if Furia was to win tomorrow, they would shoot up to the first team in the global standings with a 150 point gap lead over Weibo. And that's not even looking at what's going to happen inside of the major in Munich. So that's absolutely huge for these teams. A lot is on the line. And we'll start looking at FaZe Clan as the first team in this matchup because they played that really close game earlier against Furia. They had a chance of making it to the grand final, but just fell short with that overtime game. However, I think, Hap, the big positive for them is they've had a rather big break in between these two games to really freshen up and watch what W7M were doing.
I mean, it's usually the question though, because some teams do prefer coming in bright and hot, right? Like, and not have this break in between. And the longer the break, the colder they'll get. And of course, you know, there has been a game in between and all that, but it is going to be a tough matchup. You just mentioned all those SI points, and to put that into perspective, FaZe is currently occupying the last spot for the 6th Invitational with 250 points. If they would be getting those 100 extra points they get from winning this game, they would be joint 8th with both M80, Chiefs, and Fear Axe, which puts them just in a way better spot coming into that major to set themselves up for qualification to 6th Invitational.
Yeah, I mean, getting those SI points are going to be so important here. Obviously, for FaZe, wanting to get a shot at versus Furia going into that grand final, just recently being knocked out today. But yeah, not having to worry about momentum coming out hot from W7M because they did take a break. But I will say, we talked about that matchup when they played against Furia, and something that really stuck out that we talked about at the end with me, you, and Ace, and was the fact that yes, FaZe have switched up their tempo. They haven't looked like the exact FaZe dominance that we maybe saw that led all the way into Boston and them winning the entire SI, but it's a question of their opening engagements coming in throughout this stage, coming into even these playoffs, and even in their most recent matchup versus Furia. Their opening engagements is where they are lacking the absolute most. It's an area where we typically were seeing the old FaZe clan being able to get those opening engagements, being able to keep that man advantage. And it's not just on one single player to be able to get all these opening engagements. All of these players are struggling to be able to not be that first death, not be able to collapse on an opening engagement. So for me, coming into this matchup where both these teams are pretty neck and neck. I mean, FaZe is punching at a 51% in opening kills, W7 is at a 50. I mean, it's an equal playing field, and I think if FaZe really want to hit the ground running here, outside of just the things that they are doing right and where they can improve upon, it really is going to start with those opening engagements.
Well, if you say that these opening engagements haven't been the greatest for them, then a recipe for disaster could be to put them up against a team like W7M, who have been so aggressive sometimes. I will definitely take that entry engagement to you. And in regards to the matchup in between these two teams, W7M have led that one. 3 matches inside of 2021 they've won against FaZe. FaZe haven't actually won a single game against them, but those have only been best of ones. Now, for W7M, you know, it was so much better to see this 2-0 from them. It got really close on the second map, but they managed to pull through. And I think that comes really down, Lexing, to some individual excellence we're seeing from someone like Lobin and Dodas with those huge clutches.
I mean, Dotas has kind of been the main man when you're talking about this W7M roster for quite some time now. I mean, he's really been paying dividends for this team, but it's players like Palu, it's players like Loban, and I specifically Loban that has really stepped it up. We talked to him at this last interview. He said they're looking forward to FaZe. You know, he likes the stylistic matchup. They understand how they want to play against FaZe. Specifically on their attacks, they say they don't really do anything different. And it's funny that you bring up that this roster has beat FaZe time and time again. And this is a roster where I said they're kind of like the mini like the little brothers of FaZe. They have a very kind of similar play style, different in some areas, but overall it kind of makes sense that they do thrive a little better in this engagement just due to the fact that the players are on it and just how they facilitate around, specifically on their attacking side. I mean, even when you look at the stats comparatively to these two and the attacking win percentages, W7M is looking better, not by a huge margin, but it's the defenses also that are really sticking out here. And I think it goes into also with talking about Loban is if there's no gap to be found, just play with the team. Be able to double up, use Volts, use Dotas, use Dots, use Palu, and play that trade game to the best of your ability and just being able to slow down. Because that's something that we haven't seen from FaZe this stage is them controlling that tempo again, where W7M is going to be able to take advantage of that, especially if they get the opening kill.
Yeah, and I'll just put these SI points for W7M into perspective as well, because I just touched on it for FaZe. W7M is actually finding himself in 17th place, currently with 150 points, so them winning would equalize them on SI points total with FaZe Clan, so that is kind of like an extra stab that they would be giving FaZe if they would take this this win here, and then either, you know, winning the finals eventually for an extra bunch of points, or the major will be the deciding factor on who would be able to get to SI. But I'm just in general like excited to see how both these rosters are going to be lining up against each other, and because of course like very storied players, very storied teams all together. Again, once more, like you can call all these games El Clasicos nowadays in Sal.
Hey, there's been a lot of discussion this stage about what is considered to be an El Clasico and what isn't, and I'm not going down that route again because I feel like we've made a very clear decision on what is the El Clasico. This one isn't, but I'm still expecting a very good game from them. Let's have a look at the map feature then, because as you mentioned, only best of ones between these two inside of 2025, but the majority of all of them going in the way of W7M. This is a best of 3 we're seeing in Nighthaven last picked. That was the case in the group stage as well, a 7-5. This time around, we're seeing it again, Lexi.
Yeah, both teams pretty strong on it. FaZe is 4-1. As for W7M, they're 3-1. But as we just found out, W7M did beat them recently on Nighthaven Labs throughout the early bit of the stage at 7-5. But something that really stuck out to me that game was more so the fact that it wasn't like a flawless win coming out of W7M. It was a lot of 3Ks coming from players like Palu, Dots, Loban, Dotas. All players stepping up individually in these departments that, yes, it is good to be able to rely in moments like that, to have big plays, but it's not something that you want to put the full faith on. And granted, when I'm looking at this matchup, I just want to specifically focus on Labs here, is I am curious if FaZe is going to look at the attacker bans a little differently, because Dots hasn't been playing really well in today's series, especially on those shields. So I'm curious if they kind of just ignore the shields, maybe get rid of one of the shields, but take out a player, take out utility like a Buck, like a Ying, like a Deimos, for example, for vertical pressure when they're on their defensive half. That's something that I'm really going to be looking at here. If they're going to kind of ignore Dots on those shields, maybe just like I said, remove the Blackbeard, get rid of that, and then focus more utility-based operator.
Yeah, I think the bans will definitely play a crucial role here, especially Labs, of course. You know, when you look at that map, you just see a lot of like step-by-steps, also fundamentals, but it gives so much room for the individual player as well to just completely tear open an entire side. And well, when that happens, it's just like the floodgates open every now and then. I was just looking through both these maps, by the way, and it's actually fun to see that both for W7M as for FaZe, this map is basically always banned against them. They never ban it themselves. So, like, both of them very eager to play it, which would make for a very good first map.
It will be. I hope so. I mean, if the the pass is any kind of given for the future, then that game being 7-5 in group stage could show that, again, we're going to have a really close one, because it is the SAL in the end. We've only been having close maps or close games here, it feels like. Even though some of these games went 2-0, there's still a bunch of overtime in them, so I'm expecting nothing less from this upcoming matchup. Well, speaking of expectations, we're going to bring in our casters as well. We're joined once again by Intero and Jesse, and I would like to know from you two as well, starting with you, Intero, what are expectations? Do we think, FaZe can finally beat W7M, or will W7M do it again?
Down. Gotta say, FaZe is probably the favorite. That's where I would put my money if I was betting.
Well, I think FaZe are going to be walking into this for the favorites as well, but W7M have looked really good in the past going up against this FaZe Clan team in particular. We're starting on the same map that they beat FaZe Clan on in the group stage as well, Nighthaven Labs, so we got a great opportunity for W7M to force that upset, and no matter who wins, I guarantee we're going for a long night tonight.
Ooh, okay. Well, to be honest, it's already been quite a long night. I mean, I know you're a little earlier in regards to the time zones, but for me, it's about to hit midnight, and this game is going to start literally 5 minutes to midnight, as it feels like right now. But I'd like to ask the analyst desk as well. We can start with you, Hap. Are we joining in this, like, FaZe, kind of, FaZe going to win, or do we think W7M might take it?
Oh, it's rough for me to call. Like, to some extent, I'm still rooting for FaZe, of course, after, they've won 6 Invitational, and you really want them to continue doing well, defend that title, and, everything like that. But at the same time, they also haven't really hit the same in their domestic league. Same goes for W7M, like the 3rd and 4th in the group stage there. So, hard call. I hope FaZe does it, though.
As for myself, I can't really say that FaZe will win the series. It's hard to tell. I'd have to see how the first match goes. As Jesse says, don't want to count anyone out. But fact is, typically when you go back to a rematch of the same map after playing it throughout the stage, the team that typically is the one that loses does take most from that game. So for that reason alone, which again, I said going into those bans, I think FaZe could walk away from this first map, and then we see what happens going into the second.
All right, we're gonna go and find out, though, because the game is starting. It is indeed W7M's map pick, but will it be a mistake picking Nighthaven Labs again? We'll send it to Intero and Jesse to go and find out.
Oh, thank you very much. All right, Jesse, not only is this our final match of the day, this is the final online match that you and I are going to cast here this year.
Ever? Oh, okay.
No, hopefully not ever. Hopefully not ever. I would like to continue working side by side, but whether it be in person or online doesn't really matter to me. We have casted a grotesque amount of Rainbow Six Siege over the last week, almost every day. I think we had 3 days off between like last Tuesday and today, so it's been a lot. But you know what? We might have saved the best for last. FaZe Clan has been almost indomitable. I say almost indomitable because obviously they had some stumbles during the group stages. They finished with 6 regulation victories, 1 overtime loss, 2 regulation losses. Good enough to tie for 3rd, a whole 3 points back of Ninjas in Pajamas and Furia. And Furia does seem to have FaZe's number quite often. It was a back and forth affair, a real slugfest in the upper bracket final that started today's broadcast, where Furia toppled FaZe Clan 2-1, and now Furia sits in the grand finals. They play the winner of this series. Will it be W7M? Will it be FaZe Clan? That is the question. In the regular season, W7M defeated FaZe 7-5 on this map. It was addressed by the desk during the pre-show, and now here we are. Gabe says when you lose, you typically do better in the rematch. That means, despite this being W7M's map, he's favoring FaZe. I'm favoring FaZe across the board. We'll see how they do in round number 1.
Well, we'll start things off with a likely easy pick for Lobin. With the buck down below and the red pings, that should have been a kill, but Vidiking alive on 1 HP. I'm not sure how he survives. But Vidiking playing in the meeting hall, he has to leave his shield behind. That could be a big problem. The Clash now just left with the sidearms to exist through the rest of this round. You might not have gotten the kill, but in many ways, you've eliminated the threat of this operator just as the round has begun. That's a beautiful little play to start things off for W7M. This game is sure to be a great one. The world champions versus the major champions for a spot in the grand finals here in the South America League. eventually from down below, Loban will be able to get that vert pick onto Cyber. So much early damage done with the Buck.
Cyber's been a great player for this FaZe Clan team. We get to a point now where these 3 squads are remaining. Every single one of them has a ton of depth. It really just comes down to who has the better start and who has the better day. In a best of 1, you don't really have a lot of time to sort out your issues. In a best of 3, especially if you don't start on your own map, there are times to workshop this and get to the bottom of the problem. FaZe Clan will be fighting adversity right off the rip. They're going to a map that was picked by W7M, so you expect that a slow start can be figured out as Nighthaven Labs goes on, and then hopefully is fixed by the time Consulate rolls around. That's if you're a fan of FaZe Clan. If you're a fan of W7M, you hope that FaZe Clan never recovers, and it's a set of early losses. They lost Cyber, now they'll lose Handy. Vidiking potentially on borrowed time too as KDS swings into action. He's inside of Electrical. There's nothing electrifying about this round, Jesse. W7M are pulverizing FaZe Clan. A flawless round will be stopped by Souls, but he only finds a single kill as the round ends a bit early. And W7M starts off strong.
Yeah, nice beginning to this game. And again, it's hard to understate how important Loban was in that matchup, right? Coming in from down below on the butt, gets that 2K entry, effectively a 2K. I guess he doesn't technically kill the Clash, but does so much damage to FaZe Clan. And then they just take that space on the side of W7M. They're inside of Connector, they're inside Electrical, they're inside IT. It's really all you need for a great push on the top floor of Nighthaven Labs. So put together really nicely. Loban off to a really hot start. He's somebody the desk talked about quite a bit. I know Gabe likes to talk about Loban, but when he's required to pop off, you know, he can be the guy to step up and make big plays. Certainly can be a bit hot and cold. I always talk about how aggressive he is as a player, and that's a double-edged sword sometimes, but in round 1, it paid off.
A lot of game to go ahead of us. There's certainly no ninjas in pajamas, but both of these teams have played a fair bit of Siege going through the group stages and now into the playoffs. FaZe Clan found themselves in semi-unfamiliar territory, Jesse, by not making the top 2. That means they had to play in the upper bracket quarterfinals. They did not get a bye. The byes went to Furia and Ninjas in pajamas. So FaZe Clan did battle against Team Liquid. It was 8-7 and 8-6. Then FaZe Clan does battle against NIP after their 2-0 victory over Liquid, and it's 8-7, 8-7. Then FaZe Clan has to play Furia, and they win 2 rounds in map 1. It goes all 12 rounds on map 2, and it goes 15 rounds on map 3. This is not a very efficient team. Like I said, they're no ninjas in pajamas, but FaZe has been getting a lot of miles on them as these playoffs go. That could work both ways. It could tire you out and fatigue you, or it could give you more time to shed some of the issues and just be better when it comes to your later matches. So far here on Nighthaven Labs, not better. They lost round 1, and now they've lost the first kill on round 2.
Back-to-back opening deaths coming through from Cyber. Very different circumstances, but the result is the same. You lose that early man count, and with that, FaZe Clan really need to fall off the top floor. Dots is taking really good space up there, and the rest of the team are behind him. So that'll be one of the 3 floors cleared for W7M. You got a long way to go. Still roamers here on the mid floor with Souls chucking a Nitro cell. Downs Loban, but that should be a pretty easy pickup at the top of Rafters. Nobody really in the area to capitalize on that down. Souls perhaps eager to do a little bit more damage, just sitting inside of storage, but W7M shouldn't assume this is clear. It's one of the most common spots to play when you're defending on the bottom floor, and there goes the drone. They know where he's at.
I mean, if you're going to lose anybody early, you don't really want to lose Cyber. On his roll, he's the guy that you expect to lose if things don't go his way. Palu has been very, very good, as we come to expect, gelling on this W7M team at a level that, honestly, Liquid wasn't able to get to with Palu on that roster for quite some time. He looks like a good fit. And he's reunited with an old teammate in Volps as well. He was temporarily on that Liquid squad. W7M moving now towards this basement bomb site. They stop for a moment as all the gas goes out, and you can see on the bottom right of your screen, Jesse, W7M have taken quite a beating here.
Yeah, one Toxic Babe left for FaZe Clan, though. 0 Nitro Cells. I mean, they don't have a great amount of utility left. Handy will strike back. His second kill of the round cleans up Dots. The Blackbeard going down is actually critical, and the defuse kit gets dropped as well. So some hope here now as Handy retakes the top floor, pressures that flank, and forces W7M to make a choice.
And Soul's taking some damage from what sounded like the skeleton key, but he ends up outdueling Loban all the same. Dodes and Volps in a 2v4 that very quickly becomes a 2v3. Dodes is a huge reason why W7M were able to overcome that Ninjas in Pajamas squad. The damage that he does here will now allow Volps to pick up the pieces, but there's very little time left, and he does not have the diffuser. He drops right to a default cam and is finished off by Handy. FaZe answer back. If their earlier matchup against Furia is any indication, it will be a constant back and forth, with FaZe Clan sticking to you every step of the way. The frustration on the side of W7M must rise as that goes on.
Big round from Handy to answer back, of course. Never actually retreated back towards the bomb side. I thought it was a full retreat after the roam game didn't really go their way, but Handy instead just decided to rat inside a cafeteria, take that mid floor that was a little bit less prioritized by W7M. Then he's able to get a pinch on Dots, and the second you lose your Blackbeard, you get thrown into the 4v3. I think it really starts to unravel for W7M. Didn't have a great grasp on how to recover from that point because the game plan went out the window and there just wasn't enough time to pull things back. So nice little movements coming out from Handy. That was a 3K on round number 2 as he didn't find any frags in the first round. So good to see him starting to bounce back with the rest of FaZe Clan. Always a little worrying when you lose your first top floor defense, but given the way in which they lost it, I don't think it's going to be indicative of a greater problem for FaZe. And I think it'll be quite formidable threats, I think, through the first half of this game.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Night Haven Labs is always a good time. I mean, for FaZe Clan, this is a particularly iconic map. Same with W7M, albeit with a different roster. It was the conclusion of SI 2 years ago, and what might be the best game of Rainbow Six we've ever seen. I don't know if either of these teams will be able to beat that particular matchup. There's a lot less on the line. W7M barging their way into this bomb site. They lost Dots, but Volps gets the diffuser down, and 9 players still alive as Cyber almost went 0-3, but managed to get away from the danger. Down goes Handy, who's been the best player statistically through 3 rounds for FaZe Clan. W7M spread out all over this map. Above the bomb site, down below, waiting so patiently. FaZe Clan will double up. Jesse, we've watched a lot of Siege. You know how challenging it is for the defenders to retake from this position. That defuse kit is tantalizingly close, but hold on a second. Souls gets on it. They have to worry about Volps on the window. Down goes Souls. Cyber nowhere nearby. A run out from KDS, but the timer will give the round to W7M. KDS gets some big picks, but it doesn't matter. The objective is the goal, not frags. W7M answer back. All 3 of these rounds, Jesse, very, very quick.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting that rush coming in through so quickly. In the first 20 seconds of the round, they were in the site and starting that plant. A little odd that they weren't ready for it, just given that Cyber was watching them on the pulse scanner, but I think he was just expecting them to be setting things up, maybe pop open the window and then go do their due diligence up above and around the map. They just sent it straight forward, and Cyber nearly lost his life on the initial entry point. Was still able to back up and tried to help guide some of those C4s, but they weren't able to find their mark. It was a really passive plant spot from Dots just tucked up on the window where they couldn't quite get an angle on it. Nice pacing being set by W7M. It feels like they've got some real great pocket strats set up for this map, and it makes sense that they do. They have a pretty ridiculous history here on Night Haven Labs. Of the last 18 times that they've played this map, they have either walked away with a victory or lost it in overtime. They have not suffered a regulation loss since 19 plays ago here on this map. So there's a good reason why they chose it. They're going to be very comfortable coming in for this map. FaZe Clan a 1-2 record since EWC, only beating Loth, and of course falling to W7M in the group stage. I believe that was a 7-5. So lots to watch out for if you're FaZe. If they can get a couple more of these defensive round wins in, then they'll be in a pretty decent spot to force this one deep. I doubt they'll win it before overtime, though, just looking at the history.
Attackers objective
When we get to live events, we always talk about how we don't want 2-0s. We want competitive matches. If we do get a 2-0, overtime is a consolation prize, I suppose. But here in the SA League, we've only been given overtime. Even if we don't want it, it's been forced upon us.
Well,
overtime,
we had a 7-0.
overtime.
And 1-7-0. Don't forget. Team Liquid certainly won't.
Jesse, I'll never forget that. I'll never forget it because of how it came to be after that insane best of 3 with Los and Ninjas in Pajamas. Yesterday, I will say this with a great deal of confidence, was one of the most absurd days of casting I've had in my entire career. Almost every part of the day defied expectations and was frankly quite baffling. It still led to 2 excellent matches, all the same. We got to see the final 2 teams clinch their spots at Munich, and now we have seen the consequences of those matches unfold over today's 3 series. This is that 3rd series. FaZe Clan wants a rematch with Furia. They just fell short in the upper bracket finals earlier today. A victory here against W7M gives them another opportunity. Possibly some revenge on the board. Handy taking down Lobin. Again, a back and forth match is what we expect. That's an exact start FaZe needs.
Yeah, critical kill, taking down the Ying before she's able to throw even a single Candela. Sorry, Lobin got 1 Candela right before he died. Another one falls as Palu goes down to Cyber, so finally we see him getting on the board, but it's an incredibly impactful round as he does alleviate the pressure from meeting side. Really limits this push. It's just IT really being held now. A little bit of pressure inside Garage too, but what can they do when FaZe offer nothing?
It's just W7M getting dogpiled time and time again. Nitrocell goes, Vidiking in the ground. I don't think that Nitrocell will go off now. Souls will die too, and suddenly we've got ourselves a ball game here, Jesse. Dotas and Volps are both very talented players. Dotas in particular is having a tremendous game. A target-rich environment as 3 defenders await him, but you can see 2 shotguns, both pointed at the door, both wearing that FaZe livery. Dotas doesn't have a lot of time to work with. The gas will choke him off. Only an impact grenade stands for FaZe. When it comes to secondary utility, nothing for Dota. So it will just be pure fragging. 1 shotgun, 2 shotgun, who knows? KDS credited with the kill, but damage was done by pretty much everybody on the side of FaZe. It was a team effort, as you come to expect, and we are once again tied.
Really tough to push that bomb site when you do lose 2 players early like W7M did. Lobin especially, he was solo over towards the top Aqua stairs and then ended up dying, I think, just to a nice little swing at the very beginning of that round. So it ended up being a really tough spot that W7M were put into. Excuse me. It should be a back and forth game between these teams, and we're seeing that through the first 4 rounds. But it's nice to see FaZe Clan playing quite aggressively to match W7M. Sometimes you'll see FaZe go into a game and they'll play quite reserved, especially if it's against an opponent that they respect. They won't go for as many aggressive swings. They'll try to play inside their site. They'll let the enemy waste their own time. They know W7M, if they don't do one thing, it's that they don't waste time. So you've got to be aggressive against this team. You've got to be fighting them in the early games, punishing them when they're a little bit solo, when they're making a little bit of mistakes. That's exactly what FaZe Clan did in that 4th round.
And even Labs has been kind of the redheaded stepchild of the newer maps. Have not seen that much of it here in the SA League. When you include the groups in the playoffs, only 51 rounds have been played. That puts it near the bottom. By the way, we have still yet to see a border. Will we see it tomorrow in Furia versus FaZe? I doubt it. We might go the entire stage without that map showing up. But yeah, Nighthaven Labs is down there with Skyscraper, Cafe, Consulate in the basement of this region. It is overwhelmingly defender-sided, 61% of rounds won by the D, which means FaZe Clan should be in good position. They don't get the first kill, but they trade it right back. They've removed the blitz from the equation, but KDS and Vidiking are dead, and look at that. W7M will go for a very quick plant. We are 43 seconds into this round, 44 seconds in, and suddenly what would be 2 minutes and 10 seconds is now just left to 40. FaZe Clan outnumbered by 1. W7M still holding control on the main floor. Also, around the bomb site, this will be a particularly damning retake for the 2 players on FaZe. They have a Nitro cell. As long as Handy can stay alive and figure out where these attackers are, he can be put to good use. I don't know if he'll have that opportunity. It's gone out. A 7th kill in his hands. Palu and Volps are still standing. The Blackbeard of Dots is down. Dots has been having a bit of a rough day. Volps, he has not, especially this game. Volps tearing through this FaZe team, playing objective, playing a good gun. And W7M takes the lead again. FaZe Clan perpetually behind on this map.
More important than maybe any of that from Volps, also identifying exactly the opportunities that are being given up by FaZe Clan. That was an incredibly fast rush coming out. Even as far as rushes go, they were in the building so quick. And it's because they recognized exactly what the setup was looking like for FaZe Clan. They had 4 roamers, either on the mid floor or on the top floor. The only player actually in the site was Vidiking. And as Loban was jumping into the control hall window, once he was jumping in the map, Vidiking was still doing site setup. He was putting Goyos inside of Exo. So that rush was already well underway, and the defense were not ready for it. It was a nice clear of KDS on the Azami top of the stairs. Vidiking fell really early in that push as well to Volps, who didn't go with his blitz player in through cargo, but instead pushed the Animus side instead, and really did pay off for them, focusing with that defuse kit, getting it on the ground. It's been a tough defensive half, I gotta say, for FaZe Clan. Just the way that W7M are playing has been really annoying to counter, but through 2 rushes, they have been struggling to put things together, and now they go back to the site where the first rush did occur. I imagine it'll be a little bit slower from W7M.
In their matchup against Ninjas in Pajamas, Dodez was the star player on this W7M squad. Volps and Dots were way far off the pace when it comes to the rest of this team. Volps obviously not getting the memo here, off to a screaming 6-2 start, while again playing utility and playing objective. He's got a very hard role on this team, as does Dots, and both of them did suffer against Nip. But Volps is leveling up. Paulu's been awfully quiet. Dodez has had the best day of anybody on this W7M team, and it will continue. The fact that Dodez is able to keep pace against a team like FaZe Clan, no disrespect to Ninjas in Pajamas, but FaZe's team is just, they're so practiced, they're so experienced, they are so consistent. They're the defending 6 invitational champions, the defending world champs. And it doesn't look like they've really missed that much of a beat since Boston in February. And yet Dodez has the same amount of kills as Handy, both of them tied at the top of the standings with 7. That is impressive.
Dodez has been doing this his whole career, Parker. He's not going to stop depending on, regardless of who's in front of him. Reigning major MVP as well. He can be so good when called upon. Lots of good util work being played by W7M. They do lose the opening pick as Dots does go down, and this push, it's going to struggle because of it.
There it is. Dodez yet again, the man of the hour. At least they've opened up that IT wall, so the hard breach is not so critical. Loban dies at the hands of Souls. FaZe Clan now taking an advantage with a little bit over a minute left. We still got the best fraggers, though, on the side of W7M remaining. Palu, Dodez, and Volps is about the best 3 you could ask for, with this time still not working in favor of FaZe Clan. W7M have time to pull this off.
Getting a kill on a Handy would absolutely tilt it in their favor, but they lose Volps instead. Now it's a 2v4, and I don't know if I like this, Parker. No soft breach up above. Paulu should have a secondary shotgun, I suppose, but unless they can find some way to start working these angles and actually getting picks from them, this is not going to be easy.
Paulu does trade it back. You spoke it into existence. He's not arm in arm with Dodez, but they can work together as they look over top of this bomb site, hoping that somebody on FaZe makes a misstep, but FaZe, a disciplined team, doesn't usually make mistakes. W7M will force them into that position. Cyber hits a drive-by onto Dodez as he was watching from above, and now Paulu is slaughtered close to the bomb site. FaZe not letting them even sniff that gas from the bomb chassis. Gas, smoke, whatever you call it that you see go off. I don't know, I'm not a bombologist. 3-3 the first half, Jesse.
As we expect, overtime is right on pace. And yeah, I mean, comes after a nice adaptation from FaZe Clan where they're able to play around that top floor. They really stop the entry from coming too quickly from W7M. They do manage to get the equalizer. A little funny, both teams were able to win each bomb site once and lose each bomb site once. So it doesn't get more even than that. Everybody able to adapt through the second quarter. And I think you're feeling good about that if you're FaZe Clan in particular, just because this isn't your pick. You were maybe worried about if you'd be able to keep up to the pace of W7M. Again, I would say FaZe are the favorites, but they've lost the last 3 meetings between these two teams. Every time they've played this year, it's gone W7M's way, so you can never be too careful. And we know just how good W7M can be when they're at the top of their game. There's a reason why both these teams are here, top 3 in South America. Relatively standard bans coming through. The electricity going to be focused, leaves the Mira up if they want to do any tricks on the IT wall. Saw a lot of that in our last series on Skyscraper. Both the Monty and the Ying being removed means that all hard breachers will be up. So in theory, it should be very easy to get these walls open, no matter what you try to throw at it.
Very stark contrast to some of the matches we've seen over the last couple days where teams are very eager to remove not 1, not 2, Jesse, 3 hard breachers. I have seen teams be able to pull off successful executes without opening up that IT wall or without opening up the bottom floor in and around that Exo and Animus part of the map, but it's a challenge, right? I have seen teams attack Old Villa without hard breach. It's possible.
I guess.
It is not ideal. It is not optimal. And frankly, it is just not smart. But I have seen teams try to do it. This time around, W7M figures that there are more deadly ops that are not something they want to face down. So it does allow FaZe Clan a lot of opportunity to get these walls open, and with that, taking engagements will be a lot easier for FaZe.
Yeah, IT going to open up now. I would say IT feels like maybe the single most important wall in all of Siege. The Clubhouse CC wall probably contests it for first place, but that's about it for walls that you could give that distinction to. Opened up nice and wide by Cyber, so they'll have a great opportunity to walk through and make a push through this part of the map. You do need more than just IT, whether that's Rafters or whether that's Aqua or Connector. FaZe Clan will be aware of this. They're starting to get into some of this map. Andy on a bit of a drop. Finding dots is going to be a problem too, I should mention. With both the mirror window and the clash, there's a lot of one-way angles that will be favoring the defenders.
There's a Nitro Cell from Palu. If the defenders want to have their day, it's incumbent upon W7M to do that. FaZe Clan got to pick their side, and the best that they could accomplish was a tie through those first 6 rounds. So now W7M should be in the driver's seat. It's their map. They are going to be on the side that they likely would have picked statistically. This is the best side through all the plays that we've seen of this map. Things will continue to go bad for FaZe Clan. Oh my, Jesse. Get out the broom, because that round was swept into the dustbin of history. FaZe Clan slaughtered a flawless start to the second half for W7M.
And if I could be so bold, I gotta say that's gotta be that might be one of the worst pushes I've seen from FaZe Clan in quite a while. I really was expecting them to go somewhere else on the map at some points. They had, of course, the Nomad of KDS at the bottom of Garage, but other than that, it felt like everybody was just trying to force their way into IT up against a Clash, which they had no counters for. The only thing that is maybe a counter is KDS, who of course had those air jabs on Nomad, but KDS wasn't pushing where the Clash was, and also didn't use a single air jabs the entire round. So really didn't feel like they had the proper solutions to the problem that was at hand, most notably the Clash being brought out by Dots. We talked briefly about his stats, but I mean, Dots is probably the most hard support of all hard supports that we have in the SAL. He runs so many shields, he runs so many plant-focused setups where it really is not going to be expected of him to be fragging out, and that's a great example of, yeah, maybe Dots is not able to rack up the kills. Maybe statistically we won't be able to highlight him, but his impact on the Clash was critical for W7M winning their first defense.
There are lots of things that happen in a given round that are never really seen on a scoreboard. You successfully drone in an entry, they get 2 kills off of it, and both of those players you droned in were not prepared for the fight. You deserve quite a bit of credit for doing that. Yeah, you're not going to see any actual benefit. The scoreboard has no idea how to deal with it. If you spend the entire round droning, open up a wall, get in, plant the diffuser, and then die, the only thing that's going to show up on the scoreboard is that you have an extra death. It's not going to show all the other contributions that you made. And frankly, the round being won is largely because of what you've done, but it's not shown. You said that Dots was about as hard support as you can get, and for the record, he's only a -13. You would expect his numbers to be so much worse since the start of Stage 2, Jesse. Yet, 121 kills and 134 deaths. That's really not bad for how he plays his role.
He's no big bad Canadian, that is for sure. This round, his kills will be critical as he is the only anchor sitting down in the basement, but the roam game has done a great job of holding on to the verticality so far. Loban, top of IT, yes, maybe he gets opened, but he has not been removed. And FaZe Clan, again, I feel like they've been a bit slow on this push to really accomplish a lot of their objectives. They start to drop in now, and with control of Cafeteria, it feels like it's going to be an EXO push. I like this style of a push. They have some smokes for it as well, so this could go well for them. Looks like they should get an opening pick as well, as Loban gets droned out and easily cleared by Vidiking. So man advantage now and setting up for a push through the EXO eventually.
Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. These teams are just unable to shake each other. We have yet to see a single consecutive round won by either of these teams. FaZe Clan is due then, based on those numbers. And if this continues to hold, we will just watch these teams seesaw their way into overtime. At which point, frankly, who the hell knows what happens? Palu says, no, I want to actually win our map. And he will equalize.
Unlucky timing for Handy, just trying to call the logic bomb. Doesn't stop the push though. FaZe Clan know where they are and where they have to be, regardless of who might be above them. They got to get into EXO. Dots from the anchor position doubles his kill count and will just retreat back to the bomb site.
That's a bit of a slip up by KDS, not understanding where these W7M players might be. 30 seconds remaining, and I mean, you've got to get on drones. You've got more intel. You need to do something. The teams will come to blows. Volp's in the ground. Souls joins shortly thereafter. 2 remain for FaZe Clan now with limited time. And W7M are 1 kill away from winning back-to-back rounds. Dots will seal the deal. A big round from him. 2 kills, very high value and very high impact. W7M's lead will grow by 1. 5-3, the scoreline on their own map.
W7M, just a brilliant team to watch on this map, hey? Playing around that top floor, they do get droned out initially, right? They lose the opening pick, but immediately Palu is there to respond. That whole round, he's hunting for his moment, and he gets the perfect timing to shut down Handy, give his team that equalizer to the 4-on-4. KDS's death, I mean, it is kind of suspect, right? He's watching the door. He's just getting caught on the angle. He's doing his best to swing through, but Dots is the one to step up and make that play. A lot of other support players, especially guys who are so focused on being hard supports like Dots, don't like to go for aggressive plays like that. They aren't willing to go for big swings, but Dots, I think, recognizing the state of the game, it was slightly favorable for FaZe Clan. They had all the positioning that they needed to go for a plant just inside of EXO. He realized he needed to be the one to do something. Massive swing came out from him. After that point, it felt like FaZe didn't really know what they were doing. Vidiking in IT for nearly the entire round. It might have gotten him 2 kills, but you got to wonder, especially being on that ramp, could he have had more value above the bomb site or helping his teammates during the execute?
I haven't really liked what I've seen out of these FaZe Clan attacks, Jesse. I don't know if you believe the same, but they certainly are functioning less like a team, which is one of the hallmarks of FaZe at their best, and more like a bunch of individual players. It doesn't help that Cyber, who has historically been one of their best players and somebody they rely upon to get frags more often than not, has had a very pedestrian start to map number 1. He's towards the bottom of the team. In fact, he is the lowest rated player at the moment by EPS, sitting at 59. He's 0-2 on entry. His cost is 38%. Really, nothing is going well for him at all. And unfortunately, if you don't have your offensive weapons on FaZe Clan able to match the firepower on W7M, because they've got some good gunners on the side of the Bulls, well, what do you have? Right now, it's the support players that are leading the way on FaZe Clan. That is usually a concerning sign. You want your fraggers to be in that conversation, and right now, they're not saying much on FaZe.
Tac Timeout will be hoping to address some of those problems. It's always tricky when you're going against a team who are so strong on a given map, and I think W7M fit that description. Even for the world champions, it's not going to be easy going against some of these more aggressive teams. bit of a curveball right after the attack timeout. I like this a lot from W7M. They're going to go kitchen cafeteria. They tried this one time earlier in the stage, and it was not a successful defense. So hoping to right the wrongs of the past, try to get this round successful on the board. Really tough to hold this site. You can just jump in the kitchen window for some great plant spots. The verticality is very easy for the attackers to take just because meeting is so accessible with 2 outer windows. But we see the setup. You're prepping things with castle barricades, Surya gates as well from Dodez, and Kiba barriers from Palu. They're going to do everything they can to keep FaZe Clan out of the building.
Scopos is a bit of a rarity here on this map. The operator has kind of struggled to fit into the meta, but does tend to emerge on the bigger maps. You see it on Lair, you can see it on Clubhouse, sometimes you even see it on Chalet, where the idea is you hide one of the drones in a position that is usually undroned. Say, if you're defending on this top floor here of Nighthaven Labs, you stash one of those drones in the basement in a spot that usually no roamer would sit in. That would then require a full clear or a full drone from this FaZe Clan team, which, depending on the time, might not be what they're looking for. You can then use that for a flank. Of course, the success of a flank will often hinge upon the numbers. If you are down and it's a 2v5 and you try to hit a flank, usually they'll have 1 or 2 people on dedicated flank watch at that time. So it is a bit of a gamble, but I like the idea. And at this point, W7M has a little bit of a gap between them where they can kind of take chances here, Jesse.
Certainly not a new idea. This is the only operator Loban ever plays on this site, going back including stage 1 stats. They played it once in stage 1, once in stage 2. This will be 2, and Volps will be number 1 on the frag list. Takes down Cyber. That's going to be the opening pick, and he's looking for another one. Yes, he will find it. Downs the defuse kit with a brilliant shot onto Vidiking. The captain of FaZe falls, and they're still trying to deal with Volps in this power position.
Oh, I mean, everybody's trying to be dealing with Volps here in this matchup. He and Dodez combining for 19 kills. Dodez maybe shouldering more weight now. As Volps is slaughtered, FaZe Clan brings the tally within 1, still trailing W7M in numbers. FaZe Clan find themselves with 50 seconds left on the clock. Diffuser in the hands of KDS. And that's the most damning part, Jesse, is that while KDS has that kit, it will be a 2v4 while KDS is immobilized trying to get the objective down. Handy almost brings the numbers a little bit closer. There's Loban eliminating Handy, so he pays for his crimes. And now Souls and KDS might as well be locked out of this map. 30 seconds remain and things look grim for FaZe Clan.
1 left alive. It's Souls. He's outside the building. They know where he is. They'll swing him. Jumps into the Surya, jumps into the Barb. Doesn't have defuse kit, so this is not a great position to be in. Almost flashes himself. Stared at by the Clash. And loses the round.
Got some vintage Corn Pop 16 play-by-play there, Jesse.
Listen, Parker, he didn't have the best chance in that round. I think we all knew it, and that's just because of how good Volps was at the start of it. There's not a whole lot to break down other than Volps is a god playing in the top floor inside a meeting. Some ridiculous plays coming out from him, and I truly think that it was his gameplay yesterday that saved W7M, allowed them to get to this position and be at a spot where they're going to be attending the major once again. He had 4 clutches in a single best of 3. Before yesterday, Volps had 0 clutches in the SAL. After yesterday, he was leading the league for clutches with 4. It was like a 6-way tie, but still, the fact that he went from last to first is kind of ridiculous. I think somebody did jump ahead of him and got 5 earlier today in our upper bracket game, so not still with the distinction, but it's hard to overstate how much of an impact the Volps had in their last game up against Liquid, and now here against FaZe Clan, he's showing up just as much.
This W7M team is making obvious improvements as this playoff goes on, and I mean, obviously that's bad news for FaZe Clan. It's also bad news for Furia if W7M ends up being the team that prevails in this best of 3. I mean, Furia does seem to have W7M's number, whether it be because they just channel the spirits of the former Orga they used to play with or not, I'm not entirely sure. But either way, I mean, it'll be an interesting stylistic matchup. Volps has just been getting better the longer the day has gone on. Dodez has been as consistent as ever. Dota's a plus 49 through stage 2 and all of the playoffs. Paulu nipping at his heels at a plus 47. Dota has entered this contest, at least by my numbers, and I'd have to sync them with yours, at 183 kills, closing in on that fabled 200 frags. With how many maps W7M has played, it would surprise me very little if he hits that. He's very, very close and will likely do it in the next map because we will have Consulate no matter what happens here. The question is whether Chalet will emerge. With the way it's been playing here on this map, I still think FaZe has a chance on Consulate, but W7M just looks so warmed up from their earlier matchup. FaZe Clan are not playing like the team that came within one round of beating Furia earlier today.
They just have not been a great team attacking on this map in particular, Parker. Feels like there's a lot of things that they're not able to get going. They're very slow in the plans that they do have on Nighthaven, and they need to find an answer now or never. They'll have to win back-to-back-to-back 3 different sites, most likely on the attack. So it's a tough job at this point. Decent work on the IT breach. You can crouch through it at the very least. They don't have that thermite after it got banned in the last round, so they have to work with what they have. But Volps just cannot be stopped. Pushes up to IT, gets the pick onto Souls, and it just feels like he is on a mission to make the grand finals.
You got a good shout. There goes Handy. FaZe Clan getting absolutely pulverized by this W7M team. Dota is now on 12 kills as he can continue to go even higher. Now playing very close up to a Kiba barrier that on the other side is just the 2 kills of Cyber. With the way Cyber's playing, I feel like in this particular matchup, you and I would have a good shot of taking him down. An uncharacteristically poor match, but they do manage to flush out Dota so well. This gives FaZe a big opening, and it should also give them some control of Rafters.
This is kind of the moment where we need to see Mr. Netco show up for FaZe Clan. He's playing here in the 3v4. They don't have advantage, but he's on probably the best gun that they've got. And he's walking his way into Rafters, staring at dots on the Clash as well, feeding all that information to the team. They've got to contest with close-range shotguns. They need somebody to slip up on W7M. If they just wait around, eventually they're going to lose on time.
I mean, W7M can just sit and wait so pretty. They don't really need to do too much. Dots takes out KDS. The fire will continue to spread. That's a gift from the grave from KDS, but it doesn't do enough damage to take anybody from W7M out of the fray. 4 defenders now sitting and waiting. FaZe Clan need to go. They are losing out on time. Cyber with 1 traded back, and Vidiking in the midst of the site with nothing. Loban finds the final 2 kills, and W7M wins their own map, taking down FaZe Clan and sending us to map 2 up 1-0.
What a statement. 4-0 that makes the map so far on the season. It just feels like they have got FaZe Clan's number. Loban said it before the match. They stylistically enjoy this matchup. They like the way that FaZe Clan play, and they showed it here on Nighthaven. That'll be 19 maps in a row where they either win or lose in overtime, and this time it looks like a pretty simple win for them.
Well, Consulate is up next. We've had a long day, so less talking from us, more gaming from the players. We're going to throw to a break, and we'll be right back with map 2.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now. Yes!
A good start for W7M in this series. They are now just one map away of facing Furia tomorrow in that grand final. And this looked pretty good from them, as we say. Whilst on the contrary, I guess, we've been talking a lot about this game, Lexing. We saw FaZe rather being out of sync, and it really looked like W7M were just capitalizing off of that, and still, I guess, benefiting from the momentum they had from the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like they've let their foot off the gas by any means. But also, I just want to say, I don't think W7M was really doing anything crazy. I think they were playing a very default way and style of Nighthaven Labs. I don't think there was really anything that I was picking apart from W7M outside just playing really good crossfires, being able to double up one another, get opening picks going in their favor. But for the side of FaZe, I mean, it was very questionable. I mean, we've already been talking about FaZe as they haven't been looking to be the exact same since Boston, so maybe winning SI is a little bit of a curse. We've seen it from G2, we've seen it from Furia, we're now seeing it with FaZe. But going into this matchup in particular, they're making me eat my own words in a sense of saying they should be the ones coming out of this. But in so many instances, it just doesn't make sense. You're losing all these gunfights. Why not bring a shield? Why not use that as leverage? Why not use that to be able to take a little bit of space to help you in these engagements? And not only that, especially for rounds when they're playing inside server against W7M, why not bring vert pressure? Why not bring a Buck? Why not bring a Deimos? Why not just bring more operators that apply pressure instead of trying to take these unwinnable gunfights, whether pushing through a breach in the wall, trying to take rafters? It just clearly isn't working, and then it falls on Vidiking not being able to understand the win condition. I mean, Cyber not having a good game. I mean, there's a lot of factors in this game that you could just contribute to FaZe's lack of performance and such a dominant one coming from the side of W7M.
And you know, when you were looking at the first half, things were actually trading back and forth.
They were.
Of course, you can check like how good is that. I mean, you want to ideally get your 4 defensive rounds in. The 3-3 isn't really what you're looking for, but still, you know, it was back and forth, and there was definitely something going on there. But then, as you mentioned, the attack just completely crumbled, and the shield. We've seen it so many times. You mentioned it just now, Lexi, but we see it in every single game. We see it in every single competition. It is so easy to become oppressive when you have that shield in front of you. It is so easy to create space, to shepherd players out of their positions into new ones, and if you then have the cover over your shoulder as well, you might pick up a kill or two as a result, and that just gives you more breathing space, and you start snowballing when you have that effect going on. So it felt like a missed opportunity not bringing them. And of course, I agree with your points about the verticality and all that, but we can keep rambling on all that, and it's just the attacks were too simple from the side of FaZe. There was no real depth behind it, or if there was, it was just quickly read and dealt with by W7M. I mean, I hope to see more from them in the next map.
And honestly, that's a bit of a concern, because if we look at the next map and we're going to Concert, which is FaZe's pick, it's something they're comfortable with, but in my opinion, you could play that map quite similar in regards of the shield pressure and the verticality. Whereas, you know, when you're attacking downstairs, you go and make these verts. If you're attacking the CEO side, you can, of course, like do the quick executes on the CEO window and stuff, but you can also go below. So even stop, for example, any Solaces, right? Solis got a big buff recently. She's now so much better than what she was like a month ago or something. So that's really good to see too. But with FaZe picking this one, I can only imagine that W7M go and start on the defense hub, and that just puts a few concerns on FaZe, who don't seem to be having their game as of right now.
Yeah, but like, if we look historically at FaZe, and for this I checked the last run at 65 days, it is actually their most preferred map. They have a 5-on-1 win-loss record on it, and it's been banned against them 36 times throughout the year. They feel confident going towards a consulate here, and you know, they will be starting off on that attack again. They will also have seen, because you know, they are smart players, they have a smart support staff, they will also know about what was going wrong, and there is going to be the opportunities to do some, you know, in between maps adjustments. Shields are important here on Consulate, especially when you start thinking of, you know, all those long hallways that you need to push through. How nice would it be to just have a bit of like indestructible metal in front of your face so you can just push forward? It would help them so much. It would alleviate a lot of that pressure, so let's see if they actually bring it.
Which I gotta say, that's a little bit of the concerning bit for me here is, you know, you bring up the historical stats on it, you know, they are 5-1 record, but you also have to look, the last time they played it was against NIP 6 days ago. It was an 8-7 match. So even from that side of things, it's not like it was the most polished game. It wasn't like FaZe ran away with it. Then you have to look at the attack win percentage of this out of those 6 games. They're only attacking at a 40%. They aren't even punching above half. And what we just saw in a map like Nighthaven Labs, where they weren't applying vertical pressure, they weren't using the shield, they weren't able to play those trades. And this map is even more restrictive in the movement that you're able to work with, where if we aren't seeing Cyber be able to pop off because he didn't have a good game here, if he can't find a gap in this situation, we're going to see the exact same scenario. And then it's also on the side of W7M of what we saw in Skyscraper. They had a lot of control, they had defenders, they had the legions, but they were giving up a lot of space on Skyscraper. So I think this is also in a situation for me, if W7M could just play simple Siege, sure, it might be boring, but it gets the job done from time to time. There's a lot of operators that you can utilize on a map like Console, like I was saying, the Fenrir, the Legion, and just take a lot of that pressure off of the attack when it comes onto that side of the defense. I think it's more so W7M just more relying on what they just did here on Nighthaven Labs and replicating it here for Consulate and just making it even more constrictive than what they might have done on Labs.
In essence, they just have to be existing. It's something that I guess we were talking about for W7M. Yeah, they just gotta spawn in, do their due diligence, and the map will be theirs. That's concerning if you're a FaZe enjoyer. I mean, surely it's not all the end of the world if they do end this. If they lose the series here, like sure, 50 SI points is something you're gonna be able to get more if you maximize those points out of the Munich Major. It's not the end of the world, but surely as FaZe being like the top 2, I guess, inside this region historically, you want to see them make it there as well. For W7M, it's a really good opportunity to expand this. Are we saying, how do you think this goes to a 3rd map, or do we think it finishes here?
I think it will really depend on the first 3 rounds we get to see. FaZe, of course, will be starting off on the attack. I think, no, but like they need to get 2 attacks in this, at least on this first half to give themselves a fighting chance. Ideally more. If they're not able to do that, or if they are just barely getting up to those 2 attacking rounds, I think W7M is just going to run away with it.
Yeah, I'm probably going to go with W7M shutout 2 here and just collapsing on a very weak FaZe attacking half. I mean, this is, again, we've talked about FaZe throughout all the years. They do a good job at controlling a tempo, especially on attack. They can't seem to find their footing for whatever that reason is, whether it's these minor changes. I think it's just crippling them more and more and just hemorrhaging a lot more rounds than it needs to be. And just based off that performance, I'm going to have to give it to W7M going even into this matchup, being comfortable on a side of defense.
All right, that sounds quite convincing. I know our casters were rather on the FaZe side starting this game, but I'd like to know if their opinion has changed so far after this first map. Who is making it to the grand final? Is it FaZe or W7M? Consulate will tell us more with Antero and Jesse.
I mean, it's a great question to ask. I, right now, have changed things up, Jesse. I'm putting my money on W7M. They were firing on all cylinders. They were clicking as a team. They were working together. They have shown resilience in their matchup against Ninjas in Pajamas, where missteps could very easily have led to Nip taking advantage of that and ultimately winning the series. But W7M has been so robust and so formidable that FaZe Clan looks like they've kind of fallen asleep between these matches.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused, Parker. Was there like a sale down at the beach or something?
Are you saying it's because I'm blowing a lot of hot air, or?
No. Was there like 50% off or something? Because it feels like every single person except for me is loading up on flip-flops. We had every single person in this talent pool predicting FaZe Clan to walk away with this series. And now they lose one little map their opponents pick, and all of a sudden no one has faith? Everyone's walking around flip-flopping their prediction. I can't stand for that. This is FaZe Clan we're talking about. The world champions. The team that have made the grand finals of the South American League for the last 5 straight stages. This is not a team that finishes below second place in South America. And just because they lost their opponent's pick, I'm not ready to write them off just yet. They got a tough task attacking on Consulate, and I think Hap is right. We got to see some strong attacks coming out from them in this first 6 rounds. But when they get to defense, I mean, this is still FaZe we're talking about. I've got full confidence that they will be bringing out full strength here against W7M, and they should be able to walk away with this, force a third map.
Did I miss you saying that Fast Ann did not flip-flop on the W7M conversation?
I don't think she gave a prediction. She was just asking everybody else, unless I missed that.
Fast Ann said that she backed W7M right off the hilt. This is host erasure. You are ignoring the central piece. The woman who holds this entire broadcast together, the glue, the host. You are not allowing her to speak her mind. She said that she backed W7M. One less pair of flip-flops, please.
Well, me and Ann will be outside of the beach. We'll be up in the mountains in our steel-toed boots where we are firm in our beliefs, even if we disagree. I can respect that from her.
Jesse, do you know how to swim?
Not well, no.
Jesse, do you know how to ride a bike?
Not without training wheels.
The defense rests, Your Honor.
I missed a lot of things. I was playing too much video games growing up, okay? I'm sorry. Is that so much of a crime to not know how to ride a bike or swim?
You would fail spectacularly at 2/3 of a triathlon.
I'm a good runner.
You could conceivably run. That is about it.
I'm a good runner. I'm fast.
We are half the way through round number 1, and unlike what we saw on a lot of Night Haven Labs, these two teams have yet to collide. Tachanka's pick rate steadily increasing as this playoffs go on, irrespective of the map. Very popular on Bank, but also finding a place here on his top floor bomb site of Consulate. Right now, the advance from FaZe coming through Visa. Another 30 seconds gone. Very little has happened. Vidiking taking some damage. There goes Dodez. The top frag from the previous game gone. Vidiking and Handy will soon join. W7M taking an advantage as the guns on the side of the defenders ring true with 45 seconds remaining in the round.
Volp's great with that secondary on to Tachanka. He's hungry for more. Still just playing inside a meeting. Might find souls quickly here, but he somehow dodges the bullets like Neo. Still at Parker, though, a man disadvantage. This doesn't feel good.
No, not one bit at all. You need a big game from Cyber. You need a big game from Vidiking. These two players have to bounce back. They cannot continue this trend of underperforming against W7M that we saw on Labs. It's a moot point for Vidiking, but Cyber's still very much alive. Well, he was. He's dead to Volps. Volps killing everybody. Lobin prevents the ace from occurring, and Dots will get the final kill to give W7M round number 1 on FaZe's map of Consulate. Once again, the same things that plagued FaZe on Labs showing up here on Consulate. Not playing like a unit, playing like a bunch of individuals. You cannot pull that off against W7M and expect to win.
Inside take, though. End of the day, you don't expect to win ones like that, and they can still go for a reset on the side of FaZe Clan. It was brilliant Tachanka play coming out from Volp. So many players struggle with Tachanka. He's not an easy operator to play because you got to juggle the...
Attackers have located a bomb. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds left. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Initiating jammer. Electroblow is active.
Loading new mag!
Stun grenade out. Changing mags.
We're back! I think FaZe Clan won. Jesse, what did you see that round?
I saw, honestly, a brilliant attack from FaZe Clan as they were able to push through the map and 5 kills. No, we didn't actually get to watch that round, unfortunately, Parker. But
locate and defuse bomb.
we talk about that before the game really started. Something that Hap was touching on in the pre-show, how really important that we do see some strong pushes coming out from FaZe, especially because they weren't really finding a lot of attacking success back on Nighthaven Labs. It's a harder map to attack, Consulate is, but because it's their pick, we expect them to be a bit more familiar with it, and I think they've proven that they are, at least through the first couple of rounds that we've seen. FaZe Clan have a 5-game winning streak here on Consulate, stretching all the way back to the 6th Invitational, although their only recent game was an 8-7 win over NIP last week, so maybe a little bit out of practice. We just haven't seen them play it super often in recent months.
Control yourself out there, Nighthaven.
Shouldn't that be my line?
Ooh, you heard the little operator banter that was added when CJX came to be. That's exciting. Jesse, are you a lore guy?
I'm really not. I would love to be, but I don't know the lore at all, unfortunately.
I was going to mock you, but I'm just so firmly not a lore guy myself that I'm not even going to try to pretend to be better than you.
My problem is I can't read.
You can't
so
swim.
Ever, like, lore and books.
You can't ride a book. Ride a book. You can't ride a bike.
I could ride.
You can't read a book. What? What are you able to do?
I can watch Rainbow Six Siege and read out stats to you.
So you can read?
Well, reading numbers, I mean, sure, no problem.
Do the numbers happen to have the players' names nearby?
Some of them do.
And you can read their names.
To see a 3. I memorized certain words.
I'm really proud of you. This is some serious personal growth. This is really.
Oh my god.
What is happening with W7M, by the way? While we're killing time, these two teams decide to take engagement after engagement after engagement. W7M just bringing the fight to FaZe Clan in a baffling series of altercations.
Trying to play it hyper aggressively, going for the run out all the way out of the Visa door is Volps, but his teammates just die and he's not really able to trade much back. You've killed Souls, which is nice. Only a 4v3 disadvantage, but this is still feeling really shaky. Paulo hoping to hold that vertical angle, but he's got to back off from it now. And if he tries to retake up Spiral, it is likely being washed at this point. Volps is inside a break, and they don't know he's here, Parker. It'll be one freebie. What more could he get?
Well, 2, 3. The MP7 is just such a good gun, and he will grab his third. Volp started off with a triple in round number 1. He'll do the same now here in round 3. Just as we saw in Nighthaven Labs, these two teams were so close to one another, trading back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. King finds himself being hunted down by 3 players of W7M. Volps disappearing from the scene of the crime. King spotted on those Visa stairs. They know exactly where he is. We'll rotate now towards the bomb site with very limited time, Jesse, and he's finished off by Paulu. W7M regains the lead.
Dude, Volps is a monster of a player. I've been blazing this guy all day, but it's truly ridiculous the performance he's been putting up both yesterday and today. Gabriel Fernandez, the captain of W7M, has just been doing everything that has been required of him. A surely difficult round from W7M. He's left alone on the top floor. Somehow he's not been droned. They have no clue of his whereabouts. After he went for that run out, he goes all the way up the Visa stairs, hides inside of admin, a play that nobody came to expect, and then he swings out to make those plays. After taking out NIP a few hours ago, Volps had an overall EPS of 99.9. I have to imagine it will rise after this game because the performance he's putting up is absolutely spectacular. Plenty of game to play, but he has really given W7M a lifeline through these playoffs.
Your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I mean, the two players that you're going to be looking at on the side of W7M, not just Volps, but Dodez, Jesse, as well. Dodez, though, having a very slow start to this particular contest. Unideal. The numbers on the side of FaZe Clan heading into today's set of games had Cyber leading the way on the team, but with his plus 21, listen to these numbers. Cyber was plus 21, Souls was plus 18, KDS was plus 16, Handy was plus 16. So lots of depth. On any given day, those players are able to turn it on and contend for top frag. Vidiking is the player on the bottom. He's barely over 100 kills despite all the maps that FaZe has played. Sitting at a minus 23. We touched on it earlier. Dots was at a minus 13 as the worst performing player on W7M. Everybody else positive, but a far greater spread between Dodez and Paulu down to Volps and Loban. Loban actually was a perfect plus 0. Same amount of kills and deaths. So if Dodez, Volps, and maybe even Paulu, Paulu's looked a little pedestrian too so far through the playoffs. He's had some really amazing maps and then some very quiet maps. If those players can stand up against FaZe Clan and FaZe Clan's guns continue to shoot blanks, the second map might be over in a hurry, and Furia might square off against W7M tomorrow.
Round 4, we got an extra set of operator bans with the Ying and the Smoke being removed. We're going back up to the top floor now, of course, and this was a bomb site that W7M won incredibly decisively off some big Chonka plays that were coming out from Volps in particular. It's Paulu in a similar spot where he will strike first onto Cyber. Another early death from a player who has really struggled ever since this series started. Even all the way back on Nighthaven Labs, it puts FaZe into a man disadvantage early. They're still going for an admin side clear, right? This is the same style of push they went for last time. They are extremely concerned about a potential Nitro cell, and it is being prepped by Dots. You've got to imagine this will get caught as they were extremely ready for it, but you never know. They'll toss it the wrong way, and it does miss.
I'm curious as to why Dots is running the Tangy D charm. I wonder if it's because it looks like DT, like Dot Zera, just the other way around for people who might not have been in the scene, 6, 7, 8 years ago. You might forget Tangy D. He was, I can't remember if he was a bona fide player of Penta or if he was an alternate, kind of like Falco was, but a big streamer. He was in that original group of streamers to get charms when they were first unveiled, and I believe it was 2018, but somebody would have to fact check me on that one. Cyber dies. KDS is now dead as well. A brutal series from Cyber. At the tail end of Night Haven Labs, he was the lowest rated player on his team, from highest rated during the groups to lowest rated at this current point in time. That is not the reversal you want. You want a glow up, not an implosion. But hang on a second. Vidaking and Handy have made this far more winnable for FaZe Clan, taking down 2. Vidaking's all on his lonesome, though, and whatever hope they have, dashed by Lobin and Palu, who double up. Lots of long faces on the side of FaZe Clan. Whenever you see their player cams, right now, only Vidaking, but the rest of them will look likely the same. They are in search of some kind of answer here, and it's not coming to them, Jesse.
Couple players really struggling to get into this game, and they were the 3 who died early in that one. Souls, Cyber, and KDS combining for 2 kills across the 3 of them. Not really where they want to be. I will say this is still consulate attack. The second half will be a completely different ball game, and of all the teams to have a broken mental after losing map 1 and losing the first half of map 2, FaZe Clan would be one of the least likely to be in that position. I mean, you don't win a world championship unless you have rock solid mental games. So I expect them to heat back up on the second half, but the first half really has not had a lot of bright sides, Parker. They've been really struggling to take control of that admin side of the map, unable to go for anything else. Maybe a CEO focus could have worked out for them, but it's not what they were choosing to go for. I feel like they had a good read. They were aware of Dots' position, ripping the Nitro Cell inside the break room, but it didn't matter. They weren't able to punish him for that position, and still just losing a lot of these opening engagements. W7M get aggressive, they go for a big swing, and FaZe Clan just don't seem to have the preparation for it, the answers for it. These next couple rounds will be critical. If they can win one of them, I like their chances, but a 5-1 half, that might be too far gone.
At this point, the proverbial runway is getting real short here, Jesse. Like I said, W7M has been making steady improvements throughout all of the playoffs. He toppled Los 2-0, and so relatively dominantly in map number 1. Had a contest in map number 2, but that's okay. You don't expect both of them to be a cakewalk. They got slaughtered by Furia. But since then, W7M have been in relative control. Team Liquid to give them a bit of a scare yesterday in map number 2, but beyond that, it was W7M doing what needed to be done, escaping in that 11th round of the 3rd map to put Team Liquid out of contention for the major, and W7M in the process clinching the last spot for Munich. Then, despite the scoreline, it was a really hard-fought match against NIP that we saw just a couple hours ago. 8-6, 8-6, and now here against FaZe Clan. They are just hard to shake. FaZe Clan's a team hard to shake. W7M finds themselves same area right now.
Push struggling to get a whole lot done. It's going to be a backside focused push, and W7M certainly know this. We saw Dots trying to hold a tight angle, and obviously this will be heard as the players start to take control of servers. They do have a couple of players up above as well, most notably Handy, and Cyber is chilling in Visa at the moment, so they've got a couple other dimensions to this, but primarily your focus is going to be pushing in through the back. Lots of teams will do this with a Monty, but FaZe Clan refused to bring a shield. Bulls gets an entry pick. That's going to be the first frag from down on this server side where you clean up Volps, a monster in the server, only his 2nd death in 5 rounds. And Vidaking here with his team. That's 2 picks from the combo pushing through server side.
At least you've been able to take out one of the main offensive threats. A very good round from FaZe Clan, but there is still time for W7M to get online. Dots will help, Dodes will help as well. Cyber finally gets a kill. It's been quite a while since he was able to add to that tally. Tucked into the corner, Lobin almost surprising them, but missing a golden opportunity, and KDS does double duty, immediately pivoting. He finds the final 2 kills. FaZe Clan within 1 round. Not all hope is lost, but you need more of those types of rounds. Again, FaZe Clan playing like a bunch of individuals. That round was real bona fide team play, and you see the result. FaZe Clan wins.
Really nice play from KDS. Statistically, he has been the best attacking player on FaZe Clan since Stage 2 began, but has struggled a little bit more on the defensive side of things. So he would be the one player that you really want to see showing up in the first 6 rounds for FaZe, even on a defender side of map like Consulate, and that's him finally getting on the board with 3 kills. He's not the entry fragger for this team. He's not the tip of the spear who's making the space, but instead he's able to kind of lurk around, take advantage of where all the eyeballs are on the side of W7M. Lots of those players were focused towards server side. They were watching for where the push was coming from, and rightfully so. There were some dangerous gunners coming from that side of the map. We just saw with both opening picks being played by Vidaking and Souls, but really, it was KDS who was the final nail in the coffin, the real threat lurking at the bottom of yellow, and he does a great job of getting FaZe to that 2-round marker that we really wanted to see from them in this first half.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb. The attackers
Very similar to what we saw in map number 1. These two teams just trading these rounds back and forth. Maybe not as clear-cut. W7M did win consecutive rounds in 3 and 4. But still, a 3-3 scoreline feels likely, providing that FaZe Clan can attack this bomb site in unison. And obviously, that is easier said than done. It brought a very pugilistic lineup, as we refer to it as. Basically, every gun on the side of FaZe Clan, Jesse, is excellent. It does a considerable amount of damage. And while they might be a bit low on utility, the utility they have needs to be placed appropriately. Loban gets downed by IQ on that window. Cyber hoping for a kill. There goes a nade, and they both scoot out of the way. How did he still die to that? A confusing situation, and W7M suffers 2 casualties in very quick order.
Combination of it takes a while to stand up, and also you're on very low HP when you get revived, don't forget. So that nade just in range. Unfortunate for Loban. Good secure of the kill. At the same time, Godez dies, which puts these W7M players in a really awkward position. This is an important round to keep the advantage. A 4-2 is the expected result on Consulate. You let this slip, and things are starting to look shaky in the game overall. Top floor is Paulo and Volps trying to play together, while Dots is the lone man down here. Finally, they strike back. They take Souls off the board, but is it going to be enough with FaZe Clan still holding quite a bit of top control over towards admin? What? I'm sorry, what?
It was just, look, it was just that there was, you passed it off to me, there was a bit of silence, and then you just hear boom, and then Volps is the only one who dies, and it's like, okay.
How does that happen, bro?
I don't know. My guess is that he probably tried to throw a nitro cell over a wall or through a window or something, and it got stuck, and instead of grabbing it, he tried to run away, and he blew himself up, but... I mean, Volps is still the highest rated player even after that round. Highest rated not just on his team, Jesse, but has the highest EPS of anybody in the lobby. Right now, it's Vidaking leading the way on FaZe Clan. If you recall, when I referenced the stats, Vidaking was at the bottom of FaZe through all of Stage 2. He's leading by example, and that's exactly what a real leader needs to do. FaZe Clan are better for it, but again, I have to point fingers at Cyber. He's a -1 right now. He's got the 3rd lowest EPS in the lobby. On his role, you gotta be better than that.
I'm honestly not that concerned with Cyber. I know we expect a lot from him, and so, yeah, him showing up would be a big boon for FaZe Clan. But I'm more so looking at Souls, man. This guy is 1 and 6, and I understand that he's the support player, right? He's not the guy that we tend to see showing up all the time, but 1 and 6 is still quite low. He's losing the gunfights when he's getting into them, and he's had a really good stage. You know, he has a 1.11 attacking KDR coming into this matchup. We've seen him pop off with some ridiculous clutches throughout the stage. 18% success rate through his clutches. For the guy who's been on this team ever since back in, I don't even know, 2020, 2021, at least back when they became major champions in Yavla, I really do want to see this guy stand back up and be the player that we've been expecting from him, because FaZe Clan will struggle if he's not present, given the big clutches and the big moments he's had through the playoffs so far.
You hear that?
Quietly, I thought I heard something.
Yeah, I hope that didn't go out as loud as it was in my ears. I went to move my mic stand and it made like a loud booming echo that I heard in my headphones, but it's always hard to tell what actually goes out over the broadcast. But apologies to those that have in-ears or listening in a particularly loud environment. First half in the books, by the way, and already we're seeing some changes from FaZe Clan. W7M ran with pretty much the same operators across all 6 of those defender rounds. They switched things up here and there, but the core was largely there. Muter smoke in almost every single round. Ella in 5 of the 6 rounds. Malusi was played. Fenrir was played in 3 rounds. Tachanka was played in 2. Solus was played in 3. So not a lot of movement. Immediately FaZe Clan changes things up. They bring a Pulse, was not brought by W7M. They bring in a Azami, was not brought by W7M. They bring a Smoke, was brought by W7M twice. A Warden gets brought, was brought by W7M once. So a big stylistic difference from these 2 teams. Which one will be more successful?
So far, it's been a good start from W7M. Volp's the man we can't stop talking about, whether for good or for bad. Gets the opening pick on a handy. He was playing yellow stairs, tried to toss out a nitro and got punished with it in his hands. Won't really help on this admin side clear. Vidiking strikes right back, finding the head of Dots with a quick little swing onto the Zofia. We saw a very strong position from Volps in that same spot round 1 playing Tachanka. This time it's a smoke from Vidiking, but it is just as successful. Both of these teams really struggling with the admin side push. I'm looking at Lobin as somebody who might be able to open things up and give them a chance, but they need to put some pressure on these FaZe Clan anchors.
The buck down below as Palu is hoping that some of those Bs dumped into projector above nails down these FaZe Clan players, and they will do just that. Vidiking found Dodez, will capitalize off of that information. The gas that was used by Vidiking is no longer available, so 40 seconds with relatively clear passage into the bomb site for W7M. At least they won't be choked out, as it's a nice flick by KDS. Cyber online as well. And W7M have gone from bad to worse. They started off good. At some points, it even looked great. But now Lobin in a 1v3. Not much time left. FaZe Clan will be hungry for kills, looking to take the lead on their map. They'll get it done. Cyber with the exit frag, and FaZe Clan taking their first lead of this map.
That might be the scariest hallway in the world, Parker. It's just being played up between the bomb site on consulate top floor and break room / admin. And it's so annoying to try to push through that side of the map, even with the man advantage, even with some excellent grim work coming out from Palu. It doesn't seem to matter. A great swing from KDS, a great nitro from Cyber, eats alive the combo as they try to push through the hallway. And there's just so many angles you got to watch for. You can set up your sends walls all you'd like, but at the end of the day, it's not going to matter if the swings come through and people can see you. It's just going to be a nightmare. FaZe Clan will take the lead in this game for the first time on map 2, and they will get their first defense win in the books. I would say a lot closer than some of the FaZe Clan attacks we saw on the top floor, but in the end, that site is just a nightmare to attack.
Successfully defended every time that it has come up, by the way, in rounds 1 and 4 by W7M, and now 1 by FaZe Clan as well. Down to Cafeteria and Garage, which has been won by FaZe Clan every time in this map, but on attack. So is that a FaZe Clan bomb site, or is it just very favorable to the attackers? If it's the latter, that gives W7M a big leg up over FaZe. I do appreciate what they were trying to do there with the read on Dodez. How mad would you be if that was you in this game? You just get not blind fired, but sprayed through a window and suddenly you're dead. I'd be fuming.
Oh, it's happened a few times, Parker. I think we all know that feeling. An important match like this, it would be even more frustrating. Very heavy roam game on this bottom floor defense coming out from FaZe Clan. The exact same lineup they were running just a week ago in their qualifying match. Now they're going to try to run it here to qualify to the grand finals, but it's just a smoke plant coming through from W7M. The smoke operator will stall it for a moment, but at some point they've got to go for the plant.
Nitro cells go off. FaZe Clan cleaning house right now. Palu and Dodez charging into the bomb site. They really need to do anything at this point, and it seems like the only real solution is to die. VODs now hearing both of his track stingers getting shot away at. KDS on the stairs with the final kill, and FaZe Clan will win yet another. This is the 4th round in a row won by FaZe. This bomb site, very friendly turf for them. They're perfect on it. Twice on attack, now once defending it. And because console office and this bottom floor bomb site have been won by them, they will be locked for quite some time. The tertiary site will be that middle floor bomb site of Exposition and Piano. I would be quite surprised if we see the split level bomb site emerge, but you never really know. Anything could happen. But when it's FaZe Clan defending, usually we see teams pull out goofy bomb sites as a means of getting something going. FaZe Clan has everything going for them, at least through their 2 defending rounds, Jesse, so why bother?
Weird to see W7M being so plant focused on both of these attacks. Less so on the top floor. I mean, it was a very standard pushing through admin, but it's rare to see W7M try to just rush a plant in through a breach like that. Only an 8% plant rate on their attacking rounds through this stage. And while they do have a couple of rushes that they like to run on maps like Chalet, I kind of expected them to engage with that roam game a bit more, especially because it was a strategy that FaZe Clan showed just a week ago. Not a whole lot changed in that defensive setup. So something W7M could have read into, didn't quite find the opportunity, and it's really KDS playing fantastically in the previous round, killing both the Blitz of Volps and the Planter with the Nitro down below. Probably been the best player on FaZe Clan so far, 9-4. KDS has been the real shining star of this team, even when some of the other players weren't performing. Even though he didn't start off performing in this game, he's really been able to come alive ever since kind of round 3. He's been starting to heat up. And now we're seeing that really benefit FaZe Clan. If they win this round, Parker, they just need to win 1 more for 3 defensive setups. I mean, they're in a really strong spot to force Chalet.
I would like to see us end on a 3rd map. Again, you and I have been in this 3rd map overtime loop time and time again. Groundhog Day, I suppose you could say. Right now, W7M a bit scared, almost as if they're scared of their shadow, like a particular groundhog just might be. Do you know the name of the groundhog here in Canada?
What? I imagine there's a lot of groundhogs in Canada.
Isn't it like Groundhog
Parker?
Willie or something like that? And then there's like Punxsutawney Phil or something's the one in America.
I'm not that close with the groundhogs in North America, to be honest with you.
You should familiarize yourselves with them. They're very nice.
I'll get right on that, I guess.
Well, not before you learn to swim and ride a bike and also read. Frankly, you have a lot of work to do. And I saw your stream when you tried to make food, so you also need to learn to cook. So
W7M need to learn to attack this top floor. It's not been going well for them. This is going to be their best chance as everybody's falling off from FaZe Clan, but they're not really happy with that. They do pick up Cyber as Volps is able to get that one, even if it gets traded with a Nitro Cell. Pure chaos with Dots trying to find some Vert picks, and it will be successful. That's just above the bomb site, and this should be good enough for them. They've wasted both the Nitro Cells in this round as well. Toxic Babes are almost out of completion, and they've got more than 60 seconds to get the plant down.
And they'll start it. But Dots needs coverage. 3 players from W7M to do that. Dots peels off with a 1/3 of the defuse time still remaining. He did not like the situation that he found himself in, and for good reason. Now Dotas will die at the hands of Handy. There was a grenade tossed out as well from Loban, trying to keep these players at bay. It will not succeed. Out goes the gas to secure the kill that was done by Handy earlier. Volps and Dots now on the board, and Handy will have to clutch out. Handy has been nothing short of incredible over the last 20 seconds, but he will have to go from incredible to godlike. And unfortunately, sometimes even the gods themselves will bleed. Volps, the exit kill in that round. FaZe was starting to run away with this. W7M says, not quite so fast. 1 round separating these 2 teams, Jesse.
And Handy, you know he wanted that clutch, right? I mean, he's been struggling a lot through these playoffs. He was one of their best players in the group stage, but through 8 separate maps that FaZe Clan have played in playoffs, including map 1 of this series, he has not posted a single EPS in triple digits. He posted 2 separate 99 games, which is pretty damn close, but not quite there yet. Hasn't really had his impact be felt throughout this playoff run. Hasn't stopped FaZe Clan from making it to the major, but if we don't see him shining, it's going to be tough for FaZe to make it to the finals and eventually beat Furia if they go on to play them tomorrow. That top floor clear was eventually quite strong from W7M. I was worried that they didn't initially get many kills as they cleared through the top floor, but then they made up for it with their verticality. Even the Blackbeard getting involved to find some of those frags late into the top floor clear where they were able to get that man advantage, and then it all happened so quickly that FaZe Clan really didn't have a great leg to stand on for their defense. The Grim gets banned out. Again, I thought Palu was using this operator excellently on their top floor clear and set them up to win the round, attacking onto the top floor, even if they eventually stumbled in the end. But doing it without the Grim is going to make it even more difficult. I think Palu, again, has been so good with that op.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
12 kills for Volps, by the way. 9 for KDS on the side of FaZe Clan. But again, FaZe very consistent. No real surprise. We reference those stats from the groups when most of these FaZe Clan players had roughly similar KDs. And, well, Souls has 5 kills, Handy has 6, Vidaking has 7, Cyber has 5. They're sharing the weight. They're sharing the load. That's exactly what you need on a team that can close this out and match up against the best of the best. But there is a certain killer instinct that's been missing from FaZe through much of this series. Imagine it would be a bit more of a blowout on this map. Maybe it would have been a touch closer on map number 1 as well had FaZe's fraggers showed up. But Nighthaven Labs did break quite decidedly for W7M.
We're going for our 4th admin side clear in a row, Parker. These teams just obsessed with pushing through this side of the map, and I get it. CEO plants, they had their time in the meta, but we don't see a ton of them anymore. Maybe a bit of an adaptation is W7M removing the defuse kit over towards the balcony breach. Dots here with the blitz. It's tough sometimes to find a good plant spot when you're entering through this part of the map, but it will be unexpected, and it could avoid this deadly hallway, which has been so good.
Flashes go out. Nobody can see anything. Certainly not us. Soul starting things off with a nitro cell. And in the corner now, Loban gets 1 kill. Dots pulls out a shield, and Diffuser is at the almost completed point of the round. There it goes. 5 players remaining. Make that 4. Dots in the ground. A 2v2 with Cyber and Handy standing tall for FaZe. Immediately, it looks like Cyber will hop on this. Volps is the one now salvage the round, but he's missed out. Cyber's not going to fake it. Volps doesn't know, and FaZe will move to map point off of it.
Quick thinking from FaZe Clan, getting right on for that disable to make sure that they wouldn't allow the plant to go down. Critical play coming out in the late round. And listen, we were asking a lot from Cyber. I think we're starting to finally see him come through and showing exactly what he is made of. Excellent defensive round coming through from FaZe Clan. Cyber and Handy working so well together in the coverage. I was about to go on and praise Dots and Loban because I thought their coordination was so good to get the plant on the floor to begin with. Coming in maybe from an unexpected angle, but that was exactly the point that Dots needed to kill the smoke, get himself into the plant spot. Loban's coverage was perfect, but the post plant was just a little bit too quick for them. FaZe Clan very fast to get on that, very fast to equalize the kills as well. Shows their mind is sharp and they are ready to push this to a 3rd map. It might be a long day here on the South American League, Parker, but neither of these teams look like they're tired.
Feels like it's going to go deep. It feels like it's going to go deep.
10 seconds remaining.
Map 3, Jesse, yes or no? Are we going to see it?
Parker, it feels like inevitable at this point.
I agree.
With the playoffs that we've seen so far. If it's not, it's going to be a 15-round win for W7M. You know, it's going to go max OT if we don't get a 3rd map.
Keep in mind, W7M prevailed over NIP with this scoreline being against W7M both times. They were able to overcome this deficit, win 2 rounds, go to OT, and then succeed in overtime. To crush NIP's hope of a deeper run. NIP taking a swift exit from the lower bracket, leaving us with just these 3 teams. All that said, while there has been some really great play, there's been some obvious missteps committed by FaZe, by W7M, and Furia is going to be watching this with a little bit of glee, I feel like. They face the winner of this matchup. It might be W7M. We might see it happen through Chalet for FaZe Clan.
Same exact roam, FaZe run every time on this bottom floor bomb site, and once again, W7M struggling with it. It's not a rush this time. They're going for the clear, but they still lose Palu early. They get onto the top floor, but just as Dots drops, everybody on the defense drops as well. They're all back on the mid floor. Dots is terrified of the smoke, but we know that there's nobody past it. Some drones will start to clear through, and with this shield, we'll start to find out it as well. But they're wasting so much time with this, Parker. They're expecting an aggressive top floor roam, and that's just not what FaZe Clan are offering in this round. Instead, their roamers are still located mostly on the mid floor. It's just Vidiking who's still kind of playing on a roam, but even he is on the stairs ready to rotate back down to the site if he absolutely needs to. FaZe Clan are happy to concede this ground. They know they killed out the Habana. That will be the only hard breacher on the board. So that garage hatch is going to stay closed the whole time. The main garage breach will stay closed the whole time. You really can just sit back behind your reinforcements on the bottom floor now, Parker. You're feeling really strong about your spot.
Yeah, I mean, and this is FaZe Clan playing more like a team. It was something that was absent through a couple of those attacking rounds. Admittedly, it is harder to attack as a unit than it is to defend. Defending, you just let the map work for you. FaZe Clan very comfortable here on Consulate. Defending side, the preferable side for FaZe Clan, and we are seeing exactly why that is. They've managed to take 3 of the 4 defending rounds, and they closed that gap and now built themselves up quite a nice lead. This was the same bomb site that was won by FaZe back in round number 8, and I don't think we are going to see much more of this map, especially if FaZe keeps playing this way. A Nitro Cell limits W7M to just 3 players.
Smokes, they're going to try for a plant. This didn't work at all last time, and now the odds are even worse against them, but Dodes opens up for 1, so maybe there's hope.
I was going to say, Dodes being 3 and 10 is exactly how W7M loses a map. 4 and 10? That's better. But that's all he's going to get. He'll go up to 4 and 11. Dots on the shield against 4 players from FaZe Clan. A feeding frenzy. They're throwing everything at him, maybe even the kitchen sink. But the only thing sinking is W7M's chances. FaZe Clan takes their own map by a similar scoreline to what W7M did on Nighthaven Labs, and we will need a 3rd map to find out which team moves to the grand finals to play against Furia. Why am I so big?
Just not in season, Parker, because you had too many flip-flops, and now you've grown to the point where you've been burned. This has been a great series between W7M and FaZe Clan. Both teams taking their own map pick, and I mean, map 3 should be anybody's game with these 2 teams. It feels like there's no telling who's going to win that 3rd map.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a real coin toss. FaZe Clan have had some issues. They fixed it on that 2nd map. Were these real issues present, or were these just things that came about with them being on unfamiliar spots on Nighthaven Labs? They go to Console, they look like a far better team. W7M looks a bit sloppy. Dodes falls off the face of the earth. There's a lot to discuss, and I know the desk will want to do it after this break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
So we owe FaZe a bit of an apology because we weren't familiar with their game. It's time that we get our clown noses because map 3 it is. FaZe pull the series back and they still have a chance of facing off against Furia again tomorrow in the grand final. When we talk about this map though in concept basically, again, good stuff coming up from FaZe. It was good to see Cyber be more active on this map.
Yeah.
I feel like it's been a trend we saw earlier today as well. Cyber has a slow map one, and then he wakes up in the second one, and he helps his team to turn it back around.
It's always been the case, really, with him. Like, I remember so many Cyber games where in the first game or first couple of rounds, he's just, you know, he's there, and eventually he just warms up and there's no stopping him anymore. And at that point, you know you're kind of cooked. But, you know, FaZe, they did it well, and you know, what I said during that prediction segment we did is like, okay, well, they'll be starting off on the attack. Those first 3 or 4 rounds are going to be crucial. They need to try and get 2 attacking rounds on the board. They did even better than that. And they managed to, you know, after getting those 2 rounds, they managed to just continue building as soon as they went over towards that defense. And from there on, like, they were just completely in control of the match.
Yeah, they certainly were. And I mean, you also have to give credit to the supportive staff coming out of FaZe here, being able to really come alive. I mean, KDS 11-7, Handy 9-6, King 8-7, Cyber taking a little bit of the backseat here, 7-5, and Souls. I mean, we were highlighting him not having a good performance, but he did end it 6-8, far better performance. But again, I mean, you also have to look at the side of W7M. I mean, Dota's, I want to say, not having a good game. 4-11, I would definitely contribute as to reason to why these rounds were a lot closer, or even far more convincing for FaZe being able to walk away with. I mean, it's very unlikely you see Dota's in a situation where he can't seem to find his foot or find a rhythm, rather, in the matchup. I mean, you can even clearly see, even in the entry stats, heavily favoring the side of Consulate. A lot of those coming really well on their defense. W7M just not being able to find any bit of control throughout that map. Honestly, look lost in quite a bit of the rounds once a few picks didn't go in their favor. There was that round 10. I actually really like that aggressive push into console and being able to try to go for that plant, just not being able to get it done in the end. I believe Cyber came up, Visa Stairs grabbing the blitz off of that, and then quickly, good hindsight, being able to, or intuition rather, to then hop on that diffuse, where then it was Volps left in that, trying to be able to come alive. So unfortunate for W7M, but that's the beauty of a best of 3, is now we are going to the final map to decide who is going to be in that grand final versus Furia.
Yeah, let's talk about that final map as well then, if we're looking at the performances from the players so far and performances of these 2 teams in particular. Chalet will be our final battleground of the day, and these 2 teams have both played it inside of the playoffs. Now, to give you a bit of a comparison, and Liquid will be our comparison here. FaZe played against Liquid on Chalet. It was an 8-7 scoreline for FaZe. They ended up winning the map. And then W7M also went and played Chalet against Liquid, but they didn't 8-7, they 7-0'd. That was a one map where Palu went 14-0. So if that is any given, it should or could favor W7M here, but I feel like anything I've learned so far on this matchup, Lexing, is don't trust anything that the past has shown us, because we can throw it all outside the window. Nothing has given us any hint on how this matchup will end up.
No, and if there's anything not to trust, you know, it's the sales for all the flip-flops that Jesse was talking about. You know, I put a lot of money into that. Clearly, bad return of investment on my end, so I might go back and revisit and flip-flop again. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm very confident going into this Chalet that W7M is going to be comfortable. Now, granted, a 7-0, a lot has to go wrong or a lot has to go right. It's one or the other, and I think just a lot really went right for the side of W7M, being able to get their executes. I mean, Palu going 14-0, obviously very big performance coming out of him. I don't think it's going to be that easy this time around, but the nice thing, again, about a best of 3, both teams, when you lose your maps or you lose the opponent's map, you can take from that, you can learn from it, and then that's what this best of 3 and this final map is for, is to correct all of the mistakes that were happening and fixing them going into this to secure yourself the win of the entire series.
Historically speaking, though, and again, just checking on those stats, and this is just the more broad picture, Chalet has been a permaban for FaZe for such a long time, and I know, like, they've played it twice in the last 7 days, and once it was a 7-8 loss, and once it was an 8-7 victory, but 29 times they've banned it. There's not a single map they've banned more throughout this year, whereas W7M, it actually gets banned away from them most of the time. Like, they are leaving it up quite often. It's just that other teams don't want to play against it. Just so do with that as you will. Of course, it's still coming down to how eventually this will play out in the server, and you know, all these stats could always be tossed to the side as soon as some players feel differently about it.
Yeah, understandably so, teams that want to play this map against W7M, because if you see like what that previous one went like, the 7-0, I can see why. But also, on another subject, and I think something that will come into play for this final map as well, is we've had a long day. You know, the broadcast has been live for over 9 hours at this point, but FaZe have actually started playing that very first game today, and they were so close to making it, but just fell short to Furia. To take that loss, consider, okay, we have to play another game later today. There's about a 4, maybe even 5 hours break at this point in between those 2 matches, and then you have to give your full focus again for that one. I mean, I'm looking at you, Lex, you're a former player as well. Certainly that is not easy to have such like that big of a break in between those like 2 really important games.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. Yes, you get a little breather, or a lot of a breather if you're FaZe's side, but at the end of the day, the important thing is once you get into the match, it's being able to instantly lock in. And when you play 2 games already in the best of 3 series, there's no excuse that should be left on the board where you aren't finding your stride, you aren't fixing your issues, you're replicating problems. Everything should be refined once you get to map 3, where then it really comes down to the just micro things, the little miscommunication, the misstep in an attack, the miscommunication. That's where you're really going to see teams falter, and that's where realistically the falter should be happening, is at a small level, not at a giant level, because again, going through those 2 maps, you should be able to already understand your opponent and being able to fix the things that are needed and work on things to improve upon.
I agree. I mean, I'm not a player, so I don't have the insight exactly that that Lex has. But
the long ranky sessions, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, you know, back in the day, my Benelux days, you know, but usually we just threw all the time. So yeah,
just farming the Wikipedia mention, I guess, is what we're talking about at this point here, with the games we played. But yeah, looking at this final one though, I really hope we're gonna get a great showdown from these 2 teams. I feel like at this point it is worthless to ask, considering we've been wrong so many times before. But who do we think is taking this final map? Have anything that you can tell by like, oh dear.
7-4 W7M.
Okay, so you're still sticking with W7M. I think I'm gonna stick with W7M too. Now, I will say I will probably change my mind by the first 2 rounds, given how it's played, because you aren't going to switch up a lot after a day of previously playing a match. So it is really going to be important for W7M to be able to instantly switch on a dime if they are being counter-stratted by FaZe, which is why I'm sure FaZe even allowed Chalet to even follow through to go to this best of 3. So that is really where I'm going to be looking at W7 as being able to make those quick adjustments when needed.
Right. I've heard enough. I guess if anyone in chat is listening and you still have channel points to spend, put them on FaZe. Especially given how our predictions have gone so far this evening. We've been wrong a few times. I'd recommend putting them on FaZe. But we're gonna go to Chalet. We're gonna go find out who makes it to the grand final. Is it W7M or is it FaZe?
Our very final map of the day. Jesse, you're a numbers guy. And I'm going to drop a number for you that are good. That's going to make your eyes pop out of your head like Wile E. the Coyote or any of those old cartoon characters. If you consider that a map that does not go to overtime has a maximum of 12 rounds, and all of the games obviously that went to overtime are 15 rounds, in the last 2 days, you and I have casted, not including what's about to happen in this map, 125 rounds out of a possible 138 rounds. So across 4 best of 3s, without overtime being needed, there are 13 rounds that could have happened that did not happen. That's it.
Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous, isn't it,
That
Parker?
is absurd.
There have been nothing but bangers in the SAL. And listen, I wouldn't have it any other way, okay? That means we've been witnessing some ridiculously good games. Yesterday, I think in particular, had some of the best games that we've casted in a very long time. Today has been wonderful as well. And the joy that we get one last map to figure out who's moving on to tomorrow, who's going to the grand finals to play against Furia, and who has to settle for third place. Chalet is where it all gets decided. A very familiar map for both these two teams. W7M played it yesterday. That was against Team Liquid in a 7-0 victory. FaZe Clan played it just a few hours ago, dropping it 8-7 to Furia, and that's the reason they're playing this game anyways. They had one extra round on that map. They wouldn't even be here, but now they're in danger of not making it to the finals. Going up against W7M, they're extremely proficient on this map. FaZe Clan will need to be ready, especially starting on the defense, for a map that leans attacker-sided.
Leans attacker-sided is correct. I'll bring up the numbers just in case people are curious. Chalet among the most played maps in the region, but Bank has just launched off at this point. Over 200 rounds played on Bank. Hold on a second here. We are 45 seconds into action, and oh, never mind. Dots was almost going to plant the diffuser, and then Vidaking gets a 2-piece, and FaZe have blown this round wide open. Down goes KDS, so W7M do get on the board. We are 1 minute into this round, and 3 people are already dead. Yaw!
That's been brilliant from Vidaking. Throws everything off the rails. They seem to know Souls' position, but he still gets the better of them. Swings alongside Handy, and they take down Dodez. Still trying to get him out of the tub, but he is rubbing it up with the rubber ducky, and he's managing to get those kills. Cyber, the final one, and it is an easy closeout for FaZe Clan. I did say on the last map, Parker, that W7M love their rushes on Chalet. They try a new one here on the top floor, but it's just not quite enough to catch FaZe Clan off guard.
Prior to the start of this map, Chalet has been played 116 times. The amount of rounds won by the attackers, 58. The amount of rounds won by the defenders, 58. A literal perfect 50-50 map. It is the only map in any region at this current point in time, at least from the numbers I have, that is sitting at an actual 50-50. We're not talking about rounding numbers. We're talking about the exact same number of rounds won by the attackers as by the defenders. Globally, I think this map at one point was sitting at 50.1% for the attackers, 49.9% for the defenders. Well, here we are at 50-50 exactly. Obviously, FaZe Clan's defending victory has changed that. Now the defenders have a single round advantage. But yeah, there's nothing really to glean from those stats. Chalet is the 4th ranked map for W7M on their depth chart. It is the 5th ranked map for FaZe Clan on their map's depth chart. So again, a very middle of the pack map for both of these teams. And frankly, what better turf to settle this best of 3 than on a map that is good but not great for either of these squads?
For the first time in the South America League, a Thorn will be selected since the stage began. Handy bringing out what is generally considered to be the worst trap operator here in Siege, but doing what he can with this op. We'll see exactly what he can accomplish playing towards the top of the Solar Stairs. He's got a lot of these teammates around him here on the top floor. Cyber playing quite aggressive on this Solus, but he's not watching the right angle. Parker doesn't realize that Loban is so close on the doorway, and he makes the star player of FaZe Clan look like a fool. Goes down very early on inside of Office, and it really splits the defense now, with a couple of these players being very far from the bomb site on FaZe.
And Cyber's numbers still not as good as they could be. He's the bottom rated player on his team, second lowest rated player in the lobby right now. Going 1-1 means he has 12 kills and 13 deaths, so not an ideal place to be at, but hey, there's still time to make up for whatever's afflicted you through those two maps. You're only as good as your last map, right? Well, FaZe Clan will find yet another player going down. KDS picked off. Souls also picked off, this time by Dodez, and W7M are answering back.
King hoping to start to equalize. That's the first of 5 they'll need to find to go up 2-0 in this matchup. Toxic actually don't get the kill, but he is unrecoverable as long as King keeps holding this position. Handy is still on this door and is going to try to make a swing, but it's not quite good enough, Parker. King in the 1v4. He's going to have to do everything.
Palu bleeding out. King in, sees the Blackbeard. Get your frags, my man. Why not? 4-0. Stat padding, perchance. Worried about Bar circling around to the lobby. Diffuser going down, and Loban will get the job done before Dots was able to get the case on the ground. Objective play was still good, but the guns were just a little bit better. And as we've seen across all of their games, W7M keeps it close early on.
Big individual round coming through from Loban, of course, finding those couple of kills on the entry and the final frag in the round as well. Loban, been, I think, actually quite good so far through this series. I really liked his play back on console. I don't have the stats on hand, but I know he's been a player who has had his struggles statistically throughout this stage. Enters this game with a perfect 1.0 KD ratio, but quite negative on the EPS. One of the guys that's been around for quite a long time and a real staple of this W7M, formerly known as Los roster. Grew up way in the north of Brazil in the state of Pernambuco, which if he does go back to his hometown before he flies out to Munich, will make it a bit of a shorter trip. Regardless, I think with how much practice they have to go through, you might choose to skip out on that and just stick with the team here in Sao Paulo.
10 seconds remaining.
I was talking to, I think it was Troy, actually. We were filming our most recent show.
I've heard about this.
Sorry?
I've been told about this.
About what?
About you and Troy talking on the podcast. Continue.
Well, that's what we do. But no, he said that he really appreciates when you pull out the names and locations of players and then tells like a little tidbit. He said it's very Pierre Maguire-esque, which is I suppose a compliment, but also can be an insult. But either way, it's a fun little addition. You know, I remember the one time you did, it was like Yaga got a kill and you were like, the pride of Evanston, Illinois, you know, whatever. That's obviously not where he's from, but it's like, how do you know this man?
Iowa.
Whatever. I don't care where these players are from.
Yaga from Iowa, though. That's a unique one. That stands out.
You know who else was from Iowa? Goddess. You know who else was from Iowa? Stokes. More people from Iowa than you'd think, okay?
I actually didn't know that about Goddess, and I forgot it about Stokes, so fair play.
Goddess and Stokes actually had, like, their families have farms, like, down the road from each other.
Wow.
I don't think they knew each other before esports. Did Vidaking know life before a Nitro cell kill onto Palu? What about KDS getting slaughtered by Dodez? Did they know? Both teams now losing one. Palu, a terrible start in a very important map. And that's one of your two hard breachers down. You've got Ace for backup. Halfway point of this round. No team really gaining much from those opening picks, as both players that have died have yet to find a kill. Jesse Handy almost dies in the ensuing fray.
Yeah, he's playing an office track by the death mark. Vidaking's not too far away, just in piano, tucked on the window, but he also falls. Great shot coming out from Dodez. Huge impact on this Deimos, and they've started to get the man advantage now back away from FaZe Clan. Cyber and Souls left alone on the bomb site. Over 60 seconds with full vert control. You don't have the best soft breach, but I mean, you still have this pistol from Dodez, which does a ridiculous amount of work if you can play the vertical. Still trying to do so from just outside the building, but Parker, they got plenty of time to enter, rip up the floorboards, use the last tracker that Dodez will have as well, and then they're going to be in a really good shape to go for this execute under the smokes, played by Lobin.
Discovery time to sort out where Cyber and Souls lay in the last 35 seconds. Still very winnable for FaZe Clan at this point, especially if W7M are not quick enough with their next set of steps. Cyber gives his position away, though, and that might have been a fatal flaw for FaZe, as now he heads back down to Kitchen and will be harassed by the death mark of Dodez. Both of these players knowing where one another is. Cyber's a good shot, but Dodez has just been so much better today, even with a small setback in the previous map. Now it's all up to Souls in a 1v3, and well, he's not going to get the job done. Lobin, the hero of the final moments of that round, and W7M takes the lead.
I really like Dodez's play on the Deimos there, Parker. If W7M bring a Deimos, it's usually Lobin who brings out that operator. It's by no means the first time that Dodez has rocked it. He does play it quite a bit as well, but I think he really had a good handle on how he wanted to use that, supporting the rest of the team as they were pressuring in through office. Then he uses the verticality, barely enters the building in that round, but still has critical impact. Almost wondered if they would ban it away from him, but they go for the Brava ban instead, which might signal a couple of the operators they're looking to play on the defense. Some more Malusi, perhaps. The Echo could come back out. We could see some Maestro. Brava, always a strong counter to operators like those, but some time to think about it too. FaZe Clan calling their attack timeout, not liking the start, down 1-2 early up against W7M.
It's always a bad sign when a timeout has to be taken before they swap sides. FaZe Clan obviously not happy with this. You can see on the scoreline, Vidaking had 4 kills in a ultimate losing effort earlier in this first half. Beyond that, you can see that the offense has sputtered for FaZe. Only 4 kills outside of Vidaking. And again, Cyber having a tremendously bad matchup here. I don't know what it is. I mean, the only player statistically worse than him at the moment is Dots. Now, before we say this, Palu is also having a really, really rough series, but it's made up for by Volps' dominance. Lobin is now online, actually passing Dodez, largely because of how bad of a game Dodez had. I think it was 4-11, the scoreline on Consulate. Quite bizarre to see these star fraggers get so swiftly shut down. And it's not like one fragger's doing well and that's why the other one is doing poorly. No. They're just being either fed wrong information from drones, or they're not being given opportunities, or maybe they're just having a bad day. Cyber did not have these issues against Furia, for what it's worth. FaZe Clan's numbers against Furia were not very good. Only Souls went positive on the team, but Cyber was dead even. If Cyber was dead even right now, we likely wouldn't be in a third map. So
certainly not been the best of games for some of these FaZe Clan players, but listen, they're still very much in this series. One way or another, they've gotten to map 3, and they're just a few rounds out from qualifying to the grand finals. This tack timeout, if it can fix their problems on defense, if it can start them off strong in the second quarter, then that could make all the difference in the world. The drones are very strong from W7M, though. I think they just caught Cyber lurking down here inside of games. Bomb site is top floor, don't forget, so this is a very far off roam. That time, the drone will certainly see Cyber, and Cyber will be recognizing the fact that he's been droned out, but they don't have a great way to clear him just yet. A hop in through this window will be certain death for Dots. Never mind.
Dots bobbing away in front of the very eyes of Cyber. As Dodez drops, Dots will join him. Cyber finished off. Cyber's going even here, which is better than most would say. The advantage on the side of FaZe this timeout. Potentially working. Hard to tell if it's FaZe doing well or W7M's entry just being a bit rudderless. Palu yet to find a kill. Again, his numbers have not been particularly good. Lobin very quickly creeping up this W7M depth chart, and he'll give Volps a run for his money. His FaZe can sit pretty. Jesse, 4 kills in the first minute. Leaves us with a minute and 30 to go, and W7M time to figure this out, but will they be able to is the question.
Two players who have had very different first quarters. 6-1 from Lobin, 0-3 on Paulu. They've got to find some way to put this together. That is a nasty angle being played by Handy with the help of the Kiba barrier. They could go for a plant. They have no smokes though, so it's going to be pretty difficult with Lobin dying on the piano window. Paulu is an excellent clutch player. He thrives in the late round, but this one feels like it might be too much.
At least get 1 kill, right? I think that's the high water mark at this point in time for Paulu. As the castle of KDS is looking long range. You can hear those bullets. You can see the tracers just going over, but I mean, FaZe Clan are disciplined. None of them really want a direct engagement. They're holding these angles. Paulu's only got 10 bullets left in his mag. That Type 89 can be a bit unwieldy. At this point, he's just prolonging the inevitable, Jesse. There's no real way for Paulu to win this one. Vidiking ensures that it does not actually get done. FaZe Clan use their timeout very effectively and immediately convert it to a round victory.
Yeah, and it comes off a great little aggressive roam from the fraggers that we've kind of been missing throughout this game, right? It was a really nice coordinated hold on the far side of the map from Cyber, Handy, and KDS. The 3 heads of the spear, if you will, for FaZe Clan, as they're all playing around that games part of the map. KDS up above, playing in mezzanine. He gets 1 kill. Cyber deep inside of games. He eventually does get the kill onto Blackbeard, and then Handy comes back to trade the kill that goes on to Cyber in the end there. So just very well coordinated roam going on from FaZe Clan. It's what you always want to see on a map like Chalet. You kind of have to play aggressively as the defenders. And so FaZe, the fact that they're playing aggressive, not just hitting their shots, but playing together, trading each other, covering the weaknesses, 1 above and 2 down below, makes all the difference in the world. And it'll be a really tough nut to crack for W7M. Start to wonder, maybe we start bringing in some Yings, maybe we start bringing in some more of that oppressive utility like Grim or Capitao. Those can sometimes be the answer when a team is playing very tight together like the FaZe Clan just were.
I'm glad to see it. I frankly am. I don't really care which of these teams win, as most people should suspect. Casters don't enter a series, usually with a preferred team in mind. I've said many times on this show that my priority is that we have a good story, and boy oh boy have we ever. Again, 125 out of 138 possible rounds have been played while you and I have been casting over the last 2 days. I mean, that in and of itself is a story, but the matches have told something that we couldn't even dream of coming up with. FaZe Clan needed to play together. They will find some deficiencies in that strategy in this particular round as Souls dies very early on. There has been an early death in almost every single round of Chalet. You lose the Malusi, so at least those Banshees should persist, providing they've all been placed.
Yeah, I believe they were all set down from Souls, and that's a nice couple of trade backs, but Volps is still here, Parker. The menace from map 2 is coming back for W7M. 5-3 start from him as he also takes down KDS. You've lost your Dokkaebi in the midst of these trades, and that's not great, but with the damage you've already dealt to the aggressive players, I think that's totally fine. Bomb site is kitchen. Vidiking and Handy on a bit of a duo expedition. This is kind of a fun way to play the clash, but unfortunately the player they find just inside of the library backs off before they can really do much with it. Lobin knows the position of those 2 players now. If he can relay that to his teammates, they might be able to catch them on a cross, but always tough going up against the clash in that situation.
It's quite funny how we just see so much action happen early on, and now there's this long pause between these teams. FaZe Clan trail in numbers. Cannot allow this matchup to get away from them. FaZe winning the first round, winning the most recent round with the W7M win sandwiched in between. W7M take out Cyber. Things from FaZe Clan go even worse. They've got 2 gas canisters remaining. They've got a class shield up, but Jesse, things are dire. W7M have plenty of time to go directly at this bomb site, and that's what they're going to do. It's expending some forces upstairs as Volps picks up a 3rd kill. Now it's Handy to take down Loban, but Palu will trade him out, and the lead goes back to W7M.
And just a fantastic round coming through from Volps. He barely entered the building in that round. He did enter at the very end, which is where he got his third kill to complete the 3K, but his early pressure, finding both Souls and KDS, I think were instrumental in making that round as easy as it looked. FaZe hoping to get aggressive past that point, tried to try to get that pick back, but it really is just some early frags that do go the way of W7M and start them off strongly in that. Soul's not even really an anchor, right? I mean, he's playing as the one player inside the bomb site. I think they thought that, I think Souls thought he would be quite safe with the castle barricades they had set up around, but it was very fast in them being able to open up those castles, and it really did catch the one anchor off guard for FaZe Clan. This will now force them down to the bottom floor. A lot of teams don't like this bomb site, Parker. It's been by far the least played here on Chalet. FaZe Clan have tried it a couple of times this stage, including a few hours ago earlier in the day against Furia. They've yet to win it. 2 attempts since this stage started, and no successful defenses for them so far. Defender lineup is looking relatively standard from them. Again, they love their castle on this map. They love being able to play around with some of these annoying operators to keep the wall closed, like Vidiking on this Tuberau. See what it's worth here in round number 6 to tie it up.
Haven Labs, our first map, 3-3 first half. Consulate, our second map, 3-3 first half. We're staring down that same barrel yet again, Jesse. How exciting. Now, what has transpired after that first half has been pretty much the same in both of those maps. Nighthaven Labs, W7M started on their map on the weaker side. They go to the preferred side, they win all 4 rounds. FaZe Clan, they chose Consulate. They start on the weaker side. Side swap comes in. They go to their preferred side. They win 4 of the 5 rounds. But what the hell happens here? We have no guideposts. This is not either team's map. It's the 5th best map for W7M, 6th best map for FaZe, or vice versa. What happens? Do we see a close 3v3 on both sides and then go to OT? You damn well know it's coming. Let's not kid ourselves. You know that's coming.
We got to get there first, right? FaZe Clan desperate to win this defensive round. W7M really not entering the building just like they did in the last one. They know that they can play it kind of passive and they will be likely to be rewarded. There we go. Loban does make the first move and he's inside of Library to find Cyber. No more players on the top floor for him to find. We have Souls in dining, but everybody else has retreated back to the basement.
FaZe Clan will play this slow. Again, early-ish action. 90 seconds left on the clock when that first kill came in, which by most maps measures is pretty fast, but on a map like Chalet that is friendly turf to the attackers, more often than not, at least more so than most maps in the map pool, that is early. So now W7M can work through this. They've opened up enough of that garage wall to be able to get in. They're tearing through all of the floor of main lobby, which just so happens to be the ceiling above the defenders, and it will give this FaZe Clan defense a hard time and, frankly, a difficult place for them to stand. So where are they? They're buried inside a blue at the moment. Zoto canisters have gone out. Vidiking has no utility left except for a nitro cell. Impacts still in pocket from FaZe Clan, but they won't necessarily do as much damage as they'd hope. Vidiking goes for the swing. At this point, it's the only real play that you have. You are boxed into this bomb site. You have lost most of your protection. You have to take these gunfights and narrow down the numbers. FaZe understands this. They're an experienced team. There goes the defuse kit being planted, though. Dodez dies, but Dots manages to pull it off. Dots is 0-2. He might go without a kill and only 2 deaths in this first half. Maybe not no kills, Jesse, as he does get on the board. FaZe Clan now pushing into this bomb site, getting repelled by W7M. That garage door opened up early on, proving to be a death sentence to FaZe. Now it's Loban watching, but hold on a second. Handy's got a triple, a quad kill for Handy, but Paulu says no ace for you. Another round for W7M, and they put the first half in the books.
Welcome to Chalet, Paulu. It might have taken 6 rounds, but he has the impact that's needed to be able to win that first half. A dominant game to come on through, and it really looked like Candy was going to save that. A relatively standard push, all things considered, coming through from W7M. They win the roam clear. They have some good entry coming through from Lobin. They spend a lot of time opening the floorboards. They get the plant down just inside the breach. I mean, it's all very bog standard stuff, but they execute it perfectly, and FaZe Clan just can't even get into their own site to stop that plant. Handy takes things into his own hands. He nearly wins that out for FaZe Clan to get the tie at half, but Paulu is lurking down through the blue hall. What a ridiculous position. Last time Paulu was here on Chalet was yesterday up against NIP. You finished that map 14-0 and 210 EPS. I said NIP up against Liquid, excuse me. That was the second best performance we've seen in the SAL Stage 2 so far, barely losing out to Maya's 220 EPS game against Loud in the group stage. But still, the impact that Paulu has had in this map through the playoffs has been ridiculous. I was waiting to see when he would show up, and that 6th round is exactly when we got to see it.
Because the prophecy might not be foretold, Jesse, with this 3-3 first half and then a 3-3 second half. Now it comes down to FaZe Clan winning 4 attacks, a job that's easier said than done. But if there is going to be a map where the attackers have that advantage, it's Chalet. We don't need to cite the numbers again. We've done that a few times, and hopefully people have remembered that, yeah, Chalet is one of the 3 maps that tends to be favorable to the attackers, even if it is barely so. This time around, W7M, just their guns are great. Volps, 7 kills. Paulu was 0-4, I believe. All of his picks have been high impact. That previous round, huge. He was the only person who could suppress Handy. Lobin on 8 kills. It's been a great performance by W7M. It's a shock to think that FaZe might not finish in the top 2, but, I mean, they didn't finish in the top 2 in the regular group stage. So, why finish in the top 2 in the playoffs?
I mean, FaZe Clan have finished top 2 in the South America League for the last 5 stages, Parker. It would be a bit of a departure if they didn't make it back here. It would really break the streak. Vidaking in his professional career has never missed the playoffs of the SAL or Brazilian League. This would be his first time domestically not making it to the top 2 finish. But W7M are a fierce competitor and something that FaZe Clan haven't really faced the likes of before. Here on the top floor, the defensive side might be a little bit trickier for them, even if the stats do lean 50-50. Some teams just don't like this side, and Capital Bolt doesn't go exactly where Handy wanted it, but it's okay. Volp's taken down first as Cyber strikes with the Twitch gun.
The Twitch gun, the 417?
Dude, I blanked out the last second.
You call it a Twitch gun?
I literally
next thing you know, you're going to be calling it the Lamborghini doorway on Coastline. We just make shit up. Why not?
It's been a long day, Parker. I'm sorry.
125 of 138 rounds, okay? And we could go into OT here too, so... Zen-like patience of Lobin, by the way. He potentially stares down Vidaking. I don't know if Lobin turned his attention elsewhere because Vidaking was vulnerable for a period of time. Dots obliterating souls, and W7M's lead will grow. Cyber is all the kills for FaZe in this round, and one of them happens to be Volps. So high priority frags, and Cyber is excelling with the Twitch gun, as you pointed out. Lobin's still under fire in Kitchen, and now punished by KDS. FaZe Clan started off quite slow, but managed to find their footing. Dodez might knock them off stride. 4 players still alive, Jesse, with 25 seconds left.
Yeah, and Diffuse gets in a really awkward spot, being held now by 2 players. Paulu gets one. It's a 1v1 for Cyber, but Dodez with the pistol is able to lock things down. Nice little swing to shut that out, and W7M taking firm control of this game. It's not a clean round. It gets messy. It gets crazy. It gets down to a 1v1, but the star fragger for W7M, Dodez, is the one to make it happen. Moves up to an even stat line and moves W7M 2 rounds away from the grand finals.
That's what you like to see, right? Though, again, I do want a more competitive game. I just don't know if it will materialize. FaZe Clan is an interesting team to dig into. And I gotta say, all the credit goes to Ann Happen Laxing for what they've had to talk about, because there's so much about this team, so many layers, from the roles that they pick to how they avoid the meta. FaZe Clan, way back when, used to have shields as part of their identity on that old cameraman Mav Una roster, if you recall, many years ago, almost a full decade ago. They were one of the few teams that experimented with operator lineups at a time when things were pretty standard and you brought the same operators. They would say, no, we'll actually try to make a Finka work, before any sane person had ever thought that. Same with Monty, same with Blitz. They'd run a Blitz and you'd say, this operator is horrendous. Blitz's success rate on attack is like 5%. But they try to make it work. FaZe Clan were one of the first teams to run the recruits, if you recall, as well, quite regularly in their lineup. I don't want to call them meta breakers, but FaZe Clan marches to just the beat of their own drum, nobody else's. And all of the players can flex in and out of their roles. Very rarely are they defined by fragger or support. Their supports can frag, their frags can support. They're a great team. Sometimes they just have a bad day. They've been one of the most consistent teams so far this entire year, but you can't win them all, and I think FaZe Clan understands that. They're in a situation where winning seems quite unlikely, but if there's any team that can overcome adversity, it's FaZe.
No matter what happens in this game, they'll still be at the Munich Major. They'll still be at the second biggest event of the year. FaZe Clan hold the record for the longest streak of S-tier events, tied with Space Station at 9. Still want to win this game, of course, and that's going to involve clearing the top floor as Vidiking chucks in those Candelas, and Cyber, he's using that as a distraction to hit the site. 2 players go down to his hand, and that's going to provide a huge opening for FaZe.
Oh, he almost gets a third over on blue, Jesse, but Volps comes to the rescue and shuts him down. FaZe Clan's damage, though, has already been done to W7M. Hoping for series point, hoping for a date against Furia. W7M might have to wait yet another round for it, though. Does FaZe Clan still have utility? Not much, but there is still some. There'll be a mostly frag-heavy execute in the next minute. W7M is hoping that the gadgetry that they've put down before is enough to give them an advantage despite trailing in numbers.
One in the basement, one above, and one on the main floor. They've got many different ways to deny this plant. Loban's hoping for the vert, but it's not in the smoke, Parker. He's missing it completely, and he dies. The plant did get stopped by a miracle. This round continues before we hit the post plant. Some life still for W7M.
Denari and a Malusi, just a Malusi. Volps breaking double digits, falling away, but he walks right into Handy, moonwalking his way into a FaZe victory. W7M has the lead. They lost the round, but they look like they won it. On the side of FaZe Clan, all of these players look like they have seen war. I mean, with the amount of rounds all these teams in SAL are playing, I'd say they've seen war. When you stare into the abyss, you must be careful for the abyss to not stare back. And I think FaZe Clan needs to be very wary about that. I think W7M does as well. FaZe Clan finally winning an attack, and they are closer to tying it up, but W7M still not really giving us a reason to doubt them.
Yeah, I mean, in this series, the Abyss staring back is named Volps. He's been ridiculous on all 3 maps, and with that near clutch, he goes up into being the top frag here of the server. 10-6 now, and even though those kills weren't impactless, we went straight to his face cam after the clutch ended, and he's just laughing because I think he knows he's got FaZe eaten out of the palm of his hand. He's playing this team so well. He seems to know every one of their movements. It's a brilliant play from Cyber that round. You can't take it away from him. It started things off quite strong on the bomb site, caught off the guard the anchors of W7M, so it was a great start the FaZe Clan eventually capitalized on, but the fact that such a strong lead can still get so close and so scary when there's a guy like Volps on the other side of things. I mean, it's a very uncomfortable place for FaZe Clan to be in, and even though they win that last round, this game still feels like it's in control of W7M.
Yeah, no reason to believe that FaZe Clan are at the point where they can dominate this game, but Handy having a couple good looks, Cyber just generally looking more formidable on entry. Those 2 things alone can be enough to turn the tide of an odd rounder here. And really, that's all that they're at, right? It's a round or two, and suddenly FaZe Clan have tied things up. They have to get to that point first. The desk talked about Solus and how her buffs have put her back in, not the meta, but at least in a better place. What better map to see her on than Chalet? And she'll be able to deny a lot of this information that FaZe Clan has used so successfully over the last round and a half. Remember, Handy came within a single kill of winning round number 7.
Still anybody's game, and we know how good these players can be. Their own game not really being addressed by FaZe Clan. It's going to be pretty direct to the bomb site. I think this has been read by W7M, though. Dot's done a great job stalling things out with the Toxic Babes, and he will do even better as he finds the head of KDS for the 5v4 advantage. These roamers facing a bit of pressure, but Soul is 2 and 6. What's he going to do when he finds these players crossing his sight line? Well, he's going to just back off, not wanting to get aggressive. He knows if he dies, it's really tough to make this push work, but he kind of has to, right? Somebody on FaZe Clan needs to take the opportunity to equalize this man count. I almost thought they were going to rush straight into the site, but with KDS dying, they've almost refocused their push, and they're pivoting to fight these roamers. They just don't have the information, though, at the moment.
It's a long-range sight from FaZe Clan. Vidaking with very limited support. I liked what he was trying to do with the diffuser. But W7M's just a touch better, Jesse. They read into this. KDS had done the job to open up some of this map. Vidaking taking advantage of what W7M thought was a backside hit. All while Vidaking marches in under the cover to try and get a cheeky quick plant off. FaZe Clan needed some offense surrounding Vidaking. They will get one pick, and they've got it down as well. So it's a 3v3 unless Loban can be retrieved. Diffuser will need to be picked back up on the side of FaZe Clan. That might be the hardest job at this current point in time. Doing that while managing the 30 seconds on the clock, that is a heady ask. That is tough. Dota slaughtering Handy, Souls, and Cyber now. The last two standing. Cyber's been getting better and better, aging like a fine wine. He will need to clutch out this round, or W7M moves to series points. Cyber taking some damage through the wall. W7M have multiple players involved in that one. And we might be screaming towards a conclusion as W7M takes a huge round and moves to series point.
Ever since this team was assembled at the very beginning of 2023, they have never missed out on a domestic grand finals, but W7M don't seem to care about the history. They're playing so well here on Chalet after a brutally long play day for both of these teams, but with back-to-back games, especially for W7M. A poor attempt at a plant's coming through from FaZe. Vidaking just desperate in the 4v5, trying to sneak one under their nose, but Dots has been such a consistent anchor for this team. Locks things down with the smoke, forces them now into position where FaZe must win back-to-back rounds just to get a shot at overtime. We've seen them come back from crazier situations than this, but Parker, just with the vibes of this game, with the momentum being firmly in the palm of W7M, they really need to change something because it doesn't feel like it's in the cards.
Yeah, I mean, I'm completely on board. What has been back and forth has slowly faded away for FaZe Clan. They were good in rounds 1 and 4, but since that 4th round, W7M has won 4 rounds to FaZe's 1. Keep in mind that the 4th successful round by FaZe was just to tie the match. It wasn't to build up a lead that has slowly been chipped away at.
10 seconds to go.
With the exception of that first round, FaZe Clan have not led in this map. That is just not good enough. Yes, Cyber has improved. Yes, Handy has been great. But FaZe have really struggled with players rising to meet the moment. We often say if one player has a bad game, that's okay. Usually when you get to this point in time, the depth is deep enough where one player can be kind of off. But FaZe Clan, Jesse, have had about 2, maybe even 3 players well below expectations in most of these maps. That's not going to cut it against most teams. It's certainly not going to cut it against another team in the top 3 of the most competitive region in the world.
Droning is strong from FaZe, but they need to be able to follow it up. Loban down here on the Solus. Loban's been such a nuisance, particularly strong in the early couple rounds in this matchup, but been able to hold things down on defense when it's been required of him as well. Here comes his swing on Solar Window, and it's good. Cyber falls. He may have improved, but he may also be done this stage. KDS trades back onto Volps, though, and this top floor clear is underway.
And very quickly, KDS has found 2 kills from 3 and 8 to 5 and 8, playing a utility op with smokes. That Aurora can easily seal the deal. A 3rd kill will now be found for KDS. W7M just continuously walking into his line of sight. Dodes and Palu can both be saviors of rounds. Dodes has done so already in these playoffs. Ditto Palu, but Palu has not had a very good game so far. 4 and 7, the stat line through this round. He's dead. Dodes swinging the door. Same position Palu died at. Dodes will go down as well. And FaZe Clan not allowing this map to go without a fight.
Excellent play from KDS. He's simply outside playing the windows, catching some of those early rotations coming through. Volps upstairs in the Cases hallway. A couple of players in that direction, actually. Dots going for a trade, but KDS sitting in the position that you expect Aurora to be. It's not a crazy revolutionary spot. Just consistent with the DMR, being able to find those players as they cross his sights. You ask for somebody to be rising to the occasion, Parker, and it feels like KDS almost heard you. Big game coming out from him. Big round, I should say. The game's been quite quiet, but that would be the time to turn it up. The time to change the pace. The time to get back into the server. You're at a 3-round deficit, and all 3 of those rounds, your opponents are going to be on serious points. This is your last couple of chances to force that OT. It's a good start, but there's plenty more work to do for FaZe.
This is a position that W7M has been on the opposite side of. I brought it up during the Consulate map, where W7M is very familiar with being down 4 to 6, winning 2 rounds, and then forcing OT. How poetic it would be if in the very final map of what could be for either of these teams, it's FaZe Clan who wins the final 2, goes to OT, and then punishes W7M in overtime. W7M has been the team that has benefited from that situation. Time and time again, they continue to outmuscle their opponents in the most important rounds. But like you said, FaZe Clan is an incredible team. They have been in scarier spots than this and have been able to overcome it. So I'm going to be looking for a couple things. Number 1, what is Cyber able to do? Not just playing Deimos, Jesse, but also now showing that he can rise up and battle these W7M players. If he's able to get an early pick or at least use a death mark to flush one of those W7M players into FaZe Clan's open hands, then I think FaZe has a great chance. But Cyber just dies. Cyber dies early. The Azami now involved in the fray. Loban dies at the hands of Handy. FaZe Clan's got some added insurance as KDS is on the board. Dodes will trade it right out. We are a minute into this round and everybody seems to be dying.
Paulu's not too far either, Parker. He's inside Trophy. They seemingly have some pings on him, but he gets all the way back up to Solar, in with his team. It's a very aggressive roam from Loban and Volps, the duo on W7M, aggressive on the defense. They try to take those fights, and they trade 2 for 2. Frankly, that's all they needed to do. This round's still very even for both sides. A couple of important pieces gone for sure. You lose that Deimos, that sucks to lose, but it's really good timing, and here we see another kill potentially. Handy gets his toes shot out, but he's still pushing forward with his team. All 3 FaZe players on the Mez side of the map, pushing in from office. There's no second dimension. It all comes down to what space Handy can make and if Vidiking can get the plant down.
Down goes another player on W7M. KDS, over the last couple rounds, is dragging this FaZe Clan, kicking and screaming to the finish line, which right now is OT. No! KDS gets another, but not the way you want. He blows up Handy with a nade. That's your shield gone. One of the best operators to deal with these last 2 players on W7M now in the ground. Palu and Dots just need to wait out 40 seconds. That's their win condition. They know where FaZe will advance from, over by that office wall. And Vidiking has to be worried about Library, has to be concerned with Piano. KDS will cut off that cross, but he does have a blind spot. Down he goes in the hands of Palu. Vidiking will get the job done with the defuse kit. Pop up. and gets shredded by Palu, who gets the job done. W7M wins it without OT. A 3-mapper for the Bulls, and they'll face Furia in the grand finals tomorrow.
It wouldn't be a game from W7M in playoffs if it didn't get just a little bit stressful at the end, would it, Parker? A massive performance to come on through, a crazy final round. Oh, that team kill is going to come back to bite FaZe Clan. They'll be dreaming of that in their nightmares tonight. But listen, it is what it is. So much had to go right and wrong throughout that game to get to that point. FaZe fought really well. They will still be at the Munich Major, but they won't be in the grand finals of SAL. Tomorrow, we got W7M and Furia on deck.
What an unbelievable finish. I saw that nade happen and I just went, oh no, 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 not like this. That shield still being up would have been so valuable to cut off a push from Piano. It could have done so much work, would have forced you to choose a target. It would have left Vidaking in a position where he wasn't basically all by his lonesome. Honestly, a valiant effort from FaZe Clan. W7M's improvements throughout the entirety of this playoffs cannot be overstated. They now get a matchup in the grand finals tomorrow against Furia. Jesse, that is it for you and I here online for the year. Not stage 1, not stage 2, but for the year. What a final 2 days we were given. I know the analysts in the desk have been working really hard as well, so let's hear what they have to say about this match.
Thank you so much, Antero and Jesse. And I know you did the maths earlier, Antero, about how many rounds you two have casted out of the potential ones, and you two have really been put through it. But it's been a joy and a pleasure to listen to you, as always. And it's been a joy and a pleasure to watch this game as well, because W7M come out victorious, and in what a way as well on this final map. They make it to the grand final. It is so very well deserved. And I think, Lexi, we tend to talk about some of these players' individual performances, whilst maybe, you know, for the likes of Dots, it wasn't really what we were hoping for. A player like Vulps really stepped up today.
Yeah, and just to address the Dots, I mean, sure, he wasn't the best performer, but he does play a very hard role. Bringing those shields, trying to create that space, definitely takes a lot of pressure off the team, so don't want to completely just shut out Dots for having not the solid performance that we would want him to have. But as for Vulps, again, this being one of the best series out of him, constantly at the top of the leaderboard throughout this entire series for his team. I mean, I'm telling you, just being a former player and having your IGL be one of the best players in the game, and well, in the match rather, I should say, just instills so much for the team to be able to piggyback off of, whether that's in their performance, whether that's in the comms, doesn't matter what it is. When the IGL is doing it, something is going right across the board, clearly with them even winning this entire series. And it does replicate that sort of same thing that when you look even at M80, they had a solid stage. They ended up making the major. They had to, obviously, you know, they got knocked down a little bit, but it's almost the exact same thing with Hot and Cold. He was performing extremely well. His team was performing extremely well. It's, again, Fulps is doing the exact same thing here, and it's the reason as to why W7M is having so much success, especially now finding themselves going to this grand final.
The one thing that worried me a little bit, though, is that when we were headed towards Chalet and, you know, they were starting off on defense phase, only being able to pick up those 2 rounds and picking up 2 of their attacking rounds as well. Of course, they are Munich bound. They will be headed there. That was already long confirmed. But they need to make sure that they're cleaning up on these tiny mistakes that are costing them the rounds, because you might be getting away in your early rounds here, but as soon as you're starting to get into that bracket, that's when you're going to start struggling. And they are not in a clear position yet to be making it to 6 Invitational. Today, they took actually a pretty big hit of those 100 points that they're not able to pick up, and that means that those need to be compensated at the major.
Yeah, luckily at the major, though, you can get a lot of points. And towards the regional finals as well, because even if you don't win that and you get the direct invite through it, if you get second, that's still 700 points, and that is a lot. But we are getting way ahead of ourselves. That is going to be for later on with the regional finals. First, we talk to the victors of this game. We're joined by Paulu. Congratulations on winning the low bracket final. You faced off against Furia today, but again, Paulu, you make it a close series, just like yesterday. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I think on the last series against FaZe, we were feeling really tired, like especially on Consulate, we were making so many mistakes individually and as a team. But yeah, we talked, we kind of walked outside a little bit to refresh our minds. So yeah, we came back really well to the Chalet. We knew it's a strong map for us also.
Well, I kind of want to, one, I want to congratulate you on making a grand final appearance. I want to ask you, just from your own personal insight, just to even give the viewers and us a little bit of the idea of what's going through your mind. When you're playing these long series throughout the day, what do you do as an individual to make yourself to be as prepared from one game to the next, whether win or lose, whether those games were super intense or pretty lax? What do you do in order to just make yourself to be as locked in as possible?
Dude, it's a tough question because it depends a lot, because sometimes it has the jet lag question when we are like going international, so we have to fix our schedule. So there are so many things that we had to do, like, but I think the most important is that to take a good night of sleep, so you feel really well at the first matches. Of course, it's gonna be a tough match if we have to play 2 or 3 games on the same day. But for FaZe, they wake up even earlier than us today, so we knew it's a match that both of us were like fighting other things than the other team, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
That actually helps me for my question to you, Palu. Often we have this discussion where teams come in from the lower bracket, play back-to-back games on that final day, and we often say that, you know, the team that just played a game beforehand is coming in hotter than the team that had to wait for 3 or 4 hours. Is that something that you recognize for your own team as well? Do you prefer to play back-to-back best-of-3s just because you're getting into that flow?
I think everyone thinks like that. Just came out of the match, you are feeling like way like if you won a match, so you are feeling like, and they lost, so it's totally completely different feeling. They are coming from a loss, they had like at some time, we are coming from a win, and then like we are just playing, so we are already on the game, you know, already on the momentum, let's say.
That definitely showed today. Now, Paulu, for tomorrow, the job isn't finished just yet. Tomorrow you can double the SI points for the stage from 150 to 300, but your opponent is Furia. I think we talked about this before. You joined us on the interview, and we've looked at the history between you and Furia in the stage. It was so close in the group stage. What's the game plan going in tomorrow?
I think it's the same as always. I think we are always playing well, but there are some moments on decisive rounds that we to play, like sometimes it's individuals mistakes, but yeah, playing against them, against FaZe, is always like those mistakes that really hurts. And yeah, if the team is playing those crucial moments really well, I think they are gonna take the map and the series. So yeah, I think we talked about a lot after the match, and we were like on a bad day, we were doing some mistakes, but we also had like a lot of rounds, like we call it big rounds when we are playing like a 3v3 situation, a 2v2, that are like really important rounds that could change the whole map, you know, how it's going. So yeah, those rounds we talked about that, to try to play really well as a team. Like I think against NIP we had some rounds like that, as I said, that we were playing really calm, really like talking what we were gonna do, even though they have like the bomb planted or something like that, so we can figure out something as a team to play the round, you know.
Apollo, it's always good to hear your insights. Thank you so much for that. It's been a long day. You've almost got on to 100 competitive rounds of Siege in these last 2 days, so we'll let you go for now. You still have a game to play tomorrow, hopefully with a good night's of sleep. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much, guys. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, see you tomorrow for the grand final. As we have talked about, there's one more thing for us to do, and that's to look at the stats, the numbers of this matchup in particular. And as we already spoke about, VODs really being that MVP in this series, even after that loss, that W7M Summit on console, he was still the #1 player on the side of W7M. That was really popping out there, and I think it's just really good to see W7M, and I hope as well they go into that match tomorrow with a good mindset, because I looked at the head-to-head between W7M and Furia, and it's not looking good if you're a W7M fan for tomorrow.
Well, stats are meant to be broken, and at some point, you know, the rule goes out of the window. So let's hope that is tomorrow.
I saw something in Twitch chat saying both these guys are fighting to just lose to Furia tomorrow. I don't think that's going to be the case necessarily. Whoever said that in Twitch chat, I will say it did make me laugh. However, they do have a very tough opponent, a way harder opponent than even what this matchup is going to be, especially when you look just in terms of the frag power that we see from Furia time and time again, and where they're really shining with their overall team dynamic and synergy. They are a very, very scary Panther in the wild that they're going to be going up against.
Can I just say, this looks so good. This is
clean.
background PC material what we're looking at here with these photos of the players going up against each other tomorrow for the grand final of the SAL Stage 2. It is about the SI points. It's about the prize money. So much on the line for these two teams. Furia in W7M. It's the only and last best of 3 that we'll have tomorrow. It's going to be starting at 6 p.m. CEST if you are a fellow European in this case, and 1 p.m. if you are from Brazil. Now, that will close it out for us today. It's getting very late here over on the side of Europe, and we still have a whole match to go for tomorrow. And if anything, the SAL has been proving us that the matches do get very close here, so I think it's time for us to go get a good night's rest as well, like Polly was saying, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Same time, same place. Have a good rest of your night.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
Thank you.